billions of people worldwide are transported to the gaming world of Delta. Here, everything from clothing, food, housing, and transportation requires the use of Hafu coins. Everyone can go to the Asura region to collect various resources in exchange for Hafu coins. However, each person only has one life, and if they are killed, everything will come to an end. At this time, everyone looked at the world in front of them in panic. Where did this come from for me? Is this a kidnapping? Or is it some boring TV show? Brothers, I have a bold idea now. Do you think we might have all traveled through time? As a runner who has been working overnight for 2 months, you silently watch the content of the chat channel with some confusion. Why does it seem that there are no people who understand Delta World from their chat content? I don't have much time to let you analyze the current situation, mainly because the countdown of the beginner tutorial now has less than half a minute left. When the countdown reaches the last second, you only feel a dizzy spell in your head, and the scenery in front of you gradually blurs. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself in a valley, armed with weapons, wearing a helmet and armor. This scene feels all too familiar to you, as the sight in front of you is exactly like the beginner tutorial in the Delta game. When you are ready to move forward according to the prompt, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly sounds in your ear, matching the Tian Shanyan brain machine for the host. The host can unlock various functions through Hafu coins, including perspective, unlimited physical strength, item display, wall penetration, auto-aim, no recoil, blood lock, and so on. As the sound of the brain machine falls, you suddenly find a blue figure hiding in the building tens of meters away from you. At this moment, you only feel a bit dry in your mouth, and your breathing becomes rapid. After all, the current environment is not just a simple game world. Cheating in the game is just for fun and gaining some scolding, but here it involves life. How cool it would be to have X-ray vision in such an environment. After taking a glance, you open the function unlock interface. Various types of functions clearly displayed in front of you. To be honest, when you saw the price, the corners of your mouth twitched. It's too outrageous. Except for perspective, all functions are in units of billions. Especially the bloodlock directly requires 1,000 small targets. In other words, even if you achieve 1,000,000 evacuations every time, you still have to run a full 10,000 times. However, the prices of the first few functions are still within an acceptable range. So let's slowly accumulate the later functions. Anyway, with the Tian Shanyan brain machine in hand, the biggest threat to yourself in your eyes may be a boss like Syed. Then you no longer hesitate, and run straight ahead. Following the beginner's tutorial, you completed a series of operations, but when facing enemy soldiers, you very meticulously aimed at their legs, because in the game, even if wearing a level 6 suit, only the head and chest can be protected, while the arms and legs will still be exposed. In this case, a genre emerged. Some people will carry a G18 pistol with level 1 bullets, aiming directly at the legs during combat. Attacking the enemy in this way can directly ignore the bulletproof vest. Now you have also obtained a full level helmet and bulletproof vest through this, as well as a modified M4A1, a chest-mounted backpack, and some medicines. You also opened a safe according to the prompt, which is the container with the highest probability of high-value items appearing in the game. In addition to the large safe, there are also items such as small safes, computers, weapon boxes, and aviation boxes, all of which have a higher probability of containing high-value items. Of course, this is not to say that there won't be any spawns elsewhere. It's just a matter of probability. For example, room cards often appear in clothes, and on tables. You can also find refreshments like big red supplies. The most magical thing is the bird's nest, where all kinds of items appear inside. We don't even know how those items occupying 6 or 9 squares appear inside the bird eggs. After passing through the building, there is a small path behind it. At the end is the evacuation point. At this moment there is still a thick green smoke floating. In the map of the Delta, if you want to bring out the collected supplies, you must evacuate from the evacuation point. These evacuation points will be distributed in various directions on the map, and the evacuation points are also of different types. Within a few minutes, you boarded the helicopter and completed the evacuation. As a wave of dizziness hit you, when you opened your eyes again, you were already back in the wooden house where you left. You push the door and walk out of the house, and what comes into view is a row of simple wooden houses. Some figures are also standing outside the wooden houses, looking around in all directions. Continue walking towards the central square, where a high-rise building full of a sense of technology stands tall, with the words Special Operations Department written on it. Surrounding it are streets similar to dry commercial streets, with many restaurants, clothing stores, supermarkets, and various entertainment facilities distributed around. You can also buy houses here, even thousands of square meters of flats or villas, but everything requires Hafu coins. The most outrageous thing is that even if you want to live in an outer wooden house, you still need to pay rent. which is 100,000 hafu coins per month. Although 100,000 may not be a large amount for you, you can easily earn several times or even tens of times more in the next chart. But you feel that later on, this 100,000 hafu coins may crush many people. After a brief turnaround, Li Changyuan headed to the Secret Service. Took an evacuation mission from Dam Zero by the way. Beyond that, Li Changyuan also learned that, day after day, if you want to get into the picture, just head to the roof of the Secret Service building and take a helicopter ride. From the helicopter you can select the area you want to travel to. Meanwhile, the number of times you can enter the map, there is also a limit. Each day, you can only enter once at most. And the value of the equipment carried into the map on classified or top secret difficulty. You also have to meet a certain amount of money. As for the normal difficulty there is no such restriction. This is the same as the game. Honestly, upon learning this message, Li Changyuan was somewhat speechless. Isn't this a disguised way of limiting yourself? Normal people, where is that energy to get off the charts every day? And no fear of getting popped. I guess I'm the only one who can always think about entering the map without any stress. But Li Changyuan did find good news in the form of a newbie tutorial that doesn't really count as an official entry into the map. In other words, himself can get in now. After shagging coffee, Li Changyuan lazy to waste time here. Rather than continue to loiter, it is better to enter the map to search a wave. What if a diamond comes out? The likelihood of this, though, is pitifully low. But in Li Changyuan's opinion, there is no safety box here. If someone in the picture can search for diamonds, there's a good chance you can snatch them up yourself. It's a pity that there's no item display feature yet, or else we'd just transform into a bloodhound and jie. After a sardonic laugh, Li Changyuan had taken the elevator and arrived at the tarmac on the top floor. Come here. The environment has suddenly become unusually cold and there was no figure other than a helicopter in front of us. The only sound in my ears was also the blip of the propellers. It was like a completely different world from inside the building, with its crowded environment. Is it hard to believe that this side belongs to a separate area? Walking up to the helicopter with a puzzled. Immediately thereafter, a light screen where you could select a map appeared in front of your eyes. Currently, however, there is only one map, Dam Zero, to choose from, and it's still in normal mode. It was only after Li Changyuan had determined that, only to realize that there was no way to turn off the make-up teammates option. After all, he's driving the hangman himself. There's the team. Instead, resources have to be shared out. So for Li Changyuan, a single 3-row is undoubtedly the best choice. But now, instead, he realized that he couldn't turn it off. What the hell does that mean? At this point, in the light curtain, a prompt box surfaced. This option cannot be turned off when you are currently in the Novice Protection Bureau. Hint, in the Novice Protection Bureau, all enemies are AI soldiers except for teammates. Chapter 4 Manager's Office, East Building. Okay, Welfare Bureau. The corner of Li Changyuan's mouth twitched. How could he not expect that there was actually a welfare bureau here? But that's good. Familiarize yourself with the map for the first game. After all, being all in the game is definitely a different concept than playing the game. After choosing to enter the map, in the light curtain, the words being matched surfaced. After a few seconds, the 4 big words match successful suddenly appeared. With that, you are taken to the screen for choosing a stemmer. In the midst of Operation Delta, there are a total of 7 cadres, divided into different professions based on each person's skills. Scouts, My Thief, Luna. Engineers, Uluru, Shepherd. Assault troops, Red Wolf, Dragon. Medic, Bee Doctor. These cadres, everyone has a different skill set. As for what exactly to choose, it depends on the overall team configuration, including what the player specializes in. As for Li Changyuan, the ones who play the most are Bee Clothes and Wheat Thief. The former serves as a medic, and can restore blood to himself or his teammates through his skills. This directly eliminates the hassle of carrying a medical kit and also costs less for this. 2 other skills. It's all smoke and mirrors to cover an attack or retreat. As for the latter, says he's a scout, but he's really more of an assassin. The passive reduces the sound of silent steps, and the move detects the number of enemy cadres in the vicinity of the. This includes what level of head armor the opponent is wearing, and it's straightforward for the enemy to hide. Beyond that, there's a flashbang skill set. 2. Fighting is extremely roguish. Primarily, this flashbang also has tracking capabilities, but, to the current Li Changyuan, with perspective, the scout was a chicken scratch. So this round, Li Changyuan then directly chose the most familiar Bee suit, with his teammates following suit and all confirming that the helicopters are starting to take off. This time, there's none of that blink and you'll miss it before your eyes thing that happened earlier when you entered the newbie tutorial. To the sound of roaring propellers, outside the window, it's white as a sheet. the helicopter was seen passing through the thick cloud cover. By the time the ground was clearly visible, the helicopter had arrived at the birthpoint of Dam 0. Meanwhile, in the map, the location is also marked. The marker point is directly across from the administration center, and this could be considered the number 1 spot on the east floor of the administration building. In a nutshell, it's the east wing of the administration building, the closest point, and the administration building, located north of Dam 0, and also in this map, the fattest position. After landing through the ropes, Lee Changyuan saw his 2 teammates. Left-hand side, it's a young man with dyed yellow hair and tattooed arms, and on the right is a man of fairly modest stature, slightly youthful-looking girl, except she now looks slightly nervous. As here, whatever cadre is chosen will come out of the line looking like the real thing, so you can only tell the other side from the details, exactly what the cadre is, like the girl on the right. For example, with the dagger hanging from her waist, who can be clearly recognized by the choice was McThief. As for yellow hair on the left, with a hand cannon in his right hand, the obvious choice was Red Wolf. On the ground, the 3 looked at each other for a moment and, after yellow hair sliced the weapon in his hand, he said contemptuously, "Does it feel no different from eating chicken?" Having said that, yellow hair looked at Lee Changyuan and the other teammate with an unkind gaze. "The safe inside is mine. Don't either of you take it from me. And don't blame me for not warning you." Yellow hair's age, and he didn't look too old, and his speech was very impulsive. After the words fell, then he ran towards the administration building on his own, apparently thinking it was a human game. They were not overly cautious. After glancing at him, Lee Changyuan switched his weapon to a sword and ran after him. "The 2 men in front of me ran straight away and the only female teammate nervously said, 'You guys wait for me,' through the red container. The 3 of them soon arrived at the warehouse outside the east building and only, in yellow hair's eyes, there seemed to be only the existence of the safe, and he directly bore forward. Watching the scene, Lee Changyuan, however, snorted, in particular, when he saw, through his perspective, that a machine gunner stood outside the fence. The corner of his mouth even showed a teasing color. If it's a normal teammate, Lee Changyuan would probably give a reminder. But for a teammate who threatens others in this opening game, let's just say die far away before it's too late. Reversing direction, Lee Changyuan entered the warehouse and came directly to an airbox and started searching. Unsurprisingly, no items of value came out. It's a normal damn map, after all, and while there's a probability of a high-value item, who knows? What is the probability of this? It's like the warranty waiver here. Every time you look at the map, there's a shiny diamond for items that may appear inside. But the upshot is this. Lee Changyuan has been playing for dozens of hours. I don't know how many safes have been opened, and I haven't seen a single diamond. Turn off the search screen. Lee Changyuan was about to take a side trip to look at the box of items in front of him. Suddenly a Gatling did a shot came to his ears. And immediately following, it's just a ***. Yellow hair cursed and shouted, "Mard, what is this thing?" Still ing holding a Gatling. Grass. The old man's leg is broken. Lee Changyuan, who was following up from behind, looked at the yellow hair, who was walking with a limp. Not far ahead, didn't hold back the outright laughter. This laugh obviously stimulated yellow hair's nerves. "What the are you laughing at? Laugh you're off." Lee Changyuan had no intention of spoiling him, and directly disliked him with a sentence back, and then threw a smoke grenade towards the machine gunner, then strutted through the center and into the east wing. As for yellow hair, who was one step ahead, because of the broken leg, it is now only there to be repaired using a surgical kit. The question is, the surgical kits used at this stage, all of them are the lowest level surgical kits that were previously acquired from the newbie tutorials. Time of use, as much as 10 seconds. At this time, Lee Changyuan had long since arrived at the manager's office in the east building and began to open the safe. This time, yellow hair was completely anxious. "Damn it, who let you move my safe? You're ing looking for death, aren't you?" To the barking dogs in his ears, Lee Changyuan turned a deaf ear, even more so, when, from the safe, he fumbled for a small gold cup and a gold coin. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Asura Specialty Wineglasses, Craft Collection. Value, 63,296. Shiny Pirate Gold Coin, Craft Collection. Value, 58,234. 2 little golds. Nice. Stand up. Glanced at the girl who was there searching for the suitcase. Lee Changyuan went straight into the small room next to him, which also had a small insurance policy that was well worth opening. Of course, in this figure, there is no fattest room than the manager's office behind it. But, trying to get into it, room cards are required. The house card for this house in the game is also the most expensive one in the dam. amounting to more than $2 million. There's 2 safes in there alone, and on top of that, there's computers, weapons cases, suitcases. The probability of coming out red is very high. Chapter 5, The Exasperated Yellow Hair. Ancient Pirate Telescope, Artifact Collection. Value, 12,192. Consort's Earrings, Craft Collection. Value, 1331. A telescope. An earring. After searching the small safe, Lee Chuan-yuan looked at his own benefit from this game, and it had reached over $180,000. At this point, there was a rush of footsteps. That yellow hair, who came one step late, looked at the manager's room, which had been searched and cleaned. A face immediately turned into a pig's liver color in anger. Asterisk 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 in hell. Who told you guys to search? Asterisk asterisk, did I warn you earlier? You two are looking for death, aren't you? Malagasy. 2 dogs. Who gave you the guts to rob me? The furious yellow hair, without saying directly, pull out a gun. Shining at the sister is a shuttle. Ta-da! Bullets went down the muzzle and spewed out. The girl let out a scream of fright and crouched down directly with her hands on her head. Just having a teammate to protect. No matter how much yellow hair shot, the bullets couldn't do half the damage. After coming out of the little side room, Lee Chuan-yuan's voice was icy cold. If you want to search something, find a place to search yourself. Don't bark here. You're looking for death. The furious yellow hair, seeing that the bullets couldn't do any damage, directly pressed out the skill. That 3 rounds of grenades were fired in the direction where Lee Chuan-yuan was. But apparently, it's still a useless endeavor. Only 3 loud bangs were heard, and half a drop of blood did not fall from Lee Chuan-yuan. Grass. What a crap gun. You two mother asterisk 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 airs wait for me, and don't ever run into me in Tully ever again, or I'll absolutely make you look good. Reddening his eyes, yellow hair felt like his lungs were going to explode with anger. In particular, just now he could have gotten there first and taken over the leg that was broken by the machine gunner. Watch the insurance get licked by your teammates. The sense of anger in his heart was like a volcano erupting a yang. He's pissed off, turned straight around and went downstairs, intending to find the machine gunners to vent their anger. On the other side, Lee Chuan-yuan simply didn't bother with him and started searching in the administration building on his own. As for the other sister, who always followed honestly, the search for the leftovers that Lee Chuan-yuan searched. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't want to go searching, but for one thing, she was a little scared to be alone, and for another, she simply didn't know where to search. Everything here, it was all very strange to her. On the contrary, Lee Chuan-yuan was as familiar with the system as he was home. When I came out of the motorman's room, I first went next door to look at the box of octopus. Then he went downstairs to search for some clothes, where Chuan-yuan Lee hadn't been out of his room card much. Then back to the second floor. Search the computer at the hidden door next to it. After entering the password, a purple prop appeared in front of him. Memory sticks, electronic goods. Value, 26,581. Casually, he slipped it into his bag and proceeded to run towards the west wing. In the course of his search he heard gunshots coming from outside, and through his perspective he saw that the youth killed the machine gunner who wandered outside. Coke, furniture item. Value, 9,631. Camera, electronic item. Value, 8,403. Coffee pot, furniture item. Value, 13,056. 1 Coke. 1 camera. Here's another coffee pot. Say, why a mocha coffee pot, instead of an Americano coffee pot? A search goes by. Lee Chuan-yuan is like a locust crossing the border. Look at the girl dumbfounded. The girl who was following her, stammered and didn't know what to say. Lee Chuan-yuan asked, something wrong? Why do I get the feeling that you're familiar with this place? After reorganizing her thoughts, the girl asked the long-buried question. Lee Chuan-yuan, who didn't even try to hide it, faintly said, it's not bad, but that's as far as I've gotten with the damn familiarization system. The girl was surprised. Have you been traveling to this place for a long time? Nope. I should have just crossed over like you guys. Then why are you familiar with this place? Because I came. Ha! The conversation between the two was not turned on with team voice. It was all face to face. Therefore, yellow hair, in the distance, wasn't able to hear. At this point, yellow hair has long since gone beyond perspective. From the map, though, you could see that he had gone to the vicinity of the substation. There was a safe marked there in the map as well, and it was obvious that he was heading straight for it. Can I ask how you got here before? Earlier I was taking an exam at school, and then my eyes went black and I appeared here. I've read the universal category before, and there was an earlier hint that life only comes once. LOL. I'm really scared. Do you think there's any chance of us going back? I can see that. The female teammate in front of me was scared to death. From the beginning to the end, he followed closely behind Lee Changyuan, rambling and asking questions. Lee Changyuan, who was a bit impatient, spoke. Your words are a bit much. Right. I'm sorry. The girl panicked. After searching the west side of the building, Lee Changyuan came to the container at the back of the. This side has 2 airline cases. There are also a few weapon crates, med kits, and other supply points to search. Of course, if there's a wall breaker mission, or an entrance animation with a missile blowing up a dam, then also head inside and search the vault. In the vault, there is a very high probability that you can pick up gold bars. There is also a probability of gold and red in the wallbreaker quests with open insurance. Unfortunately, the Yinning wasn't able to go in. After briefly searching the airbox, Lee Changyuan ran towards the barracks. The map of Dam 0 isn't very big. Game. In the case of a full run, you can run from the northernmost point to the southernmost point in 2 minutes. However, into reality, the distance traveled is relatively much farther, and as the weight of the backpack increased, it didn't take long for Lee Changyuan to start gasping for air. He found out, too, here, both the level of physical exhaustion and the pain from being shot are very real. Just passing by, accidentally getting shot twice by the AI. The kind of pain that drilled through his heart caused Lee Changyuan to directly explode. All the way to the barracks, Lee Changyuan didn't waste too much time here, mainly because there really wasn't much to search for. After coming to the second floor and turning on the computer, he greeted his other teammate and headed for the cement factory. At this point, the long dormant yellow hairs suddenly shouted over the intercom voice, there's someone here, come on you guys. An urgent voice came from the, only to see the yellow hair's blood bar, at a speed visible to the naked eye flying down. Looking at the bottom, yellow hair cursed and said, Malagasy, not the Newbie Protection Bureau. There's no one else. Just now, after my old man went out, he turned his head and met a bunch of people that, the look and feel of the root AI is completely different, and the shooting is exceptionally hard. Where are you two? Come and back me up. Chapter 6, Face or Life. When he heard yellow hair shouting that someone, a flash of panic was evident on that female teammate's face. Lee Changyuan, however, frowned but did not respond. By definition, since we've already hinted that this is a Newbie Protection Bureau before entering the map, then no other talent should exist either. But in that case, who was the person yellow hair met? Between frowns, Lee Changyuan suddenly remembered that he had read someone on the internet earlier who said that after Delta built a new number of, the first couple of innings were all man-up innings. The game will place 2 teammates, but they'll be following you all the way through the game, and it doesn't search for things. Beyond that, you'll also encounter a few mannequins pretending to be players. These man-machines are completely indistinguishable from the outside, but these man-machines search for supplies. And the shooting is much better than a normal human machine. If it's the first time a player has come across this type of game, there's still a real possibility of guttering. Come to think of it, Lee Changyuan muttered. It seems like we should have encountered a dummy machine. The sister behind her questioned, what's the encounter? Without waiting for Lee Changyuan to answer, in the team voice, once again came yellow hair's angry curses. After I killed 2 people, beaten to death by a third man, what are you two still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and save me? However, Lee Changyuan acted as if he hadn't heard yellow hair's voice. Straight to the cement factory. Start searching for yourself. This look, angry yellow hair cursed, grass mud horse, did not see the old man fell to the ground. Why don't you hurry up and come save me? Don't search. Search your mom's search. They're about to come in for a refill. Do you two want to watch me die? Seeing that yellow hair's voice was getting more and more anxious, the female teammate weakly said, are we really not going to save his mom? In front of a cement truck, Lee Changyuan, who was waiting for the items inside to fall out, said silently, if you're willing to go and save the, it's not like I'm stopping you. Already frightened, she simply chose to shut her mouth when she heard this, the words of Lee Changyuan just now. Instead of choosing to close the mic, he spoke directly in the team voice. Hearing the conversation, yellow hair was already furious. His eyes had long been covered with blood. Even more so, he opened his mouth and continuously cursed at Lee Changyuan. The content of the curse. It was almost as if he had cursed all of Lee Changyuan's ancestors. Hearing these contents, Lee Changyuan replied faintly, I'm your father. Ha? Or do I owe you? Will you stop barking there? Punk thing. You dash. As if a volcano was erupting, yellow hair's entire face turned a rising red color. Once upon a time, when had he ever been such a wimp? Whether at school or at home, anyone who dares to show him a face, you can lift the table on the spot. Even more so, not only did yellow hair beat up a teacher at school, even my mother was beaten at home. It was a big fight because his mother wouldn't give him money. When a conflict broke out with someone, he even stabbed him with a knife. Only yellow hair was still underage, plus did not stab the vital parts, so finally managed to pay for the matter. The question is, now Lee Chang-yuan was not willing to spoil him, seeing that the time for his survival is getting shorter and shorter. Realizing that his life was coming to an end, yellow hair panicked now. But the thought of being humiliated in a lowly manner, yellow hair, who had already gone to the bottom, seemed to be trembling all over. Damn, am I, Zhao Deki, going to die here? No, I still have a chance. As long as my teammates can come and pull me, I can get back up. But the thing is, do I really have to beg his mom? Mud, what the is this Delta? It says the newbie protection won't run into anyone else. It still turned out to be something I ran into. At this moment, Zhao Deki's mind was engaged in a heavenly battle. On the one hand, it's the fear from death, especially looking at the countdown to his own downfall. It's like ringing the death knell that ends your life. On the other hand, then they put their faces down. Going to lower his voice to beg others was worse than killing Zhao Deki. Could it be? I'm really going to die here? No, I'm still young. I've got my whole life ahead of me. And what's the point of losing face even now? The big deal is that we'll find a chance to kill those two later on in the day so no one will know about it. Clenching his teeth. In the end, in life and face, Zhao Deki chose the former. But the words came out. He realized that he couldn't even say it. Almost gritting his back teeth to pieces, he cried out with a red face. Right. I'm sorry. I was the one who was impulsive just now. Can you guys come and pull me? I've got less than half a minute left on my side. He had thought that, as long as he put his face down and went to plead with his teammates, they would come to his rescue regardless. But the truth is, Lee Chang-yuan pfft. I didn't hold back and laughed out directly. Why are you suddenly talking so politely? To be honest, I still like the unruly and untamed look you had just now. You dash. At this point in time, already in a collapsed state, Zhao Deki's entire face was twisted together. And with an unusually flushed face. For being too angry, brains seemed to be smoking. Mother I've begged you so much, and you still don't come to my rescue? Get out. You're a dead man, aren't you? Get out. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you earlier. Can you come and save me? Get out. I'm down to the last 10 seconds or so. You must be in time to get over here now. Come on. Get out. Fine. You just won't save it, will you? Seeing that his life was about to enter the countdown, Zhao Deki simply let go and, using all sorts of highly insulting words, he constantly cursed Lee Chang-yuan. But no matter how much he tore his voice, responding to him, all but the playful jeers of Lee Chang-yuan. 3, 2, 1. Watching, as his time on the ground was about to zero out. Unwillingly, Zhao De inspired a desperate hiss, but no matter how he hissed, none of it changes the ending. When the countdown ends, Zhao Deki completely collapsed to the ground as a corpse. Immediately following, the body slowly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. It finally dissolved into a box. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Chang-yuan opened the map and marked the enemy side where Zhao Deki died. I don't know how much he searched, but that gun in his hand is worth over $200,000. This can't go to waste. Chapter 7, Dummy Machines. He, just die? The other female teammate, looking at Zhao Deki, who had put a gray cross in his teammate's status bar. It seemed a little frustrating. As for Lee Chang-yuan, on the contrary, he was a bit gloating. That or else. This isn't a game. You can reopen it after you die. After searching the last cement truck, looking at the backpack, so far, $370,000 have been earned. Was about to head over to the substation and check out that box of yellow hair that was just there. Lee Chang-yuan suddenly frowned down, his eyes looking towards the side door of the cement factory. With people coming. When she heard someone, the girl's body stiffened and the word nervous was written all over her face. The body trembled slightly while the hands involuntarily grasped Lee Chang-yuan's waist, and it seemed that the only way to stand together was to. It's what will give her some security. Li Jingjun was a bit speechless. No, what do you mean by sticking so close to me? Taking advantage of me? And how am I going to fight later if you post up like that? I would have tolerated being taken advantage of by a girl in normal times. But now I'm completely on the edge of a knife, even if one has perspective. But the advantage isn't as great as one might think at close range against a gun. Even if he was facing a human machine, Lee Chang-yuan didn't want any accidents. I'm not. Being asked by Lee Chang-yuan, the young girl's face immediately flashed a blush, and she hastily loosened her hand and moved back slightly. In a minute, when the fight starts, you find yourself a place to pussyfoot around. And watch yourself. Anyway, don't expect me to save you if you fall to the ground. After Li Chunyuan barked his instructions, he ran towards the person who came. If it's just coming into the picture, to face the actual battle, Li Chunyuan might still be a little nervous. And yet, all this way, during which time I don't know how many machines I've killed. Not to say how accurate the shooting was now, but at least it was much more skillful than it had been at the beginning. The bottom line is this: with the ability to see through, everything within a 100-meter radius would be invisible. After getting slightly closer, Li Chunyuan's body was pressed against the corner of the wall, pokes his head out and takes aim at the closest person and just pulls the trigger. Bang bang! Bullets erupted like fiery snakes. Knocked out Xiao Yuchen. No surprises there, the first target went straight down. Pull back. Replacement of magazines. Meanwhile, Li Chunyuan went straight around to the other side of the building, and then again, while poking his head out of the, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out continuously. The bullet directly shattered the chest armor of the enemy human machine. A blow to the head knocks out Jabachin. 2 consecutive knockouts. Li Chunyuan didn't rush to make up for his gun. Anyway, it's just a team of dummy machines that. It's not hard to exterminate a team. This is not. After knocking out the second man, Chang Yuan Li was in the process of changing his ammunition. And then he saw, through the wall, the third dummy machine. Running in the direction where his teammate had fallen. Bang! Pokes out, takes aim, pulls the trigger, and gets a precise shot to the head. Headshot kills Wang Defa. A set of operations that work like a charm. It can be silky smooth. From the beginning to the end of the fight, there was not even more than half a minute before and after. That's all you got? The female teammate, who was hiding in the back corner and witnessed everything in its entirety, was now glaring at the little open mouth seemed like it could fit an egg in it. And even the words were a little less than sharp. A brief search. After taking away all the valuable supplies, Li Chunyuan glanced at the other party and said indifferently, "Don't stand still. Come over here and lick the bag." The girl's head shook like a rattledrum. No, you killed all these people. I'll stop searching. Li Chunyuan was a bit speechless. You search when you're told to. Seeing that you came all the way over, it seems like you didn't take much. And I've already taken what's worthwhile on these 3. So just take the rest as you see fit. So, well, seeing this, the girl stopped pushing. Honestly, it's been a long journey. It would be a lie to say that I'm not jealous. It's like someone entering space for the first time who doesn't even know which way to go. As a result, I watched my teammates search all the way through Kuko like locusts. On the contrary, my huge backpack was pathetically empty. Right now, it's so hard to get a chance to lick the bag. The girl immediately came forward and kept stuffing items she thought were valuable into her bag. On the other side, Li Chunyuan briefly organized his backpack. On those 3 people just now, apart from some purple items, there were actually no items of value. Guns, head armor, and all the very cheap kind. These are, in the eyes of Li Chunyuan, total crap that takes up the compartments of his backpack. Instead, it was the other sister teammate who licked it up. Glancing at the value of the supplies harvested by the council, it has come to over 400,000. The figure, put it in a regular dam and you can say the harvest is okay. It's also just okay. You search quickly. There's the substation and the visitors center behind you. And time is running out. After looking at the remaining time, Li Chunyuan urged. After the female teammate nodded and looked fondly at the box on the floor, trotting to follow. Just, I wonder, too, how much she's loaded upside down. Just a few steps away. It was already tired and out of breath. Big brother, walk slower, I really can't keep up. Li Chunyuan. As we go. Li Chunyuan pulled out the eggs of a passing bird on the way. 10 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the substation. In the map, the substation is divided into 2, of which the smaller one is commonly known as small substation. Don't look like you're carrying a kid. Inside, however, there is a wealth of resources. Has an airline case, a small insurance policy, among other things. There are also hosts, boxes and such to search for. Basically, this place belongs to the favorites of running knife players. After running over from the cement factory, Li Chunyuan first briefly searched the side. Separately, 2 purple props, totaling more than $30,000, were touched from the airbox and the small insurance, coming out of the small substation. Next to it is the main substation. Only, through perspective, Li Chunyuan realized that there was also a team of dummy machines hovering inside. Obviously, this team of dummies is the same team that killed Yellow Hair. Not far from their neighborhood, Li Chunyuan also saw a box, only it wasn't opened. TSK, that's turning into a box. After a teasing laugh, Li Chunyuan ran towards the team of dummy machines. Facing these guys can be totally stress-free. Although I'd been accidentally shot twice. The next second though, he zapped himself with the skill and brought his blood bar back up to full. 3 dummy machines. 3 boxes. Li Changyuan took a brief look to make sure there were no high-value items, and then let it go to his female teammate to lick. Operation and all that aside. At least, this female teammate at least listened. Li Changyuan really stayed back honestly when he didn't say he wanted her to lick. If this was in a game, who waits for you to give the word? There are even times when a teammate gets to the bottom, and you've just pulled him up with your front foot. He flew over to the box the next second and started licking the bag. As it turns out, at the end of the day, you just realized that you've worked so hard to kill people, and you haven't seen a single hair on their head. Instead, teammate Fatty evacuated. The word disgusting is highlighted. This also leads to a lot of people in Wild Rose finish licking their packs before they start pulling. True story. Just the other night, playing classified dams with my cousin. The opening animation has missiles blowing up the vault. The two of us, born in the East Building, in seat 1, we were gonna go into the administration building. We ended up going in and hearing said soundtrack, and we both just turned around and came out. Then he went to the vault and I searched the airbox. Here comes the funny. After he rushed into the vault, he was directly set on fire by the 3 machine brothers and given a direct second. I came back from licking the airbox and pulled him up first. As a result, next, and he picked up a gold bar. I was gnashing my back teeth. Why not take a look at it first before saving it? Chapter 8, 900,000 evacuations. Yoo-hoo! I can't believe this kid is quite fat. In front of Zhao Deki's body box, Li Changyuan's mouth grinned as he looked at the items inside. All brought to put you. In addition to an M4 worth over $200,000, there was a small gold coin inside the backpack and a wide-angle lens. These 2 items alone would be worth around $150,000. As for the rest of the mess, they're all little blue and purple props, and they generally cost around $7,000 or $8,000 per frame. Li Changyuan, whose backpack had long been full, simply left it all to his sister teammates. Tapped a marker. Li Changyuan greeted. That yellow-haired box just now. See what it can hold. Hurry up and search. We don't have much time left. Having said that, Li Changyuan enters the interior of the building. Found the place had been scoured. After slipping around a bit, then he ran towards the visitors center. It's located in the lower right corner of Dam 0, and the resources inside can't be said to be much fatter. Instead, it's exempt from insurance. There will be a probability of brushing here. Exemptions are commonly known as free safes, and in Dam 0, 2 exemptions will be fixed to be swiped. One is stationary at the administration building, and the other will be randomly painted at the barracks, the substation, the cement truck, and the visitors center. This game, the exemption is that it is refreshed at the substation, which has just been searched by yellow hair. As for the visitor center, there aren't a lot of searchable resources overall. One thing, though, that's the room on the 3rd floor. On the right-hand side, there will be a probability of refreshing the rune card. Li Changyuan had seen 2 of them in there. Unfortunately, this inning, it wasn't. Only one playing card fell neatly on the table, posing as a rune card. Walking out from inside the room, Li Changyuan shouted in the team voice, "Are you done yet? I'll withdraw first and on." At this point in time, the sister, and scurrying around the 2nd floor like a headless fly, hearing Li Changyuan's voice, he was surprised and said, "Ah, you're leaving? And what else? Are you going to stay here?" After saying that, Li Changyuan didn't forget to remind, if we haven't evacuated by the time, it also counts as a failed evacuation, and I don't know if I'll be alive by then. Hearing the words "can you live or not?" the girl hurriedly followed. "Wait for me. I'll evacuate with you." Having said that, just 2 long legs, anxious to catch up, step out of the building. On the face of it, I saw 2 jigos, one of them raising a Bison submachine gun and shining the light on the duo and pulling the trigger straight away. Nah, machine's marksmanship is a bit touchy. Calling it a stroke is a bit of a lift. One backhanded shot and all taken care of. Out of the fence, coming to the lower right corner of the map, the green smoke representing the evacuation point was already visible from a distance. In the game, there are often players that ambush the evacuation point and wait for someone to come along. But right now, for 100 miles around, Li Changyuan could see clearly and was not the least bit worried about being ambushed. Strutting inside the evacuation point, the countdown to evacuation then came into view. 10, 9, 8, who? As the countdown ends, after following the ropes and returning to the helicopter, Li Changyuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Don't look all the way to the search seems quite smooth, but so all the way down, like running a marathon. Almost exhausted. That female teammate, who was also dripping with fragrant sweat at the moment, sat paralyzed on the opposite side of the room, constantly gasping for air. The chest rose and fell with it. Lee Changwon is skeptical. If we go at this pace, we'll die of exhaustion in the Longbo Valley. At this point, with the roar of the propellers, the helicopter flew into the clouds. Immediately following, a curtain of light appeared in front of them, with the words "Successful Evacuation" written in large letters below, and a string of numbers represents the value of the supplies brought out. For this evacuation, 900,000 evacuations. Not bad. Looking at the figures, Lee Changyuan smiled with satisfaction, then looked at the other party and inquired, "How much did you bring out?" The girl's eyes were shining brightly, and she exulted, $170,000. How about you, big brother? That's okay. After answering, Lee Changyuan spoke again. I'm similar to you. Ha? Almost? The girl blinked, a little confused. After all, along the way, she's watched Lee Changyuan search everywhere, but she, on the contrary, you can only follow and have some soup. It's hard not to. The big man has specially left himself some items of value. Just when the sister was a little moved in her mind, the helicopter had slowly dropped to the ground. At this time, as the girl closed the settlement page, a list of the last battle results followed. Just when she saw the value of the supplies that Lee Changyuan had brought out of the heart was touched and instantly swept away. Okay? 1,900, 000, 000, and 1,170, 000, 000. I'm a fraction of what you are. That's pretty much what you said. That's how you learned your math, isn't it? Thanks to that, I was just moved to the point where I thought you had purposely left me some valuable items. Results. In the end, I'm just eating your leftovers. That said, the girl also, just in her mind, spat for a second. She was very content with the fact that she had gotten out safely. Step out of the helicopter, looking around for a moment, realizing that Lee Changyuan didn't even greet himself. His figure had long disappeared. Xin Xian bit her lip, a little disappointed in her heart. In particular, when it occurred to her that, the next time you enter a map yourself, it's no longer a newbie map, but when you have to face other players head-on, even more so, he couldn't help but clench his fists, looking at the list of friends added in the light screen in front of him. After hesitating for a few moments, Xin Xian still chose to send the application. In the meantime, after leaving the helicopter, Lee Changyuan went straight to the merchants. Sell all the props on your body, all the blue ones. There are two channels for the sale of resources. One kind, it's something that can be sold at the merchant directly, but on the trader's side the prices are, generally, lower. The second, that is, it is on the trading floor. However, there will be a limit on the number of items that can be shelved, so you can't shelve too many items at once. In doing so, the price will be higher, but the sale will be on the slow side. Totally depends on whether any other player buys it or not. Right now, in this current situation, Lee Changyun doesn't believe that players who have only just experienced the novice map once will spend money on those props. In that case, might as well sell all the low-grade props to merchants first. This way you have money in hand and can switch to a more comfortable enemy first. As for those with a slightly higher value, they can be placed inside the warehouse first and sold slowly later. Is this a friend request? Lee Changwon looked at the name. I can't believe it's his teammate from the last game. Thinking about it, Lee Changyuan still chose to agree. Do what? 2 words to send. Xin Qian, on the opposite side of the table, hesitantly said, Big brother, can we team up and enter the map together next time? I'm a bit scared to go in alone. Together? A frown. Lee Changyuan decisively refused. Sorry, I prefer to enter the map solo. You're kidding. If we enter the map together, what if I die in the map when you're dragging me down? And, if I go in alone, all the supplies inside are mine. If we go in together, do you still have to search some of the past? It's a losing proposition any way you look at it, right? Xin Qian on the other side, after seeing Lee Changyuan's icy refusal, smiled helplessly and bitterly. Never mind, it's a favor to bring but not to bring, and I'm afraid no one would want to bring a drag. Xin Qian did not say that she was resentful because of Lee Changyuan's refusal, but in those beautiful eyes, but it was a lost color that could not be hidden. Chapter 9, Shocking Big Melon. To do this kind of thing in a cement truck. Ugh. Sure enough, it was rejected. Back at the residence, Xin Qian sat on the edge of the bed with a downcast expression, not bringing out the joy of more than 100,000 halves in the slightest. After all, and she knows that, I'm afraid that this amount of half money won't last until the next month to pay the rent. Just now, before entering the map, Xin Qian had taken a look at the prices of goods over here, and each one of them was incredibly expensive. A random plate of fried shredded potatoes costs 6,000 half, or, if it's a meat dish, the price can soar into the tens of thousands. And that's just on meals. If you count the other overhead, 1 month down the line, even with all the frugality, it would be at least 200,000 upwards. And that's not counting rent. If you're counting the rent, Xinshen felt that she couldn't even last half a month. But what about a month later, when you still have to search for resources down the road? Just as she was frowning with worry, suddenly a message tone was received. Tap on it, finding out that it was a message from her best friend, Yanran Lu. Cynthia, how are you doing? Have you successfully evacuated yet? How much worth of supplies were brought out? Xinshen didn't hide it and replied the amount truthfully. Soon, the news of Yanran Lu came again. How come it's so little? Didn't you even search for anything? Xinshen laughed bitterly. How can I not search? The problem is that I don't even know where to search. Yen, what's not to know? Just go in and search the building when you see it. Sin, I'm telling you, last game's teammates, they were really too down on their heads. Two big men grabbing insurance running faster than one another. They don't know to give way to me. 2 insurances, all split between the 2 of them. What a downhead man. Xinshen thought of Li Changyuan from the previous game. That guy. Let's not even talk about insurance. It's the passing birds' eggs that have to be emptied out. And the main event is a locust crossing that doesn't give an inch of grass. But Xinshen didn't care too much about these things. In her opinion, those things capitalize on the fact that they are unowned. And whoever finds them first is the one who owns them. And who's going to give in to strangers when we're all just meeting each other? However, knowing the character of her bosom friend, she can only put things very politely, but even so, still, it touched a nerve in Yen. There's no mistaking it. I'm a girl, ugh. Why shouldn't they let me? 2 grown men grabbing something from me. A woman. I don't know how they can be so nice. Xinshen, looking at the chat box, Yanran Lu kept spitting out her teammates from the last game, and Xinshen could only reveal a bitter smile. After all, it's not like the 2 have known each other for a day or 2. She knew the BFF's personality all too well. It's as if they've been brainwashed by all the chicken soup on the internet, always thinking that women deserve preferential treatment, in particular, because of his good looks. She, who owns a lot of dog liquors, takes it all, even more, for granted. As for Xinshen, there were likewise some suitors in college. Xinshen did not like, through the means of lust, the behavior of licking the dog hanging all the time. As far as she was concerned, a like was a like and a dislike was a dislike. Just come right out and say it. Why hang on to each other so much? For the sake of that little bit of vanity you get when you're courted? Perhaps it was the exhaustion of the day, or perhaps it was the worry for the road ahead. Xinshen Lianren chatted for a while before ending the conversation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Changyuan, after selling all the useless items. First, I went to find a restaurant and had a nice rubdown. Then we went to a bath center. The sensation of being enveloped all over in hot water that rises with steam. It gave him an involuntary look of enjoyment and coziness. Comfy. Inside the bath center, there weren't a lot of people. It can be seen. These are the lucky ones who, today, from the way, gained a lot of harvest. After all, the admission fee for this bath center is $150,000. If you don't have something to gain, how dare you come to such a place to enjoy it? After soaking, Li Changyuan did not have the slightest intention of going back, and directly put on the Bath Emperor Great Emperor war robe. Walked down to the second floor lounge. Actually, it's not that Li Changyuan doesn't love going back. The main thing is that cabin. It's just too sketchy. Where is the place for people to sleep? As for buying a house, $100 million is enough to discourage 99% of the population. Not to mention villas, large flats and the like. Or rather, there's another way. That's hotel long-term rentals. After returning from the dam in the afternoon, Li Changyuan went to ask about it. The price isn't very expensive. An ordinary standard room. If you rent it monthly, it's $6 million a month. That's 200,000 a day. Theoretically, just 2 or 3 big reds out and that money is made. Anyway, with perspective in place, as long as you're a little more steady, you basically won't be in danger. Li Changyuan is already thinking about it. Let's make a couple million, get a new place to live, and then we'll think about upgrading the Secret Service and the system. In the heart, while contemplating future plans in silence, Li Changyuan glanced at the chat channel in passing. At this moment, the chat channel was unusually hot, to say the least. The people who came out of the chart were up there discussing all sorts of things. Or maybe they are sharing their own encounters. I thought the first game was a rookie protection game. Damn, those AIs shoot too hard. Almost accounted for in there. You're not so bad. I went into the administration building with my teammates, and there was a boss inside. Came up straight into a headlock. 2 of my teammates were all accounted for in there, and I was the only one who got out. Stop it. That thing is really sick. It rolls. It throws smoke. It throws Molotov cocktails. The key is a real lock. I feel alright. A shuttle goes straight to the second. But the boss is also really fat. Level 4 armor, not to mention even the bullets are level 4. Cool. A level 4 armor fat a hammer. The safe is the only thing that's fat. A straight up tank model. I'm breaking $2 million in assets now. Asterisk. There's a dog trust. $2 million this nigga isn't a couple months. Don't even need to get off the map? Honestly, it's not recommended. And with the money you've got, you might as well start a bit of good gear and get off the map. Otherwise you'll be catatonic in your house for a few months. And everyone else will have mapped out the map by then. And you'll be at a disadvantage going back in. It is true that everyone is now very unfamiliar with this place. Now that you have the money, you should take advantage of the opportunity to enter the map in a high-level head armor. So there's still an advantage that, when it's later in the season, maybe 2 million won't be a lot of money. Looking into the chat window, the messages kept flashing by. Lee Changyuan bubbles up now and then. That night, to save money, Lee Changyuan didn't even order a massage technician and slept directly in the rest hall. Time passes by. In the blink of an eye. One night passed. The following morning, a little after 10 o'clock, Lee Changyuan, who had opened his eyes, had not the slightest intention of getting up at all. Instead, he opened the chat panel and ate there. The melon is very strong. And there are pictures and there is truth. It started yesterday, when everyone entered the map of Dam Zero for the first time. Turns out there's an old bachelor who's been single for 40 years, grouped with an actress. In the beginning, nothing happened, but that actress seems to be in reality arrogant and used to it. I don't know what was said to piss off the old bachelor. And then, right in a corner of the cement factory, that old bachelor, he just stripped the actress of her clothes and put on a reality show. Even more so, this whole process, it was all videotaped by another teammate. And last night, it was released. This time, it can be a shock to the entire internet. Even Lee Changyuan was shocked by this melon. He was truly surprised that in this game world, everything is so real. When you're shot, not only do you feel real pain, there is also a state of exhaustion and fatigue after running for some time. Even more so, I can't believe you can even build a monkey and do it inside a map. This Nima, Lee Changyuan doesn't even dare to think about it. Just in case, one day, you meet a good-looking hostile female cadre member in the chart, and then the other side chooses to surrender. And that's what's going to happen. This kind of thing doesn't happen often on the battlefield. After the melon, Lee Changyuan still has no intention of getting up, continuing in a constant cluster of water. However, when the time came to 12 noon, suddenly a curtain of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Congratulations to all of you who have been successfully evacuated from Dam Zero. I'm sure you all gained a lot of ground. Next, the fortune list and peak list will be opened, and all members on the list, each month will be an additional bonus. With the prompt, in the light curtain, 2 lists also appeared. Only, one of the pinnacle lists was empty without a single name. On the other side of the wealth list, on the other hand, there are 100 names neatly listed. And, after the name, the nationality of the other party is also displayed. Fortune list. 1. Ram, Pretty Country, 1627W. 2. Xiao Yelin, Kyushu, 1597W. 3. Ivan, Woolly Bear Country, 480W. 4. Yumegawa Ichiko, Kodekuni, 371W. 5. Lin Shiyu, Kyushu, 301W. 6. Park Ji-yun, Cosmopolitan, 279W. 7. Terry Payne, Gaul, 266W. 8. Sonny Campbell, Sunset State, 259W. 9. Misato Achinos, Kodekuni, 241W. 10. Lee Sanyuan, Kyushu State, 240W. 100. Sun Myung-moon, Kyushu, 129W. Among the list, enough to register the top 100 names in the rankings. No doubt about it. The people who can go up there, all are guys who acquired big reds in the first inning. While the probability of an ordinary dam coming out of the red is low, billions of people around the globe, it's not surprising that there are hundreds out of the red. Chapter 10, Entering the Map Again. Dam Zero. The sudden appearance of the list of, no doubt about it, immediately in the chat channel, it caused a hot debate. Asterisk. Are all these people searching the map by their lifespan? One by one, all in the ING millions. Look at the first place. What's the meaning of Nima's $10 million? How many reds is this searching? It must be the Star of Africa. It should be the highest priced item at the moment. Grass. This Nima Dogto. How many years of life have been sacrificed in exchange? Why do I only have over $200,000? Why? Why? My eyes are red with envy now. Calm down. Think about it. Billions of people around the globe. How many European kings appear? Isn't that normal? Actually, we're just jealous of why the Euromaidan isn't ourselves. Then again, aren't you guys curious as to why there's no one on the peak ranking? I don't think the platoon is open yet. I noticed it when I entered the map yesterday. At this point in time, in the chat channel, a message flew by. Honestly, not to mention these people, even Li Changyuan himself, was a bit jealous. In hell, after playing nearly 100 hours by myself, putting on rooms and insurance, the amount of big red I saw as a result of, you can count them on one hand, not to mention the Star of Africa. That's good. Someone brought out the African star in the first inning. Compared to these guys, the last one did seem a little dark, not to mention red, not even a big gold in sight. $900,000 in assets doesn't even deserve to be on the list. But it wasn't hard for me to get on the list. Eyes fall on the list, sweeping back and forth a few times. In addition to the 100 names on the list, Li Changyuan also noticed a hint in the upper right corner. Every day at 12 noon, the previous day's data is updated. The rewards will be distributed after 29 days and 23 hours. According to this, I'll have no problem getting on the list in a month, but it's better to get a higher ranking. For being on the list, Li Changyuan can be described as stress-free. As for that, can we get to the top? Seriously, there's just no way to talk about this stuff. After all, whether or not there's a red in the picture is entirely down to luck. In case one is less lucky and doesn't come across a single big red game. Instead, the others have diamonds visible on all their handles. How do you think that's going to play out? That probability, though, is largely unlikely. Come into the bath below. After another brief soak, followed by a meal, Li Changyuan arrived at the special branch building. Take the elevator straight to the apron at the top of the building. For maps, still only Dam 0 is an option. This time, Li Changyuan turned off the makeup teammates option before entering the map. In this way, it would mean that Li Changyuan would have no teammates and enter the map alone. Select Agent Veron. Confirm the departure selection. The helicopter began to lift off slowly, fading into the clouds, just like last time, as the view out the window became clearer. The helicopter had arrived over Dam 0. At this time, the GTI commander's beep came to his ear. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. As the commander's words fell, Li Changyuan also used the ropes and landed on the ground, looking at his birth point, located in the northeast of the barracks. A location where, whether traveling to the barracks or to the west wing of the administration building, all very convenient. The barracks have swiped a free computer. So if you look at it that way you can go to the barracks and take a look at it first, then on to the administration building. But, Li Changyuan looked in the direction of the south side of the barracks. Although within the range of perspective, no figure could be seen, but Li Changyuan could be sure that there was definitely a team of people brushed there. I could care less about anything else, but 2 computers are still necessary to look at. Follow the ladder behind you and climb right up to the top. Entering the barracks, Li Changyuan went straight to the second floor where the computers were. And, while unlocking the code, you don't forget to stare in the direction of the south. Sure enough, just finished the password. A group of people were already heading this way, running fast. The other party had only just come into view, after all, and was still about 100 meters away. Li Changyuan was in no hurry, unhurriedly unlocking both computers. The memory sticks, electronic goods, value, 26,581. Information, military intelligence, information intelligence, value, 12,692. The 2 little violets are in the bag. Li Changyuan jumped outside through the back door, and then he greeted towards the visitor, the outskirts of the barracks. At this point, a small group of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, were running quickly toward the barracks. The female team member who fell at the end gasped, "Hey, you 2 run slower. Wait for me. Run fast yes. Run slow no. Things were robbed you pay me ah?" The Willow, who was running at the front of the pack, came in without looking back. Even more so, to be able to pull away from his teammates. It was also propelled by power and slid forward some distance. The bee doctor, who was running in second place, shouted from behind, "You're not afraid of bumping into someone if you run so fast." Wayland sneered. Joking aside, there are people with birth points closer than ours? And so what if there are people? I'm a 10-year veteran of CF. Take it or leave it. running all the way into the barracks. The unmasked sound of running immediately drew the eyes of all the brothers present. In the room, in a split second, there was a lot of gunfire. Bison submachine guns, Spitfires, AKS-74s, and 4 or 5 machinists firing at the same time. Unprepared, Willow was almost taken away in one set. Asterisk asterisk. No, these man machines are sick, aren't they? ING just now. Almost went straight to the box. The bee doctor behind him ran over and stuck him with a needle. I told you to run slower. Who told you to rush so hard? Willow cursed. Who knows what's gotten into these people? The front is clearly with a little cute. Same thing, walking up to them without firing a shot. Just now as if one were high on. The gun is huge. The third female member of the team, Luna, was chosen by the cadre. This time also ran by the gate on the southeast side. After glancing towards the inside, he spoke. The man machine from before looked dull and stupid and maybe it's because of the novice protectorate. Now that it's a normal matchup, we still have to be careful. Chapter 11, I'm in great shape. I can do anything. With the lessons learned earlier, when the wyvern recharged and moved forward again, it was much more robust. The three of them together, while clearing the man machine, he probed forward. Only, the wyvern was obviously still coveting the computer, and seeing as the man machine was almost cleaned up, one jet then rushed towards the building where the computer was. Seeing this scene, the female team member said breathlessly, the computer won't run away if you leave it there. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm really not afraid of another ambush. Willow responded as she climbed the stairs. It was purely a man-machine problem just now. Can you blame? There's someone. The words were not finished. Running to the second floor, Willow let out a sudden yell. Almost at the same time, the sound of crisp gunfire, too, rang out over the barracks. The other two instantly changed their faces, and the bee doctor hurriedly said, Where is the man? Willow, who had already gone to the bottom, cried out anxiously. Inside, people are squatting inside. Next, Luna opened her bow and arrow. An arrow that flashed with electricity was shot directly at the second floor. The sound of zippy electricity came from the. Luna stepped straight up the stairs and rushed to the second floor, and after a wary glance around the. Frowning, he said, No, I don't see anyone. Suddenly attacked. The two remaining people at the moment both looked very nervous. As for Waylon, he kept yelling and screaming, constantly yelling for his teammates to hurry up and pull him. On the other side, Lee Chang-yuan, who stole the attack. It was naturally impossible to remain where he was, and he jumped straight out through the door next to the barracks keeping room. With that, he began to circle back from the flanks. Through perspective, the image of the two people on the opposite side rushing up was seen by Lee Chang-yuan as much as possible. Facing Waylon's constant shouting, Luna impatiently said, Will you stop shouting? We can't even hear anything else. With that, she said to the doctor, Seal a cigarette. Then you pull him, I'll cover the side. The bee doctor nodded. Good. Followed by a smoke bomb. It directly enveloped the trio, and immediately afterward, he bent down and began to pull. As a medic, after pulling people up in the beacon zone, the saved person removes the negative effect of reduced blood cap. Otherwise, if pulled up by another profession, the blood cap will be much less. Just, Lee Chang-yuan, who was circling back, saw the scene and the corners of his mouth had begun to lift. Rescue? Did you ask me? Through the smoke. Just pull the trigger. Bang! 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 A blow to the head knocks out Wu Lei. 3 shots in a row, all of them hitting the vitals with precision. And the bee doctor, who was pulling the strings a second ago, this time he himself fell to the ground. A sudden change of heart. It made the only remaining Luna's face pale, and a look of panic appeared on her pretty face. It's not just her. The 2 men, who had fallen to the ground, were more anxious. After all, if all 3 fall to the ground, it also means that all 3 will die here. Willow had long since lost her earlier confidence at this moment, and frantically shouted, Pull me! Pull me! Never mind that guy, hurry up and pull me. Luna, who was already behind a bunker, kept her gaze constantly open in all directions, and, facing his teammate who kept yelling, he impatiently shouted, You stop yelling. The enemy doesn't even know where they are yet. How am I going to pull you now? At this time, Dr. B2 appeared somewhat calm. No, we'll move behind cover first. Then you come back and pull us. Without waiting for Luna to respond, Waylon hurriedly said, Yeah, you'll come and pull after we both climb in. Seriously. At this time, the only female member still standing was already thinking of just running away. After all, stay and have to pull these 2. Hesitation. The 2 men crawled behind cover, and Waylon cried out impatiently, Come and pull me. There's not much time left. Just, seeing Luna still crouched in place, without any intention of coming over, where Willow didn't know what she was thinking. Don't you dare think of running off on your own and, I don't know how many teams are in a map, but definitely not less. And you think you can run away and make a successful evacuation all by yourself? Gritting his teeth, Luna blushed hard and cursed. Grr, it's not because of you venturing out. Otherwise we'd be like this now? Though full of complaints. Still, she walked over and started trying to save the day. However, all of this, but it couldn't escape Lee Changyuan's eyes. Not far away, Lee Changyuan, who had everything in his sights, was in no hurry to attack just now. Also just in case the pair of guns didn't match up at close range, it wouldn't be. In that case, might as well take advantage of perspective, constantly assaulting opponents. Otherwise, can I choose Veron this game? It doesn't. Seeing the only one left on the opposite side, they're crouching on the ground and pulling people. Lee Changyuan's mouth hooked, straight out of the tiger cannon, blasted directly at Luna's feet. With a loud bang, directly exploded Luna's head. Dizziness, eyes bleary, the whole person fell to the ground in a state of disarray. A buzzing in the ears. Even the guns in his hands were shaken out. At this point in time, she felt only a blurring of vision before her eyes, and though she was already doing her best to try to get up but the whole body couldn't exert any strength at all. How? Luna struggled desperately until the vision in front of him became clearer and he finally regained his mobility. A blackened muzzle of a gun had been pressed against the head. Time seems to stand still. That teammate just felt like his brain went blank. Shivering in the face of the gun, he spoke. Please, don't kill me. You can have all the equipment I have on me. Don't shoot. Don't ever shoot. Please let me go. The corner of Lee Changyuan's mouth hooked up in a teasing smile. Your outfit? As if those same are mine after I kill you, right? Collapsed on the ground. Willow was completely devoid of the self-confidence and spiritedness that had characterized her at the start of the fight. In a voice filled with humility, he prayed, Big brother, spare us. You can have all the equipment we have on us, and we'll even do your bidding in a minute. We'll go wherever you tell us to go. Seeing that Lee Changyuan was slow to make a move, the other bee doctor, who also seemed to see hope for survival, hurriedly followed and chimed in. Yeah. From now on we are at the mercy of Big Brother, and no matter what we are told to do, we absolutely have no second thoughts. Lee Changyuan smiled and said, whatever you do, right? Yes, do whatever. Wei Long and the bee doctor, without the slightest hesitation, nodded frantically. Lee Changyuan said with a wry smile, in that case, you guys can go to hell. Having said that, just pull the trigger. Only 2 shots were heard. Killed Zhu Qingbing, killed Wu Lei. Willow and the bee doctor fell to the ground in response, watching her teammates turn into boxes in front of her eyes. The only remaining female member of the group turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His body was shaking from excessive fear, but she clearly didn't want to, and led the box on that. Going forward and hugging Lee Changyuan's thigh, he cried and begged, please don't kill me. I'm not like them. I'm female, I'm no threat to you. And, Luna gritted her teeth, as if she'd given up her life, followed closely by the words, and I'm in great shape. I can do anything. If you don't believe me you can check it out right now. Yoo-hoo. So outspoken? Lee Changyuan was a bit surprised and showed an unsuspecting look. In that case, you're confident in your figure now? Luna hastily straightened her upper body, selling her figure. Lee Changyuan was not polite either. Straight up. You don't say. It's really good. In order to be able to survive, that female member simply took off her body armor and volunteered to come up. The next second, however, she then saw Lee Changyuan raise his weapon and turn the gun on himself. Bang! A gunshot. Luna, who had taken off her helmet and body armor, fell straight to the ground. Killed Wang Tong. Exterminating team. Lee Changyuan sneered. You really think I can't see it if you secretly pull out your dagger, don't you? Sorry, old man has perspective. When fully loaded, with an unstoppable smile, Lee Changyuan crouched down and reached the sinful hand of greed to Luna's body. Don't get me wrong, Lee Changyuan doesn't have any special hobbies, just trying to lick the bag. Chapter 12, Saeed. Almost. 3 poor bastards with nothing in their backpacks. It's like they've only just entered the map. I don't think they've started searching for anything yet. I'll pass on the tertiary armor, but I can fit it in if I have a weapon. 3 men. 3 M4A1S with even more identical modifications. Obviously, it's all from the newbie tutorial, with the weapons brought out. 3 weapons, 1 in the sidearm bar, the other 2 in the backpack. It instantly fills up the entire backpack. Lee Changyuan said breathlessly, if I had known, I should have bought a level 5 pack into the map. Inside the game, I'm used to carrying a 3-stage bag. For a while, Li Changyuan hadn't adapted. Put in the old days of playing the game. No matter what map you played, normal or classified. It doesn't matter how many levels are set in. Li Changyuan is thundering a 3-level pack. Chest hangers are even more of a no-brainer. In the words of Li Changyuan, if you can kill someone, just grab the other guy's chest rig and backpack. And if you get killed, it also reduces losses. This theory, however, would clearly not be appropriate in the present. After searching the equipment on the 3, Li Changyuan went back to the bodies of the surrounding machines and searched them briefly. Only, this is a normal difficulty map. After all, there's no way to expect, at all, anything good to come out of Kijou. Another stroll through the barracks. After finding nothing of value, Li Changyuan then ran towards the administration building. Someone's coming. Stop hiding. I see you. Want to run? No way. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Bang! A backhanded shot takes out a Jigo. Li Changyuan skimmed his mouth. Run a hammer a run. How come Machine's lines have changed? Though he didn't remember much of Machine's lines from the game, Li Changyuan was certain that, definitely not the one just now. Kijou, who fell to the ground at the sound of his voice, in the twinkling of an eye, turned right into an urn. Li Changyuan didn't even bother to look at it and continued to run wildly toward the administration building. A nitrous jet every now and then along the way. Not much longer. The site outside the west wing of the administration building came into view. Glancing at it from a distance, realizing that there were no other players in the west wing, after Li Changyuan smoothly disposed of the 2 Jigos at the construction site, he entered the building from the side. Entering the building, glancing at the locker of items not far from then down the stairs and up to the 2nd floor. However, a haunting soundtrack, suddenly ringing in the ears, the horrible suffocating feeling of it made Li Changyuan break out in a cold sweat. Li Changyuan, who fought the dam every day, couldn't be more familiar with the sound. This nigga, there's actually a boss? As we all know, in Operation Delta, there's a triathlon. 1. Pair of guns to death race. 2. Knife death race. 3. Standing on the bridge and sniping at jail tie. How hard the last 2 were, Li Changyun wasn't really sure, but on Saeed, that's a lot of suffering. Wearing 4 sets, 5 sets even. It doesn't matter if you can throw smoke bombs or incendiary bombs, but to come up here and just lock up is a bit much, isn't it? For a while, Li Changyuan turned right around when he heard Saeed's background music. At this point, standing on the stairs inside the side door of the west wing, Li Changyuan was hesitating to go in. There's boss. It means the administration building hasn't been searched yet, but accordingly, the danger is also great. And, Li Changyuan is more concerned about the Saeed here. Will it be able to just headlock as well as the game Saeed? While hesitating, suddenly, a black and red figure appeared in Li Changyuan's field of vision. A hideous voice exploded in his ears immediately after. Guess where I am? I'm all around you. Don't try to find my trail. Mud. Li Changyuan cursed and turned around to go out. It was just that Saeed's speed was clearly beyond Li Changyuan's expectations. He had just come into view, and in the twinkling of an eye he was running down the corridor on the 2nd floor of the west building, followed by a rolled eyeball looking to punch in the face. Where did Li Changyuan dare to dilly-dally? Backhandedly, he threw 2 C4s into the corner of the stairs and proceeded to run backwards. You're running out of time to play hide-and-seek. C4 didn't let Saeed slow his pace, charging straight out of the corner, hard against the damage of the blast. Taking advantage of perspective, Li Changyuan was looking to land a couple of early shots. His own side had just pulled the trigger and hadn't even fired a few rounds. Rolling up to his feet, Saeed, Li Changyuan didn't even see his opponent raise his hand in action. The M249 in his hand had fired a series of bullets. ***. Looking at the rapidly falling blood bar, Li Changyuan's face suddenly changed and he hurriedly retracted his body. This nigga still playing lockup here? You can't afford to play, can you? Looking at the bottom of the blood bar, where did Li Changyuan dare to linger in the building? Turning and running down the stairs, he tried to run out the side door he had come through. At this point, Saeed's voice reached his ears again. Do you really think you can hide? I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. The bullets from the M249 left dense bullet holes in the wall. Li Changyuan had absolutely no idea of turning around and shooting, and directly rushed out of the building with a nitrogen jet. But he didn't slow down in the slightest. It was a relief to run all the way inside the construction site outside the west building. At this time, it took him a moment to see that he only had 13 drops of blood left in his blood bar. The durability of the bulletproof helmet, moreover, had gone to 0. Almost. Nima almost accounted for it here. At this point in time, Li Changyuan felt that his entire body's clothes were already wet with cold sweat. The hand that punched the medicine bag, it was even trembling non-stop. Stunned, He turned his head in the direction of the administration building and it was a relief to see Saeed back inside the building. Full of blood pills, Lee Chanyuan was paralyzed on the ground, constantly panting heavily, wandering back and forth over the ghostly gate, just half a foot away from stepping in. This experience, Lee Chanyuan really didn't want to experience it again. At this time, Lee Chanyuan's interest in bringing teammates to this idea peaked. So it looks like you have to bring a teammate, otherwise the margin for error is too low. In the beginning, Lee Chanyuan can be said to have absolutely no idea how to carry his teammates. After all, in his opinion, you can turn on the perspective yourself. No fear of other players at all. Instead, teammates exist and have to steal resources from themselves to search. But now it seems that the presence of teammates still does more good than harm. After all, taking more supplies was far less precious than a small life. The point is, alone, there is absolutely no room for error. Primarily, in this map, not only do other players exist, but Saeed as well. Perspective can be said to have little to no advantage when facing a jailbait race. He himself could have just made one mistake, and he could have been handed over in there. And take a step back, even against other players. Can anyone guarantee that they will never make a mistake in their life? Or rather, what if there exists someone on the opposite side of the room with a particularly high level of skill? Like soldiers, mercenaries, they've been through training, actual combat. In the present environment, it is absolutely like a fish out of water in comparison to ordinary people and has a very big advantage. These people, again, were extremely dangerous to the current Lee Chanyuan. This one's a new book, and while it carries its own traffic as a homo, the ratio of the various stats that it's going to be a lot better than the last book. It still feels like I can't grasp it at all because it's my first time writing metaphysics. Chapter 13, The Snipe and the Fisherman. Previous chapter completed. Helmets busted. Too bad I didn't bring my armor repair kit. I'll still have to bring it later. As for teammates, Lee Chanyuan let out a bitter smile. It's really the first time I felt how heartfelt it is to have a teammate. At least, if you fall to the ground yourself, you have something to look forward to and don't just cool off. The choice of teammates, though, is really a bit of a headache. While making up his mind, get in the back and find a regular teammate. But Lee Chanyuan certainly couldn't just find anyone. At least, teammates can dare to go up and help themselves up when they're down, instead of leaving yourself behind and just running away. Likewise, Lee Chanyuan would definitely also try, as much as possible, to keep his teammates safe. If this is a game, then a solo triple platoon situation where the dead are dead. Big deal is losing some gear. But this isn't a game, it's reality. If you die here, you're really dead. There was no way that Lee Chanyuan would continue to enter the map solo without tolerating mistakes. Unless it says, one can unlock the locked blood hang, or rather, it would also have to be a through-the-wall, self-aiming type of feature that could have a very big advantage. With perspective alone, the advantages aren't really as great as one might think. In particular, in a situation where there is a huge difference in level between the two sides, having perspective may not be enough to beat the other side. Phew, stand up, take a long breath. It calmed the tension that had just set in. Glancing back, he realized that there was no longer any sign of Saeed in his vision. Just as Lee Chanyuan hesitated to return to there were sudden gunshots from the direction of the east building. Someone's coming into the building. A frown. Lee Chanyuan immediately ran towards the administration building, re-entered through the side door, searched the second floor briefly, and from the server in the pull-out room, took a small purple. With that, he slowly felt his way forward. In the ear, every now and then, there's the sound of gunfire. Said soundtrack is intermittent. Lee Chanyuan looked around with a wary gaze, watching Saeed's figure through his perspective. Suddenly, Lee Chanyuan froze for a moment. Only in the field of vision, two fallen men appeared, and beside them a man was dosing. And the Saeed soundtrack seems to have disappeared for a while. Jin Sai is dead? And by the looks of it looks like the pair of players took care of it. Lee Changyuan's heart was ecstatic, and he didn't bother to take a quiet step, directly running towards the player who was drugging. Running, and the eyes are constantly looking around. It wasn't until he saw Saeed's box that this completely dropped his guard. Rescue? Eat you. Seeing that it was about the right distance, he took a direct shot of the Tiger crouch cannon in the direction of the puller. Boom! A huge boom. The bombing made the only remaining player dizzy and blinded by the whole man fell to the ground in a state of disarray. Lee Changyun ran straight through it in obedience to, please, let go. When the other party didn't even finish his plea for mercy, he was directly killed with a bang sound and a single shot. Killed Wang Xin, exterminating team. Man, I appreciate you guys helping me out with Saeed, and to repay you, just send you out of this dangerous world. After a sigh of relief, with tears in his eyes, Li Chuanyuan began to lick the bag. 3 more backpacks. Another 3 M4A1s with the same accessories. No way. Almost everyone, at this stage, is entering the map with this gun. Most of the head armor on his body is also a level 3 set. However, compared to the group that was exterminated at the barracks, this group was significantly fatter. Asala Specialty Wineglasses. Value, 63, 296. Shiny Pirate Gold Coin. Value, 58,234. Military Explosives. Value, 135. 122. 3 gold. Gorgeous. As he watched the backpack protagonist being filled with golden supplies, the curve of Li Chuanyuan's mouth curved up more and more. When he searched the third box and saw the items inside, even more, a mouthful of ** came right out of his mouth. Fuel cell. Value, 389. 546. Where did these people come from? Searching for so much gold. The bag won't fit. Helplessly, Li Chuanyuan could only start organizing his backpack. From a box, he snatched his opponent's level 4 bag right out of the box, and then began to organize his belongings. In the interim, eyes from time to time. Just look around to make sure you don't get snuck up on. When all 3 boxes were licked, the proceeds of this round came to $1,200,000. Among them, in addition to the gold items, Li Chuanyuan also unloaded all of their weapons, the valuable accessories as well. The snipe is still comfortable being a fisherman. Finally, eyes to Saeed's box. Samurai Bulletproof Undershirt. Value 78, 255. Level 4 armor. It's lost a lot of durability, but I'll take it begrudgingly. M249. I'm not taking the gun, but I'm leaving the bullets in it. Class 4 ammo is still worth something. Put your body armor on, and then unloaded the bullets. As for the backpack, rather nothing of value. After everything was packed up, a quick glance at the clock showed that there were close to 2 hours before the evacuation. There's still plenty of time. Enough for me to search the place and just pull the plug and withdraw at the end. That's better than inside the game. At least there's plenty of time to search for stuff. But the maps have also gotten a lot bigger, and running them takes a lot of time. Proceed to start searching for supplies. First and foremost, naturally, it's insurance-free. The inning was insurance-free and refreshed on the balcony. Quickly confirm the combination according to the scrolling of the numbers and the safe then opens. Asala Specialty Wineglasses. Value, 63, 296. Asala Specialty Wineglasses. Value, 63, 296. 2 more little gold cups. How willing are you to drink? Jailbait? And, if you're such a drinker, why don't you keep a champagne in the safe? 2 small gold entries. Li Chuanyuan turned and ran into the manager's office. Unlike exemptions where the location of the refreshes change each game, a small safe is fixed in the manager's office. Don't look at the addition of the word small in there, but it'll brush up on a lot of good stuff just the same. And Li Chuanyuan was in it, and searched for a bust of Claudius, and while having a 6-compartment safety box, it directly transforms into a fearless warrior. The so-called fearless warrior is a tease for gamers. That is, when a player searches for an item of very high value and stuffs it into a safety deposit box, wouldn't have cared about dying in the inning, and would have just pounded away. Correspondingly, if the big red that was searched doesn't fit in the safe, just like the main battle tank model and the Mandel supercomputing unit, such 3x3 items, if you haven't done the quests for the 3x3 safety deposit box, instantly, they become war-shy lizards, full of thoughts of evacuation. Chapter 14, Military Artillery Shells. 3 million evacuation. Dancing Lady Charm. Value, 10. 792. Ancient Pirate Telescope. Value, 135. 122. It's you two again. I see you guys every day at the dam. You guys are really looking for the camera. Looking at the items inside the small insurance, Li Chuanyuan couldn't help but smile. Just these 2 blue items. With the addition of the rhino horn, that really is the favorite thing to come out of the dam. And I'm afraid it's not even one of them. Casually glancing at the suitcase in the room. There's nothing to find out. Turning to head to the other side of the hallway, where there's another computer. Unlocking the code also opens the secret door on the side. However, in the normal difficulty dam map, Li Chuanyuan had never seen a single good thing. Turn back. Li Chuanyuan intends to go down to the first floor. In the first floor of the east building, there's a lot of clothes. Inside, no less out of the room card. At this point in time, the 2 room cards Li Chuanyuan would most like to have. One for the manager's office in the east building. The other one shows the technical room of the substation. The rooms unlocked by these 2 cards are also 2 of the fattest places in the dam. Each card is priced at $2 million or more. Unfortunately, this game, obviously no such luck. However, Li Chunyuan felt that with billions of people around the world, there would definitely be a lucky person who would open a room card. But the price, to begin with, will certainly be high. A brief search. By this time, the evacuation was only an hour out. Li Chunyuan intended to return to the west building and pull the plug and evacuate directly after searching the first floor. As for the substation, because the team in front of him was a bit fat, Li Chunyuan felt that they should have finished searching the substation, or even the visitors center before coming over. Just when Li Chunyuan, from the middle of the two buildings, having penetrated to the west wing, and having opened the door, and looking at the three urns neatly arranged before him, froze on the spot. Holy, a team, whole? This was killed by junk race, wasn't it? After all, from the moment he entered the building himself, just never saw these three, so there was only one explanation, and that was that they had gone upstairs first before they came in themselves, and then there was no more. TSK, how pathetic. That's seconds. A heartfelt second of silence for this team. It was then with heavy and broken hearts that they began to organize their relics. 3 more M4A1S. Don't you have any other guns? It won't fit. So let's just remove the parts. After the search, in addition to weapons accessories, there were no items of value. Obviously, they had also just entered the map, and before they had a chance to search for anything, they were seconded by said. Li Chunyuan guessed that they should have been born in the first position of the east building, but due to the unfamiliarity of the map, so it came in from the west around, then came in from the front to meet said, and were all killed in the corridor. Opened the door to the room off the hallway. Inside stood a server quietly. After opening it and taking a look at it, turn your head and head for the opposite room. Seeing the item on the desktop, Li Chunyuan smiled. Level 4 chest hangings? Not bad, not bad. Looking at the proceeds of this council, it has come to over 1,700,000. With numbers like that, it's definitely considered a moneymaker in Dam Zero. It's time to evacuate. Looking at the full backpack, Li Chunyuan ran to the second floor and pulled down the gate. With that, the commander's voice rang in his ears. Attention! Someone activated the dam's industrial elevator, but can now evacuate through the elevator entrance inside the dam. Open the map. Exit points marked. Upon seeing the time required to wait, Li Chunyuan immediately spat out. Is there any mistake? It's going to be a 15-minute wait? It's not like we're waiting for someone to block the evacuation point. Game. Usually after pulling down the gate at the evacuation point, there will be a few minutes of evacuation waiting time for all of them. But Li Chunyuan didn't expect that the time needed to wait here would be so long. It's been a bit long and there's nothing to do in there now. Why don't we check out the back containers first? The east side of the administration building, and the containers behind it, totaling 3 air tanks. On top of that there are a few bird eggs scattered about, all of which are worth searching for as a supply point. Li Chunyuan hasn't been idle, either. With his backpack on, he ran for the airbox. Airbox on the east side of the administration building. 1 angle grinder, 2 keyboards, junk, container east airbox, 1 gas can, 1 spray paint, junk, container west side airbox, 1 fluoride toothpaste, 1 precision tool, 1 Newsweek, junk. After 3 consecutive air tank searches, not a single one worth a damn. Li Chunyuan, who was already tired and out of breath because of his continuous running, couldn't help but spit out a few words. Just when he turned around, after looking at the interior of the container behind him, suddenly it froze. Only a shell-like object was seen lying silently on the iron frame. It's cannonball? Naya, out of the big red. Military shells, value 1497584. The moment you see the item clearly, Li Chunyuan almost jumped up in excitement. A heart. It was even more indisputably thumping wildly. It's only the second inning and Big Red is already out? Because the backpack had long been stuffed to the brim, Li Chunyuan had no choice but to hurriedly clean it. In the blink of an eye, a small purple was thrown out in disgust. That sinking feeling when a shell is held in your hand. It made Li Chunyuan feel incredibly solid inside. Yes, tearing his voice out, he yelled at the top of his lungs, especially when he saw that the value of the resources acquired by this council had reached $3 million. I wanted to sing Baya Be Cool on the spot. Now, Li Chunyuan, who was running again, instantly felt that he was not tired and his legs were not sore anymore. It's like doping, running into the elevator evacuation exit almost in one breath. Subsequently, a pair of penetrating eyes, glaring as dead as copper bells, stared around to see if anyone was close. Fortunately, until the wait time reaches 0, none of the others appeared. In a typical chart, there will be about 5 to 6 teams. The barracks exterminated 1 team, and the administration building exterminated 2 teams. Li Chunyuan simply did the math. There should be at most 1 or 2 teams left in the entire map, and it's questionable if that team is still alive. With the end of the evacuation time, behind them, the elevator doors slowly opened. Take the elevator. Li Chuanyuan arrived directly at the roof of the building. Then, when prompted, jump right into the water and evacuate in a boat. Successful evacuation. Dam 0, General, Council Harvest, 308-7911. Kills, 4. Chapter 15, the calculator jumped in my face. Back at the Secret Service. The corners of Li Chuanyuan's mouth, already hung with a smile that AK couldn't even suppress. No way. 3 million fat evacuations should look like this to anyone else. Open the trade line. Shelve all unneeded items. As for the military shells, they should definitely stay. Let's not talk about that. That reddish color just looks pleasing to the eye, and the point is that later on, it can also be used to redeem G.T.I. item boxes in Operation Delta, or rather, inside this kind of touchy-feely game. The issue of warehouse capacity has always been a problem for all players. The main thing is that all kinds of weapons and equipment, as well as those high-value materials, are going to take up a lot of grids, especially as assets grow. The capacity of the warehouse, at a later stage, is simply not enough, so, then you need various types of item boxes. For example, weapon boxes, material boxes, ammo boxes, medical boxes, etc. are used to store such resources, but then, there are not enough warehouses and they only exist in the game. At least, in the world at hand, Li Chuanyuan didn't think that there would be a situation where resources would be stuffed in a warehouse, at least not up front, unless one waits for the later stages, the high level of strength that, and the general population only after there is a large gap between the rich and the poor. From the Secret Service, in the square, there are people everywhere, but most people are limited to the strolling stage, and those who are actually willing to spend money are ultimately in the minority. Li Chuanyuan glanced at his Hafu coins, currently with many more items still on the shelves. It's also close to 2 million. Looks like it's time to swing for the fences, but first we definitely need a high-level set of equipment, or else a level 3 set just won't be enough. I was just screwed over by the old plug and almost reported to the Ghost Gate. Come to think of it, Li Chuanyuan opened the trading line directly. Originally, he had thought that there should be no level 5 sets for sale at this stage, but he didn't expect that after searching. I can't believe it's still there. It's the price. It's a bit of a ripoff. A damaged bulletproof vest actually costs over $900,000. As for the helmet, it's slightly cheaper, but it's still $600,000 to $700,000. This nigga, all black merchants? It's so much more expensive than in the game. Spitting is spitting. Li Chuanyuan also knows that at this stage, the market is a total of these. The price will certainly be higher than the market price. As for the quartermaster's office, it can be purchased or manufactured, but it requires a lot of quests that, only then will you be able to unlock the appropriate features. Considering it left and right for a moment, Li Chuanyuan didn't choose to save money after all. If you don't bring it with you in life, if you don't spend it now, do you save it for the next life? The imperative. Definitely arm yourself first. Let the losses you took in the last hand not be repeated. Li Chuanyuan didn't want to experience the feeling of being jail-plugged for seconds. After picking through the trading houses for a while, ended up buying 2 good value for money level 5 heads and level 5 armor. As for the chest mounts, I didn't see a level 5, so I backed out and got a level 4 chest mount with the highest capacity. As for the backpack, no explanation needed. Must be a level 5 pack with a full 30 compartments. After all, it's about how much value you can bring out of your resources, and it has to be the whole maximum. The only thing that makes Li Chuanyuan feel sorry for is that there are no grade 6 sets for sale on the market yet. Otherwise the highs and lows have to be all over the place. An operation. $2 million in half coins. In addition to the level 5 set, some more medicine was purchased. Looking at the empty warehouse, Li Chuanyuan laughed bitterly. Once returned to the pre-liberation awe, but the half coins are less, but the total assets haven't changed. Li Chuanyuan felt that he might have a chance to go up on the wealth list tomorrow, but it's only the second day. 1 month. In total, you can enter the map 30 times. Not to say that the assets are over $100 million. At least the big tens of millions of dollars is certainly no problem. He didn't believe that tens of millions of dollars in assets couldn't make it to the top, unless it says, a real Europa, out of several diamonds. After the whole thing, looking at the warehouse interface, dressed in a 5th grade suit of his own, suddenly, Li Chuanyuan frowned. Mainly, he himself was now left with $27,000, and would not be able to sleep in the bath center tonight. Missed the point. Should have saved some of that. It's getting dark. Li Chuanyuan, Who didn't have many halves and couldn't afford to sell military artillery shells? It has been reduced to having to eat boxed lunches. No way. The safe zone, although with half coins, you can buy any item, but the prices are also high. But betting, there was no saving on that front. Bought a new futon, sheets and comforter, or else that humble plank bed. There is really no way to sleep. Lying in bed, Lee Chang-yuan, who has nothing to do, just peep the screen in the chat channel and bubble up every now and then. It's like a cluster of water. Always a lot of fun to read in there. Guys, I literally threw up when I got into the map today, and there was a teammate who didn't say a word in the opening round. He ran straight for the safe, and when he was killed, he yelled at me to hurry up and save him. And here comes the nastiest part. I pulled him up after a 1-2-3 wipeout, only for him to turn his head and go searching for something without even a thank you, and then finally evacuate and look at it. That forced $1 million evacuation, and I only have 200,000 or so. I met my teammate today too, and I don't know if I've never seen a woman in my life. We had knocked down 2 people from the opposite side of the street, and we ended up with a woman. And then the woman's clothes came off. Hooked up 2 teammates directly on my side. Those 2s were doing their business. Got backstabbed by the female, and I saw that things weren't looking good. Direct evacuation of this ran out. Don't talk about it. I got screwed over by my teammates too. After we got into the administration building, we started moping around searching. In the back I heard someone coming, so I rushed to alert the result is still there searching. The most disgusting thing is that people are in the face of the. I actually got down on the ground and searched for octopus, only to get killed and scolded for why I didn't take cover. I literally threw up on myself. But there's good news. He should have been reincarnated by now. Ha ha. Seriously, when you meet a good teammate you play comfortably, but if you meet a garbage teammate, that was really hard. I feel like it's best to get a regular teammate, the kind you can give your back to. Indeed, after all, lives are at stake, and it is essential to have a reliable and trustworthy teammate. Today I went into the administration building and got directly seconded by a boss, and my teammates risked their lives to save me. Boss, there's this thing in this map? It should be randomly swiped. I didn't encounter it in the last game either, but I ended up meeting it in the administration building in this game. 2 of my teammates were straight up seconded, and I ran out of there in silk blood. Ha ha. I was the last one to walk slowly to the administration building today. I was thinking of searching for some leftovers, but it turned out that there were 6 urns inside neatly divided between the 3 of us, and we were evacuated directly for more than $1 million. It's just one word. Awesome. Cool. You can be as cool as me? My sister was a mercenary in the Rooster Kingdom. After entering the map it's just a crunchy mess of kills, and I follow along behind all the way to lick and be done with it. Comfortable as hell. Asterisk asterisk it seems true that the kind of people who come from the military, mercenary, it really is cool to be here. Brother-in-law ask, is your sister pretty? Good lord. This abacus is crashing down on my face. There's nothing wrong with taking a soldier's wife and just laying down. In the chat channel, no matter what time it is, it was all very hilarious. In particular, I don't know who it was, when he said something about his sister being beautiful and valiant. It's even more of a buzz. Chapter 16 Forums, Raiders Post, Request for Groups Post. The whole chat channel. The buzz is extraordinary. Message after message flew by. Quite a few people, on top of that, are telling what happened to them after they entered the map. Some of them beautifully recount their process of getting out of the red, gold. Some were frantically trolling the teammates they had encountered. Some had never even entered the map today, and then kept asking for survival tips in the chat channel. What surprised Lee Chang-yuan the most? Now it's only the 2nd day since the crossing. I can't believe someone just posted a how-to already. Unlike some of the middle, the chat window is located in the lower left corner of the interface, and the beacon zone and total war chats are all together. The chat channel here is not only a separate interface, but also a forum that any post can be made on it. Even more so, posted in. You can also set a price and ask others to pay to read it. When Lee Chang-yuan came in just now, he noticed the post with the first number of likes. The price is 1,000 havoc. It's not that expensive. Looking at my balance, it was just enough. There was no way to buy anything else with that left, so I just clicked right in. 0 damn shipping points and practical skills. All dry goods. It can help to greatly increase the chances of a safe evacuation. First of all, let me introduce myself. I, Lee Hongwang, served in the army for 7 years. It's also been 5 or 6 years since I was currently discharged. Yesterday and today, I teamed up with my former comrades to go into the map, having searched, so to speak, almost the whole map, and having at the same time inquired of the other combatants, and compiled the intelligence which he had learned. I hope it helps. First of all, the supply points. as I'm sure you've noticed, on the map upon entering the map. It will show some high-value resource points, the fattest of which are undoubtedly the 2 safes, one of which will be regularly refreshed in the administration building. The other is randomly refreshed at barracks, cement factory, substation, and visitor center. In addition to that, there are computers that mark up but so far I haven't seen anyone out of red items. In addition to the above 2, then the server, eyes on the post, keep sweeping through. Have to say, the resource sites recounted above are fairly detailed. There's a lot left out, but considering the other guy's only been down the chart twice, a lot of it is also learned from other people, so there are inevitably omissions, but overall, at the very least, Dam Zero's high-value material points are spoken for in reverse. As far as bird eggs, manhole covers, cement trucks, and all those, often overlooked, points of. On the other hand, there is not the slightest mention of it. Li Changyuan felt that this was normal. Whoever goes into the chart for the first time can know that these places will ship as well. And locations like bird eggs are often hidden in corners. It's impossible to spot without looking hard. As for the second half of the post, instead, it's about some survival techniques, but read the whole thing. The main point is just one thing, and that is steady, never recklessly boring straight ahead. On this point, Li Changyuan also agrees. If he didn't have perspective, then he would be directly transformed into a rat. Don't see yourself getting up if you're absolutely on your back the whole time. As for searching for resources, what administration building? What substation? The wilderness is the safe home, but alas, we have perspective. After reading the tips post, Li Changyuan glanced down at the comment section. No doubt about it. All of it is about thanking the owners and such. However, it seemed that someone had seen a similar business opportunity, and when Li Changyuan returned to the main interface of the forums, found a lot more how-to posts. For all this, Li Changyuan had no interest. Joke. In terms of understanding, Li Changyuan really dares to say that looking around the world, no one knows more about Dam Zero than himself. Includes a couple of pictures in the back. It was better than these guys, even though they weren't that familiar with it themselves yet. Scroll through the forums again. Li Changyuan found that, in addition to the strategy posting, the group posting is not a few. Lots of people posting on it, trying to find a reliable teammate. Don't run away if something happens. Voldemort begs for a group, and instead of going into a resource site, he just searches the wilderness for supplies. My sister is 23 years old. She's white and pretty. She's beautiful and has a sweet voice. Can any soldier take my sister? My sister is obedient and capable of anything. Priority will be given to active combatants who have served for more than 5 years and have practical experience. The twin sisters want a strong brother to take us. Overseas worked as a mercenary. 29 kills in the Goose Dance War. Seeking a strong teammate. Ordinary people self-improvement second class 1. Into the map the whole time as a rat. Acute do not come. For the post asking for a group, Li Changyuan looked around. Discovery. The posts are grouped into 3 main categories. The first, it's all about some active or retired military, and some overseas mercenaries seeking groups. After all, it must be the safest way for them to be strong. The second, on the other hand, there are women of good words who want to trade on their face value for the protection of others. The third, perhaps it is the average person, who represents the vast majority of the population percentage. These people are just running to be Voldemort or rats. Looked around. Changyuan Li did not post a thread, while trying to find a reliable teammate myself, but he felt that what you find on forums is not always reliable. People's hearts are not the same as their stomachs. Who knows what the other side is like? Game. Getting screwed over once is nothing more than losing some gear. There's no do-over here. In the chat channel, constantly killing time. When Li Changyuan felt sleepy, he unconsciously closed his eyes. The next day, the time had come to the 3rd day after the crossing. Looking at the chat channel, many people are already clamoring to get into the map again. Li Changyuan is in no hurry. Looking at the time, it's after 10 o'clock. He was going to wait until the list was refreshed at noon to see if he had made it to the top before heading to the dam. Time flies, especially when lying in bed. Without realizing it, it was 12 o'clock sharp. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the rankings on the list changed. Fortune list. 1. Xiao Yilin, Kyushu, 1785W. 2. Booming, Merseyside, 1379W. 3. Yumegawa Ichiko, Kodekuni, 544W. 4. Ivan, Woolly Bear Country, 542W. 5. Park Ji-yun, Cosmopolitan, 514W. 6. Terry Payne, Gaul, 499W. 7. Ziz Elsad, Oil States, 490W. 8. Rank Perez, Maple Leafs, 481W. 9. Zhang Yibai, Kyushu, 462W. 10. Gordy Morik, Sunset State, 457W. 98. Misato Achinos, Kodekuni, 371W. 99. Lin Shiyu, Kyushu Country, 363W. 100. Li Sanyuan, Kyushu, 355W. Chapter 17. Yan's map is a bit short. Just like yesterday, the pinnacle list was already empty. Nothing. Instead, there are many names disappearing from the wealth list and many names going up at the same time. There are some, those who have been on the list since yesterday. The assets behind their names have also changed. However, what surprised Li Luanyuan was, Ram, who was ranked number 1 yesterday with 16 million, actually disappeared from the list. One day, spending all $10 million is obviously impossible. Even if you purchase weaponry, it will be counted as an asset. Li Chuanyuan felt that this person should have entered the map and failed to evacuate successfully. In other words, cool, but Ram's disappearance. Yet another person with millions of dollars in assets. Needless to say, definitely out of diamonds. It can't be that it's a bit of a ripoff to be inside a dam and have 6 or 7 big reds in a row. I scrolled down the list. At 22nd place, Li Chuanyuan saw his name. 22. Li Chuanyuan, Kyushu, 422W. Seeing your name on the list, obviously a pleasurable thing to do. However, Li Chuanyuan is more concerned. It's a month later. What rewards you can get for yourself? It would be better to send a Lu Tao. Ah shucks. It's send a 6-pack. That way you can basically do whatever you want when you're in the picture yourself. In the meantime, on the other side, Xinshan was dressed in a cool nightgown, curled up in the quilt. The mind was constantly weighing whether or not to enter the map today. Yesterday, she fell into the picture, and can't argue with your best friend. Into the picture with Yananya Lu and her friends. The process, however, can be described as a series of twists and turns. That friend of Yan Yan's, who said she grew up in a pretty country. Day in and day out it's all about working with weapons and ammo, and the shooting is out of this world. Perhaps it was also because she believed this that Yanran Lu was willing to team up with him. The result, however, is that the squad was born in a cement factory, and it just so happened that there was another exemption from insurance there. Yanran Lu led the way straight inside. Results, ran into another pair head-on. Yanran Lu was directly seconded. That male teammate, after 1,000 tugs and pulls, had a hard time knocking down the two, and pulled Yanyan Lu up at the limit, only to be knocked out by the third member of the opposing team in the process of dosing. It would have been this time of year. It's still 2 against 1 on Yanyan Lu's side. It can be said to be completely dominant, but Yanran Lu, because she resented her male teammate for not saving herself in the first place just now, so he directly dragged Xinxian and tried to leave this operation. Straight away that male teammate looked dumbfounded. Finally, it was still Xinxian who gritted her teeth and folded back, directly closed the road with smoke grenades and rescued that team member, which led to a successful evacuation. But because of the rush to evacuate, she brought out just over 30,000 in supplies. And, for saving lives, he also fell out with Yanran Lu. Now, looking at this pitiful balance of herself, Xinxian was completely at a loss as to what to do. Go into the picture. I just went through life and death danger yesterday, and I'm still in a bit of a state of shock. Don't enter the picture. Not enough half money again. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars. How many days can it last? Looking at the forum, the post teaming up together as Voldemort. Xinxian hesitated. Why don't I go as Voldemort too? The big thing is that we've been living in the wilderness, searching a little bit if we can. Well, at least make your rent money back. Hesitation. Seeing the list updated for her, took a look in passing. However, on seeing the 22nd place, it froze straight away. The name, although it's not that familiar, but definitely impressed. After all, that one, following each other all the way, searched almost the entire map. I made a small profit, even though the good stuff wasn't going to be my turn. It's a much more comfortable picture than yesterday's woeful one. Or, clicking on the friend list and looking at the glowing avatar, Xinxian was a little hesitant. Honestly, it's naturally nice to be able to team up with each other, but the problem is that the other side isn't happy about it. This, Xinxian could also understand. After all, I'm afraid no one wants to bring a drag in this environment. From yesterday until now, she also saw that there were many women, who might not be very strong themselves. So the choice was made to team up with the body, including Yan. The reason why that friend teamed up with her, obviously looking at Yanran Lu's body as well. Xinxian, who thought of this, tightening her lips, between his eyes clouded over, he suddenly revealed a bitter smile. Even if I'm willing, others may not be. A long, drawn-out sigh. On the other side, Li Changyuan. At the moment, he was still lying in bed, and didn't feel much surprised at the news he suddenly received. That's one person in the entire friends list. There can't be anyone else but Xinxian. It's okay, it's just a matter of time, replied in a flat tone of voice. But soon, Xinxian's message came again. Can Big Brother tell me what good stuff came out yesterday? Military shells. Read. After replying, Li Changwan sent a screenshot of the shell in passing. Looking at the screenshots in the chat window, don't mention how envious Xinxian was. Besides being envious, she was still envious. In the beginning, she was still a little confused about the exact value of the supplies, but it's been 2 days. Looking at what people always say about the big gold and red, even in the stupid now can distinguish. Looking at the red background of the military artillery shells, Xinxian was skeptical that in the past, women asked for a car, a house and a bride price for marriage, but will they ask for a big red one instead? Perhaps two is a bit of an inappropriate word. Looking at her own situation, Xinxian felt that with the passage of time, the kind of woman who relied only on her face value. I'm afraid I'm in no position to make any demands at all. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Another sigh. Xinxian hesitated for a moment before continuing to type. So envious. I wonder if I have the chance to touch a big red too. Can I ask where the shell came from? Yesterday, after I entered the map with my teammates, I was near the safe at the cement factory. I was expecting to open something good, but then I turned around and met another pair of people after. Xinxian didn't care about Li Changyuan's reply either. Straight up blah blah blah. Main content. Yesterday, naturally. The episode where you risk your own life to pull a teammate despite your best friend's objections. She knows. It was impossible for someone like Li Changyuan to bring a drag into the figure. On the contrary, if one can show value, maybe there really is a chance for a group. Though gunplay-wise, one might not really be able to, but when a teammate goes down, at least they actually have the guts to go up and pull someone. Especially if you choose the B doctor. 2 smoke bombs thrown down. You can pull someone up before the smoke dissipates. Opposite. In the beginning, Li Changyuan only thought that Xinxian was simply congratulating. Until, he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Xinxian recounting what happened yesterday when he entered the map. By this time, how could he not understand Xinxian's meaning? That's a figure of speech. This yen map of yours is a bit short. P.S. Thanks for the boss's reward. Mouse was moved to tears. It's still the first bounty in the book. Thanks to the boss. And thanks to all the readers. Your support is the motivation for Mouse to code. Chapter 18, grouping up to enter the map. Being exiled. That's a figure of speech. This yen map of yours is a bit short. Being poked and prodded. Xinxian slightly blushed. Big brother, can it be? I'm very obedient. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. And I just have to follow you around and take what you don't want. Li Changyuan mulled it over in his mind. As if, it's not impossible. For one thing, it's giving yourself an allowance for error. In case you fall to the ground, there are teammates who can help you up. When the time comes, just have her pick a B doctor and seal the smoke to save the day. It's risky to do so, but it's good insurance. Secondly, taking her with you wouldn't share much of your own supplies. After a moment's consideration, Li Changyuan said, yes, but I have a few requests. Seeing the moments that can be, Xinxian's eyes instantly lit up, and without even thinking, she replied, Big brother you say, what are all the requirements? Li Changyuan replied, first, all the gold and red you put out, you have to give it to me. Second, when the fight breaks out, you don't have to worry about me, just hide yourself. Third, you can't refuse when I ask you to pull the gun line if necessary. 3 conditions. In addition to the second article, the other 2 are completely unequal treaties. The first one is purely and simply exploitation, and the third one, to put it another way, is getting people to die. Game. Pulling a gun cable is indeed a normal operation but in reality, it's all about going out there and drawing bullets. Who else would want to go? When you see these conditions, don't say yes. Xinxian all but wanted to curse. The first one's okay. After all you took me for, it makes sense that the good stuff goes to you. What the hell is number 3? You want me to die? Actually, Li Changyuan didn't mean to add such a disgusting line. It was just that he wanted to have a solution when he faced Saeed. The game might be able to take a knife but the reality is, who dares to take that risk? In that case, might as well do it the dumbest way possible. Have one person draw the bullets while you make up the output from behind. Even if a teammate goes down, you can pull yourself up anyway. Seemingly seeing Xinxian's hesitation, Li Changyuan followed closely and added, you don't have to worry much about the third rule. I won't let you intentionally send yourself to your death. And even if you fall to the ground, I'll still pull you up. Of course, provided you trust me. shell teeth clenched on her red lips. The chest kept rising and falling up and down. The quilt on his body, at some point, had been left beside him as well, revealing much of the scenery. At this point in time, Xinxian's mind was engaged in a heavenly battle. On the one hand, it's humiliating to sign an unequal treaty and be at the mercy of others when you enter the map. On the other hand, there's the trepidation of entering the map by yourself, praying every time that don't fail to pick your teammates. Every step seems to be hovering in front of a ghost gate. Gritting his teeth, a pair of fists were clenched tightly, as if they had made up their minds, hesitating for a long time. Only then did Xinxian reply with a single word, okay. Having said that, it was as if a deflated ball of leather. The whole person was paralyzed on the bed. On the other side, Li Changyuan was also a bit surprised. Originally, they all thought that the other party would not agree, but they did not expect that they could actually agree. Okay then, I'll pull you. Get in the line. Then you pack up and we'll go into the map later. Receiving an invitation. Get in line, Xinxian asked. Just the two of us? Li Changyuan, and what else? Who else do you want to bring? Xinxian, then do I need to prepare something? Li Changyuan, say, do you have money to prepare? Bottom line. Directly to Xinxian, dry silence. Looking at their warehouse, Xinxian was almost in tears. Only a pitiful 90,000 dovish coins remain. There are very few 3-stage rounds left and only 2-stage rounds can be fitted. The body's level 3 body armor, and the durability has been repaired and repaired again and again. There were just under 40 points of durability left now. The helmet is about the same, now with just over 20 durability left after being blown up yesterday. Perhaps, all over, the most valuable thing is that weapon. After sending a screenshot of himself to Li Changyuan, this time, it was Li Changyuan's turn to be silent. It's really a bit pathetic. You can just take a gun into the map. I've got a full durability tier 3 set here. Help you bring it in. Xinxian, thank you, grand old man. Li Changyuan, pack up and gather at the special branch. Xinxian, okay, I'm coming. 10 minutes later, the two met on the tarmac. Li Changyuan threw the tertiary condom in his bag to the ground. Unlike the game, teammates' items are automatically returned to them when they are taken off the map. In here, there is no such provision. Get in the helicopter, or the map Dam 0. It wasn't that Li Changyuan didn't want to fight higher level maps, such as Bakshi or the space base. Nay, the level is now only 3, which does not fulfill the level conditions of the map. Turning off the make-up teammates option. Confirmation of departure. The helicopter's propellers began to spin rapidly, and with a loud roar the helicopter took off and flew toward its destination. Commander G.T.I. 2 began to repeat his lines. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. As the commander opened his mouth, the helicopters have arrived over Dam 0. Meanwhile, the map was also revealed to the duo. Looking at the area born just south of the visitor center and the southernmost part of the map, Li Changyuan laughed bitterly. This is being exiled? Meanwhile, somewhere on the other side of the birthplace, Yanran Lu and two of her teammates also managed to land. One of the teammates, with a pleasing smile, said to Yanran Lu, Yanran, just prepare for $1 million withdrawal. My brother's been out of the army for years, but when he was in the army, he was in the army. Gunnery that is definitely one of the best in existence. Chapter 19, The Wall Breaker. The safe is so far away. Looking at the map, Xinxian inquired, Big brother, where do we go first? Eyes briefly scanning the map, a clear search route had come to mind. It was just that what made Li Changyuan feel a bit surprised was that there was actually a wall breaker mission in this round. To receive this assignment, you'll be able to maneuver a missile to blow up the vault door, then run inside the vault and open the insurance. Here, it can be said to be the place with the highest probability of gold bars in the map Dam 0. There isn't one. Let's not talk about the fact that Li Changyuan has brushed up on the internet that some dog trusts can pick up 3 or 4 in a game. In his own personal experience alone, he had seen his cousin, 4 or 5 innings in a row, pick up gold bars. Beyond that, the safe inside, there is the same probability of high-value items, even including the Star of Africa. Basically, as long as this mission is in the chart, Li Changyuan will always choose to pick it up. Whether or not you do it yourself first, at least after you've claimed it, no one else can do it. The main fight is a detrimental one. Of course, if it's taken over. Blocking the vault is also a normal operation. With his eyes back on the map, Li Chunyuan marked the dots one by one. In order. A brief search of the visitors center, followed by a trip to the substation, after which I claimed the wall breaker quest. We go into administration. And as for the cement factory and the barracks, we'll finally see if it's fat. If the backpacks are full, we won't go. The route is clear. Though, Shen Qian, however, was a bit worried. If we go like this, what if we meet up with the others? Li Chunyuan returned in a light tone. What else can I do? Kill and lick the bag. As the saying goes, a horse can't get fat without night grass, and a man can't get rich without foreign money. That's worth a few bucks without killing people and licking their bags on the dam's resources alone. The corner of Shen Qian's mouth twitched. No, Biggie, is it really okay for you to be so arrogant? Li Chunyuan added again at this point. I'll always tell you in advance when someone's coming. You just go straight to a corner and lie down. Aha. Shen Qian obediently nodded, then followed behind Li Chunyuan. Run towards the visitor center. In the meantime, barracks. A young man with a fairly handsome appearance said with a fawning smile. Yen, come over here and, there's a purple prop, putting the blood pressure meter in the backpack. Look at this blood pressure monitor that occupies 4 but costs just over $30,000. Yen Ran Lu disliked to. Is there any mistake? Can you give me this garbage now? I want gold. I want red. Don't you hear me? The dog-licking youth hurriedly apologized. Yen, I'm sorry. It's not like I've just entered the map. I'll definitely be the first to call you when something good comes out later. Lu Yen hummed arrogantly. That's more or less the same. Okay, don't delay the time. You go ahead and keep searching. Not far away. A portly youth, with a gun raised and looking around warily. After noticing his brother's behavior, he couldn't help but frown, looking at each other's gazes. More than that, he did not hide the color of the delay. Had he known that his brother was such a piece of work, he would never have agreed to take anyone, no matter what he said. It was all agreed that we would enter the map with our comrades so as to maximize the evacuation rate. Later, out of fear for my brother's safety. Just think of 2 with a comrade in arms, 2 with 1. Turns out my brother said he wanted to bring a friend. It ended up with a picture like the one we have now. GS5 handle. Value, 32,685. Spy pen. Value, 21,331. Professional sound card. Value, 32,332. Inside the visitor center, Li Chunyuan carefully searched every room, leaving no corner untouched. After all, who knows? It would be in what part of the world? Cold and swiped red. This time, however, the somewhat bloated Li Chunyuan had begun to dislike the blue items. Even purple items have to look at the price before they go into the backpack. Biggie, aren't you going to take any of these blue items? Shen Qian, who was following behind, looked at the items inside the container and wondered. Li Chunyuan continued his search while replying, take it to take up space. You can take it if you want. Shen Qian, is this the Versailles of the big boys? Overall, there aren't many places to search inside the visitor center, especially when it's just a few minutes back and forth like this when you haven't even swiped the waiver. It's just been turned around. Li Chunyuan didn't stay too long. Greeting Shen Qian, he ran towards the substation, running all the way to the little barracks. The human machine that refreshed here seemed to have heard the footsteps and greeted them instantly. There are footsteps. Who's there? Come out. I see you. The red-masked Asura soldiers, seeing figures in their field of vision, pulled the trigger straight away. Ta-da! Raging fire. It instantly enveloped the Li Chunyuan duo. Helplessly, Li Chunyuan could only duck behind cover first. In fact, when I entered the map yesterday, Li Chunyuan then found out that the strength of the people inside the map is much stronger than inside the novice protectorate. No matter how far away, as long as it's within view, the mannequin will shoot towards itself. Even more so, some of the mannequins, they all hide behind cover. This can make it considerably more difficult to clear a human machine. If one was not careful, if one was surrounded by multiple human machines at the same time, one could even be killed on the spot. It's a waste of effort. After clearing out the mannequins, Li Chunyuan then rushed to the substation. Only, through perspective, he realized that the inside had already been searched and that the team was heading in the direction of the administration building. Only, perspective is only 100 meters at the moment. Soon, the group had then disappeared from view. Looking at Li Chunyuan who froze in place, Shen Qian questioned, Big brother, why did you suddenly stop? Shaking his head, Li Chunyuan replied, the inside was finished being searched. Let's go directly to the mission. Having said that, then he ran straight to the wallbreaker's mission. As for the team, Li Chunyuan didn't hurry to chase after. You can meet them in the administration building anyway. Immediate priority. Definitely claim the task first before someone else does. P.S. Readers, It's not that Mouse is trying to be lazy, but it's really hard on my body today. Yesterday at noon, when I got up from a nap, my throat was particularly sore and then I coughed constantly, but there were no other symptoms at the time, so I went to the drugstore and bought some cough medicine. As a result, by the end of the night, it intensified. Not only did he cough incessantly, but he was also dizzy, lightheaded and weak all over. The coughing was also getting more and more violent. Throat and head. It's like it's going to explode every time I cough. As I lay in bed, I felt even more chesty and had some trouble breathing. It's a little stronger now than it was during the day, but only a little. Seeing as how Mouse is so pathetic. Readers, grandpas, forgive Mouse for this one. Chapter 20, Sneaky Figure. A big shipment. The place where the mission was taken. Located on the southwest side of the administration building, a turret was erected in the open space. After receiving the assignment, first, you have to enter the password into the computer underneath the turret, then activate the missile to blow up the vault door. It's not that difficult. The difficulty of the whole wallbreaker mission, mainly in the fact that the process of driving an insurance policy will always be a constant brush with manpower, so it's extremely cumbersome to do solo. It's best to have more than 2 people. Another difficulty. Naturally, that means there will be people blocking the door, but this point, it wouldn't be a problem for Lee Chan-yuan. Soon, with the password entered, the missile directly shattered the vault door, a violent roar that resounded in the sky. Many people in the administration building, their gazes also looked in the direction from which the explosion came. What's going on? I don't know. It looks like over by the container. Something exploded. What do you say? Should we go check it out? Don't. It's too risky. Wait. It looks like someone pulled the plug. It looks like number 3 pulled it. Why did he pull the gate all of a sudden? No. It looks like he ran out of the building. Almost as soon as the explosion went off, an ear-splitting siren followed. Immediately following, it is the voice of the commander. Attention! Someone activated the dam's industrial elevator. They can now evacuate through the elevator entrance inside the dam. Hear the pulling of the gate. Lee Chan-yuan was also a bit surprised. This early in the morning, someone's pulling the plug? When in doubt, Lee Chan-yuan's gaze stared and locked onto the west side of the administration building. I saw a sneaky figure, coming out of the room where the gate was pulled, and then running quickly to the first floor. Then ran out of the building. Along the way, the figure didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and flying in the direction of where the construction site was. That rush, like the look of trying to evacuate after coming out of Big Red. ***. This one out of the red? Lee Chan-yuan, who had just completed his garrison duty, looked at what was in front of him and a grim smile played at the corners of his mouth. Out of the red and still want to leave? Bloodhounds, activate! After barking at Shen Xian to hide in the bushes, Lee Chan-yuan directly jetted off and chasing towards that figure. Meanwhile, ahead, Li Ji's heart could be described as both excited and nervous. While running wildly along the way, he was even turning back 3 steps at a time, fearing that someone would catch up. No way. After all, with a main battle tank model in his pocket, anyone else would probably look like this. As for pulling the plug, that was naturally a front for Li Ji's desire to attract other people's attention. Seriously, Li Ji himself didn't think that he would be so lucky. Enter the map. Born in the neighborhood of a substation. After a brief search, and after some deliberation, it was decided to head over to the administration building to take a look around. There is some risk in doing so, but people are greedy. However, to their surprise, upon entering the administration building, found it surprising that the place hadn't been searched. Li Ji also did not hesitate to go straight to the exemption. Once he opened the safe, he saw a scene that made his breath catch. A tank, glowing red, came into view. Especially the figure worth more than $2 million was a sight for his blood. But the first time he did, still deadpan, he covered his mouth and didn't show it to his teammates. After all, there's a lot of wickedness in the human heart. Who knows what will happen when you tell your teammates? After a short period of thinking, Li Ji on the one hand turned off his teammates' voices. Meanwhile, he headed for the room in the west wing where the gate was being pulled, intending to use it to attract the attention of the others while he headed straight for the evacuation point. Phew. At full speed. Soon, Li Ji's stamina slot was then depleted. While gasping for air, he moved forward slowly. I don't know why, there was always an inexplicable sense of unease with a pounding heart. Eyes glanced around for a moment and, I can't see a soul. Li Ji frowned. Could it be an illusion? Open the map. Confirming the location of the evacuation point, Li Ji muttered. No way. It's really too dangerous to be strutting around like that. Let's find a bush to regain our strength first. Then we'll be on our way to the evacuation point. Come to think of it, Li Ji immediately dug into the grass on the side of the road and the dense foliage brought him a great sense of security. Take a break. Once the stamina slots had been restored a bit, Li Ji hoofed it and continued to start rushing. Right now, his mind was filled with only one thought, and that was to evacuate as soon as possible. At this point, Li Ji had arrived at the barracks and the cement factory. Halfway between them, watching the stamina tank bottom out again, Li Ji had no choice but to choose to cat on the side of the road and recover his strength. Otherwise, walking slowly down the road, he was really insecure. Back, Li Changyuan is in a hurry. Run with the knife the whole time, and use the skill CD for jetting as soon as it turns up. Finally, looking ahead, it's only 50 or 60 meters away. Figures crouching by the side of the road to regain their strength. The corner of Li Changyuan's mouth curled into a smile. Raise your gun. Aiming. Shooting. Ta-da. Without the slightest thought of conserving bullets, the class 4 rounds went down the muzzle, spraying out in a steady stream. The other side. Almost as soon as Li Changyuan fired the first shot, Li Ji already felt bad about that. He got up at once and tried to escape. Nay, even if he was fast, how could he be faster than a bullet? Just as he got up, his entire body was beaten into a sieve before he fell down again. A blow to the head knocks out Li. Seeing the knockout cue, Li Changyuan walked slowly, revealing an impish smile. Seeing that you ran all the way in a hurry, what's come out good? Li Ji, who had fallen to the ground, had a heart that instantly fell from the top of the mountain to the bottom. Looking at the figure slowly walking behind him, it was more like he didn't even think to directly open his mouth to beg for mercy. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything I have. Please let me go. Expel breath. Li Changyuan teasingly laughed. As if I killed you. Everything you have on you is mine too, right? Having said that, raise the gun. Bang! Just a gunshot. Li Ji fell to the ground in response. Although it didn't turn into a box, Li Changyuan could already lick the bag. When licking packs, the search order for Operation Delta is to start from top to bottom. That is, start your search with the chest mount, then the pockets, and finally the backpack. However, often good things, mostly in a backpack. Especially now, Li Changyuan looked inside his opponent's backpack, and there was a 3x3 undisplayed item that, solely just peel off the backpack and start searching. Asterisk. You're in luck bro. A model tank? Good stuff. Smiled. P.S. Cold is much better today. Last night I kept coughing and couldn't catch my breath when I lay down. Mouse could only sleep sitting up, but she couldn't sleep either, waking up once in a while in a daze. I ended up staying up until after 5 o'clock before I laid down to fall asleep and slept until 1 p.m. Now the headache is gone, but still coughing and the phlegm is green. Seeing as how Mouse is so sick and still insists on coding. Gentlemen readers, please give a power for love. Chapter 21, The Licking Dog. I told you why you were being sneaky, but it turned out to be something really good. Unfortunately, it's not clear whether to call you lucky or unlucky. Li Changyuan smacked his lips. At this point, Xin Xian's voice rang out. Big brother, did you catch up? What good stuff came out? A big red, main battle tank model. How much is it worth? Not much, just over $2 million. Next, inside the team voice, came Xin Xian's wail. You call this not much? Don't Versailles it. Okay, stop howling. It's just a tank model. It's not a diamond. Li Changyuan replied as he hurried back. Xin Xian bristled. Come on. So far, it took billions of people around the world to come out with 2. No, only 3 diamonds came out. The probability is lower than winning the lottery. After rushing back, after picking up Xin Xian, Li Changyuan looked in the direction of the administration building. At this moment, there's a lot of gunfire going on in there. Vaguely, Li Changyuan saw a silhouette through his perspective, but because of the distance, the figure soon disappeared out of range. Obviously, now inside the building, there are 2 teams, exchanging fire. Looking at the time of the quest, it was actually a full hour, compared to the 12 minutes in the game. A whole 5 times longer. Which means, there's plenty of time to get into the building and kill someone now. Come to think of it, Li Changyuan spoke. Follow me, we'll enter the building. Xin Xian was a bit surprised, but there are gunshots inside. I'm not going without a gunshot. Keep up. Having said that, Li Changyuan went straight down the side door of the west wing and entered the interior of the administration building. Last time I was here, almost handed over to Junksai, but this time, it's clear that there's no boss to brush up on. Otherwise the gunshots inside wouldn't have been going off for so long. All the way down the corridor, touching down towards the east wing. It didn't take long. The figures of those 2 pairs of people had come into view. Among them, there are 2 men and 1 woman on one side, but one of them is already in the ground. but it's still in a time frame where it can be pulled up. On the other side are two men, again with one in the bottom. As for the other one who was crouching in the corner dosing, the bottom line is this. The man who administered the medicine was very close to Li Changyuan. Was it a pretty intense fight? Li Changyuan grinned. Also lazy in the quiet step. Direct Jet rushed out. Run towards the nearest one. One round of C4 thrown straight up. The man who was still dosing instantly turned pale and ran to the side without thinking. Such a move was obviously just what Li Changyuan wanted. The other guy just broke out of cover. The bullets have followed. Li Changyuan is even playing the advanced gun without martial arts. The result. The other guy just came out less than a second ago. Then he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Luan Yibin has been killed. Exterminating team. Seeing the word extermination, Li Changyuan raised an eyebrow. Exterminating the team after two people die. Look at this. The guy who got out in front of the tank and ran away should be on this team. After the kill. Without licking the bag first. Instead, they ran straight toward another pair. At this very moment. Not far away. Hearing the sudden sound of gunfire. Shin Guoping's face was already hard to see. Because there's only one possibility when that happens. Some other team shows up. And, after the gunshots were fired, in no more sound, maybe, the team that had exchanged fire with them earlier had met an untimely end. Somewhat disgustedly glancing at the figure that had fallen not far away, Shin Guoping could not help but curse in his heart. The brainless fool, it's this time of the day, full of that female, deserves to be a ing-licking dog. For the first time, Shin Guoping developed such a strong dislike for his own brother. It was mainly because what had just happened had really given him an insight. The three would have landed at the barracks. After searching, then he ran towards the administration building. Halfway, I had seen a man fleeing in a hurry, but ignored him because he was too far away. Entering the building, naturally, they met up with the other team. It was Yu Yu, in the beginning, who was knocked down first in the search, just under 3 seconds to the bottom. Licking dog Shin Jifeng then rushed to the scene, and then even more so, despite the risk to his life, start pulling people straight away. Such behavior, unsurprisingly, it was followed to the ground the next second. Shin Guoping, who saw this scene, almost vomited blood, but he rushed hard to support and managed to take one down. However, just as he was trying to pull someone in, Shin Jifeng was self-moved and said, "Brother, don't mind me, you save Yin Yan first." Seriously, when you hear this, Shin Guoping wanted to strangle him. Nima, they all come from the same stomach. How come you like being a lickspittle so much? You're ing dying, and you're still moving yourself. Under Shin Jifeng's repeated requests, Shin Guoping had no choice but to save Yenran Lu first. It is also at this time that Li Changyuan entered the building. Shin Guoping's gaze was alert as he looked in the direction from which the gunshots had just come. On the other side, Shin Jifeng, who had collapsed on the ground, but his gaze was tinged with longing as he looked toward Yenran Lu. "Yenran, come and pull me." Yenran Lu, who had just medicated her blood back to full strength, said with a hesitant look on her face, "Your current position is too dangerous. It's better if I wait for your brother to finish off the enemy before I pull your handle." "Dangerous my ass. Can't you see I'm setting up my gun here?" Shin Guoping held back his anger and spoke. "You go save the people. I'll cover here." Seeing Shin Guoping open his mouth, Yen Lu could only stiffen her heart and reluctantly go over and start pulling people in. But, even the 3 words reluctantly, it's written all over the face. Shin Jifeng, however, as if he couldn't see it, was moved to say, Yen, thank you for coming to my rescue. Tired. This lickspittle is hopeless." Shin Guoping sighed breathlessly. In his heart, he had already planned that after the evacuation of this game, he would not enter the map with this brother even if he was killed. It's so torturous. Perhaps his attention was attracted by his younger brother. Shin Guoping did not notice the sound of footsteps in his ears. When he reacted, 1 round of the Tiger cannon. It exploded directly at his feet. No good. Someone's coming. Shin Guoping's face changed, and he hastily reminded on the voice channel after falling to the ground. It would have been this time of year. Yananyan was 2 seconds away from pulling someone up. However, directly after she heard the explosion, she let out a scream and ducked behind cover. Seeing this scene, Shin Guoping couldn't hold it in at all. "Grass mud horse. You damn pulling people. Naya, what are you running for?" Hearing the goddess being scolded, Shin Jifeng, who had fallen to the ground, immediately explained, "Brother, isn't someone coming? It's too dangerous to pull at this hour." Seeing that Shin Jifeng was still in this state by this time, Shin Guoping, who had long been unable to tolerate it, clenched his teeth and cursed, "Can you damn well wake up?" He said, "Do you think this is a game? And who are you being a dog licker for? Don't you know how dog licking ends?" Shin Jifeng disliked back with a red face. I'm not a dog licker. I'm in love with Yen Yen. Shin Guoping stared, still wanting to continue speaking, but the next second, as a series of shots rang out, Shin Guoping was shot straight to the ground. Looking at his emptied blood slot, Shin Guoping was no longer able to speak. Squad of 3, 2 down. The only one still alive is a female. In this case, what's the difference between that and being dead? Lying on the ground. Despair was written all over Shin Guoping's face. In particular, at this time, that dog-licking brother, still yelling in the team channel, Yen Yen you run. Someone's coming. Shin Guoping, grass mudhorse. I'm going to be killed by you. Chapter 22, licking until you end up with nothing. Unbeknownst to Li Changyuan, something happened within this squad. After knocking down Shin Guoping, he chased towards the last person on the other side. Through perspective, you can see that the other side is panicking and running away. But the other guy seemed unfamiliar with the building, and after running through one side of it, turning his head, he ran back down the other side. Seeing this scene, Li Changyuan almost didn't laugh out loud. Soli did not chase, and just stood still and waited for the rabbits. Fittingly, Yananyan turned her head as she exited the office across the hall from the manager's office and it circled back again from the side road, and it directly collided with Li Changyuan. Look at this strange figure in front of me. Lu Yanyan, who had fallen to the ground, was so scared that her face was as pale as paper. With a trembling voice, he spoke, please, let me go will you? Don't kill me. I'm young and I'm in great shape. You can do anything to me. Please leave me alone. Beside, seeing what Yenran said when she begged for mercy, Shin Jifeng felt like the sky was falling. Why? I tried my best to protect you, but you didn't run out, so why did you see the enemy? And to say something as cheap as that? Over the years, after all I've done for you, I'm gonna give you my heart and my soul. Everything you want. I try to fulfill as much as I can, but you didn't even let me hold your hand. Now, in the face of someone I don't know, just to stay alive, how could you possibly say do anything to me? Why? Unwillingly, Shin Jifeng let out a heartbreaking roar in the voice channel. Lu Yanyan, however, as if she didn't hear it, kept begging for mercy there. At this point, followed by Shin Qian, rushed to the scene. When she saw the figure on the ground, she couldn't help but be surprised. Yan Yan, how come it's you? Shen Qian? See Shin Qian. Yenran Lu was like a person who fell into the water and saw a life preserver. Instantly came in the spirit. Qian, are you guys on the same team? Come on, talk him out of killing me. We're the best of girlfriends. At this point in time, Shin Qian felt a little confused in her brain. Primarily, how could she not have thought that? Here, one will meet Yenran Lu, and opposing teammates, it seems, have been knocked down by Li Changyuan. Looking down at her best friend, she turned her head to look at Li Changyuan. Shin Qian opened her mouth and the fall was without a sound. Honestly, she had a bit of a heart attack. After all, she was able to be brought into the figure and signed an unequal treaty. It doesn't always work when you speak for yourself. At this point, until the situation, Li Changyuan spoke up. You two know each other? Without waiting for Shin Qian to speak, Yenran Lu nodded frantically. Yes, we know each other. Shin Qian and I are best girlfriends. Li Changyuan looked at Shin Qian. How do you mean? Leave her alive? The fall is recognized. Li Changyuan isn't exactly a murderer. It's true that you can let the other side off the hook when you make sure it's not threatening. Actually, that is, Li Changyuan was not clear about Yenran Lu's character. Where else would we be wasting our time? It would have been a shot in the arm. Hearing Li Changyuan's question, Shin Qian bit her lip and hesitated for half a day. In the face of Lu Yanyan's constant pleas for mercy, there was some softness in the end. Then, let her go then. All right. Li Changyuan put away his gun, turned around and started licking his bag. Lu Yanyan, who got a life, also jumped up happily. Qian, I knew you were the best. Thank you for saving me. Don't worry about saving my life, I'm sure I won't forget. Can't you forget what you did to save your life? I saved you just now, and you've forgotten now? Seeing that Yenran Lu survived, Shin Jifeng hurriedly shouted in the team voice. Yan, have you forgotten what I've done for you? You begged the man to pull us up too. Huma, say something. No, don't pretend you didn't hear that. Will you? Yenran Lu. Shin Jifeng was anxious. Looking at his own speech, the other party did not respond. His tone gradually became impatient. In Operation Delta, there are two states of collapse. The first was just knocked down and is still crawling and moving at this point. The second, it's in the state of the first one, being knocked down again, and not being able to move at this point. And the other guy can lick the bag. But, teammates can still pull up as long as they are within 3 minutes of being knocked down. At this point, Shin Jifeng and Shin Guoping belong to the second chapter. So, they can also only talk via team voice. Nay, no matter what they say, Lu Yanyan all pretended not to hear and remained there chatting with Shin Xian. As the minutes ticked by, seeing the rescue time dwindling, Shin Jifeng also got anxious and shouted within the team voice. Yanran Lu, don't pretend to be deaf there. I've given so much to you over the years. I was knocked down just now because I saved you, and now this is how you repay me? Say something. Don't play dumb there. Asterisk asterisk. Your mom. I'm so ing blind that I can't believe I'm looking at something as ungrateful as you. You're a ing. Ridden by 1,000. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Dash. There's only 10 seconds left and that one's gone. Come and pull me up. Please Huma. Huma. Time to 0. Shin Guoping and Shin Jifeng, both of whom also turned into boxes. And yet all this, none of them cared, including Yanran Lu. At this point, Li Chuanyuan had finished searching the administration building and the value of the bag came to $2,700,000. Of course, over 2 million of them, from a model of a main battle tank. Go. It's time for us to go on our mission. After saying that, Li Chuanyuan walked towards the container. Yanran Lu was curious. Qianqian, what was the mission he was talking about? Shin Xian shook her head. The name is something like Wallbreaker. I'm not sure about the specifics. Yanran Lu, then again. Qianqian, won't it be a disadvantage for you guys to enter the map with just 2 people? Shin Xian, there's nothing I can do about it. Mainly because he doesn't want to take anyone with him. At first he said he liked to go into the map solo, and then I begged and begged before he agreed to take me. A single person dares to enter? Yanran Lu's eyes lit up. So bold? Or is this his confidence in his own strength? I feel like the latter. Didn't you see just now? Casually taking care of people. Shin Xian replied. Lu Yanran had a smile on her face and came over to Shin Xian's heel. Shanshan, introduce me to them later, okay? You know how dangerous it would be for me to enter the map alone, okay? Shen Xian. On the other side, Li Chuanyuan had already taken a step ahead and arrived at the container. Li Chuanyuan took a look and realized that the place hadn't been searched yet. After all, that's 2 airline crates here, as well as a weapons case and a medical case. In the last inning, Li Chuanyuan is also here, out of a military shell. Arguably well worth a search. Li Chuanyuan clearly remembers that at the beginning, when Operation Delta was first publicized, there aren't many people searching the place yet, but in the back, some people, born in position 1 of the administration building, then instead of going into the building, he makes the first run for the container. It would be outrageous. Unfortunately, this game, Li Chuanyuan was not so lucky, not to mention red, not even a worthwhile purple came out. There's a chapter after that. Kind of making up for yesterday. Chapter 23, The Big Red Bureau. After opening the airbox on the west side of the container, it was then straight to the interior of the dam from the back. There are a lot of man machines spread out in there. Li Chuanyuan didn't dare to venture in and cleaned up the man machine as he went. Turned the corner, entering the room on the periphery of the vault. There were 2 cabinets next to it, and I glanced at them in passing. Come to the next room. There's another host here, but again, it doesn't swipe anything good. Came to the vault door. Here, there's a shield soldier that's fixed. Although the shield could withstand bullets, the legs were exposed. Direct pedicure. A few rounds down, and the shield trooper led straight to the box. Go down the stairs to start the rig. With the ear-splitting sound of a drilling rig. Meanwhile, lots of man machines. It also began to converge towards the vault. Li Chuanyuan said to Shin Xian and Yanran Lu. After the vault is opened in a while, there's going to be a machine gunner in there, so you guys will go to the safety after I take care of that. I'll clean up the mannequins back there. You just run the insurance, but don't move what's inside after you open it. Having said that, Li Chuanyuan gave a warning look. The vault is a very red-prone place, except for the Star of Africa. Things like fossilized Spinosaurus claws, smoothbore exhibits, golden gazelles, 10,000-foot gold bars, and so on. Li Chuanyuan has been in them all. Take Shin Xian into the picture. It was fine to let her have some soup, but to steal meat from herself, that was definitely something that could not be tolerated. Shin Xian obviously understood Li Chuanyuan's meaning, and after skimming her lips, nodding helplessly, I know. On the contrary, it was Yanran Lu who was a bit puzzled. Why don't you let us move? Shin Xian had no choice but to tell the unequal treaty she had signed. Lu Yanran stared with incredulity. No Qianxian, this you can endure? On what grounds? So petty, is he even a man? To enter the map with him is to take what he doesn't want, so does that make him a beggar? Shin Xian hurriedly winked. Keep your voice down, it can't be helped, otherwise I wouldn't dare enter the map alone. Yan Ranlu said in disbelief. Then you can't be so tolerant, can you? It's just too much. Forget it, don't introduce this kind of lower head man. I'm afraid I can suffocate if I enter the figure with him. Shen Qian. At this time, with the rig out of commission, the vault door slowly opened. A machine gunner in red bloated armor with a Gatling appeared. Li Changyun threw two C4s straight at him, then a shot that blew the other guy's helmet off. With two violent explosions and the feeding of half a dozen pikes of bullets, the machine gunners failed to fire a single shot. Straight out of the box, Li Changyuan pointed to the safe inside. Don't just stand there, go open the safe. Having said that, jumped in first, myself. The first thing Li Changyuan did when he went in was to first look around to see if there were any gold bars. Asterisk and it's true. On the ground in front of the left, a four-square item emanating golden light instantly caught Li Changyuan's eye. 10,000-foot gold bar. Value, 33,903. After picking it up, the heavy gold bar had appeared in his hand. The corner of Li Changyuan's mouth curled up high. Is this game so fat? Is it possible that it is a big red game? The so-called Big Red Bureau. It is the emergence of resource values that do not belong to this map. The normal ones. Like Dam 0 on normal difficulty. Even if not a single red comes out of the entire map. It's also something that's extremely likely. But now, Li Changyuan himself alone had seen two reds. Although one of them was snatched from someone else. The dam can produce a model of a main battle tank that's an unusual sign in itself. Looking back, there's already a number of man machines gathered around the. Li Changyuan put the gold bar into his backpack and then began to clean up the human machine. Ta-da! One by one, man machine after man machine went down. Although Li Changyuan had been very cautious, he still accidentally got two shots off. It's full of blood. Li Changyuan also came to the safe and opened two of them. None of it came out good though. A telescope, a dancing girl. At this time, the second wave of man machines has arrived. Li Changyuan could only handle the man machine first. However, inside the vault where the guns are firing, Xin Xian suddenly let out a scream. Li Changyuan was startled in his heart and hurriedly said, "What's wrong? Out of stock. Out of what?" Fossilized Spinosaurus claw. Li Changyuan, helplessly skimming his mouth. Li Changyuan said breathlessly, "It's just a little red. What are you doing with all the fuss?" Xin Xian, that is also out of the red is not, but also not allowed me to be surprised. I have marked the. Don't you forget to take it away. Successfully resolving the second wave of mano a mano. Li Changyuan came to the safe. Xin Xian and Yan Ranlu, at this time, had already opened the insurance all the way. Li Changyuan found that there are several safes, empty without any items, including the fossilized spiny dragon claw that Xin Xian said was missing. What do you mean? How dare you take this? Li Changyuan looked at the two of them with an unkind gaze. Xin Xian didn't react at first, until she noticed that it was only after the fossilized Spinosaurus claw was out of sight that he realized what had happened. Hurriedly looking towards Yan Ranlu, only to find that she looked as if she didn't have a care in the world. Yan, you took it? Xin Xian asked in an anxious tone. Yan Ranlu, however, was full of concern. Take away what? What are you talking about? The body stared in front of him, eyes wide with incredulity. No, it's that time of the day and you're still playing dumb? Do you really think that Li Changyuan is your lickspittle? Knowing what kind of nature her best friend had, she hurriedly said, Yan, you've got to take it out. Can't take it. Lu Yanyan was dissatisfied. Why can't I take it? It's got his name written on it. It's all the resources in the map. What's wrong with me taking it? Li Changyuan gasped and laughed, and said to Xin Xian, this best friend of yours, her character is quite special. Xin Xian, who could be described as anxious now, looked at Li Changyuan and then continued to persuade Yan Ranlu. However, no matter what she says, Yan Yanlu was all like a dead pig in a poke, just holding his head up with a what can you do to me look on his face. Li Changyuan didn't want to keep dawdling, straight out of the box, pointing at Yan. 3 count, bring it out or you know the consequences. Although there was some alarm in the mind, but letting yourself take out the red heel gold, isn't that the same as killing yourself? Come to think of it, Lu Yanyan hardened. I'll take it, what can you do? These things and did not write your name. Why shouldn't I take it? A big man, pussyfooting around with women. Are you still a man? And bullying my best friend into making those unequal engagements. Why are you so down on your head? Bang! Bullets went down the barrel and sprayed out. A shot to the head, right in the middle of Yin Yan's head. Due to her helmet, the durability had been knocked out back when she first fell to the ground. At this point, despite carrying a third-class head, but it's hardly any different than not bringing it. In this case, she's full of blood, directly killed by a single blow. Looking at the instant into a box of girlfriends, Xin Xian Yolong sighed. although some regret in the heart. But also knew that she had brought this on herself. Chapter 24, Squatting at an Evacuation Site? Unfortunately, you've got the wrong guy. Asterisk asterisk. Toward the box on the floor, after poo-pooing it, Li Chunyuan turned his head to look at Xinxian. Is your best friend usually like this? She does have a somewhat selfish thought for a long time. It took Xinxian a moment to think of an appropriate adjective. In fact, at the beginning she had quite a good personality, probably because there were too many people around her pursuing her during the week. Slowly the personality changes a bit. See, it's a little brain dead. That BFF you were talking about giving up on your teammates earlier. It can't be her, can it? Xinxian gave a him and nodded. Li Chunyuan continued. But then again, I killed your BFF. Don't you have any resentment toward me? Me? Xinxian immediately froze and she also didn't expect that Li Chunyuan would suddenly ask this. Honestly, if it had been earlier, perhaps Xinxian could really develop a sense of resentment. But over time, the notion between the two is growing, especially since the last time they entered the picture. Seeing that Yanran Lu did not hesitate to give up on her teammates, Xinxian had already planned to stay away from this good best friend. As for the moment, originally, Li Chunyuan had already promised to let her live in the case. I can't believe I don't know how to die. Suffice it to say, reduced to this point today, Xinxian had long foreseen it. Thinking back to the two of them, Xinxian shook her head. Resentment can't be talked about. After all, she also died a good death. Li Chunyuan laughed and teased. The bond between your girlfriends is really stronger than plastic. Crouch down. Start licking the bag. Don't say, you don't know until you lick it. Li Chunyuan really didn't expect that on this woman's body. There would be so many good things. Information, design drawings. Value, 67. 814. Oximeter. Value, 79. 104. Military explosives. Value, 130. 451. Boxed ear coffee. Value, 107344. Asala specialty wine glasses. Value, 63. 296. Shiny pirate gold coin. Value, 58,234. Fossilized Spinosaurus claw. Value, 359,755. The entire backpack, full of either gold or purple. A single blue item was invisible. Having said that, there are several items in there, like gold cups and coins as well as fossils, taken from the vault safe. But even if you remove all that, the overall look is also very fat. Reconnecting. The two bags I licked earlier. That poor look inside. Li Chunyuan seriously suspected that both of those two had given all the supplies they had searched for to this woman. Holy, this licking dog is so infatuated. Licking in the real world even if it's ing here and it's ing licking, deserved to be shot by me. Mezzo licked all the contents, glanced at the backpack. Inside, it had long since been filled with red and gold colored items. Main battle tank models, gold bars, fossils, gold cups, gold coins, military explosives, oximeter. Not even a hint of purple could be seen inside the large level 5 backpack. The word Hoham is highlighted. As for the proceeds of this council, it's even a staggering 3,700,000. This is Dam Zero? Is this the legendary Big Red Bureau? There are times when this picture of Dam Zero is truly outrageous. When you're rich all kinds of reds come out, even diamonds as usual, but when you're poor, not to mention the red, the whole map is searched down without a few gold. This one, Li Chunyuan also converged on the visitor center, the substation, the administration building, the barracks, the vault, almost a full map of resources and a big red inning. This is what made it so fat. If only every inning could be this fat. After the licking, for the purple items, except for the very few more valuable ones, Li Chunyuan had already not even bothered to look at them. Straight away, with a big hand, all given over to Xinxian. However, these items in the eyes of Li Chunyuan extremely disdain. To Xinxian there is like joy from heaven. With the consent of Li Chunyuan, Xinxian immediately emptied all the blue items inside her backpack, then replaced them with purple items. However, looking at the other party holding the bullhorn there prettily, Li Chunyuan still reminded a sentence that, don't take that purple crap, occupying 2 squares. The price, however, is just over 10,000, so you might as well take 2 blues. A few minutes later, the entire vault had been ransacked by the duo. Li Chunyuan looked at the time. With over an hour to go before the evacuation, figured it was still early, might as well check out the cement factory again, then evacuate down the road. If it's a normal matchup, it's already made a lot of money to the extent that the Li Chunyuan Xinxian withdrew straight away. But this inning, it looks like a big red inning, any way you look at it. It makes no sense to say that you're letting a resource field go by and not searching it. With a heavy backpack, Li Changyuan didn't feel tired at all. It's like, ask you to carry 100 pounds of weight and you might be tired and out of breath after walking 10 meters. But, make you carry 100 pounds of cash, and tell you that if you can carry it home, the money is all yours. Surely you can run all the way home. That's what's happening right now for Li Changyuan. What's wrong with a few dozen kilograms of weight? That's over $3.5 million. After following the container route, Li Changyuan followed the back passage straight to the barracks. A brief glance at after realizing that they were all searched clean, they headed towards the cement truck. Unfortunately, the cement factory was also searched. 2 aviation cases, 2 weapons cases, as well as a number of drawers and boxes of items that showed signs of having been opened. Instead, cement trucks go unnoticed at all. When Li Changyuan opened all the cement trucks inside gained another military explosives 1. Get out of the cement truck. The duo made their way to the place in Dam Zero where running knife frequented the most. Li Changyuan also didn't know the point over here, what it was called. But, every time you enter the map, as he passes by, he also searches over here. Let's not talk about the bird eggs all over the place. The inside of the downspout alone is often brushed with the good stuff. Unfortunately, this inning, it's supposed to be preempted. Li Changyuan realized that even the bird's eggs inside the pipe had been taken out. A wasted trip. This place should all be searched by, well, the team that didn't go to the administration building. If I had known that, I would have pulled the plug and withdrawn when I was in the administration building. The white robe is so far away. After the helpless spewing of, Li Changyuan, who was walking towards the evacuation point, opened his mouth and asked, "How much did you harvest in this game?" "Let's see." Shin Xian opened the backpack bar and glanced at the numbers on it. "It's over 800,000. Took a lot of purple items." Saying this, Shin Xian still had an excited smile on her face. "But turn your head." It then occurred to her that even she herself was so fat, that Li Changyuan, who disliked even purple items, and how much money should have been taken. Come to think of it, the excitement in Shin Xian's heart instantly dissipated, but she did no contentment. Such a harvest, enough to feed and clothe yourself for a long time. In a few moments, green smoke at the evacuation point had come into view. Suddenly, Li Changyuan looked slightly stunned, keeping in mind that the corners of his mouth raised in an arc. "Good guy. I can't believe someone started squatting at the evacuation point here." "Unfortunately, you're squatting on the wrong guy. Still having a hard time. The cold hasn't completely cleared up yet, especially at night, and I'm coughing all the time. Didn't sleep well all night yesterday, and to add to Mouse's sleeplessness, the cousin is out of diamonds. Jealous, hateful." Chapter 25, The Big Red Bureau. $4 million evacuation. In Dam Zero, there are only 2 places for regular evacuation points. One is located in the southeast corner and one in the southwest corner. As for the exact location where it will be painted, it has to do with where it lands when you enter the map. If anything, when you enter the map and are born on the right side of the map, then there is no doubt that the regular evacuation point must be in the southeast corner. Conversely, it will then refresh in the southwest corner. This time, since Li Changyuan and Shin Xian were born in the visitor center, the evacuation point was naturally in the southwest corner. Only, at this point, in the gaze of Li Changyuan, spotting 3 sneaky figures, crouching near the evacuation point, waiting for the fish to take the bait. In the game of touching gold, squatting at an evacuation site is a pretty routine operation. As for the immediate exit point, there's one guy on a tree trunk, one guy hiding in a truck bed. There was another man lying behind cover on the other side. The 3 were well within evacuation range, but it's clear, their evacuation point for this round didn't refresh here. So even if they crouched in range, nor will it show an indication of evacuation. If an unsuspecting player, perhaps giddy to run over to expecting to be potted up for evacuation, the next thing you know, you'll be greeted by a hail of their guns. Unfortunately, Li Changyuan hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled. "I have perspective. Stand back and find yourself a place to hide. There are guests in front of you." Opening his mouth towards Shin Xian, he reminded. In the first instance, Shin Xian is still a bit confused. Without waiting for her to ask, Li Changyuan had taken the lead. From behind cover, poke your head out. Aiming at the figure on the tree trunk, he pulled the trigger directly. Ta-da! Sudden gunfire. It made the hidden trio blush, especially the one who was targeted by Li Changyuan. Looking at his rapidly decreasing blood bar, hurriedly, he yelled, "Someone!" The words, "The opponent's blood bar has been cleared." A blow to the head knocks out Meng Yuxiao. Seeing a teammate down, the other cried out anxiously, "Where is the man?" "I don't know. It seems to be up ahead." lying on the trunk of a tree. The man who had fallen to the ground opened his mouth to respond, hiding in the thick branches of the trees. The others can't find him, though. Likewise, his vision, too, was limited. Not to mention, because of the long ambush, the one just now did not concentrate on the front. Didn't realize anyone was coming until after the gunshot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man lying on the wagon, still trying to get up. Observe where the enemy is. Just, without waiting for him to get up, a shot from the Tiger squad cannon landed with pinpoint accuracy at his feet. On the narrow compartment, there was no room for him to hide at all. Bang! A violent shock. The blast made him dizzy and the sky spin. The whole man was paralyzed, and his brain felt as if he had drunk 10 pounds of white wine. The vision in front of me was even more blurry. Grass. I see it, over there. The third man's name was Sun Bo, and at this time it was only then that he saw Li Changyuan's figure and shot back while marking his opponent's position. Nay, the original 3 teammates, one has already been reimbursed, and another is in stun time. With just him alone, sparse bullets, and a level 3 bullet hitting a level 5 armor, completely unable to do any effective damage to Li Changyuan. On the contrary, Li Changyuan backhanded a pike of 4-stage bullets down the. There was no thought of conserving bullets at all. Chirp! The gunshots rang out again. A barrage of bullets tilted away and, in front of a level 4 bullet, a level 3 set is completely like paper mache. It was broken in an instant. Sun Bo's blood bar also only had silk blood left. At this time, the man who had just been knocked down by the Tiger crouching cannon finally came back to his senses. But when he was just about to get up, Li Changyuan turns his gun straight up and shoots for an early takedown. Pop! Pop! Snap! The gunshots were like firecrackers. Almost instantly, it pierced the helmet of the man hiding on the wagon. He had just gotten up when his blood bar was instantly emptied and he fell straight to the ground. By this time, the original 3-man squad that squatted at the evacuation point, there was only one Sun Bo left who was woefully pumping medicine to regain blood. The remaining 2 could only place their last expectations on Sun Bo's body. Just, didn't wait for Sun Bo to get a full dose. 2 C4 bombs that landed with unerring precision at his side. Listening to the dripping sound coming from my ears, Sun Bo only felt his brain go blank. Even the hand that administered the medicine stiffened in place. Done. Last minute. 2 words clung to his mind. Next. With 2 loud bangs, Sun Bo's body was directly blown into pieces and finally transformed into a box. Killed Sun Bo. Exterminating team. Seeing the words extermination, Li Changyuan laughed coldly. You said that it's not good for you guys to squat on anyone, but you just squatted on my head. Looking at the evacuation time, 20 minutes or so to go. Searching a few bags can be more than enough. However, those few people who died inside the evacuation point, Li Changyuan could only greet Shinshan first. Together, the 2 men carried the 3 men's bags out. It's not bad. 3 guys, 3 little golds, and some little purples. Li Changyuan guessed that this team should be the team born near the cement factory, but now in the backpack, as it had been loaded long ago. Li Changyuan began to make space, throwing out slightly less expensive items. Looking at his council's hall which is pushing the $4 million figure, Li Changyuan exclaimed, the big red bureau is just fat, but it's a pity there's no room card, otherwise high and low would have to scour the whole chart. Wrap it up. Li Changyuan opened his mouth and shouted, is it finished? I'll withdraw first. Shen Qian, who was licking the bag with relish, hurriedly shouted, it's over. Wait for me. We'll withdraw together. When Li Changyuan got within range of the evacuation point, countdown to evacuation, then it began to appear. 10, 9, 8, 10 seconds changed in the blink of an eye. Immediately overhead a helicopter appeared and picked the pair up overhead via ropes. Successful evacuation. Dam 0, General, Council Harvest, 397-7412. Kills, 7. P.S. I'll see tonight. If I can't sleep, I'll get up and code. Coughing all the time is really hard. Chapter 26, Keys and Room Cards. Another inning of fat evacuation. Assets came to 8 million. Cool. After stepping out of the helicopter, looking at the figures of his assets, Li Changyuan roared with excitement. If I remember correctly, it seems like the 3rd most valuable asset on the wealth list. It's only just over $5 million, but that was yesterday's assets, and it's sure to be a little more today, but I shouldn't have any problem making at least the top 10. And as for the top 2, that's just pure dog asterisk 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 asterisk. It took diamonds to climb up there. In a month's time, you can enter the chart 30 times. And even if I don't get out of the Star of Africa even once, it's also enough to make up the $10 million difference. Li Changyuan pondered while eyes glanced over the leaderboards as they did so. Having seen it, immediately following, opened the trade line again. This time, Li Chunyuan didn't bother to look at helmets, armor, or other equipment. After all, his own level 5 set from the last game hadn't suffered too much damage, and he opened the list of keys and the consumables instead. Unlike the empty listings of the last few days, at this point, in the trading house, there have been hundreds of key cards that have been laid out. Key cards are available in all grades of color, from blue to gold and red. The location even covers all the maps of Zero Dam, Longbow Creek Valley, Bucks He, and Space Base. If you want to talk about which place, with the richest resources, is most likely to produce gold and red, no doubt about it. Definitely the most expensive place on that map for a keycard. It's like the East Building Manager's office in Dam Zero. Inside alone, there are 2 safes, a computer, a drawer, a weapons case, 2 suitcases, and the table and the floor. Again, brush things, as the fattest position in the price of the keycard is, naturally, very high. Li Chunyuan clearly remembers that at the beginning, when Operation Delta was just in public beta, the room cards for the manager's room in the East Wing are $2 million apiece. That time, it doesn't matter if it's open general, or open classified, definitely a sure thing. Later, I don't know why, the price of the room card kept rising and went straight up to $3 million. At this price, in classified mode, one drive is a $300,000 cost, so it's safe to say that if it doesn't come out of the red, it's just a blood loss. That's add up. However, right now, when Li Chunyuan saw that, the only key card to the manager's office in the East Building in the trading house, when the price of $2 million was merely laid out, Li Chunyuan directly brought out the supplies he brought out today and chose to trade them on the shelves, and with the havoc that they've gained, used to purchase room cards. That's not all. There are a number of places in Dam Zero where a key is needed. In addition to the manager's room in the East Building, the second fattest is undoubtedly the substation technical room. Unfortunately, for $1,800,000, it's a bit dissuasive for Li Chunyuan. After all, one has to leave a portion of one's half money behind. Purchase bullets, meds, etc. for your next entry. Thinking about it, Li Chunyuan decided to take the rest of the money, purchased a room card for the West Building's regulating room, the equipment receiving room, for a total of $1,700,000. The reason why I bought these 2 cards, for no other reason, it's because both are glass houses. In Operation Delta, the so-called glass house, it's just that some of the rooms that you need a key to open, you can look through the glass to see if something has been brushed inside. If you see a red out on the table, you can just open the door and it's definitely a sure thing. Actually, substation technical room. Or you can stand outside the window where the rocket soldiers are, and through the gap between the curtains, check the inside table for shipments. Only, the price of this card, too, is right at $2 million. Li Chunyuan really can't buy it for the time being, with all this maneuvering, while total assets remain unchanged. But, the 4 million halves that had just been earned had been consumed in an instant. It cost $3,700,000 straight up. This couldn't help but make Li Chunyuan a little helpless. It's quick to make money, but it's also quick to spend it. But for now, the weaponry and the room cards are all taken care of. There's no need to spend a lot of money in a short period of time other than upgrading the Secret Service. You can save up in peace behind you and then upgrade the system. There are times when a mere perspective is still not safe. Still need to upgrade the other features soon. In the meantime, on the other side, Shen Qian, who has returned to her lodgings, looking at his assets of close to $1 million, a pair of eyes were starry-eyed. The whole person is even more excited lying in bed on all fours. Get rich, get rich. 1 million evacuations with 1 entry into the chart or soup. And that's if we get in a few more times. Doesn't that mean I can be on the list too? Sure enough, hugging the thigh is the correct operation. When the time comes, I'll specialize in crunching, and the big guy will be in charge of messy kills. After the excitement, Shin Xian also began to wonder how the money should be spent. First, the environment you live in at the moment definitely needs to be improved. Secondly, it's the equipment. The backpack had to be replaced with a larger one. This will hold more stuff too. Then there were the helmets and armor. And after Shin Xian sold all the items she had obtained, backhandedly, he bought a set of level 4 armor and a level 4 head. Not that she didn't want a higher level of head armor. It's mostly just shyness. And, thinking about it, apparently Shin Xian wasn't the only one. Presently, going into the map is totally risking your life. Almost everyone, for sure, will start as high a level of head armor as possible, to keep themselves safe. It's the complete opposite of the player in the game. In the game, after all, big deal to die and start over. As for equipment, Some people are constantly hoarding it in their warehouses and can't even use it to death. But here, if you can't use it, can't you wait until your next life? And because of that, this has led to the price of heads and nails, which has always been high, especially the Tier 4 and Tier 5 head armor, which is much more expensive than in-game. Instead, prices for consumables like rune cards seem much more normal. After the whole thing, looking at what's left of his assets, Xinxian only felt like spending money like running water. It's not easy to earn some money, but it's given away in a turn of events. But if you go into the sub 2 tomorrow, you should be able to make it back. Come to think of it, Xinxian directly gave Li Changyuan and sent a voice call. Hello? Soon, the phone was connected, and Li Changyuan's lazy voice came from the opposite side. Xinxian inquired, Big brother, what time do we enter the map tomorrow? Tell me more. I'll contact you later. Having said that, Li Changyuan hung up his voice directly. Looking at the disconnected call, Xinxian fell into deep thought. I think I just heard the words extra bell, service, etc. Don't get me wrong, as a decent human being, how could Li Changyuan go to those unsavory places? At this point, it's also just relieving. For a moment, the fatigue of being in the map today, commonly known as massage, foot washing, when the service ends, after Li Changyuan, who almost fell asleep, hung up his voice, the female technician softly said, Sir, our service is over. Would you like an extra bell please? Wiggle your knuckles a little. Feeling much lighter, Li Changyuan shook his head, forget it, pressed long enough under they. Wait for me to press it next time. Okay. The female technician was not the least bit offended that, still wearing a professional smile, have a good rest here. Sir, I'll leave you to it. Having said that, the female technician then stepped on her high heels, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of dee-dee-dee, and walked out of the room. Li Changyuan didn't continue to stay here either. Not long after the lady technician left, then he got dressed, walked out of the massage parlor. At this time, it's already getting dark. In the square, there can be people coming and going everywhere. The night market and entertainment section of the city is especially crowded. The idle and bored Li Changyuan, fortunately, had nothing to do, so he planned to stroll around. Chapter 27, Waking Up with the Power of the World. Drunk on a beauty's knee. In the security zone, with the exception of the special branch at the very center, all around, it was divided into a number of areas. One of the most frequented areas is undoubtedly the area for entertainment and relaxation. After all, every time you enter a map, you're teetering on the line between life and death. A great deal of stress definitely requires a proper outlet to relax. And in the recreation area, as long as there's enough havoc to go around, just enjoy the imperial treatment. Seasonal delicacies, fine wines, lolitas, royals, casinos, and all kinds of contraband. Anything you can think of, it's here. Even all sorts of heavy-handed hunting content exists. This place is just like a huge gold mine. Yesterday, Li Changyuan then noticed that a number of people are harboring curiosity to find out what's going on here. Only the high price of these people have just gone in. On the back foot, he walked out with a black face and a curse. It's a bit outrageous. The bath center actually costs $10,000 just for the ticket, and you want a separate room. You still have to spend $150,000 on a massage. It's a ing money grab. Why don't we go to the bathhouse and take a shower? It's cheaper there. I heard it's only $3,000. Mud. Where can't I go if I want to take a shower? Mostly I want to relax. Then go to the wash house. I see they say the cheapest is only $30,000 or $50,000. It's just a poor value. And if you want quality, it's going to start at 6 figures. Alas, in the end, it's still a matter of shyness. And it takes 9 deaths to make that much money by entering the map once. It turns out to be just enough for a quickie or two. And who can stand that? It feels like the only place that offers the best value for money is an internet cafe. It's only $3,000 an hour. It's only $30,000 or $40,000 a day of play. Li Changyuan, who passed them by. The conversation between the two men. Hear it all. From the services that Li Changyuan has experienced so far, it does seem that the price tag is a bit hefty. But then again, it's really only more expensive up front, at a later stage. But I'm afraid that anyone who can be here and get by won't be that far behind, except for those struggling with life and death. Wandering around the entertainment avenue center, passing a bar, lifted his feet and walked in. Inside the bar, the lights are flashing. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling with a colorful glow. Center of the dance floor, quite a few men and women were rocking out to the music. It's as if they want to vent all their unhappiness in the map. Come to the bar. Li Changyuan ordered a cocktail, then found a corner to sit in. Cocktails aren't expensive. That's only 3,000 halfer. There were several hot, scantily clad women at the card table a short distance in front of the sitting around a young man. He allowed his opponent to take advantage of him constantly. One of the women, Lee Chan-yuan, looked extremely familiar. It seems like it's still a female webcam. At this point, a figure sits down next to the looking at Lee Chan-yuan's lost in thought. He revealed a lewd smile. What? Envious? I'm envious too. Looking at the stranger who suddenly sat down beside him, Lee Chan-yuan was a bit confused. I was just looking at it. What am I envious of? Looking at Lee Chan-yuan's bewildered eyes, the stranger laughed. Brother, I understand how you feel, but there's no use envying you. People have real skills. Having said that, he pointed to the youth in front of him who was embracing him left and right. That guy's name is Hanyu, the top 50 people on the wealth list. Don't look at him young. I hear he's been living in Europe since he was a kid. He also worked as a mercenary in some European countries' foreign legion, and brought out a big red yesterday when he entered the map, and now his assets are over $5 million. I guess when the list is refreshed tomorrow, the ranking will have to go up several places again. As for the women, either they've got their eye on his half money, either that or he's trying to get him to take it into the chart. Lee Chan-yuan expressed some speechlessness. It's only $5 million. If you enter the chart twice, you'll earn it. Get a hand on that. I'll just pull out with $4 million. If it wasn't all used to buy key cards, you'd have to find 10 girls, high and low. Treat yourself. Who honestly? Wake up and hold the power of the world. Drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. It's probably something every man dreams of, including Lee Chan-yuan is also the same. Can't wait to find 100 girls and take turns to play every day. Only, Lee Chan-yuan was not the kind of animal controlled by his lower body. At least, currently in Lee Chan-yuan's opinion. The first thing that must have been done with the initial earned havoc was to safeguard your security, so buy the level 5 set first. Secondly, it's all about making assets fast, so sell the keycard again. Then after that, it was time to unlock new features of the system, or to upgrade the perspective level. So for a short period of time, Lee Chan-yuan didn't have any spare money that he could use to go and enjoy himself. Maybe wait until later in the season. After you've upgraded pretty much everything you need to, then you can start enjoying the good life. Just as Lee Chan-yuan was pondering the plan in his mind, beside, the stranger who thought that Lee Chan-yuan was self-absorbed, sighed long and leisurely. Brothers, don't get ahead of yourself. After all, we're all ordinary people, and it can't be helped that there's a gap between us and people like them. This stranger feels like he has social fluff. Sitting next to Lee Chan-yuan, just start blathering endlessly. Fortunately, Lee Chan-yuan didn't have much to do, so he chatted with him one way or the other. Through communication, Lee Chan-yuan also learned the name of the other party, King Tachin, according to his description, right out of college at a private school, as an admissions teacher. Originally there was a girlfriend with a good face. Results, in the blink of an eye, and came into the world, originally, and he wants to venture into the map with his girlfriend. As a result, his girlfriend turned her head and fell into the arms of a fellow soldier. Wang Jichin sighed. It can't be helped. After all, the strength is not as good as the others. People who have been in the military are really a fish out of water here. Like me, it's all about scavenging for supplies in the field, and being careful. I'm afraid I'll be caught on the trail. Risking your life to earn that little ha'penny isn't enough for someone to have one drink. Right, buddy? Why don't we friend each other and get into the map together sometime? Faced with an invitation, Lee Chan-yuan directly shook his head. Forget it, I still prefer to enter the map alone. Wang Jichin was a bit surprised. No, a person? You are really not afraid of danger. You don't even have teammates who can pull you when things go wrong like that. If you don't have any friends, why don't you come into the map with me and instead of going to those dangerous hostels, we'll just search the wilderness and withdraw. The corners of Lee Chan-yuan's mouth twitched. Who the hell wants to play the field with you if you don't go to the fattest place? P.S. Much better form today. Try to get as many updates as possible and then post them regularly at 12. In the future, if nothing else, chapters will be fixed to post at this time. Chapter 28, Sacrifice Tonight? Dude, don't be embarrassed. I've pulled together a group on my side. All regular people like you and me. Anyway, going into the map is just being a Voldemort. And there's little to no risk of being as meticulous as you want to be. Wang Jichin continued to invite. Lee Chan-yuan shook the ice in his glass and drank the wine inside. Then he shook his head and said, forget it, I don't really like teaming up with people I'm not familiar with. And fielding is too poor. I prefer to pummel. The corner of Wang Jichin's mouth twitched, obviously not believing what Lee Chan-yuan said. It was taken as a reason for rejection only. If you don't want to team up, forget it, just have a good drink tonight. By the way, buddy, I still don't know your name. Lee Changyuan didn't have the idea of hiding his name and directly said his real name. Lee Changyun? Hiss. Wait, why does this feel so familiar? Wang Zhiqin froze for a moment, always feeling as if he had seen this name somewhere. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something that, hurriedly, he opened the list. Next, a asterisk resounded through the bar, attracting the gazes of countless people around. Holy, your 22 ING places? That's over $4 million in assets yesterday. You are indeed Lee Changyun from the list? Or are you too renamed? After seeing the name on the list, Wang Zhiqin's pair of eyes almost stared out. The open mouth seemed like it could fit an egg in it. Lee Changyuan said lightly, "What's there to get excited about? It's just a few $1 million in assets. Not as good as a diamond." Not. What do you mean just? Wang Zhiqin was horrified. Brother, do you know what this ranking means? As long as you flash your name right now, I can guarantee that 99% of the girls in the bar will come running over to you for all kinds of favors. Even if you have some perverted hobby, they probably don't even bring a frown to their faces. Did you see that Han Yu? Wang Zhiqin pointed to the front not far away. Left and right embraced, enjoying the beauty serving the youth. Just those women around him. Why do you think they come up to him? Isn't it just for the guy's half money? You're ranked higher than him, and you're actually drinking alone here? While lowering his voice. However, Wang Zhiqin's words were still filled with shock and horror. On the contrary, Lee Changyuan, as if he didn't care about any of this, always sitting calmly. He even raised his glass and took a sip of ice water from the melting ice cubes. What's wrong with drinking alone? And don't think I have high assets, but I can't really get much half money right now. Wang Zhiqin was a bit puzzled. Then where did you spend all your money? Even if it's a level 5 set. It doesn't seem like it's worth much to a big shot like you. Hardly. You don't like female sex. But, the corners of Lee Changyuan's mouth twitched furiously. Don't you pull your punches there. My sexual orientation is still normal. Wang Zhiqin pointed to Lee Changyuan's side, but the problem is, you're empty on both sides. How is this like normal? Or do you like the alternative ones? Like sirens and pseudo-girls? Big guy? If you're good with that, maybe I can hook you up with I have a buddy who spent a couple years in Siam, but there are actually a lot of them in the country now, and I even filled up my membership on a site before that. There's quite a bit of contact info in there, but unfortunately I can't use VX right now. Will you shut the up? Lee Changyuan just couldn't take it anymore. What kind of brainwave is this guy? Do you like beauty? Do you have to be surrounded by beautiful women? Can't I spend my money on something else? At least, in the opinion of Lee Changyuan, buying key cards at this stage is definitely much more important than spending them on women. Happy. When can't you have a good time? It's not like you're different from everyone else. The others are on the tip of a knife. 9 deaths each time they enter the map. Going into the charts yourself is totally going in. With 1 million evacuations every time you enter the map, this equals 1 million daily receipts every day. That's still to a lesser extent. If you count other people's gear, and out of red, it's going to be 2 to 3 million going up. It won't take long. You can achieve wealth freedom on your own. It's not too late to enjoy it then. Looking at Wang Zhiqin, who had been doubting himself, Lee Changyuan felt like he had to prove himself anyway. Just right now, Lee Changyuan didn't have many hafu dollars to splurge even if he wanted to, and Lee Changyuan was also reluctant, bringing unfamiliar people into the map. Otherwise, they're all like Yin Yen Lu, not to mention robbing your own supplies, and not being able to inflict damage amongst your teammates. Wouldn't one be at a loss then? And so it was. Opened the friends list, sent a message to Xin Qian. On the other side, Xin Qian, who was lying on the bed browsing the forums, sat straight up directly when she saw the message. The expression on his face still held some surprise. It's almost a second. Xin Qian, Biggie, what's up? Lee Changyuan, busy? Xin Qian, not busy. Not busy. I'm lying at home. Lee Changyuan, come and have a drink with me. Golden Time Bar. You should be able to search it on the map. Xin Qian, but I don't know how to drink. Lee Changyuan, then come over and chat with me. And by the way, dress up nicely. Looking at the contents of Lee Changyuan's, Xin Qian only felt her brain go blank. It's over. It's over. Is this going to go down on you? Although yesterday, the moment she proposed to team up with the other party, Xin Qian had thought that there would be such a day. But how could she not expect it to come so soon? What to do? Is he going to give himself up tonight? Xin Qian's shell teeth were biting her red lips, and her face carried a hesitant expression. Going would be almost like handing over your body. But if you don't go, then you certainly won't be taking yourself into the picture. To think that I've had a full day and withdrawn with nearly $1 million in assets. Then again, yesterday it was a struggle to survive. For a moment, Xin Qian fell into deep hesitation. Sure enough, no one is nice to anyone for nothing. He promised to take me into the charts. I'm sure I have something to give as well. Forget it, just obey him. After all, the man is also handsome and a great shot, and he can take me all the way into the map in the back. Hesitating for a long time, Xinxian still made a decision. And so it was. She opened the trading house, thinking of buying some nice clothes in there. In a few moments, Xinxian came to the bar. Who are you looking for? This beautiful woman? Wang Zhiqin, who first noticed the other party, immediately revealed a fawning smile. Only when he saw, in a tight black skirt and high heels, the silhouette of the... It felt like his heart was breaking as he slowly sat down next to Li Changyuan, especially with that ambiguous attitude. Almost all hooked eyes. The corners of Wang Zhiqin's mouth were wildly drawn. I said, why are you sitting here empty and drinking mulled wine? Feelings are waiting for someone. You should have ing said so. Have to say, Xinxian really belonged to the ceiling level, both in terms of her face value and figure. And, at 22 years of age, she's just faded from her teenage years. At the same time it's filled with a hint of imperial flirtation. The short skirt she is wearing today is an attractive outline of her perfect figure. The long, slightly curly hair is casually draped, covering the hidden collarbone, adding a few more hazy beauty. The thin twilight lipstick complements the delicate eye makeup and the raucous bar atmosphere of the... It's like a clear stream in the night. This one is. Wang Zhiqin asked as he opened his mouth. Li Changyuan said faintly. Mate. Wang Zhiqin immediately revealed a look of sudden realization. I see. Li Changyuan? What's that look in your eyes? You know I hammer you do. Wait. Turning his head to Xinxian. What are you trying to do by posting up? Take advantage of me. It was Xinxian's turn to be confused. Didn't you ask me to come here? Why do you hate me for sticking up for you? Chapter 29, you have the same path they have. One of life's three great illusions. That she's interested in me. But, Xinxian's performance tonight. It made Li Longyuan feel like it wasn't an illusion. Just one sip of wine, or fruit wine and he got drunk, and then leaned back in his arms. What the hell is going on here? This has been truncated due to unavoidable factors. Testing me? Even Wang Zhiqin, who possessed the social awesome disorder, felt a bit redundant when he saw the scene. Not wanting to be a light bulb, he quickly excused himself and left. People are gone. Don't pretend. Patting Xinxian's head, Li Changyuan said in a disgusted tone. Xinxian asked back with a dumbfounded look, who was pretending between the two of us? Wasn't it you who asked me to come over and keep you company? Right. But I simply wanted you to come and drink with me. And in the meantime that fellow just now. Don't get any ideas. Xinxian blinked. Hocus pocus? Li Changyuan spat. You don't know how strange that guy's brain circuits were just now. Seeing me alone in a bar, drinking booze, and suspecting me of having a problem with my sexual orientation. Am I that kind of guy? Even TS popped up. The ladies' man. Xinxian's expression was a bit odd. So this is the reason you dislike me? Li Changyuan? Xinxian leisurely sighed. I see. In the end, I'm missing something. So the big man has a good appetite for you. But it's normal when you think about it. That what the no. One wrench in the national service. So many fans. It shows that there are still a lot of people who are good at this. In terms of face and body, they really aren't any worse than the girls. Li Changyuan was about to be laughed at. That's enough of you. You're playing this for me too, aren't you? Okay. Like to fall on your ass, right? Said I like the ladies' man, didn't you? Coincidentally, they, here, due to an irresistible, censored by broken, Xinxian? Wait, there's a lot of people here. You mean, fewer people is fine? No. This has been truncated due to unavoidable factors. That night, Li Changyuan didn't go home. Instead, I found a hotel nearby. I slept until sunrise, and when I opened my eyes, I realized that yesterday's list had been refreshed. Fortune list. 1. Xiaoyelin, Kyushu, 2001 W. 2. Park Ji-yun, Cosmopolitan, 1. 850 W. 3. Booming, Merseyside, 1478 W. 4. Aisha Shah, Bullfighting Nation, 1402 W. 5. Li Changyuan, Kyushu, 813 W. 6. Ivan, Woolly Bear Country, 775 W. 7. Yumegawa Ichiko, Kodekuni, 703 W. 8. Terry Payne, Gaul, 651 W. 9. Ziz Elsad, Oil States, 587 W. 10. Zhang Yibai, Kyushu, 586 W. 98. Park Kokchang, Cosmopolitan, 479 W. 99. Riri Harvey, Gaul, 478 W. 100. Misato Ichinos, Kodekuni, 477 W. A look around. The first position on the list was still Xiaoyelin without any changes. Instead, back there, one more person with over 10 million in assets. No doubt about it. This guy is definitely out of the African star as well. What made Li Changyuan a little surprised was that he had actually risen directly to 5th place, although ranked 5th. But the gold content of this asset for yourself is definitely real. After all, there is no African star to count. As for the overall look down, Li Changyuan realized that this list, except for the top few, the 90-odd people behind the total assets didn't pull much closer. Come to think of it, billions of people across the globe crossing together. There must be a handful of people out in the red. In particular, so far, each person only enters the chart a maximum of 3 times, and the only way to close the gap is to rely on the African star. Li Changyuan guessed. Don't look at the first 100, only 477 W total assets. Maybe the first 1,000. For the first 10,000, the total assets won't be anywhere near that number. It must be over 4 million as well. Shut down the list. Li Changyuan glanced at the chat channel. Fittingly, as the list is updated, something related is being discussed inside as well. For over $10 million, and I'm under a ING million. How they make millions out of diamonds. 1 diamond is more than $10 million. Enough to spend 10 lifetimes. It's not enough to be here for fear of a lifetime, but it's definitely enough to lay flat for a long time. Damn. The first place, the surname Shao, is really fierce. It's all damn over $20 million. Surname Shao, with the words Yi and Lin inside his name. I'll eat live if this nigga isn't the chosen one. Honestly, I feel like 5th place is the really big one. Let's not forget that the first few guys are out of diamonds. And the only nifty thing is that the big guy in 5th place is hitting 8 million assets on the real thing. First place honestly isn't that bad, alright. Diamonds cost in the $13 million range. Even if you remove that, you have $7 million in assets. To put it that way, 6th, 7th, and 8th aren't too bad. All with $6 or $7 million in assets. Let's just say they're all giants. Existences that make us look up to them. It's a shame. I'm just $500,000 short of the 100th place. Another red for me and I'd be on the list. Dude, you don't look at the disparity in the assets of these guys back there. There's probably a lot of people missing in the middle of those 500,000. Look at this chat channel. What someone talks about when they're talking about themselves. Inside Li Changyuan's heart, it would be a lie to say that there was no stolen joy. It's like the kryptonite bigot of the game. Isn't charging so much money to satisfy the so-called vanity. After looking around the chat channel for half a day, until the side, there came a pained groan sound, which only brought Li Changyuan's attention back. Awake? Xinxian responded, her face full of fatigue, not looking very good. How's the body? It feels as if I have a fever and my whole body aches. Xinxian, who had been moving around for a while, had a voice that almost sounded like a cry. This has been truncated due to unavoidable factors. This has been truncated due to unavoidable factors. This has been truncated due to unavoidable factors. Looking at the other's expression, which was full of aggravation and pain, Li Changyuan said helplessly, it's still not you playing with fire there. Come on, I'm not a pants raiser either. I've been renewing this room for a month, so get some rest today and don't follow into the charts, while shedding the opportunity to earn half coins. Nay. Now Xinxian only felt that her whole body was like falling apart. Didn't move a muscle. Both felt incredibly sore. There's obviously no way to get into the map in this state. Helplessly, one can only nod obediently. Alright, be careful when you enter the map. To Li Changyuan, the player is not very threatening. Not to mention his own level 5 set into the map. If you can't beat them, the big thing is to run. As for the administration building, there are bosses who don't go in and are done. A brief bite to eat. Li Changyuan arrived at the special branch and took the elevator to the tarmac. Selecting the map. Confirmation of departure. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. Chapter 30, What a Family. 5 sets for the whole team. This time, Li Changyuan's choice of cadre is still Willow. No way. There are only so many dryads to choose from. First up is the bee doctor. Though he can blood himself, and there's smoke to cover the retreat, but not the slightest bit offensive. As for the Luna and my thieves who came on the scout, to his own self, who possessed perspective, skills are completely useless. In this way, that leaves only 4 options. There is nothing more familiar in there than Red Wolf and Willow, and then it's just one or the other. At this point, with a cue from the G.T.I. commander, the helicopter was already over Dam 0. Looking at the map, the birth point is located on the slope leading up to the top of the dam, a point where, If you head directly to the administration building, it will be noticeably slower east building number 1 by some distance, to the top of the dam. If you ride the ropes, you can also look down from a high altitude and see the people in the first seat of the east building. After hesitating for a moment, Lee Chang-yuan decided it was better to go from the top of the dam. After all, no matter how much one rushed, it was impossible to be faster than someone born in the number 1 spot in the east building, unless they don't go into the building. But then, there's no need to convene yourself. Ran forward a few steps, on the side of the house, and plucked a bird's egg, after it's not shipped, turned and ran toward the top of the dam. Don't look at the very remote location of this place, but Lee Chang-yuan is also on the internet. Seen people shipping out over here, but it's also just watching others. You're not even a little bit out of the chicken feathers yourself. Beyond that, this place, the top of the dam, the most disgusting thing is that there's always some lying on top of it with a snipe. Just highlight the word disgusting. Lee Chang-yuan has never suffered from this. All the way down on a rope ride. Pull out 2 bird eggs on the way. This time, instead, 2 blue items came out. But nay, Lee Chang-yuan's eyes were raised to be difficult. Don't even open your eyes to a slightly cheaper purple, let alone a blue. Follow the ropes, all the way down to the ground after. Lee Chang-yuan glanced at the administration building, but because of the distance, he could only see a very small part of it. There were no silhouettes seen in it. Even more so, inside the administration building, it's even quieter. Couldn't hear any gunshots. Search the back airbox first, and head back into the building. With his mind made up, Lee Chang-yuan ran straight to the container. Inside the first airbox, nothing of value came out, just a handsaw, and a power drill. The second airbox, instead, a little Kim came out. Type E canister. Value, 56,306. The burst rate is okay, so it looks like this one won't be too poor. The beauty is in the backpack. Turn your head. Lee Chang-yuan then ran towards the administration building. At this point, being right on the west side of the container, he ran out and was facing, naturally, the west wing of the administration building. Just don't wait for Lee Chang-yuan to run over. Far out, eyes. 3 sneaky figures were seen running out of the building, all the way to the construction site. The timing of this, so sneaky. Lee Chang-yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Running in such a hurry. Is this another shipment? Forcing me to be a bloodhound day in and day out. Ha! As the saying goes, searching for something on your own is not as fast as killing someone and licking their bag. Not to mention, there is no such thing as a safety deposit box here. Just kill the guy and take everything in the bag. Without thinking, Lee Chang-yuan directly chased after him. Seeing that the other party was about to run into the range of the construction site, he directly fired a Tiger Squad cannon. Boom! A boom! Directly blowing the one who fell at the end, to the ground. After confirming the hit, Lee Chang-yuan closed the distance with a direct jet and fired a C4 through the wall. At this point in time, opposite, the man who had been knocked down blanched as he listened to the dripping sound coming from his ears. Someone's coming. I've got C4 hanging off me. The words, without waiting for the other 2 teammates to react. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the blood bar was instantly cleared. The Red Wolf, not far away, did not panic at this time, and, almost at the first, then he threw a smoke bomb towards the man in the end. I sealed the cigarettes. Vian, you crawl back. The McThief, known as Vian, nodded in response. The way this team is configured, Red Wolf, Luna and McThief, respectively. Among them, the fallen McThief, obviously a female player. Even if she was wearing head armor, and the figure still looks very slender. After she crawled into the confines of the site and hid behind the wall, without the slightest hesitation, Red Wolf immediately crouched down and began to pull. Seeing this scene, Lee Chang-yuan teasingly smiled. In front of me, you also dare to pull someone? Exercise power to advance. Straight into the smoke. It was dark and smoky and you couldn't see your fingers. However, Lee Chang-yuan, did not hesitate to move towards the other party and pull the trigger. Ta-da! Without any thought of saving bullets, a single class 4 bullet, down the blackened muzzle, continued to spray a furious flame. Grass. Looking at his rapidly falling blood bar, the Red Wolf could only dodge and hide behind a side of cover. Seeing this scene, Lee Chang-yuan was a bit surprised. You fired half a dozen shots yourself, and you didn't kill the other side? Realize that. You're carrying a class 4 round yourself. It's hard to be a level 5 armor when you can't even fight like that? ***, this is a fat catch? At this point in time, Red Wolf, who was hiding behind a bunker in dosing, had an ugly look on his face. Marred. Why did it hit me even through the smoke? Luna faded. Don't worry. You do the drugs first. I'll cover. Having said that, then he pulled out his probe arrow, shooting toward the smoke. Next, a blurry red figure appeared in the middle of the squad's three people's field of vision. Luna snorted in disdain. How dare you come after me with just one person? Due to the presence of smoke, instead of rushing out, he backhanded a grenade and started pinching seconds. Wait until there's only 2 seconds left. It was only then that he looked for the location that his opponent had just detected and threw it. The question is, in the presence of perspective, all the movements of the other side were reflected in the eyes. How could Lee Changyuan be blown up by a grenade? When the grenade goes off, Lee Changyun looked at Luna, who was there to set up her gun, and was unfazed that, the moment he poked his head out of cover, he had preemptively taken the first shot. However, what Lee Changyuan didn't expect was that the other party also reacted extremely quickly. Almost the second after his own gun went off, the bullets from the other side followed. What surprised Lee Changyuan the most was that his own class 4 rounds, which hit his opponent's helmet several times, still didn't knock him down. Instead, the sense of crisis in his heart instantly spiked to the extreme when his own 5th level head was rotted away. What the kind of family are you guys? At this point in time, the whole team is up 5 sets into the map. After spraying the back wall, a pang of fear ran through Lee Changyuan's mind as he began to administer the medicine. Just now, the other party's reaction, marksmanship, including the equipment on his body, did not look like an ordinary person in any way. Damn, this time it's a kick in the teeth. That said, but Lee Changyuan was obviously not willing to give up just like that. After all, the other side is obviously out of a big shipment. Should we just watch the other side slip away like that? At this point in time, through perspective, Lee Changyuan realized that the wheat thief, who had just been blown up, had been pulled up. Luna, who was gunning for herself, had changed spots and was crouching to rack his gun. The bottom line is this. At this point, less than 20 meters from his position, looking at the one round of C4 he still had left, a sardonic smile flashed across the corner of Lee Changyuan's mouth. After taking a direct silent step towards the Luna to close the distance, he threw the C4 through the wall of the construction site. It would have been for him to try it. I didn't realize that. This C4, it actually stuck to Luna's body with precision. Now, it was Luna's turn to blush. No good. The words. Only a boom was heard. Luna went straight to the ground. Chapter 31 Heart of Africa. Seeing this scene, Red Wolf, whose face was hard to see, hurriedly asked, Old Wang, what's going on? Luna, known as Old King, responded, I'll just crouch there and rack my gun. Who knew a C4 would land on me? And the other person felt like they had perspective and could pinpoint my location. And this C4 is too powerful. Sticking it on the body can only wait for death. And the level 5 set can't carry it. Looking at the Red Wolf still hiding behind the forklift, Old Wang gritted his teeth and said, I'm slowly crawling back now. You cover me for a bit. There's only one person on the other side. Don't worry too much about it. Okay. The Red Wolf squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, obviously very reluctant. The wheat thieves on the side had by this time finished dosing the. Looking at his skills, he spoke, My big move is now at 60%. It will soon turn around. At this time, the Old King, who had already crawled backward some distance, finally relieved. Feels like I can pull me now. Be careful though, the other side doesn't seem to be very simple. The Red Wolf nodded and slowly poked his head out to look around, realizing that he was missing the figure on the opposite side of the room. After opening his mouth, he said, Vian, you pull the Old King for a moment, and I'll set up my gun here. Yes. After answering the question, McThief ran over to Old King's side, crouched down and began to save him. The question is, Lee Changyuan, who had taken all of this in his eyes, how could he let them save people so simply, had slowly felt behind the wall on the other side of the. Lee Changyuan probed his gun, straight down the pike. Poor McThief, who had just been rescued, fell to the ground once more. In the team voice, Old King yelled at the top of his lungs, on the left, a sudden change of heart. The Red Wolf was a bit overwhelmed, and after 3 grenades in the direction of the left side, ducked behind a concrete pillar again, swallowing a mouthful of saliva as his hands filled with sweat from nervousness. Red Wolf cried out anxiously, Old Wang, what to do? At this point, Old Wang spoke up, there's only one person on the other side, so calm down and don't panic. Red Wolf gasped sharply, his voice strained as he asked, if I'm killed, does that mean all 3 of us are going to die here? Hearing that, in the hearts of the other 2 teammates, a bad feeling arose. McThief's voice was a little stiff. Kiss, honey, you wouldn't leave me behind, would you? However, the words fell. There was no response from the other side. Instead, Old Wang, who had also fallen to the side, let out a long, leisurely sigh. Blame me. I was careless just now, or it wouldn't have been such a situation. Xiao Yelin, you saved my life. My mom was seriously ill and dying at first. It was also you who paid to save it, and although you didn't save it, this favor has always been in the bottom of my old Wang's heart. If you're afraid, you can just leave and I'll never blame you. Behind the concrete columns, Xiao Yelin clenched his hands tightly, his teeth clacking. All over. More than that, he couldn't stop trembling. He's hesitating, torn, whether to go or not. Xiao Yelin, who had always had a smooth ride from childhood to adulthood, could be said to have never experienced a setback. This time, also his first time, faced the pressure of approaching death head-on. It's okay to win if you stay. Once you lose, would be forever dissipated in this world, which was something Xiao Yelin could not accept. But if we go, wouldn't he or she have to abandon his or her teammates, abandon his or her girlfriend? More of a sign that you are a glutton for punishment? Li Chunyuan apparently didn't know that. What a choice the only one left across the street is making at this very moment. In his gaze, I can only see, the only remaining figure was crouching behind a concrete pillar, its body moving back a little. Out of an abundance of caution, Li Chunyuan didn't rush forward. Comparison. Now that the skills are on CD, and in close quarters, the advantage of perspective will be greatly minimized. So just to be on the safe side, Li Chunyuan moved forward while waiting for the skill CD. Just next, and he saw the red wolf on the opposite side of the room suddenly turned on his big move, as if he had his foot on the gas. Without looking back, he ran backwards. Li Chunyuan, what's the situation? You're not going to save me, buddy. You're just going to go for a big run, aren't you? It's not just him. Even Red Wolf's teammate, the already down McThief. At this moment all of them could not help but stare in disbelief in the direction of the Red Wolf. A pair of beautiful eyes had unconsciously filled with water mist. The voice trembling. Why? Facing a red wolf that had turned on the heat, almost in the blink of an eye, he ran out dozens of meters away from the even bolt is out of reach. Li Chunyuan had no way to chase after him even if he wanted to. Nima, you don't have the good stuff, do you? After cursing, Li Chunyuan immediately ran in front of two of his opponent's teammates. At this moment, Luna and McThief, while in the bottom stage, are not yet completely down, still able to move and talk. Li Chunyuan ran to Luna and without saying a word, directly shot her. Bang! A gunshot. Luna fell to the ground in response. Li Chunyuan's face was a bit gloomy after glancing at the other party's empty backpack. Turn your head. With an icy gaze, he looked at the McThief. The fear from death had long since scared her to death. Please, don't kill me. Let me go. Will you? McThief's voice tinged with sobs. Towards Li Chunyuan, he kept pleading. Li Chunyuan silently raised his gun and the blackened muzzle of the gun aimed at the McThief's head. Say, did you guys just ship out? With tears in his eyes, McThief kept nodding. Out of what? Li Chunyuan said with an icy voice. Diamonds, heart of Africa. Li Chunyuan's expression was frozen. For a moment there was even some doubt as to whether he had misheard. Say that again. Out of what? McThief hastily repeated. Diamonds, he's out of diamonds. Him? The moment I heard the word, Li Chunyuan had a bad feeling, and immediately asked, who has the diamonds? Xiao Yelin. It's on him, but he's run away now. My thief's voice trailed off a bit, and it was clear that she knew that the other party would not be satisfied with such an answer. Then she continued to cry out, I can get him to come back and make him give you the diamonds that. Will you leave me alone? Hear this. Li Chunyuan was happy. 2 lives for an African heart. It's a good deal. But, Li Chunyuan narrowed his eyes and teased. Are you so sure that he's willing to pay you back with diamonds? Chapter 32 I'm Xiao Yelin's girlfriend. Doesn't that status make you feel excited? Are you so sure that he's willing to pay you back with diamonds? Xiao Weian obviously still had a hint of fantasy about Xiao Yelin. She clenched her teeth and shouted towards Li Chunyuan. Yes, he will. He would never abandon me. Li Chunyuan's face was full of questions. You won't abandon it? Then let me ask. Who was the one who ran away just now? Xiao Weian stubbornly said. He's just holding back for a while. As long as you can promise to. He'll give you the diamonds and you'll leave us alone. And he'll be back. Okay, I promise. Hurry up and inform him. As opposed to killing these people in front of me. Obviously diamonds. More tantalizing. After all, it's more than $10 million. And Li Chunyuan played with it for hundreds of hours before crossing the border. Didn't even get to see it once. You can imagine how precious the pouring ground is. Getting a promise from Li Chunyuan. Xavian was then relieved that. Then he hurriedly shouted in the team voice. Come back quickly dear. I have just made a deal with the other party. As long as you hand over the heart of Africa to him, he'll be willing to let us go. Opposite, Xiao Yelin, who is still running wild all the way. After hearing Xiao Weiyan's voice, his body paused for a moment. Hand it over. Give it to him? You've got to be kidding me. $10 million worth of diamonds. How do you expect me to hand them over? With hardly any hesitation. A physical pause not even lasting more than a second. Xiao Yelin then ran towards the evacuation point once again. Through the map. Xiao Weiyan, who saw this scene, immediately froze. What do you mean, Xiao Yelin? Aren't Wang and I worthy of your diamonds? I know you're cautious and don't want to take any chances, but I've talked to the other side of. He'll let us go if you produce the diamonds. Are you going to watch us die here? Without realizing it, Xiao Weiyan's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with blood. The eyes gradually became a little moist. Xiao Weiyan hissed and shouted in the voice channel. Xiao Yelin, speak up. I know you can hear me. Listening to Xiao Weiyan's voice with a sobbing tone in her ears, guilt clearly rose in Xiao Yelin's heart as well. After glancing around to make sure no one was there, he hid in a bush and, then in a small voice, he responded. Vian, I'm sorry. I know I'm sorry for doing this, but things will only get worse if I go back. Are you naive enough to think that the other side's promises work? When I get over there, it's still at his mercy, and then even if he kills us, won't the diamonds still be his just the same? The so-called promise has been a fart ever since Sima Yi swore on his finger in the water. You don't still believe people's promises, do you? Vian, don't be naive. If I go back, it'll be the three of us who die together, and if I leave, I'll definitely find a chance to avenge you guys later. Opposite, Xiao Weiyan, who heard Xiao Yelin's defense, had an unbelievable look written all over her face. How could she not expect that the other party would refuse so dryly? And Xiao Yelin was able to make such a grand statement about being greedy for life and forgetting justice when he saw profit. It's just that you don't want to take risks. It's just that they don't want to give up the diamonds. It's amazing how you can justify yourself so well. For the first time, Xiao Weiyan felt that the other party was so shameless. Once upon a time, still in high school, because of his family's poverty, he ended up in a series of opportunistic. Xiao Weiyan got help from Xiao Yelin, and that's how she finished her studies. And because of that, the two became lovers naturally. Originally, Xiao Yelin promised to get married when he graduated from college, but then it was delayed again and again, until crossing over to this side of the world. As for Xiao Yelin, he grew up in an orphanage after the death of his parents. Therefore, during the school year, it was also a very tight life. Xiao Weiyan couldn't remember when it was. It was probably the time period of sophomore and junior year of high school. I don't know why. Suddenly, Xiao Yelin then became expansive, and it was as if Xiao Yelin was sheltered by the goddess of fortune. Luck is very much in the air no matter what you do. I've made millions of dollars over the years from buying lottery tickets alone, including gambling. Xiao Yelin, no matter how outrageous the score is to buy, like 7-1, 7-0, etc. The end result was all the same as the score he bought. The most outrageous thing is that, once, the weather forecast was clearly calling for rain all day. As it turned out, Xiao Yelin didn't have an umbrella with him, and on the contrary, the rain stopped when he went out. When he got home, the rain started again. Everything, as if favored by the gods, a bastard child of God. This aspect of luck Xiao Yelin attributes directly full. This includes traveling to the game world of Delta as well. First time in the map, Xiao Weiyan saw with his own eyes that Xiao Yelin had picked up the heart of Africa on a table in a room, including a couple of trips into the map later on. Every time, Xiao Yelin were able to fill up their backpacks with red or gold. With red or gold. This is not. This time into the map. Lick exempt bail Xiao Yelin, out of the diamond again. Realize that. Billions of players, a total of just a few, over the last few days. As a result, Xiao Yelin came out with two of his own. You can imagine how much chi the fallen ground must possess. But now, Xiao Weiyan, however, could only watch as her boyfriend, who she had loved for many years, abandon yourself and run away alone. Xiao Yelin, tears dripping down her cheeks. Xiao Weiyan cried out in despair, are you really so heartless? Going to watch us die here? Xiao Yelin gritted his teeth and responded. Weiyan, I know I'm sorry for doing this to you, but I hope you'll be sensible. I'll go back and deliver too, and then none of the three of us will survive. Well, Xiao Weiyan revealed a miserable smile. Don't make so many excuses. Aren't you just greedy for life and afraid of death? When you saw Lao Wang fall to the ground just now, you cowered behind and hid as a shrinking turtle. After all the years we've been together, don't I know you? Having said that, Xavian glanced at the little time he had left. Distance to the ground. It hasn't been that long. If she is not picked up before then she will turn straight into a box. Her heart ashen. She looked up at Li Changyuan. What? Dumped by your beloved boyfriend? Li Changyuan, who had witnessed the change in the other party's expression the entire time, revealed a teasing smile. Xiao Weiyan's pair of beautiful eyes revealed the 4 words, "Choo choo choo." The voice was full of pleading. "I don't want to die." Li Changyuan sneered. "But I didn't get the diamonds." Xavian clenched his teeth and said, "I can give you something else. Tell me, what can you give me?" "Myself." Li Changyuan's tone was a bit disdainful. "You're not making any sense. I've killed more than a few people in the last few days, and there's not 1 or 2 women who've tried to beg for mercy with their bodies, and you think that's going to impress me? I'm different," Xavian shouted. Even more so, when she opened her mouth to say this, neither turned off the team voice. All of these contents would be clearly transmitted into Xiao Yelan's ears. "Oh, what's different?" Li Changyuan asked rhetorically. Xiao Weiyan gritted her teeth and said, "I'm Xiao Yelan's girlfriend. He's the number 1 on the fortune list right now. Doesn't that status of mine excite you?" Hiss. You don't say. You don't say. It does seem a little heartwarming. It was just that Xiao Yelan, who heard these contents, immediately couldn't sit still. P.S. Played Delta last night and came out with a tank model and supercomputing unit. Hey cool. Didn't waste the day. I used the 3x3 safety box. One other thing, because it's the end of the month. To get full time, you have to write 100,000 words this month. So for the next 2 days, Mouse will stop playing games and go all out with his coding, trying to get to 100,000 words by the evening of the 30th. Meanwhile, I wish all you grandmothers and readers, big reds and diamonds every day, fat evacuation every inning. Chapter 33, To Live. In the team voice. Hearing that Xiao Weiyan actually wanted to use this method in exchange for a chance to live. Even more so. Surprisingly, he also emphasized the status of being his girlfriend as a way to increase his leverage when Xiao Yelan couldn't sit still on the spot and roared angrily in the team voice. "Xiao Weiyan, what are you doing?" Xiao Weiyan responded with a cold smile. "What do you think I'm going to do? You're not willing to save me. Can't I live if I want to? Is this the way you have to trade if you want to live? What do you take me for when you do that?" And it's ing said with the team voice on, not even avoiding it in front of me, is it? Xiao Yelan, who was just able to be calm and persuade people to be sensible, at this moment in his words, already filled with rage. After all, I'm afraid that any normal man would not be able to accept such behavior. The point is, Xavian still said it in a dignified manner knowing that he could hear it. It's a complete betrayal. How could this make Xiao Yelan accept it? In the face of Xiao Yelan's questioning, Xiao Weiyan laughed coldly and even more justifiably replied, "What? Asked you to bring out diamonds in exchange, and you were there to persuade me to be sensible. Why the sudden rush now? Xiao Yelan, I'm telling you, you're the one who abandoned me first, so don't blame me for betraying you now." Having said that, Xiao Weiyan's charming eyes were like silk, and she delicately shouted at Li Changyuan, "Master, my slave is about to run out of time. Do you really want to watch my slave turn into a box?" A siren-like voice, peach blossom eyes full of spring waves, the word master. It was even more so that Li Changyuan felt tingling all over his body. On second thought, at this point in time, the other party is still on voice with Xiao Yelan. After only a second of hesitation, Li Changyuan made his choice. Immediately, he bent down and pulled the other man to his feet. "Rise and shine. Vivian Xia, forced to cut here due to unavoidable factors." At this time, Xiao Yelan was completely taut. The whole man was lying on his back in the grass, his eyes filled with blood, his eyes bared, his whole body couldn't stop trembling, and he almost gritted his back teeth together. "Xavian, you dare betray me?" While Xiao Weiyan was busy, she coldly grunted, "Betrayal? Xiao Yelan, how can you be so kind? It wasn't you who abandoned me first. Now you have the nerve to talk about me?" Xiao Yelan roared, "I told you, if I go back it'll be the 3 of us dying together. Did you really think he'd leave us alone if he took the diamonds?" Xiao Weiyan snorted coldly, "Whether or not they'll spare us I don't know. At least I've survived now and don't have to turn into a box like that one guy. You dash." Xiao Yelan's pair of eyes were almost ready to spit out flames. The anger in his chest was even more like a volcano erupting, and he was trembling with anger. At this point in time, listening to the voices in my ears, Xiao Yelan hated to break the other party into pieces, but what was left of his sanity was a constant reminder not to be impulsive. So much so that Xiao Yelan only dared to let out an angry hiss in his heart. In the meantime, Li Changyuan closed his eyes tightly, his body similarly trembling slightly. Only, unlike Xiao Yelan's anger, Li Changyuan at this moment, here, due to irresistible factors, forced to delete. Reaching out and caressing Xiao Weiyan's hair, Li Changyuan asked, "How long have you been with him?" "Counting from high school. There's, well, 5 or 6 years. Xavian responded vaguely. "That's not too short. Forced to cut here due to unavoidable factors. There's no comparison, here forced to cut due to irresistible factors. Xiao Weiyan, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Yelin, who was uncontrollably furious, let out an angry growl in the team voice. Having said that, Li Chuanyuan couldn't hear the other side of they, but one could also guess a thing or two from Xiao Weiyan's expression, and the content of her reply. Like right now, Xiao Weiyan sneered and replied, "What? Am I not telling the truth? Or does it speak to your pain?" Xiao Yelin is going crazy. Both eyes were red and bloodshot. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. Asterisk. In vain I have poured out my heart and soul to you all these years, and I have satisfied you with everything you have asked for. Is that how you repay me? Xiao Weiyan sneered. Yes, you're nice to me, but the love between you and me, it's been over since just now when you abandoned me. After the response, Xiao Weiyan laughed towards Li Chuanyuan. Here, due to irresistible factors, forced to delete such a voice. It made Xiao Yelin go completely crazy. Ah, damn you. Asterisk, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make sure you die. Just wait for me. Xiao Weiyan laughed disdainfully. Fine, we're in the pull-out room on the west side of the administration building right now. Come over here if you can. I'm here for you. Extreme anger. It made Xiao Yelin want to take his gun right now and rush to the administration building to beat that adulterous couple into a sieve. But what's left of sanity? Deep down inside, a constant reminder not to be impulsive. After all, the price of impulse, most likely it's death. Clenched his fists tightly, and though there was 1,000 reluctances in his heart, after struggling for a choice, Xiao Yelin still gave up his impulsive thoughts. Impulsiveness is the devil, and it's just me alone now, so if I go over there, it's a complete waste of time. Not to mention that Xiao Weiyan can still know my location through the map. Han Xin can still endure the humiliation of his crotch. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I, Xiao Yelin, will take note of this revenge. Xiao Weiyan, you two adulterers and adulteresses, wait for me. If you don't take this revenge, I, Xiao Yelin, swear not to be a human being. Having made up my mind, Xiao Yelin once again ran towards the evacuation point. Xiao Weiyan, who had been paying attention to Xiao Yelin's position, saw the other party moving towards the evacuation point once again. At that moment, he sneered, "Waste thing, this is a wimpy way to go? What a gutless, cowardly, death-hungry thing like you. Why don't you just find a block of tofu and run over it? You dash." Xavian's cynicism. It almost made Xiao Yelin give up the idea of restraining his impulses. No way. Can't be impulsive. She's just provoking me, and I can't ever fall for that. Not to mention, this time I was again evacuated by millions. As long as I can get out, finding two strong teammates with my assets is never a problem. This revenge, later to find the opportunity to report is, now absolutely cannot be impulsive. Xiao Yelin, who kept reminding himself to be calm, finally ran to within range of the evacuation point. After a brief 10-second countdown, Xiao Yelin boarded the evacuation helicopter and disappeared into the map. Xiao Weiyan, who was paying full attention to the scene, sighed. He's gone and evacuated. Li Chuanyuan felt slightly regretful. I didn't expect this guy to be so calm. Was thinking it would make his head spin and he'd come rushing back without a second thought. Xiao Weiyan sneered coldly. With his life-hungry character, it would be strange if he could come back. Watching the diamonds disappear, Li Chuanyuan was slightly helpless in his heart. Only, this one wasn't without its rewards. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. Chapter 34, New Teammates. Step out of the helicopter. Xiao Yelin, who had already returned to the safe zone, had a face that was incredibly blue and unsightly. In particular, thinking about his girlfriend, and now it's still for someone else. Xiao Yelin then felt the anger burning in his chest. Dogs and boys, I'll take this revenge, and in the coming days, I'll make your lives worse than death. And Xiao Wei and you, I'll make sure you know the consequences of cuckolding me. Thinking back over the years you've traveled through, when had Xiao Yelin ever been humiliated like this? Not only was his best buddy killed, but even his girlfriend was committed to someone else. Even more so, it was all in your face. Nope, it's in your own ears. If you can tolerate it, you can't. 7 years ago, Xiao Yelin traveled to the parallel world called Blue Star because he struck lucky. I don't know if it's because of a stroke of luck. After crossing over he realized that no matter what he did, he was exceptionally lucky. Buy a lottery ticket and win every period. Multiple choice questions on exams. No matter what you pick you get it right. Playing DNF. The whole body equipment increased to plus 28 in one breath. Consumption is less than 1/10,000th of that of a large pony monkey. Playing Rate Earth. I drew full red on my monthly card alone. Playing Fantasy. Randomly appraising a weapon is unranked. playing LOL, with a 1% blitz rate. You can knife a blizzard that. During that time Xiao Yelin, no matter what he played, among the runes, he must have brought a blitz rune. The so-called SSRs in the game. The so-called golden legends. Others may have to charge thousands and thousands of dollars to see it. Xiao Yelin can get a shot every time. Enhanced equipment never needs maths, either, much less any probability. Even negative numbers can be reinforced successfully. Reality. It's more like never being stuck in traffic. I'll take the prize. Even walking down the street, you can pick up unclaimed cash. Anyway, it's highlighting what it means to be an bureaucrat. By luck, in a few short years, Xiao Yelin also made countless fortunes. I thought, the rest of one's life will be spent in endless wealth and boredom. I didn't realize that. Overnight, crossed over to the game world of Delta himself. At first Xiao Yelin did feel a little alarmed. But soon, after the newbie introductions, having understood that this is a world of search, fight and withdrawal, especially when there was also the so-called wealth list, Xiao Yelin immediately thought that this was a world made for himself. The things that went on behind the scenes, and it did look like what he thought it would look like. First time in the map, just get the item with the highest value. The next few times I entered the map, I made the same amount of money. This undoubtedly made Xiao Yelin more and more complacent. However, today's encounter let Xiao Yelin come to his senses. It turns out that in the face of a huge gap in strength, luck alone won't do much at all. It's hard not to. Going to bet that the other guy's gun isn't loaded? Or are you betting that the other guy's shot is a body stroke? Exhale. Walking out of the Secret Service, Xiao Yelin took a deep breath and calmed himself. Immediately thereafter, he opened his friends list and found a woman's avatar in it, and next to it was written the other person's name, Sun Jiai. Tap it and send over a message. Sun Jiai replied almost in a second. Young Master Xiao would actually still take the initiative to come to the message. It's really rare. Did you get into the picture today? Did you get another good deal? Xiao Yelin ignored the other party's question, typing directly, I'd like you to accompany me into the map tomorrow. Sun Jiai was a bit surprised. What? You're not accompanying your little girlfriend into the figure? Look at those 3 words. Little girlfriend. Xiao Yelin felt incomparably harsh. Gritting his teeth, he replied, don't mention her. That was in the picture today. Doing the deed with someone else in front of me. I can't wait to eat her alive right now. Asterisk. There are big melons. In detail. Xiao Yelin, you just have to rub salt in my wounds? Sun Jiai, people are also curious. Curious gossip is a woman's nature. If you don't want to talk about it then forget it. Xiao Yelin, if I don't say anything, are you not going to say yes? Sun Jiai, how come? Am I that kind of person? Xiao Yelin, it's nothing really. It's just that after that was knocked down, sacrificed his body to stay alive. For this kind of thing, Xiao Yelin surely can't tell the truth. Just a brief summary, but even so, still, Sun Jiai was amazed beyond belief. No, Xiao Weiyan doesn't look like this kind of person either. And where were you at the time? You wouldn't have stood by and watched her with someone else. Xiao Yelin replied with a dark face. You want to break the pot of sand even for this kind of thing? There were 3 of them on the other side, and I was the only one left on my side. So what do you want me to do? Should we fight our way to death? Sun Jiai, okay. I don't blame you for this kind of thing, but what are you going to do back there? Xiao Yelin, it's not that I thought of you. As you know, I have no knowledge at all of this aspect of war, of shooting, and have always had to be careful in the chart. And I wish you would come into the chart with me in the back. Sun Jiai, it's not impossible to go in together, but you should be clear that what a burden it is to carry a liability, and the danger is much increased. Xiao Yelin's face darkened a few points again. Who are you calling a liability? Sun Jiai, isn't it? Ha ha. Xiao Yelin, you're enough. Sun Jiai, no kidding. No problem getting in together. But what price is young Master Xiao willing to pay? Xiao Yelin, you name it. How many Hafu coins? Sun Jiai, Mr. Xiao is the #1 man on the wealth list, so I'm sure $1 million a game. It should be a drop in the bucket for you, right? Xiao Yelin, $1 million a game. Why don't you go rob? Sun Jiai, isn't this much faster than robbing money? Xiao Yelin, no way. Give me a normal number. And don't you think about it. A normal evacuation without out of the red would be a couple $100,000 at most. Do I have to pay you back? And you can search it yourself when it's in the chart together. Sunjay, hundreds of thousands, that's other people. I know how unbelievably lucky you guys are. Which time you went into the map didn't come out with a few million. Xiao Yelin, then I can't possibly guarantee that I'll evacuate so fat every time. How about this? I can give you 10% of each gain. How about that? Sun Jiai, only 10%? You can only give me $1 million if you evacuate in $10 million. What are you thinking? At least 30%. Xiao Yelin, 20%. No more. Sun Xie, 25%. 25%. Xiao Yelin, deal. After closing the chat window, Xiao Yelin took a long breath. It's a big price to pay, but with each other if you can get into the map together, there will be no more worries about security. The reason why Xiao Yelin could have such confidence came from Sun Jia's identity. Chariot State Chinese, a reconnaissance company attached to the KSK Special Forces, proficient in all types of firearms, having participated in numerous counter-terrorism operations. It was also the person with the strongest battle power among the people Xiao Yelin currently knew. If it wasn't for that, Xiao Yelin wouldn't have been able to pay such a large price. After all, in percentage terms, if he withdraws in 10 million, he will have to part with $2.5 million. Though the meat hurts, but in Xiao Yelin's opinion, even more Hafu coins were not as valuable as his own life. Having finalized the first candidate, Xiao Yelin began to have a headache with the second teammate. A squad is 3 people. If 2 people enter the map, 2 against 3 will always have a numerical disadvantage. It's a pity. If only old Wang hadn't died. After a second of silence for his former best buddy, Xiao Yelin then began looking to identify another teammate. P.S. Third chapter of the day. For the love of mouse explosion. All you readers who are about to come out of Heart of Africa, could you give a For the Love of Power a little support? Mouse appreciates it. Chapter 35, East Building Manager's Office. Seeing Big Red again. Unbeknownst to Li Changyuan. Walking out of the map of what Xiao Yelin did, he didn't bother to care about it, either. At this point in time, his full attention, it's all in front of us. For the first time, in the map, experience what's not in the game. Honestly, the feeling is, indeed, somewhat different. Even compared to reality, there are some differences. When the dust settled, Li Changyuan looked at the evacuation time and there was less than half an hour left. Immediately, the face darkened. My nigga, how come there's so little time left for evacuation? I haven't done anything this time in the map. Xia Weian, who was paralyzed on the ground, said in a bad mood. Where did the evacuation time go that you don't have a number in your heart? Li Changyuan looked innocent. Can I be blamed for this? Besides, if it doesn't end, how hard it is to not be on top of it. Staggering to her feet, Xavian held onto the wall as she slowly walked towards the pull point. Pull the gate. We won't be able to evacuate if we delay any longer. Li Changyuan shouted. You pull the gate first, and quickly search the building when you're done. I'm going to lick a bag. Stop by the manager's office in the East Wing. Having said that, Li Changyuan then ran out. A quick trip to the site outside the West Wing. Having found the box from the earlier kill, open up and take a look at the gear. Li Changyuan was a direct asterisk. It's really a grade 5 set. Even the bullets are grade 5. That Xiao Yelin kid is really willing to give up. But come to think of it, that amount of money is indeed nothing to his assets. Straight away, the head and armor go all the way down. The gun is pretty well altered too. It's actually worth over $600,000. Take it away. You can't leave your armor repair kit behind. You haven't even searched much this game. These can't go to waste. It was only 10 seconds before and after. The contents of the box. It's been stripped clean. Without delay, Li Changyuan turned around after the search and ran to the manager's office. Just bought the keys. Say what you have to drive a little. While saying that this is a normal difficulty map, but in Li Changyuan's opinion, it's just as solid. After all, the confidential difficulty consumes 2 durability points to open once, and as for top secret, it's even more exaggerated. Consume 4 points at a time. In other words, in the absence of red, driving classified is definitely a loss. Instead, if you open normal, you'll get your money back if you put out 2 small golds, and you'll make money if you put out 3. If a red could come out, that would naturally be better. On the whole, though, Li Changyuan is actually willing to open classifieds. After all, the probability of red is high. Just last night, just out of a tank in the manager's office. The supercomputing unit is out of Bakshi's server. Run all the way to the East Building. Fittingly, this side was searched a long time ago. Actually, just now, when Li Changyuan was doing his business, he heard gunshots ringing out from the East Building. Only at that time, his attention was on other things, so Li Changyuan didn't bother. Fortunately, that group didn't come toward the West Wing, either. Otherwise, Li Changyuan would have to be angry. Seeing that it's been searched, Li Changyuan didn't stop there. Straight to the manager's office. At this current stage, with billions of players, Li Changyuan bets that there are definitely no more than 10 people who buy manager's office keycards. After all, $2 million stops 99% of people. Not to mention, the first thing most people think of, surely, is arming themselves. It's impossible to say that you're going to come up with $2 million for a keycard. Even more so, Li Chuanyuan felt that most people should have no idea what it looked like in the manager's room. Come to the door. Swipe the card. With a drop of the key lock on the room door turned green. Push the door in. Li Chuanyuan glanced at the ground under his feet first and, this place swipes things every time, even as it swipes diamonds. Unfortunately, this game swipes 2 green items. After a brief glance at the turn around, open the suitcase in front of you first, followed by the weapon case and drawer next to it. 3 containers opened in a row, but not a single purple item came out. I can't help but make Li Chuanyuan frown a bit. I shouldn't lose any money this time with the room, right? After all, it's out of the diamond, and it's kind of a big red innings, unless, say, the total price of resources across the map is concentrated on diamonds, then I'm bloody well out of luck. After searching the other containers, Li Chuanyuan came to the first safe. Drops. Based on the scrolling numbers and letters, Li Chuanyuan quickly finished entering the password. Ding! Ka-ching! Cabinet door open. After seeing the items inside, Li Chuanyuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Dancing Lady Charm. Value, 11,362. Ancient Pirate Telescope. Value, 11,515. The corner of Li Chuanyuan's mouth twitched. How did you two deserve to appear in the safe? Is that what a regular damn safe looks like? Li Chuanyuan, who felt his heart dripping blood, turn around. Start opening the second safe. When the password is entered again. Upon seeing the items inside, Li Chuanyuan seemed to be in an ice cellar, and his heart instantly fell to the bottom. Wacky Pirate Silver Coin. Value, 8,440. Wacky Pirate Silver Coin. Value, 8,440. Pirate Scimitar. Value, 21,772. Now, Li Chuanyuan was all pissed off and laughed. Although it has crossed my mind, the safe will be poorer in Dam 0 on normal difficulty. But it can't be that poor, can it? Yelin Shah was able to open the Star of Africa from the waiver, which turned out to be in his own safe in the manager's office. Can't even drive a small gold? Is this like that? Li Chuanyuan felt a little chesty and a little out of breath. The pleasure that he had just gotten from Xiaowei and had all dissipated without a trace in an instant. It ended up being a computer. Seriously. Li Chuanyuan then didn't hold out much hope. After all, the probability of red coming out of a computer is just too low. Basically, it's just some blue information file. Better luck with purple memory sticks, military intel, etc. It's hard to come up with a gold, but the room is open. There's no saying you can't turn on the computer. Enter Morse code. Next moment, the items in the computer appeared in front of you. Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Value, 213-5824. After looking at the items in front of him, Li Chuanyuan directly jumped up with a loud asterisk that resounded in the sky above the administration building. The eyes revealed incredulity, and the hand that took out the Mandel Supercomputing Unit was trembling slightly. This nigga. Something that should come out of a regular dam? Seriously. Originally, Li Chuanyuan didn't think that the last remaining computer could produce something. As a result, I didn't realize that. Not only is it out, and a ing big one. Big red inning. Properly another big red inning. There is the Heart of Africa and there is the Mandel Supercomputing Unit. Li Chuanyuan thought he was in a classified dam. After organizing his backpack and putting the Mandel Supercomputing Unit in it, looking back at the wrecked manager's room and the open safe, Li Chuanyuan immediately said, I was wrong. Just now I should not scold you poor. It turns out that the good things hidden last. Chapter 36, Dogman. Pull out ruthlessness. Mezzo came out of the manager's office. Turn right. Down the stairs. Li Chuanyuan didn't rush out, but turned around on the first floor and felt around in those shirt pockets to see if there were any key cards out. A flurry of operations. I'm not saying I didn't touch anything. Only the last 15 minutes remain for evacuation. Li Chuanyuan didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran towards the elevator entrance. When the distance was less than 100 meters, a silhouette appeared in the field of vision. Although with great probability, it's possible to identify the other side. But come closer. For safety's sake, Li Chuanyuan still opened his mouth to ask and confirm the other party's identity. Coming within range of the evacuation point, Xavian wondered, where were you just now? Li Chuanyuan also did not hide the idea. Directly said, went to the manager's office in the east building. Opened a keycard by the way. Keycard? You still have this? Xiaowei stared with wide beautiful eyes, looking a little surprised. So what? Is it strange? Li Changwan replied with a calm face. Xavian asked rhetorically, if I remember correctly, that keycard should be over $2 million. It's the most expensive keycard in this map. I remember Xiao Yelin bought one. Yes, It's that one. Nodding, Li Changyuan replied. Did anything come out just now? Yesterday, Xiao Yelin came out with a tank model in there. It's worth over $2 million. And the keycard paid for itself straight away. Li Changyuan lightly returned. A Mandel supercomputing unit. Also more than $2 million. The corner of Xavian's mouth twitched. Good man. Another dog trust. However, she was already used to seeing scenes out of red when she was by Xiao Yelin's side. Now it didn't seem so shocking that Li Changyuan had come out of the red. Instead, in the back of his mind, he thought, go back and get yourself a keycard for the manager's office. You can't just look at other people out of the red. I want it for myself. At this point, Li Changyuan suddenly thought of something and suddenly spoke. I just remembered something. Xavian blinked, puzzled. What is it? Li Changyuan grinned and slowly raised his gun, pointing it at Xiao Weiyan. Hand over everything you have on you. Xiao Weiyan was suddenly dumbfounded. Unbelievably, he looked at Li Changyuan, and his brain was even more blank. What the hell? You and I just did that. You have the nerve to rob me now? Are you a human being? Dog man, lift up your pants and disown them. Originally, I thought that Xiao Yelin was shameless enough to take the matter of greed for life and fear of death. Justification is interpreted as sanity. Now she realized that the man in front of her seemed even more shameless. How long has it been since I lifted my pants? Not even half an hour. Already disowned. Looking at Xiao Weiyan frozen in place, Li Changyuan spoke again. It's best to be obedient. Don't make me shoot. Xiao Weiyan gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, do you just have to rob me? Just now we were. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence. Then he was interrupted by Li Changyuan. Just now was just now. Now is now. And what I promised you just now was just to let you off the hook. Doesn't mean I don't want it on you. Hurry up. It's almost time to evacuate. I'm going to count to 3 and if you don't get it out, don't blame me for doing it myself. Looking at the man pulling off the ruthlessness in front of her, Xiao Weiyan almost bit her back teeth. Nay, compared to the supplies in the backpack, obviously small lives are more precious. Okay, I'll take it. Xiao Weiyan uttered 3 words unwillingly. However, Li Changyuan's next sentence instantly broke her defense. Throw out your backpacks and chest rigs, throw your guns on the ground, and back off 100 meters. You're coming over to get it when I'm done searching. You! Xiao Weiyan gasped and cursed. Dog man, is it necessary to be so defensive of me? Why didn't I see you so wary when you ed me earlier? Li Changyuan said indifferently. 3, 2. Xiao Weiyan was furious and stomped her feet. Good. You're ruthless. Having said that, then he threw the backpack and chest strap he was wearing to the ground. He himself stepped back a distance as Li Changyuan had instructed. After confirming that it's safe, only then did Li Changyuan crouch down and start searching. However, Xiao Weiyan entered the map and didn't search for long before leaving because Xiao Yelin was out of diamonds. That's why there aren't many valuable items in the backpack. Or rather, Shiva's body is safe and secure. Only weapons, heads, and armor are the most valuable. Li Changyuan looked at his backpack, which already contained a set of level 5 head armor. Obviously Xavian's level 5 armor wouldn't fit, so he had to put away the level 5 head. As for weapons, Li Changyuan, on the other hand, unloaded a few valuable accessories. Not far away, Xavian, watching the scene, the heart can be dripping blood. After all, these weapons and equipment were all given by Xiao Yelin. Now that he has fallen out with Xiao Yelin, he doesn't know how to enter the map behind him. The 5th grade head is gone first. As for the weapons, the accessories are even less than half. Xiao Weiyan was furious and clenched her teeth. Damn dog man, said Flip, when really pull off ruthless. You're going to have to wait for me. Dog man, don't ever let me see you in a picture again, or I'll strip you clean. Don't even leave your pants on. After the pickle, Li Changyuan's backpack and chest hangers had long been filled to the brim. Although this inning, and didn't search too many places that, but the rewards are just as great. First, there was Luna, who had been killed earlier, with the weapon and level 5 head and armor on the other side of the. All of this adds up to over $1 million already. Then came the Mandel supercomputing unit, another 2 million or so, period. Li Changyuan also searched some messy things. Lastly, there were the supplies obtained from Xavian. The bits and pieces add up. The total value has exceeded $4 million. I'm done searching. You can have all this stuff back. Hearing Li Changyuan's voice, Xiao Weiyan hurriedly retrieved his weapon, chest pendant and backpack. Results. Open it. Xiao Weiyan almost cried out. Bandits, are you a ing locust? Why don't you just take me away? And you left me a couple of dates as a consolation? The 5th grade head is gone. Half of the weapon accessories were missing, and not a single round of ammunition was left. All of them were taken. The contents of backpacks and chest rigs, and even more valuable ones, were not left behind. Just a few little blues and purples left. The most valuable thing, a blood pressure monitor. The takeaway from this inning. It has even shrunk from the original 400,000 or so to 100,000 or so. Dog man, I'm not done with you. P.S. Readers, today has been a 10,000 word update. For the sake of Mouse working so hard on his words, throw in a power for love. Please. Chapter 37, do something interesting. Successful evacuation. Dam 0, General, Council Harvest, 415-7832. Kills, 1. After a successful evacuation, the harvest interface for this game surfaced and, looking at this bureau's harvest, a smile that AK couldn't even suppress emerged at the corner of Lee Chang-yuan's mouth. 4 million. Another round of fat evacuation. And this one was quite nourishing. It would be cool if every time I entered the map was like today. Seriously. Lee Chang-yuan is really not willing to run the map. Running maps in the game. It's nothing more than pressing the keypad and waiting for the character to run past and then it's done. Here. That's really going to take legs to run on. Especially with dozens of kilograms of equipment and supplies on their bodies. Basically, you can't run very far without getting tired and out of breath. As for today's inning, Lee Chang-yuan hasn't run much behind him except at the beginning. Stay inside the pull-out room the whole time. The point is that the harvest is pretty good. Step out of the helicopter. Lee Chang-yuan turned back to look at Xiao Weian, who had an ugly face. Do you want to add a friend? Back to dinner, movies, and hotel stays together. Xiao Weian glared in an unfavorable manner. No need. Having said that, then, stepping heavily on the be the first to leave. Did not add friends. Lee Chang-yuan does not care. Anyway, cool or cool. After the elevator ride down, Lee Chang-yuan directly in the special service. The day's harvest sold one by one. Though selling it directly at a merchant will be cheaper than putting it on the trading floor. But at this stage, big reds like the Mandel supercomputing unit, the tank model, even if it was put on the trading floor, no one would even buy it. In that case, might as well just sell it to a merchant and use the half coins to boost your battle power. Although it will be less profitable, but not by much. A couple times before, after Lee Chang-yuan came out of the map, he also sold the items to merchants. But this time, bringing out a level 5 helmet and level 5 armor. After repairing the Lee Chang-yuan all shelved to the auction. After all, at this stage, a high-grade head and armor is what others value the most. Bar none. This is not. Lee Chang-yuan has only just hit the shelves. In less than 5 seconds, 2 grade 5 heads and a grade 5 armor had been sold for a combined income of $1,600,000. Then other items were sold to merchants. A flurry of operations. A direct haul of $4 million. The money. Lee Chang-yuan didn't mince words. Lee Chang-yuan, who was originally equipped with 4-grade bullets, directly bought 3 sets of 5-grade bullets this time. Spent close to $600,000. No way. In order to avoid encountering someone like Xiao Yellen again, who was wearing a level 5 set, now it's also necessary to replace the 5-stage ammo, avoiding another hit or miss affair. Subsequently, Lee Chang-yuan bought another key card for the substation technical room. Well, at least it's the second fattest room in Dam 0. The key card is definitely the way to go. So much for a pass. 4 million ha pennies. More than half of it was gone in an instant. Lee Chang-yuan laughed bitterly. This money is really not spent. Just earn a little, instantly lost a big half. At this rate, how long will it be before we can unlock the system's new features? Come to think of it. Lee Chang-yuan glanced at the system's function list. Perspective, 100W, LV2. Item display, 100 million, LV1. Accelerated running, 1 billion, LV1. Unlimited stamina, 2 billion, max. No recoil, 5 billion, max. Through the wall, 10 billion, LV1. Self-aiming, 10 billion, max. Locked blood, 10 billion, max. Have to say, piercing walls, self-aiming, and locking blood, these 3 functions were really hot to see Lee Chang-yuan. These 3 functions, but whenever one is unlocked, it's pretty much just going to go sideways in the charts. Nay, the more powerful the feature, the more half coins you need to unlock it. Look at that bloodlock. It's a $100 billion. How long will it take to earn it? As for accelerated running and unlimited stamina, they were relatively unimportant in Lee Chang-yuan's opinion. Upgrades can be delayed slightly. The imperative. Still have to get a little perspective first. 100 meters is still too short a distance. Next is the item display. By then, what precious supplies are in the charts can be seen at a glance, including who's out of Big Red. It can also be disguised as a bloodhound. Things like Xiao Yellen running away with the diamonds won't be happening anymore. Seriously. At that time, Lee Chang-yuan merely guessed that the other party had a big shipment. But how could you not expect that what came out was actually diamonds? If he had known that the other party had come out with diamonds, he definitely wouldn't have given Xiao Yelin a chance to escape. Mud. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lost over $10 million. Back to the hotel. Shen Qian, who heard the sound of the door opening, immediately sat up straight. After seeing Li Chang Yuan's figure, the worry in Shen Qian's eyes instantly dissipated without a trace. Honey, you're back. Li Chang Yuan had a question mark on his face. Husband? Why did you suddenly call him that? You're making me feel guilty about this. Guilt? Guilt? Shen Qian froze for a moment, not reacting to what Li Chang Yuan meant. Wait until Li Chang Yuan gets close. Shen Qian's face suddenly changed. Why do you have a perfume smell on you? The two parties are not a couple, per se. There's no marriage license. What was done in the chart? Li Chang Yuan pressed on without hiding anything, and immediately spoke directly. You're making me feel guilty by calling me your husband. No, just taught a female captive a lesson in Tuli today. Looking at Li Chang Yuan's justified claim that he had lectured his female captors, Shen Qian's eyes widened, and she was instantly in the mood to cry. After all, last night, now that's a good thing. The other side didn't take it seriously. Turn your head, right there in the picture, teaching other female captives a lesson. What does that make you? Li Chang Yuan, who was already lying on the bed, seemed to notice the change in Shen Qian's mood. Immediately, he spoke. Hey, why are your eyes red? Why do you have that look on your face, like I've started something against you? Shen Qian's tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Could it be that between us we are not considered? Li Changyuan, who thought about what the other party was going to say next, hastily interrupting. Stop, hold it. Last night was all about you taking the initiative first, and the deal we made. It's also just me taking you into the charts, so don't you dare rely on me. Shen Qian stared with wide eyes, incredulously looking at the man who plucked away the ruthlessness in front of her. Good man. That's not what you said last night. Now that's good. You've turned your back on me? She was tempted to open her mouth in question, but then she thought about how the pair really didn't seem to count as a couple. Shen Qian immediately wilted like a deflated ball. At this point, Li Chang Yuan's voice, ringing in his ears, this is 200,000 hafu dollars. Take it and spend it first. I'll take you into the chart when tomorrow comes. Looking at the hafu coins in front of her, Shen Qian suddenly had a feeling of being underwritten, holding out his hand to take the money. Next, Li Chang Yuan then sat up and wrapped his arms around him. Don't be so downcast. Come on, let's do something fun. Shen Qian? Chapter 38, Dogto shall not die. After one night, inside the room, a scream was let out. Shen Qian looked surprised. So, you met Xiao Yelin in the diagram. It's that Xiao Yelin from List 1? And he came out with another Heart of Africa? Li Chang Yuan nodded silently. Shen Qian said incredulously, what kind of luck is this? It's simply God's bastard child. Li Chang Yuan responded. Anyway, according to what Xiao Weiyan said, that Xiao is just bursting with luck. It went exceptionally well no matter what. I'm dropping ghosts. Again, the last name is Xiao, and the name has Yi and Lin in it. These are all common surnames used by protagonists in novels. It's hard to. Shen Qian stared, feeling as if she had guessed the truth. Could it be that he has some kind of system that, or Goldfinger? Li Chang Yuan shook his head. It shouldn't be possible for the system to. Otherwise there was no need for him to make a hasty escape in the figure. I think it would be simply a reversal of qi, which might be considered a golden finger. Then, in that case, wouldn't he get a big red every time he enters the map? Shen Qian wondered. It should be. So, Shen Qian lowered her head and made a thoughtful gesture. Half a day later, she snapped her head up and asked. So, the female captive, named Xavian, is it pretty and fit? Li Chang Yuan? No. Why is your focus suddenly on this? Shen Qian tugged on Li Chang Yuan's arm and shook it. I'm just curious. Is there anything I'm pretty? The corners of his mouth twitched. Li Chang Yuan replied. She's prettier than you, has a better body, longer legs, and most crucially, she's also fiercer than you. This time it was Shen Qian's turn to be filled with questions. No. Correct answer. Shouldn't it always be that I'm beautiful? It's slammed into you, and it's turned into me being inferior in every way. Just as the two were in bed, flirting, time, without realizing it, it had crept up to 12 noon, as a prompt appeared. A reminder to all players that yesterday's standings have been updated. Li Chang Yuan also opened it with interest. 1. Xiao Yilin, Kyushu, 3412W. 2. Park Ji-yun, Cosmopolitan, 1731W. 3. Bauman, Merseyside, 1556W. 4. Li Chang Yuan, Kyushu, 1209W. 5. Ivan, Woolly Bear Country, 857W. 6. Johnson, Pretty Country, 801W. 7. Zhang Yibai, Kyushu, 77W. 8. Yumegawa Ichiko, Kodekuni, 734W. 9. Haynes, Pretty Country, 722W. 10. Misato Ichinos, Kodekuni, 715W. 98. Piero Marone, Gaul, 567W. 99. Gao Yuan Yuan, Kyushu, 566. 1W. 100. Sonny Campbell, Sunset State, 566W. Expel breath. Seeing the number 1 spot on the list, Li Changyuan immediately sneered. Sure enough, this guy, Xiao Yelin, brought out a diamond, and his total assets even jumped by more than $10 million directly. As for second place, Li Changyuan found that her assets, instead of increasing, decreased. It's still 100,000 less compared to yesterday. So, this Park Ji-yeon's name was not in the picture yesterday? However, as opposed to someone who didn't make it into the picture, Li Changyuan was even more amazed that yesterday, above him a man from the bullfighting country. I can't believe it's missing today. With over $10 million in assets, it's impossible to spend it all overnight. So, there is only one reason for this sudden disappearance. That would be dying in the chart or not evacuating in the allotted time and getting lost in it. This happened once before. Li Changyuan clearly remembers a pretty countryman named Ram. Also got the heart of Africa the first time I entered the map, only to turn the day people were gone. As for the list further down, it's yourself. As for what was said behind himself, Li Changyuan didn't seriously look at it, merely sweeping it. In terms of assets, also starting with yourself and forming a cliff gap behind you. And the gap between each other gets smaller the further back you go. After closing the list, Li Changyuan turned his hand and clicked on the chat channel. It's like swiping through a video and clicking on the comments section. Some days, what's really interesting isn't the video, but the comments section underneath. As it happens, after the list was refreshed, the chat channel had exploded. Among them, the vast majority, all of them were also talking about the crazy growth of Xiao Yelin's assets. Groove. First place is toxic, isn't it? The assets are more than $10 million more than yesterday. Absolutely out of diamonds again. No. What kind of counterintuitive luck is this guy? I've been in the map so many times a diamond can't be seen, and he's out here in the vault with diamonds. You can count on one hand the number of people in the world who produce diamonds. Turns out the guy's already out of 2. Dogto shall not die. I'm literally going to throw up. It's really just the people. I've almost lost my life in the charts a couple times. The last assets brought out added up to less than $1 million. And someone ends up picking up diamonds every day. And don't ever let me know what he looks like. Otherwise I'd have to cut him up high and low. It's just unplayable. First place has more than doubled second place. If he's pulling away on strength, then I have no comment. It's pure luck out of a diamond. Then I'm not convinced. The one person who is really not convinced, and I feel like it's fourth place, is really nifty, not by diamonds. Froze hard and hit $12 million in assets. Let's just say it's really impressive. But these days, he's got a couple million in assets. 2 millions of madness. If not diamonds, then certainly other big reds. That said, have you guys noticed that there seems to be someone missing from the list? How rare. These names don't change every day. No, I'm talking about the top 5. There's a guy out of the diamonds yesterday from the Doobie Nation. Turns out the person is gone today. It's still true. It's another diamond guy who's fallen. The list is updated. It was as if a bomb had been dropped into a calm lake. It instantly created a buzz among countless players. However, unlike the vast majority of the eating public, there's a few of them. Look at this list of unusually mixed emotions. Take for example, Yelin Shah. Would have watched himself riding high, with more than $30 million in assets. Xiao Yelin was still feeling a little bit of joy in his heart when he doubled his lead over the second place. However, turn your head, when he saw on the fourth place, the 3 words Li Changyuan, the whole face instantly turned ironic. For the man who killed his best buddy and stole his girlfriend, even the one who gave himself endless humiliation in the middle of a voice channel, Xiao Yelin could only feel the anger in his chest burning once again. P.S. I'm going to call it a day for now, but I'll get up tomorrow and continue with more. Trying to get to 100,000 words by the end of the night. Mouse has done his best to write. My fellow readers, can we get a For the Love of Power reward? Please, for the sake of Mouse working so hard? Chapter 39, The Eyes of Countless People. Li Changyuan, clenching his fingers tightly. Xiao Yelin recalled everything he had encountered in the diagram, including in the team voice. All sounds heard. A scene that keeps replaying in my mind. The anger of the heart. It also gradually fills the entire chest. I'll take this revenge. What befell me yesterday? I shall repay you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, in the coming day. If I don't take this revenge, I, Xiao Yellen, swear not to be a human being, and Xavian UF***K, just to stay alive. How dare you commit yourself to someone else without regard for my feelings? Is your innocence not as important as your life? Why can't you just face death with grace? People have to die sometime. Even if you survive now, you will still return to dust in the future. Wait for me, Xiao Weian. I will make you regret everything you did yesterday. Xiao Yellen, who had secretly made up his mind in his heart, glanced at his friends list. Vivian Summers' name, Hershey, exists in it, and the glowing avatar proved that the other guy wasn't dead. Meanwhile, in the status column, it also shows that the other side is in a safe zone. After a moment of thoughtful reflection in his mind, with that, he opened Sun Jiayi's chat window. Are you ready over there? The message was just sent. In the blink of an eye, Sun Jiayi then sent a reply. Of course, I was ready yesterday. And, it's ready to go anytime now. Xiao Yellen asked. I remember the latest time to enter the map is 6 p.m. right? Sun Jiayi responded. It should be. There's no way to enter the map at night anyway. What's wrong? Are you planning to enter the map at 6 o'clock? No. Xiao Yellen replied. I want to get stuck in time and enter the map at the same time as A. Let's see if there's any chance of getting a row together. Opposite. Almost immediately, Sun Jiayi then guessed the answer. You wouldn't want to. Stuck in time to enter the map with Li Changyun, right? Xiao Yellen revealed a sardonic smile. That's right. It's best to line up together and let me have my revenge. Sun Jiayi, honestly it's a bit hard. Billions of people in the whole safe zone. Even if a large number of people die, the number is definitely not small. And people enter the map almost every moment. Xiao Yellen, it's okay. Big deal. Just try a few more times. Sun Jiayi, okay, but I have another question. Xiao Yellen, speak. Sun Jiayi, how do you make sure you can enter the map at the same time as him? Xiao Yellen, it's not that simple. Find out which area he's in, and then get someone to squat at the Secret Service. Just see if he doesn't get on the tarmac when he does. Big deal. I'll just spend a little more half money. Sun Jiayi, whatever you want. I'm only responsible for keeping you safe. Anyway, I don't care about the rest. District 4396. Inside a hotel in the security zone, a silhouette wearing a long white-green silk dress looked at the list that had just been refreshed. A slight frown creased her brow. Having been stretched quite a bit further, it's already 34 million. Is this another Heart of Africa acquired? What a stroke of luck, guy. I just don't know what you're capable of. Can you match your luck? District 1557. In the gym, a big, strong, beefy man, with a face full of crosshairs, was sitting on a gym machine. Constantly sweating. Another set of moves done. The burly man glanced at the time and suddenly remembered something, if I remember correctly. The list should have been refreshed. Immediately thereafter, he opened the list, then his brows quickly furrowed down. The peak ranking still hasn't been opened, and I don't know what the opening conditions to the ground are. Instead, it's this Xiao Yellen from Kyushu. The assets have actually broken through to $34 million? Are you kidding me? Did he get another diamond? Bloody hell. Park Ji-yun, Bo Myung, Lee Changwon, obviously the top 3 guys, all of whom have 1 diamonds. So it seems the only one with assets that are not watered down is Lee Changyuan above me. The gap in assets was less than $500,000 in the last round, and this time it's actually been stretched out that far. It's a pity that I was unlucky in the last game, and after searching the whole map the harvest was less than $1 million. But it was a good haul into the map this morning. I wonder if tomorrow's list will close the gap a bit. 10,086 zone. In the box of the KTV, a group of beautiful women in high heels and alluring dresses clustered around an older black man. The black man sitting in the center had a smug smile on his face. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. Looking at the beautiful women around him who flattered and ingratiated themselves with the old black man laughed evilly. It's still a good world. No need to pull bananas on a bike every day and have fun like I never had before. Is it 12 o'clock already? The list should have been refreshed already. Never mind. I'm too lazy to look. I'm sure I'm in the top 3 anyway. District 443. A silhouette with a tall figure, smooth lines, possessing a body that would make countless women envious, was standing angrily in front of the bed with a look of hatred. Zhang Junbai, have you slept enough? It's 12 o'clock noon and you're still in bed? And did you run off to drink again last night? Are you going to spend all of my hard-earned havoc on women? Bed. Zhang Junbai lazily opened his eyes and returned in a helpless tone. Sis, I didn't even want to find them. They came to me. What can I do about it? The woman laughed in exasperation and, Where are they going to find you if you don't go to one of those unsavory places? Zhang Junbai, I'm telling you, if you keep this up, don't expect me to bring you into the figure again in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junbai wimped out in seconds. Sis, I was wrong. I promise I'll never go to a bar again, okay? Having said that, Zhang Junbai then muttered in his mind. I didn't say that I don't go to KTV, bathing centers, foot washing cities, opera houses, discos. After being dragged stiffly out of bed, confused, Zhang Junbai came to the restroom, sitting on his ass on the toilet. A glance at the time, thinking of the list refreshing, he instantly clicked on the wealth list. Subsequently, a quick glance at his sister's name. ***. You're really good, old sis. You're already ranked 7th. That said, old sis, if you work harder, let's see if you can make it to number 1. How many? 34 million? This Nima surname Xiao is going crazy. Is this pussy out of diamonds again? At this time, outside the restroom, came a voice. What are you howling for when you're in a state of shock? Zhang Junbai blurted out. Sister, have you seen today's list? That one called Xiao Yelin. The assets have gone up another $10 million. The voice from outside the restroom resumed. Saw it, then, and then? Zhang Junbai was puzzled. Old sister, are you that calm? And what else? Do I run over there and snatch the diamond out of his hand? Zhang Junbai was a bit speechless, but it was really something like that. They can't come up with diamonds. It really doesn't have anything to do with yourself either. With his eyes back on the list, the more Zhang Junbai looked at it, the more outrageous he felt. No, did you sacrifice your lifespan? Or else how could your luck be so unbelievable? Second and third place are fine. Nothing much has changed. This fourth place is also outrageous. It's clear that we've never had a diamond. It's hard to pop up to over $10 million. More than $4 million more than my oldest sister. The list is refreshed. No doubt about it. It immediately drew countless gazes. Almost everyone was shocked that Xiao Yelin, who was ranked number 1 on the list of, I can't believe a diamond will come out again in such a short time. Only, I'm afraid no one expected that. At this moment, Xiao Yelin's heart, instead of having the slightest joy, was filled with anger. Chapter 40, I'd rather go into the map with him than Wild Platoon. Unlike the vast majority of people, who had their eyes on the first place finisher, Xiao Yelin. At this point, there's a silhouette. His eyes went to the words Li Changyuan in the 4th place. A pair of silver teeth clenched. It's him. Damn dog man. It's not enough to play for 2 hours, but in the end, you have to take my stuff. I've never seen such a shameless person in my 20 years of living. Unlike Xiao Yelin, who simply had only anger to say. Again, it's all about thinking back to yesterday. Xavian was more indignant. 2 hours. 2 whole hours. The other guy's like an animal. As for myself, instead of receiving any remuneration, that last bit in the bag, it was also ransacked. Look at that. Is this something that people can do? With her chest constantly rising and falling, Xiao Weiyan clenched her teeth. Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Damn dog man. You better pray I don't meet you in Tully, or I'm going to make you look good. But that being said, when you think about the matter of entering the map, Xiao Weiyan wilted at once. A couple times before, she was all about following Xiao Yelin into the map. In itself, with Xiao Yelin's heaven-defying luck, basically they hadn't encountered many other people. Plus there's the old Wang, who was a soldier, escorting him, so there has been no danger either. But now, it's your turn to enter the map all by yourself. Xiao Weiyan always felt a little bottomless in her heart. These days, she hadn't spent a lot of time in chat channels, watching people spout off about the outrageous teammates they'd encountered in Wild Platoon. This outrageous teammate, even a game encounter is disgusting enough. The thought of realistically going into the picture in a row with this group of people, Xavian felt that it would be better to just die. Does that mean I'm going into the chart to be a rat? Entering the map with Xiao Yelin, they all went straight to the fattest spots, and now they're going to let her go to the field. The huge gap between Xiao Weiyan was obviously a bit unacceptable as well. There's no way to say, let me go team up with that dogman piece, is there? When such a thought first rises, Xiao Weiyan immediately shook his head frantically. No way. Absolutely not. Getting into the map with him, I'd rather Wild Platoon. Think about it. There really wasn't much that could be done about it. So Xavian looked at his remaining Hafu coins and, mentally, I began to back off. Why don't we just get some rest today and wait until tomorrow to enter the map? District 9527. Inside the hotel, Li Changyuan had already gotten up and washed up, and was sitting at a side table eating his lunch, half eaten. Finding Shenxian still lying on the bed, Li Changyuan asked, still lying down, not eating lunch? Shenxian said breathlessly, tossed by you. How can I have the strength to eat? I feel like my whole body is falling apart right now. Li Changyuan said breathlessly, come on, don't throw the pot at me day after day. I don't know who was more forthcoming just now. By the way, are you going into the map today? If your body hasn't recovered yet, keep resting. I'll go into the map later. Hearing the word enter the map, Shen Xian suddenly came to life and hurriedly opened her mouth to shout. No, wait, I want in. Li Changyuan? Aren't you sore all over? And what's the point of going into the chart? Shen Xian said helplessly. It's the empty wallet that gives me the motivation. And I don't want to go in and, nah, there's no money. I remember the latest time to enter the map is 6 o'clock. Why don't you take a nap in the afternoon and wait until you wake up? Li Changyuan, who had already finished his meal, wiped his mouth, and then said, go to sleep by yourself. Then, and I'll go out and look around and, you set an alarm for 5 o'clock. Don't oversleep. Shen Xian, okay, walk out of the hotel. Take a breath of outside air. It felt incredibly fresh. Primarily, the hotel room was filled with a strange odor for unaccountable reasons. Looking at the time, it's only a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Changwan, who was thinking of walking around, slowly walked on the square in the center of the safe zone. Road. In 2s and 3s, there were other people everywhere. The conversations of the people around them could be heard from time to time. Old Zhang, you've made a big red this time into the map. You must treat us to dinner. Don't worry, it's all just a small amount of money. What's a meal? In a while brother will take you to wash your feet. Asterisk asterisk. Righteous father. Ugh, it's a shame. The last time we went to a foot wash, all 4 of us. Now it's just the 2 of us in the blink of an eye. Why are you talking about sadness again for a good reason? Ugh. Old Han's greatest wish in life was to pick up a girl group from Cosmopolitan. It's a shame that this guy didn't fight and stayed inside the map the second time he entered it. It can't be helped. Going into the charts for ordinary people like us. It's just 9 deaths. Anyway, it's better to be careful. At least now we can prove that. It's just as possible to get out of the red in the wild. We don't have to go into those fat areas. Yeah, chant. Come on. Wash your feet. It's on me. Walking past. The sound of the other 2 talking. Clear to the ear. Upon hearing that the other side had been reduced to 2 from the original 4, Li Changyuan's heart also had some feelings. After all, he used to die violently and inexplicably when he used to play Operation Delta, but dying in the game is dying. If such a thing as a violent death were to come to pass, you can imagine what it means to the average person. If you don't own the system yourself, I'm afraid, one's own situation is no different from those people. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. A long, drawn-out sigh. Looking at the square, which was obviously a bit cooler compared to when he had just crossed over, Li Changyuan sighed. I don't know. How many people are dead now? Billions of people around the globe. And I'm afraid that such a number of people are entering the map every second of every day. It also means countless lives are lost every second. I'm afraid that in the last few days alone, at least hundreds of millions, if not a billion or more, have been, stay in the picture forever. And quite a few of them are still thanks to me, aren't they? But sighing is sighing. In Li Changyuan's heart, there wasn't much guilt. After all, the weak are the strongest and the fittest survive. This may seem like crossing over to the game world of Delta, but to Li Changyuan, it's more like everyone has been transported into a world where everyone is surviving. A novel in the category of universal. Speaking of which, Li Changyuan didn't miss much. From the earliest stove appearances of raft survival, after the first book caught fire, all kinds of survival then spring up. For example, ocean survival, empty island survival, elevator survival, fog survival, grotto survival, road survival, almost all kinds of scenarios anything that comes to mind. It's all been written about. As for the moment, Li Changyuan felt as if it should be called Delta Survival. Wang Tuqin? Li Changyuan, who suddenly saw a familiar face, stopped in his tracks. The other side apparently noticed this side, too, after seeing that it was Li Changyuan. Immediately, with a curt smile, he trotted over. Hey, big brother again. Congrats to the big guy for moving up to 4th place. See if you can give a buddy spot this time. Chapter 41, Escorts. Congrats to the big guy for moving up to 4th place. See if you can give a buddy spot this time. Looking at the ingratiating, fawning figure before him, Li Changyuan didn't have the heart to say, I'm sorry, the buddy bit is only reserved for sisters. No men added. No. Upon hearing of another rejection, Wang Zhiqin let out a wail. Big brother, you're being sexist. Why don't you just add men? Will you just let me have a hug? Get out of here. Don't pull and tug on the street. People will have to be mistaken if they see you. Li Changyuan pushed the person away with a look of disgust. After being pushed away, A regretful Wang Zhiqin as if he had lost $100 million. Yo-Yo sighed long and hard. Do you know the most painful thing in the world? It's that there's obviously a top 5 ranked big brother in front of me, but I have no way to hold my thigh. The corners of his mouth twitched. Li Changyuan said breathlessly, get lost, my thighs are only for sisters to hug. No big guy, you said last time that you like to enter the map alone, and now you turn around and bring a girl? Wang Zhiqin asked curiously. Say, is it the sister we saw last time? Anan. Li Changyuan nodded. Is the team just 2 people? Wang Zhiqin asked again. What for? I told you I couldn't take you. Having said that, Li Changyuan took 2 steps back. A wary look was given to the other side. Wang Zhiqin smiled sarcastically. Big brother, you misunderstood. I still have this self-knowledge. But there's a business I have a feeling you'd be interested in. Raising an eyebrow, Li Changyuan asked. What kind of business? Wang Zhiqin smiled mysteriously. Big brother, the escort in the game. You should know about it, right? I know. Li Changyuan nodded. Wang Zhiqin continued. It's pretty much the same thing. Actually, it's called escorting here. It means that someone pays for some of the more powerful people to come into the chart with them and then keep them safe in the chart. Man, the corner of Li Changyuan's mouth twitched. It's only been a few days, and already there's an escort? Before crossing, Chang Yuanli knew that there was an escort in Operation Delta. In other words, it's paying for some stronger escorts. Of course, with these escorts, there is a high probability that they are open. This is how Li Changyuan did not expect. Now to the world of gaming. I can't believe there is such a thing as escorting. Li Changyuan, who had come to be interested, spoke. How is the escort method? Tell me in detail. Wang Zhiqin introduced. It is actually the employer who pays for 1 or 2 escorts. Then get into the picture together. Most of these escorts are active or retired military. There were also some foreign mercenaries and such. All in all, very good shots. Nodding thoughtfully. This, Li Changyuan had expected it. It's just that he's more curious about how the price aspect works out. After all, in reality, getting an escort costs soft money and earns half money. But now that half coin is directly a currency, do you have to spend half coin to get an escort? Is there a profit in that? Thinking of this, Li Changyuan voiced the question in his mind. Wang Zhiqin stretched out 2 fingers. So currently on the market, there are 2 ways to pay for it's going to be based on the agreement that was signed. The first, which is to agree on a fixed price, say 300,000 ha pennies by mutual agreement. Then whatever value of supplies the employer collects in the chart will be fixed at 300,000 half dollars. At the moment, as far as I know, the price of hiring an escort ranges from $200,000 to $500,000. It also depends on the strength of the escort specifically. As for the second, which is in the form of a percentage, such as an agreement between the 2 parties to split if it's 50%, the employer has to give 50% of the proceeds to the escort. Prices seem to be in the 30 to 50% range at the moment. It's a matter of luck to get into the map and search for supplies anyway, at a fixed price. It depends on whether or not you can get a good deal. Otherwise you'll basically lose money, and even if you make it, you won't make much. But if we're talking about percentages, then it's meat and potatoes out of a good deal. So all in all, there are advantages and disadvantages to each. After the presentation, Wang Zhiqin hemmed and hawed. What does the big brother say? You want to do it or not? With your ranking, prices are absolutely top-notch. Forget it, not interested. Li Changyuan shook his head directly without thinking. Just kidding. Why don't you go in there and search for the picture yourself? What's the point of going to all that trouble to bring people? I'm not that bad. Why would I want to bring a burden? Biggie, really don't think about it? Not only can I collect money, but I can search for things myself, too. It's definitely a sure thing. No consideration. Being rejected outright. Wang Zhiqin looked a bit regretful. Alright then. After the separation, Li Changyuan came to a foot massage parlor. Don't get me wrong. Li Changyuan didn't have any other thoughts. Simply wanted to press a motor to relax and unwind his body. As for why you came to this store? Because on the forum, Li Changyuan saw someone say that the female technician in this store was beautiful and had a good body. The key is a good massage. After coming, Li Changyuan found that it was indeed true to its name. Especially when you press your head. It's so comfortable that you almost fall asleep. Since the package option is for 2 hours. Wake up. Still over 40 minutes to go. Lying on a massage bed, Li Changyuan enjoyed the service while water grouping in the chat channel. Big boys, who can take me? So poor I can't afford to eat. You'd rather starve to death than enter the map. To go in is to die. So many of my friends around me have grayed out their friend avatars now. Alas, who isn't? Every time I enter the map, I'm on edge, afraid of running into someone else. Sister begging to take Dance students can do any position. There is no soldier brother to take the sister all day long. You know how to beg for a belt here, or just go sell it, and it will save you from having to enter the map. Nothing wrong with that. I despise people who cry out for a belt every day. If you have the strength, find a powerful group to enter together. If you don't have the ability, enter the map as a rat, and wait for death if no one is with you. What a bummer. A bunch of downhead guys. What do you care if I want a belt? Keep your mouths clean. Sisters, Guanan is just like that. It's disgusting to look at. Every time he enters the map, one grabbing things as fast as they can and not knowing to give way to the girls. TSK still boxing here? Now that's a bad set, sister. The version has been updated, fairies. It's not your T0 version anymore. Throughout the chat channel, it's a mess. Say what you will. Instead, it's relatively quiet and tidy in the forums. P.S. More. Punch. It's almost 100,000 words. So I'm going to fight for next month's full time. Chapter 42. I'm your bicycle. Damn Zero swipes gold/red spots to share to ensure a fat evacuation every game. Unlocked price, 100 halves. Damn Zero crouch evacuation point tips. Unlocked price, 500 half dollars. Sisters for self-improvement team. All women's team. Men stay away. Active duty scouts professionally escort you. 400,000 guarantees your life and safe evacuation. Urban Dragon King 2 with one occupation escort. $500,000 or 70% of the proceeds. 100% favorable reviews. All the customers say yes. The Aqua Blue nightclub. Starlets, hostesses, car models. The price ranges from 18W 100W. Welcome to play with your customers. Operation Delta's Primer Bible. The most complete and detailed guide on how the average person should search for supplies and how to evacuate safely. Unlock price, 100 half dollars. The 97th largest man in the wealth list is leading the team. With a car of 50W a person. Come and chat privately. Voldemort Rat Squad. Field search for supplies coming up. In the forum. The information on the various posts is readily available. Compared to the other day, the most frequent continues to be the group postings. Meanwhile, many more strategy posts and escort posts. But what surprised Lee Chan-yuan the most was the nightclub post. Let's just say, nice guy, or these guys will play. This is already in the pimping business. That said, Lee Chan-yuan began to think, since these guys could be in the pimping business, doesn't that mean you can do some industry yourself? In the safe zone, after all, players can also acquire some property. But as to whether it is possible to do business, this point Lee Chan-yuan is not very clear. Come to think of it, Lee Chan-yuan immediately opened his friends list, originally thinking to find Wang Zhiqin to ask about the situation, only to open it and realize that he didn't even have him as a close friend. Never mind, wait a while and find out for yourself. The massage went by so fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The service time is then over. Lee Chan-yuan immediately went to the nightclub mentioned in the post. Don't get me wrong, Lee Chan-yuan wasn't there to have fun, but simply to find out about can players do business on their own? After a bit of a look around, the answer I got was, yes, even more so, until today. It was only then that Lee Chan-yuan realized an in-depth understanding of the mode of operation of the entire safety zone. First, at the center of the security zone is the special branch. All the players, who want to access the map, have to take the elevator here. Head to the top floor tarmac. This includes selling items. If you don't want to put them on the trading floor, it can be sold directly by a merchant at the Secret Service. Secondly, you can upgrade various attributes here as well. This includes boosting weight capacity, stamina cap, warehouse capacity, and more. You can even take on quests and get rewards. And around the square, then it is similar to an urban area. The vast majority of the settlement consists of simple wooden houses. On top of that there are all kinds of high-rise buildings and villas and mansions. There are all kinds of stores in commercial areas, such as clothing stores, jewelry stores, bookstores, and so on. In the entertainment area are bath centers, cinemas, KTVs, concert halls, bars. In the eating area, there are various barbecue restaurants, fried chicken restaurants, hotels, bistros. It can be said to be complete, a real-world urban area. Before, Lee Chan-yuan has always been curious. In the security zone, those who work in the various stores, are they all real players or NPCs in the game world? Today he realized that, both, kind of just like the businessmen in the Secret Service, and the various departments of it is a member of the safe zone itself, and can also be recognized as an NPC. Of course, these NPCs are also alive, with independent minds, behaviors, personalities, and, totally a living, breathing human being. As for the second, it is the player who has crossed over. If you don't want to venture into the map, you can head to one of these stores and places to seek employment. After successful enrollment, you receive a monthly paycheck as a way to survive in the safe zone. Only, so far, not many people are in these situations until then. Even fewer are able to successfully enter the profession. Except, entertainment venues aside, a place like this, it is by far the highest number of inductees. Among them, more than 90%. It's all, #UN percent, asterisk, and at. As for that, players who wish to purchase property, either directly in a certain area, to buy or rent a store. Then you spend a certain amount of $50 to apply for a business license, and you're open for business. It's not very expensive, price-wise. A 200 square meter store rents for 200 WA a month if it is leased alone. This money, in the opinion of Lee Chang-yuan, go into the chart twice and earn it out. Only, at the moment he hasn't figured out what kind of business he wants to start. Because the entire security zone looks like it's at a saturation stage for all businesses, it doesn't leave much wiggle room for the player at all. And being in the center of it all, the best lots, too, are in safe zones and simply unavailable for purchase. Knowing that, Lee Chang-yuan shook his head. Never mind, we'll talk about these things later. Now there are not enough Hafer coins by themselves, and it's definitely imperative to upgrade the system's functionality first, and there's so much money to be spent on upgrading the Secret Service later. The main thing is that I don't know, right now, what kind of business I can do. Looking at the time, it was nearing 5 in the afternoon. Lee Chang-yuan didn't have the heart to continue shopping and returned straight to the hotel. How is your body recovering now? Can you set off? It's still a little hard to feel sick. After trying to move around a bit, Xin Xian frowned and said, forced to delete here due to irresistible factors. This was forced to be abridged due to unavoidable factors. Bicycles? You think it's someone else's house? Tin stand up and stomp. Lee Chang-yuan cried out in vain, this is not the quality of the car? Is it hard for anyone to buy a car and have to keep it in the house? Xin Xian did not have a good temper. Said, like you so pedal method, what bicycle can stand here forced to delete due to unavoidable factors. Ahem. A dry cough, Lee Chang-yuan explained. It's not that I like to take the dry road, it's the road that has been rained on. It's easy to splash mud behind you on a bicycle. Or why else would there be a fender on top of the rear wheel? I didn't know it at first, but there was this one time in high school when it had just rained. I sped home on my bike and ended up with mud all over the back of my shirt. Well, it's about time to improve the chart. Xin Xian glanced at her backpack. Would you say the level 4 set is enough? It's okay if you don't wear a condom. I can pull you up even if you get knocked out anyway. Lee Chang-yuan said confidently. Xin Xian hesitated. It's better to wear it, just in case. You can die outright if you get knocked down twice. Chapter 43, into the picture. Cement factory. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. As always, every time you enter the map, you hear the GTI commander's beep. With the roar of helicopter propellers, the duo had arrived over Dam Zero, glanced at the marked spots on the map, located inside the cement plant. Suffice it to say, this place, definitely the number 0 spot in the cement factory, landed directly inside the cement factory. And, most fortunately, the inning was exempt from insurance and swiped on the side of the cement factory as well. After landing along the ropes, Lee Chang-yuan reminded, stay close to me for a while, just search things behind me, don't split up. The probability is that someone will come from the cement factory. Good. After answering the question, Xin Xian then followed Lee Chang-yuan closely. The duo ran towards the high point of the cement factory. Cement plant as a resource point in Dam Zero. Resources as a whole. It's also kind of lucrative. Throw in the randomly refreshed exemptions from the insurance. Possession of 2 aviation cases, 2 long weapons cases, 2 large weapons cases. In addition to this there are a large number of cement trucks as well as various types of containers. Overall, not a bad spot to land this opening. Lee Chang-yuan took a direct breath and ran to the high exemption. On the screen where you enter your password, look at the code numbers scrolling in front of you and enter the code in order. Stick to a point. After the password entry is complete, all that was heard was a click. The cabinet door opens. 3 items then came into view. Consort's earrings, value, 1331. Primary bullet production parts, value, 20,878. Asala specialty wine glasses, value, 63,296. The little gold cup is in the bag. Turn your head. As Li Changyuan opened the airbox, he shouted toward Shinshen. There's a little purple inside the insurance. You can take it with you. Not that Li Changyuan had become generous. And he's now simply can't see the seniority anymore. Unless we're talking about something like a wide-angle lens or something like that. A more valuable purple one. Or we're putting it inside a backpack. He's too much of a space hog. As for the inside of the airbox, just nothing good. A magazine. A rig. Can't even look at it. Turn your head. Li Changyuan opened the 2 long weapon cases next to him. Among them, a G-18 loaded inside. That is, as the sidearm of a pedicure professional. And unfortunately here it is. Li Changyuan felt that no one should take this gun for a pedicure. But up close, with a good bullet, with the G-18's rate of fire, I think it's still going to be a slam dunk. As for the other long weapon case, it was a Bison submachine gun, which was directly skipped by Li Changyuan. Turn your head. Li Changyuan glanced toward the building to his side and a rocketeer, who was walking around up there with nothing to do. From time to time, his eyes glanced to where the 2 of them were. Rocketmen and machine gunners. It should be the 2-man machines that annoyed Li Changyuan the most in Dam 0. One has a long range and high damage. You're running, and then you get an RPG, and you can blow off half a tube of blood. No less. There had to be several other fractures all over his body. Next is the machine gunner. Meaty as hell even, with the Gatling spinning endlessly. Of course, it's okay if you're simply facing a human machine. The biggest fear is that. What about shooting at other players? Behind you comes a machine brother, shooting wildly towards you. Times like these are the most annoying. Poke your head out. Rapid fire. All 3 shots hit the head, killing the rocket soldier not far away on the spot. Then Li Changyuan glanced downstairs and, after making sure no one was around, it was only then that he popped up along the side railing to where the rocketeer had been standing earlier. Shen Qian, who saw this scene, was a bit surprised. How did you jump over there? While searching for the rocketeer's box, Li Changyuan returned. Just stop bouncing. Saves you from breaking your leg. And there's nothing good over here. A bazooka box. A large weapons case. A bird's egg. That's all there is to search after popping over. I can't say I'm poor. Just standing here. Li Changyuan is extremely insecure. That's true in the game. And even less so here. After all, the whole thing was standing right here, with no cover around it, and in case someone came by, there's no place to run if you want to. After a quick search of the weapons case and the bird eggs, Li Changyuan jumped straight to the ground. After greeting Shinshen, he ran to the airbox in the adjacent building. After you open it, just inside the airbox, with the exception of a small compartment for items, back, neatly arranged are 3 2x2 4-compartment items. See here. Li Changyuan immediately brightened up. It's going to be shipped. However, when the search is complete, Li Changyuan's face instantly darkened. Surgical scissors, value, 1012. Asala Newsweek, value, 6010. Hotel promotional poster, value, 818. Asura Entertainment Monthly, value, 5205. Nima, it's not a scam. Hearing Li Changyuan's tirade, Shinshen said with concern, what's wrong? I just thought it was going to ship, but it turned out to be 3 pieces of crap. Cursing as he walked out of the building, Li Changyuan turned around and was about to drive the cement truck. This stuff is a good one. On a regular basis, you can come up with military explosives. Even more so, Li Changyuan has also opened smoothbore gun exhibits and fossilized spiny dragon claws in it. Just as Li Changyuan turned on the cement truck and waited beside it for the items to drop out of the corner of my eye, suddenly glimpsed, at a broken wall next to a cement factory, in walks 3 men. Seeing the instant, Li Changyuan immediately spoke out and reminded, someone is coming, take care to hide. Heard someone coming. Shinshen looked a little alarmed. Where am I going to hide? Behind you. Venture into any room and come out when I've finished with the other side. Well, you must be careful. P.S. 3 chapters to go. Feeling a bit tired after 2 days of intense coding in a row. Blame it on the other day. I had a cold to begin with. Not to mention, my cousin drags me to play Delta every day. Damn. It's his fault that I didn't code properly and have to make up for it here now. Chapter 44, First Kill. Be careful. I just heard gunshots over here. You guys, look out front. There's a box for a man machine. It looks like someone did come by. Asterisk. The insurance shouldn't be licked already. It can't be helped. We landed in a bad spot. All be careful. Keep a lookout. The other side may not be gone yet. 3 figures. Guns in hand. Eyes looking around warily. He slowly walked into the confines of the cement factory. The 3 chose their cadres. Uluru, Red Wolf, And Luna, keep going towards the interior, hearing the sounds of silence all around me. One of them frowned. You say that the man who came in first, are they gone now or are they crouching to ambush us? Red Wolf shook his head. I don't know, but be careful with everything. Why don't you shoot an arrow first, brother Fong? Okay, to the side. Luna nodded. With that, he pulled out his bow and arrow. Just as he opened his bow and was about to shoot, just a rumble and a bang. The tiger crouching cannon landed with precision at the feet of the three men. Asterisk asterisk. Watch out. Naya, I'm knocked out. Me too. Where are the people? No. I don't know. The sudden change of events caused the three to turn a little alarmed. Primarily, two of the three-person squad were in a dazed state at the moment, their vision blurring before their eyes. This situation is completely incapable of combat. The only one left. His face was ugly as he looked around, but he couldn't see half a person. Mud. I can't see anyone at all. After cursing angrily, Uluru was about to head to the other side to check it out. Unbelievable. A round of C4 that fell from the sky. Uluru hastily dodged to the side while marking the location where C4 was thrown. Over there. The words had not yet been spoken. Li Chuanyuan was already one step ahead of him, poking out of the side of the bunker and shining the trigger at Uluru. With the added weight of a 5-stage bomb. Almost instantly, the body armor on Uluru was then shattered, and even he himself fell to the ground. Asterisk asterisk I've been instantly secured. The opponent should be a level 4 or level 5 bullet. Don't panic. You crawl back first. I'll cover you. Red Wolf, who had already risen toward the spot marked by Uluru. It was a direct barrage of howitzers fired out. Luna followed up with a lightning arrow, then pulled out a grenade and started pinching seconds. Just about everything they attack, before it's even out of the way. Li Chuanyuan had then pulled back by powering through the thrust. It then began to circle to the side. Kill a man. Change the point. It's kind of the most conventional way to play an FPS. Otherwise, there will be no advantage in gunning against an opponent who knows the point. Not to mention that Li Chuanyuan possessed perspective and could attack from the opponent's unguarded position. This is not. After circling around to the opponent's side, Li Chuanyuan fired decisively. A bullet tore through the air and shot towards the enemy with a whistling sound. Bang bang. Listening to the gunshots exploding in my ears. Seeing his bloodstain drop rapidly, Red Wolf blanched and quickly leaned down behind cover and, then marking the side, he shouted, "Someone's coming on the left too. Watch out." The words. The Red Wolf then saw that a C4 flew overhead. Frightened, he hastily interrupted the injection maneuver and ran backwards. Luna, on the sidelines, was still trying to cover for him. Just don't wait for him to poke his head in. Li Chuanyuan fired an early shot straight away. Chug. Advanced gun aimed at the head. The moment Luna poked her head out, all precision hits the spot. Luna's blood bar was also instantly emptied and she fell to the ground. The sudden collapse left Luna's mind blank, completely unable to comprehend how she had fallen. Seeing this scene, Red Wolf anxiously shouted, asterisk asterisk, why did you fall to the ground too? Luna was confused. I don't know. I saw you taking a beating. Just thought about covering you below. But I just poked my head out and got headshot instantly. Red Wolf cursed as he administered medicine. Nima, being instantly secured? And this comes with a shotgun advance? It's on. Uluru, who was the first to fall to the ground, became more and more impatient inside at this moment. In just a minute, the team of 3, 2 of them are already on the ground. The other one is also a big wreck. If this one hole won't work, doesn't it mean that the 3 of them, all of them, will have to stay here? Come to think of it, Uluru hurriedly shouted over the team voice. The number of opponents is unknown. Anyo, when you're done with the medicine, pull back for a bit and wait for the other side to leave before you come out and pull us in. Otherwise if you die, we'll be finished with you. Luna, who had also fallen to the ground, asked rhetorically, but what if the other side doesn't leave and keeps racking us? Uluru said with an ugly face, what can we do then? We can only wait for death. Do you expect Bull to come back and destroy the team 1v3? Although the heart is not in it. But this time, Luna also knew that this was the only option left. Alright, Ox, you be careful. Pull out first. Try to find a way to be rescuing us in a little while, and if that's not possible, you can go on your own. On the other side, as much as it's tempting to turn around and save the day, but in the face of the current situation, Red Wolf also knew that turning back was a death sentence. Gritting his teeth, Red Wolf nodded. Okay, having said that, then he ran in the opposite direction of the attacked. Through perspective, Li Chuanyuan, who saw this scene, frowned slightly, because of the direction in which the Red Wolf across the street was running, exactly where Shen Qian was. Seeing this image, Li Chuanyuan hurriedly reminded, Shen Qian, someone's running over in your direction. You be careful. Ah, what? Hearing this, Shin Xian was instantly a bit flustered. And, at this time, I don't even need Li Changyuan to remind me. She had heard someone's footsteps. Li Changyuan rushed that way while shouting, "You're panicking. I can pull you up even if you're dead." Also Shin Xian, who had put her heart down, let out a sigh of relief. Still, a heart was in his throat as he listened to the footsteps approaching in his ears. Coming, Shin Xian, who was lying on the ground. Then he saw a figure, running past him with a knife. Ta-da! Perhaps in a head-on battle, Shin Xian thought to herself that she could not beat anyone, but a sneak attack behind the back was something that a person would be able to do. This is not a pike straight down in the back. Instant takedown for Red Wolf. In the flash of lightning just now, looking at his rapidly declining blood bar, Red Wolf's last words were, ******ing hell. Someone's squatting here, with the last words spoken, with the other two teammates looking on in despair. All three turned into boxes at the same time. Shin Xian, who saw this scene, looked a bit agitated. I killed someone? Li Changyuan revealed a smile. It's okay, it's actually been solved by you. Say, is this your first kill? Right. Shin Xian hemmed and hawed. Then since I killed him, am I allowed to lick his bag? Lick it. But the other party has also just entered the map, so I guess they don't have much good stuff inside their backpacks. The most valuable things on your body would be your weapons and head armor. P.S. 2 more chapters. For full attendance, charge. Chapter 45, Dogman. It's me. Don't shoot. Indeed, as Li Changyuan said, the backpacks of these three men were all empty. Only the chest hanging held some bullets and medicine inside. Beyond that, the most valuable thing was the guns in the hands of these three men. Clear. Full conversion to M4A1. No way. The two guns given in the newbie tutorial are both M4S. As for the head armor on these three, they're all level 4, though they're all at a bit of a premium right now. But the bulletproof vest occupied too many compartments, and Li Changyuan was really reluctant to take it. Finally, Li Changyuan merely took away a gun, some gun accessories, and 2 level 4 heads. Not that I don't want to carry more. Rather, the body armor was taking up too much of the compartment. And as for the other level 4 head, the durability was shot to hell. Even if it is restored, the price will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, Shen Qian, always with a smile at the corners of his mouth, he beautifully filled his entire backpack with 2 bulletproof vests. When you're done, Li Changyuan marked a dot on the location of the map barracks. We'll go to the barracks and have a look around. Then we'll go to the administration building. This picture of Dam Zero, it's not very big in itself. Resource points, and there are only a few. Basically, no matter where you land, you end up visiting the administration building. If it's not searched, then naturally it's best. But if it's searched, it's a search. In the meantime, somewhere in the corner of Dam Zero, Xavian lay on his back in the grass, looking around with trepidation with every step he took forward. Shinran, are you sure we're going to be crawling like this the whole time? Seeing as how it took most of the day to climb more than 100 meters, Xavian said with a look of despair. Not far away, another figure, also sprawled out in the grass, responded in a whisper. Or else what? What if we stand up and someone sees us? Xiaoyan was in tears. But that's not what you told me in the safe zone. I thought you said someone would take us. At this time, ahead of the two, the only one who was squatting, spoke helplessly. Big sister, I'm bringing 2 with me. I've just been going to the shooting club a lot to shoot targets and familiarize myself with firearms a little bit. Do you really think I'm some kind of soldier king? Or if you're impatient, you can just get up and go. But then I don't care about your safety. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could only compromise. Alright then. The 3 just kept squirming forward like a caterpillar. After approaching the gates of the barracks, Willow, at the forefront, cautiously poked her head out to look inside the barracks. There are man machines patrolling everywhere, and by the looks of it no one should have been inside. What do you say? Should we go in? Looking at his poor, pathetic, backpack with only a few small blue, Xiaoyan immediately said, since no one is there, let's go in and take a look. Or is this trip down to evacuate with tens of thousands of dollars? The weak thief called Shinran, obviously a bit timid, his voice hesitant, he said, why don't we just forget about it and, just in case someone comes along later, see 1 vote for yes, 1 vote for no. The 2 women dropped all of their gazes on the wyvern in front of them. You guys are making it hard for me to choose. Willow was also a bit headstrong. After weighing the situation left and right in his mind, and looking at the interior of the barracks, he gritted his teeth and said, riches and riches, let's go inside. This innings exempt. It's not swiped here. I don't think anyone may come through. Having said that, Veron had already poked his head out, shooting at the man machines inside the barracks. Ta-da! For a moment, there was a lot of gunfire in the barracks. Xavian followed suit, shooting at the man machines inside the barracks. Having said that, the intensity of the mano a mano here is several notches up from the game. But a man machine is a man machine after all. In a matter of minutes, the barracks were purged of human machines. Willow reminded. Search at speed. Don't take too long. We'll pull out when we're done. Good. Got it. Xavian and her friend both replied in unison. Soon, the three of them then went about their business in the barracks. Only, there aren't a lot of places to search in the barracks. There were only a few tents down there as well. As for the building above, if you don't open the custodial rooms, there's really only one fixed refresh computer. Other than that, it's just a matter of looking at the desktop and whether or not it will swipe things. It was only 10 minutes before and after. The three of them then dug up the barracks. Nay, it's a normal difficulty dam. After all, a barracks didn't even come out with a small gold. Willow looked at the map. The location of the barracks, located in the northwest corner of the map. It is also west of the administration building and northwest of the cement plant. It can't stay here any longer. Let's go from here. We can hit the field all the way and slowly search our way there. Then take this trail around to the back of the visitors center and then you can evacuate. After marking a spot on the map, Willow spoke. The two women didn't object. The three of them immediately planned to evacuate from the other side of the barracks. However, without waiting for them to walk out the door, one round of the Tiger cannon. It had exploded around Willow's feet. The three men's faces changed drastically. McThief, the one with the worst mindset, even let out a scream of terror when he saw Willow fainted on the ground. Only Xavian, first with a smoke grenade, covered the fallen Wayland, then marked the direction from which the Tiger cannon was shooting. Watch out, there's someone over there. The words, sharp gunshots were heard just out of earshot. The bullet went through the smoke, took Wayland away in an instant. Looking at his fallen wyvern, he instantly tensed up. No, hell, and hit me through the smoke? Naya, the opposite side has perspective on it. Xia Weian, who was not far away, saw the scene of the, especially when she heard the word perspective. A flash of familiarity suddenly arose within her, but before she could think where the familiarity came from, two C4s in a row, suddenly from the sky. One of them, moreover, was directly affixed to McThief's body. Seeing the dripping C4 on his body, the McThief was so scared that he yelled, there's a bomb on my body. Help! Help! But C4 wouldn't stop at her screams. 2 seconds later, just a loud bang, McThief also fell to the ground. This time, in Xia Weian's mind, a figure suddenly surfaced. The opponent seems to have picked Veron as well, and then through the wall, clearly out of sight. And yet, always throws C4 at people with pinpoint accuracy. No, it can't be him, can it? The probability of getting a lineup in 2 consecutive sets can be considered almost zero. But right now, 3 teammates down 2, left to his own devices, there was clearly no way to save the day. In that case, might as well howl. Thinking of this, Xia Weian instantly lay down on the grass and shouted at the top of his voice, Li Chan Yuan, dog man, it's me, don't shoot. P.S. There's one last chapter left, and I'm tired of rats. Tough. Just sent in a screenshot from my cousin out of a Blade server. There's also a room card for the manager's room in the East building, and Mouse is already a little out of breath looking at the screenshot. Chapter 46, how dare you ask me to keep an eye out? 10 minutes ago, after coming out of the cement factory, Li Chunyuan then went straight to the military camp. Didn't get very far. To his ears, he could already hear the bursts of gunfire coming from the barracks. Li Chunyuan instantly quickened his pace. When he arrived at the barracks, he happened to see 3 men running around inside searching for something. Since there are people, Li Chunyuan simply kept watch, crouching directly in the doorway on the north side of the barracks. He was betting that the gang would go out through here. Fittingly, a few minutes later, the 3 in view, having finished searching the barracks, carefully felt their way toward the door. As usual, Li Chunyuan started with a direct tiger crouching cannon. After all, there was a lot of cover between the 2 sides. The other guy couldn't even see himself. Instead, Li Chunyuan could use his perspective and always hit his opponent with pinpoint accuracy. This is not. The tiger crouch cannon is down. One of the people walking at the front was instantly shaken to the ground. Although some people reacted quickly by throwing smoke, they simply couldn't stop Li Chunyuan's life-saving bullets. After knocking one man down, Li Chunyuan closes the distance quickly. This was followed by 2 rounds of C4 thrown. Just after the C4 explosion, he then heard a voice calling his name. And the voice, it sounded especially familiar. It's not just him. Even Shin Chen behind him heard it. It seems like someone called you a dog man. Li Chunyuan's face darkened. What do you mean, dog man? Spoken like I've done something unconscionable out there. As the voice sounded familiar, Li Changyuan slowly approached a little closer, but with the other party, still separated by a wall. After approaching, Li Changyuan asked tentatively, Xiao Weiyan? Opposite. Hearing the reply, Xiao Weiyan's eyes immediately lit up. All the fear in his heart instantly dissipated. Dog man, it's actually really you, shouted Xiao Weiyan incredulously after standing up. Get out of the bunker. Li Changyuan didn't have the good sense to say, explain it to me clearly. How am I a dog man? Why don't you dog? What you did to me in the last game. You've forgotten now, haven't you? Xavian shouted with a straight face. Beside, looking at the scene where these two seemed to be flirting with each other, looked directly dumbfounded at the two players who fell to the ground. No, what's going on here? Still know each other? Though feeling a little foggy in the brain, the sight of the two men's familiar appearance, the hanging hearts of Willow and McThief were released. After all, originally, after they got to the bottom, all the same, we're going to be buried in this picture. I don't think so. Peak to peak, Xiao Weiyan actually knew each other. The McThief, known as Shinran, hurriedly called out from the side. Vian, what's your situation with the other guy? What the hell? Xiao Weiyan spat in Li Changyuan's face. A dogman who raises his pants and disowns him. At this time, Shinshan followed suit. Seeing Xiao Weiyan's gnashing of teeth, reconnecting, Li Changyuan immediately understood the identity of the other party when he talked to the female captive she was talking about. But right now, this is obviously not the place to talk. Li Changyuan pointed to the two fallen men next to him and asked, your teammates? Xavian nodded. Yes. To save? Li Changyuan said faintly. Upon hearing this, without waiting for Xavian to speak, McThief had cried out impatiently. Save? It must be saved. Vian, you can't leave me behind. Saved or not saved. Actually, Li Changyuan didn't care. He was more concerned with his loot. Slowly walking to Xiao Weiyan's ear, Li Changyuan laughed evilly. I didn't think that the sea of people that, out of billions of people, you and I can still meet in a chart in a row. You're saying this doesn't count as fate? While saying that, this was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. No resistance. There's no struggle. Xiao Weiyan gritted her teeth and said, Dog man, here forced to delete due to irresistible factors. Here forced to abridge due to irresistible factors. Just tell me if you want to live or not. And the lives and deaths of your teammates are on my mind. Li Changyuan laughed softly. You don't want to watch your teammates die in front of you either, do you? Dog man, please stop your little life speech. Xavian rolled her eyes and this was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. But Li Changyuan didn't do anything too out of the ordinary. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. Here the deletion was forced by force of irresistible factors. Then he came to the two teammates who had fallen to the ground in Xavian. Li Changyuan was not polite, and went up and started to pick off his clothes. No, it's picking off helmets and bulletproof vests. Even the contents of the bag were sifted through. Take what you like, leave the ones you can't see for Xinxian. The scene. It could have made the McThief look foolish. Seeing that all the supplies he had worked so hard to gather were going to be taken away, the McThief was anxious. Vian, look at them both. It's all going to strip me clean. You'd better talk me out of it. No. What's with the unloading of weapon parts? Wait, don't take my bullets. How the helmet still took. That's more than $200,000. Stop it you guys. However, no matter how much the McThief shouts, now in a completely collapsed state, she could only speak in the team voice. In the face of all this, Xiao Weiyan could only give a loving expression as well. After all, she had seen Li Changyuan's character before. Don't talk about your pressured relationship. Just yourself. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. In the end, still have to hand over the backpack. 2 minutes have passed. Willow, as well as McThief's equipment, had been licked clean. Until this time, it was only then that Li Changyuan allowed Xiao Weiyan to pull them. Looking at their already empty backpacks, McThief and Willow were in tears. The mind is completely blown. Nima, are you two locusts? Not an inch of grass was left where it passed. Even more so, not only did they lose their supplies, even teammates have to drop one. In front of the two of them, Li Changyuan directly took Xiao Weiyan away, and Li Changyuan's reasoning was such that they couldn't refute it. Saving lives comes at a price. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. P.S. 2 days, 36,000 words. Could be considered a dry run to 100,000 words on the last day. It's so hard for Mouse to mix it up for full time. My hands are breaking and my keyboard is on fire. Seeing as how Mouse is trying so hard to update, all of you readers, grandmothers, please reward me with a power for love. Thanks to the hoof end boss for the popping sprinkles. Good luck to the owner of Hoofing the End, and to all the old readers, out of the heart of Africa. Put out all the big reds, put out all the fat evacuations. Chapter 47, You know my depths, I know yours. Shinshan said that she was really going to throw up. This dog man is really not a thing. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. How kind of you to say such a thing. Nay, even if you're not convinced in your heart. Thinking about the relationship between the two, Shinshan could only sigh helplessly. Just, not far away, Li Changyuan, looking at Shinshan's constant sighing and sighing, immediately displeased. No, what are you always sighing about? This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. This was forced to be deleted due to unavoidable circumstances. Shinshan, distance evacuation. With an hour to go, it took the three of them, Li Changyuan, to arrive at the administration building. No way. Something came up in the middle of the day. There's been a bit of a delay. Along the way, Li Changyuan never said anything about being alert all around and just strutted down the road. A scene like this, it filled Xavier's mind with questions. Aren't you afraid there'll be people around? And, when I think of my two encounters with Li Changyuan, it's like the other guys got perspective. Always dropping C4 with great precision, on inexplicable enemy territory. And every time we meet the starting hand is a tiger crouch cannon. Who can stand this? Hesitating, Xiao Weiyan still asked the question in his heart. Dog man, why is it that every time you get to be on the enemy side where we can't see you? Precision snogging? Why? Li Changyuan laughed softly. Listen to the sound to understand. Xiao Weiyan was full of disbelief and walked quickly to Li Changyuan's side. Honestly, did you activate some system or get some other golden finger? You've read too many novels, haven't you? Li Changyuan spat. Xiao Weiyan swore. Even if you don't have a system, you must have some kind of golden finger. Otherwise it would be outrageous. And, don't forget that I've been with Xiao Yelin for so many years. I've seen this sort of thing before. At least with Xiao Yelin's luck. It's obvious that it doesn't look like a normal person can have it. It can simply be very anticlimactic. Li Changyuan shrugged. If you say I have it then I have it. So you admit it? Xiao Weiyan tugged on Li Changyuan's arm. Come on. Say it. What's your golden touch? Li Changyuan bristled. Come on. Is that even an admission on my part? And, even if I did have some kind of golden finger, do you think I'd tell you? No. As far as our present relationship is concerned. Here, due to irresistible factors, the forced censoring, and you're actually going to hide it from me? So, what's our relationship? Bottom line, directly gagged Xiao Weiyan. Wise men don't fall in love. And they're not responsible for pregnancy, but they're in the picture. And they're in the picture. Don't you dare rely on me. Xiao Weiyan was directly laughed at. Well, dog man, you're really raising your pants and not recognizing people, aren't you? Li Changyuan had no intention of continuing to talk to her. After coming to the administration building, then he took Shinshan and entered the interior of the building through the side door first. I've been in there a while. Immediately following, the heavy, depressing BGM sound of Jailhouse Race was then ringing in his ears. A great sense of oppression, constantly ringing in the ears. It gives a suffocating dreary feeling. Saeed is actually alive and well? Hearing Saeed's background music, Li Changyuan wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The good thing is, Said is alive. It means that the administration building was not searched. Even if someone doesn't want to die and comes in to save a lick of exemption, it's one thing if they make it out alive. And even if he gets out, he'll just add a waiver of insurance. But the downside is clear. Against Saeed, life and death was almost a matter of thought. One slip, it's likely to be accounted for here. Unlike Li Changyuan, Shinshan and Xiao Weiyan, it was obviously the first time they had encountered a boss. Hearing the oppressive soundtrack in their ears, the duo of a sense of unease rose uncharacteristically. What's that sound? Shinshan's face was alert as she looked around with an uneasy feeling that, keeping her body close to Li Changyuan's side, Xiao Weiyan breathed heavily and said, Why? I felt like there was some big scary presence in the building, and it made me feel very depressed and uneasy. Only, unlike the last time I met Saeed, this time Li Changyuan was no longer alone, so the mind seems extraordinarily flat. As long as there was someone to help him block the shots, Li Changyuan was confident that he could take down Saeed in seconds. After all, normal difficulty in the damn map, Saeed is wearing nothing more than a level 4 set, and Li Changyuan doesn't believe that he can't be killed by a shuttle. Be careful. You too. Having that kind of background music means there's a Saeed inside the administration building. It's also the red head mark you see on the map, Li Changyuan explained in a flat voice. Shinshan was puzzled. So, it's hard to fight? Xiao Weian, who was beside her, had obviously understood the relevant matters. Only to see her face ugly, she said, "Why don't we hurry up and leave? It's too dangerous to stay here. I read on the forums that this boss not only rolls to dodge bullets, he can also throw smoke bombs and incendiary bombs. And the key thing is that he can lock his head and strand a good few dozen meters to take someone away with one shot. A number of people have died under the boss's gun." After listening, Li Changyuan nodded. "You have a point." So, slowly raising the muzzle of his gun, Li Changyuan pointed to Xiao Weian. "So you go in front, and help me draw fire for a while. I'll second Saeed." Look at the blackened muzzle of this gun in Li Changyuan's hand. Xavian was confused. It only felt like his brain went blank and his body was as if he was petrified and stiff in place. "What do you mean?" Xavian's voice trembled with incredulity. "Seriously?" Xia Weian was really surprised. "The man in front of me is so heartless. Even if just 10 minutes ago, the two were incredibly affectionate. Now that's a good thing. It's no longer a pants-raising relationship. It's just that he's even going to ask himself to take a bullet for him?" Facing Xiao Weian's questioning, Li Changyuan didn't feel the slightest bit weak. Shaking the muzzle of his gun, he said, "Haven't I made myself clear enough?" Xavian gritted his teeth. "My two teammates have evacuated, and if they're down, it's straight up death." Li Changyuan said lightly, "Are you questioning my marksmanship? You dash." Xiao Weian was furious and stomped her feet. "Is there any mistake? What's the difference between you and letting me die? I've told you that the boss here will have a headlock. Aren't you honestly trying to get me killed? Dog man, just not a thing. Why don't you see such ruthlessness when you play me?" Just as Xavian was screaming in exasperation, Li Changyuan suddenly turned his gaze to the general and said in a serious voice, "Stop howling. Saeed is coming over." Chapter 48, The Great Sand Dagger. Hearing Li Changyuan's reminder, the two women immediately changed their faces, and Xiao Weian also stopped screaming and cursing. Next moment, it's no longer necessary for Li Changyuan to remind Saeed's hoarse voice had rung in the crowd's ears. "It's time to close the net and enjoy my wrath. Burn to ashes." As the words fell, all the three saw was a flask suddenly fall from a corner not far from It was followed by a piercing and hideous voice, "See these flames? Burn, despair, and wail in agony. Don't struggle, just burn." The flames spread rapidly down the corridor. Through the wall, Li Changyuan saw Saeed crossing the flames and standing just around the corner of the corridor in front of him. As soon as he yanked Xavian to his feet, ignoring her screams, Li Changyuan chose to take the initiative, and after approaching some distance forward, 2 rounds of C4 were then thrown. Except C4 didn't wait to land. Saeed rolled forward, not only pulling away from the C4's blast range, but also, it was more of a face-to-face with Li Changyuan. Underneath the sticker, Li Changyuan relies on the fact that he has cover, and Saeed's rolls have a period of backswing to them. While we're at it, Li Changyuan's frantic output, not skimping on the bullets in the gun at all. Shen Qian, who was behind her, followed suit and fired the instant she saw said. As for Xavian, that's not to mention, although he cursed Li Changyuan in his heart, but now he was still his cover. After all, you can only shoot Saeed as hard as you can to stay alive. Under the concentrated attack of 3, Saeed didn't even get a chance to shoot. The blood bar was emptied on the spot. Seeing the other guy turn into a box, the moment Li Changyuan let go of his hand, Xiao Weian went limp and gasped for air. After calming his mind for a moment, looking towards Li Changyuan, Xiao Weian gritted her teeth and started cursing again. Li Changyuan buttoned his ears. "Flick the earwax towards Xavian's location. Stop cursing and save your breath. It's not dead." Xiao Weian glared and exasperated. "What if it didn't take a second just now? What if I die?" Li Changyuan said indifferently. "Otherwise, what do you think I'm dragging you over here for? It's not just a bullet stopper. Okay, you're good." Xiao Weian, who had not been able to do anything about the other party until he was beyond help, was so angry that he was about to gnaw his back teeth to pieces. As for licking the bag, Xavian expressed no interest. In the end, anyway, definitely still have to let Li Changyuan search through it. In that case, one works hard to lick a hammer. As for Li Changyuan, he was the first to open Set's urn. Fittingly, inside, it possesses a level 4 body armor whose durability has been knocked out. Next is Set's standard weapon, an M249. Inside his chest hanging, there were still a few dozen rounds of ammunition left. As for the backpack, then it's a couple of pieces of crap. After taking a look, Li Changyuan lost interest. Then, after looking in the direction of the east building to make sure there was no one around, opening his mouth, he said, "Why don't you two search the building? There shouldn't be any more people at this hour." Having said that, Li Changyuan then started searching on his own. "Turn around. Take a look in the pull-out room first." It has a mainframe in it, and a server. Opened it and looked at it. Having nothing to gain, Lee Changyuan turned back to the kitchen, glanced at the table to see if there was anything to brush. Then he looked at the box and drawer next to him. Then it was off to the balcony on the other side of the west wing. No bail this inning. It's also refreshed. Looking at the numbers scrolling in front of him, Lee Changyuan quickly entered the password. Subsequently, it was the familiar sound of a safe door opening. Just turned on. Lee Changyuan's eyes lit up. Just inside the insurance, there was a 6-compartment shaded item. Presently, Lee Changyuan hurriedly prayed in his mind. Infantry car. Give me infantry car. It mustn't be some kind of dagger, even if it's jewelry. In the course of the prayer, the first 2-compartment item was the first to refresh. Horn's wall decor. Value, 17,348. Looking at the bullhorn, there were no waves in Lee Changyuan's heart. After all, the items in the 2 compartments of the exemption are unlikely to be anything of value other than gold bars. But the probability of coming out with a gold bar is only to say that you know what you're doing. Soon, under the expectant gaze of Lee Changyuan, start searching for the second item. Not a dagger, not a dagger, not a dagger. Lee Changyuan repeated it internally over and over again. Next, there was a flash of violet light that Lee Changyuan almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Yet, the great sand dagger. White looked forward to a Lee Changyuan, and then jumped out from the balcony, and then ran into the building through the front door. It then proceeded to the east corridor of the first floor. 2 rooms to the left and right here. Left-hand side, there's a server in there. On the table in the right room this. On the other hand, it's common to swipe some head armor, backpacks, chest rigs, and other gear. Only, it's normal difficulty damn 0 in the end. That's one hell of a search. Not a single high-value item. The only item with a 6-figure price tag is still a large sand dagger that takes up 6 compartments. After a brief glance at the west wing, Lee Changyuan kicked in the door to the east side of the west building. Then he walked into the middle of the east building. The terrain on the first floor of the east building boasts a lot of rooms, and when you enter the place at first, Lee Changyuan didn't get lost much. Only, the entire first floor. In Lee Changyuan's opinion, the most noteworthy thing is whether or not the room card is out inside the clothes. Not that Lee Changyuan was reluctant to search those drawers and boxes. Instead of playing the game earlier, he's been searched here, not thousands but hundreds of times, never searched for anything good. On the contrary, inside the lab coat. Instead, there were several room cards out, including the East Building manager's room worth over $2 million. Only, not so lucky this time, apparently. Seeing as how he hadn't gotten a single high-value item from his round of scavenging, Lee Changyuan's forehead was filled with black lines. Is this bureau that poor? You can't pin your last hopes on the inside of the manager's office, can you? Seriously, if it's such a poor map, Lee Changyuan didn't even bother to open the keycard, because odds are, it must be a loss. On the contrary, if the big red innings area is open, it's highly likely that, in addition, a big red will come out. But anyway, the manager's office still has to be visited. After all, there's a computer, and a small insurance policy in a side room. P.S. The pop-up shift is over. 4,000 daily shifts is a real clean slate, and I'm already working on the next book. But it's written over the big one, not this one. As for the book, look for the debut in a week's time. If the results are okay, there will still be a pop-up later on. Chapter 49, a delivery. Enter Morse code. This game, refreshing the free computers in the manager's office in the East Building, brought Lee Changyuan a little gold. Information, design drawings. Value, 67,814. Normally, in a dam of normal difficulty, it's a surprise to even get a small gold out of it. However, after a couple of multi-million-dollar evacuations, now that Lee Changyuan has seen Kim, Jr. inside, there were already no waves. Not even a slightly less expensive purple will fit in the bag anymore. Turn around. Open the suitcase behind you. 2 information scraps appeared in view. This was followed by the opening of the small safe and suitcase in the adjoining room. And, without surprise, it's all blue items. Can you be any poorer? Lee Changyuan, who couldn't stand it anymore, came to the door of the manager's office. But this time, he was a little hesitant to swipe the key or not. Theoretically, a particularly poor bureau like this one, even if you open it, odds are you won't be able to swipe anything good inside. This was all the experience that Lee Changyuan had exchanged with the lessons of countless blood money. Having said that, on normal difficulty mode, the key card can be used a total of 20 times. But the cost of a room card that costs $2 million is $100,000 for one use. That means 2 small golds have to come out to be counted as a payback. Here's the problem. Normal difficulty mode. Unless it's a big red game, Otherwise the odds of getting out of red can be dismal. Even if it's a little gold, there are times when it won't even brush, and it's still a regular occurrence. Personal experience, just the new version, playing Poba for several big red games in a row. But when I went back to play Food Dam a few days later, I became particularly poor, and opened the room card several times for blood. The point is that room card prices have gone up so much, by comparison, might as well turn it on in classified mode. Although at the cost of a single, the probability of losing money is high, but likewise the probability of coming out in the red is very high. Basically, out of a big red, the house card makes back its capital. Currently this card, having come out with the Mandel supercomputing unit, it's safe to say it's paid for itself, but who wouldn't want to make more? Forget it, don't open it. It's not a bad game, and it's obviously a loss even if it's open. In the end, reason still prevails over desire. It's obviously not very sensible to go back to the room card when you know it's a poor game. This kind of thing. It wasn't like Lee Chan-yuan had gone through it once or twice. Every time before opening the room card, it comes with the expectation that this one will come out red, but the vast majority of the time, it is slapped in the face by reality. Following Lee Chan-yuan's footsteps, Xin Qian and Xiao Weian, who had followed closely, also rushed to the manager's office. Xiao Weian saw that Lee Chan-yuan didn't open the room card, unable to help but asked curiously, "Don't you have a key? Why don't you open it?" "It's too poor to open it," Lee Chan-yuan said faintly. Being said that, Xavian nodded. Indeed, too poor. For the first time, it feels like Dam Zero is so poor. Looking at it this way, Xiao Yelan's ability to the bed is really perverted here. When I followed Xiao Yelan into the map before, I casually picked up several small golds on the table. As a result, this game hasn't seen the light of day until now. Hearing Xavian's description, Lee Chan-yuan suddenly thought of a creature, usually in fairy cultivation or metaphysical fiction. All of them will have a kind of spirit pet that specializes in finding heavenly treasures. Lee Chan-yuan felt that Xiao Yelan would be very suitable for this kind of spirit pet. Every time you enter the map, I'll take him and then let him search things. He or she ends up sitting on the sidelines. But this kind of thing, one can only think about it too. After all, even as long as the person was in the safe zone, Lee Chan-yuan simply couldn't do anything about the others. Don't huddle here, keep searching. After coming out of the manager's office, Lee Chan-yuan continued to wander around the building. For better or worse, it's the fattest resource point in the map, and there are still more places to search in the administration building. And, in the middle of Operation Delta, basically any corner, there is a possibility of red. Only, the probability is just a little lower than the safe. Audio player, value, 7,523. Memory card, value, 7,561. Military mobile power, value, 8,561. Search the whole building. Lee Chan-yuan had become completely taut, too poor, while knowing in my heart that, that's the true burst rate of a normal dam. Nay, accustomed to millions of evacuations, he is now a bit unable to accept such a poor evacuation, especially when you look at the value of this bureau harvest, which is just over $500,000 up to now. This was still a case of picking up a lot of gun peplums from Xiao Weian's teammates' side. Otherwise you'll just get poorer. Want to stop by the substation again? Evacuation time was tight but adequate. After searching the substation, just go straight to the visitor center and watch the evacuation. But the fear is that it has been searched over there. If it's a normal game match, that's a no-brainer. It must have been searched long ago. But here, Lee Chan-yuan knows that there are many people who do not want to go into the resource land. It's because of the fear of danger. All these people will only play in the field. So, Lee Chan-yuan still had a hint of luck at this point. Only, just as Lee Chan-yuan was hesitating, in the middle of the immediate field of vision, a group of people were seen that is cautiously feeling his way through the parking lot outside the east building. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lee Chan-yuan's mouth curled up into a smile. There's no need to go to the substation now. There's a delivery on the doorstep. Subsequently, he shouted to Xin Qian and Xiao Weian, who were not far away. Someone's coming. You two find a place to hide and keep quiet. In the meantime, east building, outside, a small group of 3 men were cautiously feeling their way forward. Every few steps they took, they had to look around vigilantly to make sure they wouldn't be noticed. The bee doctor, who was walking at the very back, asked with a somewhat nervous voice, "Uncle Zhang, let's go into the administration building and, what if there's someone in there?" The wheat thief, known as Uncle Zhang, who walked ahead, responded in a low voice, "It's just that I'm afraid that that's why I chose to come over at this time." With just over 40 minutes left until evacuation time, anyone who should have evacuated at this hour would probably have done so long ago, not to mention the fact that no one has pulled the gate until now. so I guess there's no one in there anymore. We'll just briefly search the inside in a moment. Don't waste too much time. Red Wolf, who was in the center, spoke up at this time. I tested it before. At a normal full speed run, it would only take about 20 minutes to get from here to the evacuation point at the top of the dam. Uncle Zhang nodded. In that case, we'll search for 15 minutes after we enter the building later. Leave 25 minutes to evacuate. Chapter 50, Premium Coffee Beans. Having finalized the plan, the three had slowly felt their way to the south window of the east building. The three were in no hurry to get inside. Uncle Zhang spoke up. Wait for me to turn on the big first sweep. Having said that, he then took out his signal decoder, planning to turn it up and scan the area for enemies. Tick-tock, the decoder is on. A semi-transparent curtain of light floated in front of his eyes. In the light curtain, not only did it emerge that there was an enemy information screen showing 5 heads and 5 armors. At the same time a yellow trajectory route floated beneath her feet. The moment you see someone, Uncle Zhang only felt like he was in an ice cellar, and an ominous feeling of foreboding instantly spread all over his body. It made him feel cold all over. Uncle Zhang, how's it going? Is anyone there? The Red Wolf, who couldn't wait to get inside and search for something, asked. Uncle Zhang's face was ugly as he said, someone, quick. The word withdraw was not uttered. A tiger squat cannon then fell from the sky and landed directly at the feet of the 3 men. They were followed by 2 rounds of C4. A sudden change of heart. The 3 of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. In particular, seeing 3 of your own party, all stunned to the ground. The sound of C4 dripping in his ears was like the death song of the Grim Reaper. It made the bee doctor, who was already greedy and afraid of death, wet his pants on the spot. A tawdry yellow liquid ran down the leg of his pants. For 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye. Didn't wait for them to come out of their tiger cannon stupor. C4 exploded. Bang! Bang! Only 2 deafening thuds were heard. 2 of the 3 were scrapped on the spot. Only the bee doctor, who was walking at the end of the line, survived with a trace of blood left. Seeing 2 kill icons surface one after the other. Li Changyuan, from the roof. A leap of faith. Just now, he was just lying on the roof of the 2nd floor, watching them scanning there. In the end it was also a matter of finding the right opportunity and choosing to strike when the 3 men were standing at their densest. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Brother, spare me. I can give you all the supplies I have. Please don't kill me. In the face of Li Changyuan's raised gun, the bee doctor knelt on the ground without any dignity, his voice tearful and his tone full of pleading. Hopefully the other guy will spare his life. A scene like this, of those few trips into the map, it wasn't the first time Li Changyuan had seen it. Meanwhile, and he knows that, the shot was fired, ending the lives of 3 men. But, he didn't hesitate after all, coldly pulling the trigger. A gunshot. The last ounce of blood of the bee doctor was taken away in a headshot. A blow to the head kills Wu Chunkang. Exterminating team. Watching the 3 corpses in front of him, slowly morphing into boxes, Li Changyuan coldly said, if you are so afraid of death, why do you still enter the map? Crouch down. Li Changyuan began to look over the spoils of this battle. 3 men, without exception, still had 3 M4A1s. The body's defense, on the other hand, is a mix of level 3 and 4. As for the backpack, let's just say it's a little too poor. 3 people can't come up with a little gold. All of the items in the backpack were blue, and there were only a handful of items that were even purple. Seeing this scene, Li Changyuan said helplessly, it seems like this round, it should be so poor throughout the map. Straight away, the weapon accessories were removed, followed by 4 heads and 4 armor, filling the backpack. Lazy searched down to him, then he greeted Xinxian and others, down to lick the bag. As for Li Changyuan himself, he ran towards the west building and prepared to pull the gate to evacuate. The waiting time for pulling the gate is 15 minutes. This time, it's more than enough to make it to the elevator. Attention! Someone activated the dam's industrial elevator, but can now evacuate through the elevator entrance inside the dam. After pulling the gate, the commander's voice then rang in his ears. Li Changyuan followed the stairs next to him and walked to the 1st floor, then through the corridor out the middle of the 2 buildings, followed by a straight shot to the container. Originally, Li Changyuan only wanted to take his chances, wanted to see if the container had anyone come and searched it. When the results come in, found the airbox here and it's actually intact, meaning, no one has been coming. Is this a surprise? Originally playing the game, the container in the opinion of Li Changyuan, it's a more dangerous place than being in the administration building, especially if you brush up on the wallbreaker quest, or if the opening has an animation of a missile blowing up a dam. Some people open the game and go straight to the container. Li Changyuan was also ed to death countless times here. Come to the west airbox. Li Changyuan, for the first time, did not bother to open the airbox. Instead, he first glanced at the wire racks in the container behind him for brush shells. Unfortunately, there was no brush this inning. Turn your head. Open the airbox. Presses, value, 4,424. Painting, value, 4,292. Angle grinder, value, 4,086. 3 green items that appeared neatly in the eye. Helplessly skimming his lips, Lee Chang-yuan then ran towards the eastern airbox. Open it. 2 1-grid shadows and 1 2 shadow appeared. Seeing a shadow of this size, Lee Chang-yuan doesn't even expect to ship. Still, it was patient and waited for the search to end. Soon, the first item is revealed. Tape measure, value, 1074. There were no waves in Lee Chang-yuan's heart, but when the search for the second item was completed, one of Lee Chang-yuan's eyes that almost stared right back, even more so, resounded over the container. Premium coffee beans, value, 165,834, ***. Premium coffee beans. Listening to Lee Chang-yuan's shouts coming from her ears, Xin Xian curiously said, "What good stuff has come out?" Lee Chang-yuan's voice was excited. "I've come out with premium coffee beans, obviously." Xin Xian did not know what this meant and questioned in the teen voice. "Out of red? How much is it worth?" "It's not a matter of how much it's worth. It's a matter of having this to make a level 6 set. Don't look at the premium coffee bean as just a 2-compartment little red, and at a price of just over $100,000. It doesn't even make it to the trading floor. But this is definitely one of the most valuable items in the game, because with premium coffee beans, you can exchange mechanical worker bee models at the Secret Service. The mechanical worker bee model is used to make level 6 heads and level 6 armor, being in the Delta, the highest grade of armor and helmet. The value of the level 6 set cannot be overstated. Among them, level 6 sets, there are only 3 in total. Havoc 6 head 6 armor can be redeemed in the R&D department for limited time items randomly refreshed. Or maybe there's a chance of refreshing on the old lady at the space base. As for the diagram, Lee Chang-yuan had heard that it was someone who had searched for a level 6 armor, but the exact authenticity was unknown. It was also the only level 6 armor that could be bought on the trading house. The price is around $2 million. The other 2 types of 6 armor with higher durability would have to be made from mechanical worker bee models. You can see the preciousness of the grade 6 set, but to make it, it wasn't just a matter of having enough materials. You also needed to upgrade the level of the special branch. Chapter 51, To be mediocre when you're not mediocre is a great comfort. Successful evacuation. Dam 0, General, Council Harvest, 103-4887. Kills, 8, Rank 6-7. The roof of the special branch. After successfully evacuating, Lee Chang-yuan looked at the proceeds of the round. How long has it been since I've experienced that? Millions evacuated from poverty? Fortunately, there's a premium coffee bean in this game. And this thing makes 2 6-a-days. It's worth $2 million, right? Or maybe more. After all, level 5 sets are worth this much. I'm afraid the price of a level 6 set will be even more horrible. When Lee Chang-yuan bought the head armor before, it's not so much that you don't want to buy 6 sets, but the trading houses are pressurized to sell them. And, compared to the game, there's official price control. With the head armor in here, the premium can be very severe. Instead, props like weapons and accessories are priced much lower than in the game. Not many people even press for it. As for the reasons for such a situation, they are simple. There is only one life. If you go in with a gun and successfully evacuate, it's still your gun. If you don't successfully evacuate, no matter how many guns you have in your warehouse, they will all come to nothing. This also led to the fact that every time Lee Chang-yuan brought out a lot of weapons and accessories, he could only sell them to merchants at low prices. Add up, he won't even carry it now. In comparison, heads, armor, and other such defenses. Naturally, it has become an item sought after by countless people. The harvest of this council, after it's all been dealt with, the number of half coins has come to more than 2 million. On total assets, not much of an increase. After all, it's all consumed by the 5-stage rounds that are shot out. Overall, this game, Lee Chang-yuan doesn't make a lot of money. This is still largely limited by the ordinary dams. In the opinion of Lee Chang-yuan, if you can go classified, you'll at least rarely encounter such poor matchups. But, looking at his rank, it's only just level 7 at the moment, 5 levels short of the threshold to enter classified. In other words, one has to go into a normal dam at least 5 more times, if not more. After all, when it comes down to it, you can't go up a level in one game. At this rate, how long will it take to get to top secret space? And, right now, there aren't enough levels to even upgrade the workbench. High family coffee beans can only sit inside the warehouse and eat dust. A few days ago, when millions are evacuated at a time. Li Chunyuan hadn't felt such urgency about confidential or even top secret. But today, after seeing the normal dam for what it really is, it is true that I don't want to go to Poo Dam. One word. Poor. The question is, in the game, you say a liver, play for a day or two and level up straight away. But here it is restricted and you can only enter the map once a day. Seriously, if there is no such restriction, Li Chunyuan felt that he could enter the chart at least 10 times a day. Step into the elevator. Looking to Shinshan beside her, she asked, how much did you evacuate this game? Let's see. 730,000. That's quite a bit, but most of it comes from weapons and head armor, right? Shinshan nodded. Yeah, there aren't even too many valuable items in this game. That's all you can take. Leaning his body against the elevator, his eyes looking up to the floor numbers displayed above him, Li Chunyuan spoke. It's okay in here. The assets and value are based on the price of them all. If we put it inside the game, a one durable heirloom grade 6 head will show a value of $1.5 million. Just like the ones that did the fake accounting. Fake accounts? Could it be that the item bar, which shows the value of the council's harvest, the numbers are still false? Shinshan voiced the doubts in her mind. Suddenly, she had a stony expression on her face. His eyes froze as he looked at Li Chunyuan. No, what did you just say? Inside the game? And where'd you get the level 6 head? Li Chunyuan faintly said. Didn't I tell you before? I came here. Shinshan blinked. In the mind, recall what the two looked like when they first entered the map. Standing by himself in the administration building, bewildered, he had no idea where to go. On the contrary, it was as if Li Chunyuan had gone home, and he was incredibly familiar with where there were resource points. It's like locusts moving in and scouring around. So, Shinshan just opened her mouth. Li Chunyuan then directly stated the answer. Didn't you read the hints when you first crossed over? We are currently in the Delta game world. So the answer is, I've played the game. Get it? There is this game? Shinshan stared in disbelief. Li Chunyuan spread his hands and asked rhetorically, isn't there any? But why is it that in the chat channels and forums, I never see anyone say, someone has played this game? Shinshan said incredulously. I don't know about that. I played it anyway. No wonder you're so familiar with everything here. As if you've been here countless times. In Shinshan's eyes, which were like pools of water, the moment was filled with disbelief. Even if the elevator has come to the first floor, she's still floundering inside. Let's go. You're planning to spend the night here? Ha! It wasn't until Li Chunyuan's voice came that Shinshan came back to her senses. Rushing out of the elevator, Shinshan opened her mouth and asked, since you've played this game, so what do you say? Is there any chance we can go back? Back where? The real world. Li Chunyuan shook his head. How would I know? But I feel that it's quite good here. I have no intention of going back anyway. Why? Shinshan was a bit puzzled. Isn't it bad to return to the real world? Without having to face gunfire here. Not to mention the fear of being attacked by others after entering the map. We can live in peace. Li Chunyuan glanced at her. His voice faint. Is it peaceful or ordinary? To even say mediocre is an exaggeration. It's a complete cowhorse. Money, power, beauty. At least here, I can experience joys that I otherwise would never have experienced in this life. Even. Li Chunyuan didn't continue. Instead, turn around, looking behind him at the Secret Service building, already in the distance, the confines of the entertainment and business districts. The sprout called ambition was growing inside Li Chunyuan's heart at the moment. Wake up and hold the power of the world, drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. This is probably a goal that every man, at one time or another, has had. Only, the ambitions or dreams that many people have in their hearts, after experiencing the poisonous beatings of society, it was buried and eventually slowly became mundane, bumming around and consoling yourself with the fact that ordinary is valuable. At least, Li Chunyuan did not want to spend his life doing nothing. Retract your gaze. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around the beautiful woman beside him. Come on, it's getting late. Let's get something to eat. P.S. Holy crap, today's rush really scared Mousy. Why? All of a sudden, a debut? It doesn't make sense. It's only the 4th day of the validation period today, and as for the 100,000 words having been written on the 30th of last month, how it shouldn't have been a debut today. The point is that this hyped up number don't look like a lot, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be too high at Read Mouse. Yesterday's numbers, it was 250 hyped and 2000 in Read. If we go by that ratio, that means that if we have 2,000 hyped up shifts today, probably 20 or 30,000 at the most in the pipeline. Chapter 52, I'll starve to death, but I'll never find him. The two came to a barbecue place. Store. It's already overcrowded. Even where the duo was sitting, The guests at the front table had just left and the waiter rushed to clean it out. After ordering some kebabs, the two then took their seats and began to wait. It was a chaotic mess all around, with miscellaneous conversations going on everywhere. It's been a really good day. I searched a big red in the opening 10 seconds. I went straight to the back as a cowardly lizard and froze inside the bushes, lying motionless for almost 3 hours. Only ran out when the evacuation time was just 3 minutes away. Mud. You boys are really traitorous luck. This dinner tonight has to be on you. It has to be my treat. But I'm telling you, Fang Jianhao is a man of pure and simple caution. How? Didn't I put out a big red today? And he just kept trying to get into the administration building, saying it was a big red game. Mud, how the hell am I supposed to go? I feel like he just wants me to die. There's plenty of those. And yesterday I was reading the forums about a teammate that I was fighting with the opposite side, but then that teammate was still searching for something, and after saving it later and grabbing the bag, not to mention that. Even more outrageous came when the owner was accidentally blown up by a rocket soldier afterward, only to have his earlier teammates watch from the sidelines. There's absolutely no point in trying to save it. That's a clear sign that you're just gonna wait for you to die and then lick the bag. Fortunately, another teammate got the owner up. This S***T is really much. It feels like even out of the red later on. You can't yell it inside the team voice either, or your teammates will know about it and will probably sell you on purpose and lick your bag. Yes, indeed. That's something to be careful about. Du Xiaobin is dead. I was trying to save him, but I was being held up by 3 men from across the street. There's not much I can do. I know, and I don't blame you. For us ordinary people, to enter the map is to hover in front of a ghost gate. Totally 9 deaths. The main thing is that we're risking our lives to get into the map, and he's not shipping. It's been a couple times. Haven't even seen a red. Look at the old man at the next table. Isn't this out of the red? It's entirely a matter of luck. Billions of people around the world. The people who don't come out of the red are definitely in the majority. The main thing is that the heart is not balanced. Why others gaga out of the red? I can't even see a shadow. Look at the first in line, that's surnamed Xiao. All the damn out of 2 diamonds. Really nasty. How many people do you think have died globally since we traveled? How do I know that? But it's certainly not in the minority. Half of them are probably dead. It can't be that much of a stretch, can it? How is it not possible that as far as I know there are 5 or 6 teams in a chart that? Isn't it normal for 2 or 3 teams to die at a time? Half of them are a conservative estimate after so many days. It's true that it's conservative, and the reality will only be more exaggerated. That's what I'm saying. A friend of mine from the Northeast told me he went into the map today and ran into people from the Cosmic State and the Little Day State. ***. Really? What am I lying to you for? According to him, first he collided with a group of people at the visitors center. It turned out that all the people across the street spoke Japanese, and then I ran into another group later in the administration building, and this one spoke Korean. Hiss. This is all lined up for foreigners? It feels like the chances of getting a row in the future are going to get better. You guys said. Does this mean that there's a chance that we'll run into a girl group from Cosmopolitan? Or maybe a teacher in the land of small days? What is your head full of? Hear in your ears what others are talking about. Li Chuanyuan directly turned into a melon eater. For someone out of the red. Or maybe they're just jealous that someone else is out of the red. This kind of thing. It's definitely commonplace to put it inside a touchdown game. Li Chuanyuan has long been strange. Just that he did not expect that It's amazing that you can already meet foreigners now. This does disguise the fact that the number of survivors in the safe zone has dropped too far. Thinking of the possibility of meeting, later, in the picture, a friend from abroad, Li Chuanyuan couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. In the meantime, District 1001, Xia Weian, who had returned to her residence, looked at her earnings for the day and almost blew her lungs out. I'm pissed off at her. Grabbing the pillows on the bed. This was followed by a set of Wang Baoquan. Dog man. ***. You're not a ing thing. My whole backpack. Just a little gold. You still want to snatch it away? I'm so mad at you. I'm going to kill that pants-raising dog. At this point in time, Xia Weian had already taken the pillow in front of her, completely as Li Chuanyuan. A whack at the pillow. No way. The more I thought about it after I got out of the picture, the angrier I got. Thinking about being in the picture, working hard and diligently, and ending up with a swollen mouth, not to mention that the legs were so tired they were shaking from walking. A certain person can't be bothered, and when they get to the elevator, they pipe up and ask for their backpack. It would have been a poor inning. In total, Xia Weian had gathered less than $500,000 in supplies. As a result, after being glanced at by Li Chuanyuan, he turned his head and shrunk by a large amount. Finally, only brought out a pitiful $200,000 or so. Also all blue items, 2 times in a row. The result was like this. How could Xiao Weiyan stand it? So angry. Although Xiao Yelin isn't a thing either. But at least when I entered the map with him, I'm still loaded. Now that's a good thing. Getting mugged twice in a row. Aggrieved to the core, Xiao Weiyan almost cried out. If I'd known I'd still meet that asshole, I wouldn't have entered the map. It was supposed to be today. Xavian wasn't even going to come into the picture. I ended up talking to my best friend about the possibility of paying for an escort, and she knew just one person that, very strong and inexpensive. The key is that there is a discount for one towing too. After some hesitation, Xavian agreed. And then there was no more. After venting all the anger in her heart, the exhausted Xiao Weiyan paralyzed on the bed. The eyes looked helplessly at the ceiling. What should we do? 2 times in a row we've entered a map and both times we've almost died in it. How else is this going to get me into the picture? But if you don't enter you'll be starved again. Is it going to be? In a trance, a silhouette surfaced in Xavian's mind. Immediately, he shook his head violently. No way. I'd jump from here and starve to death in this bed. And there's no way I'd go to him. The words fell. Xiao Weiyan then sighed and said with a sad face, but I always have to find a way to enter the map. Xiao Weiyan, who was sighing, suddenly rested his gaze on a forum post. I am the first emperor. I didn't die after taking the elixir of immortality back then. Now trapped in the underground palace of Mount Li. As long as you all can help me out with generating power for love, I'm willing to make you all the one-character side-by-side kings. Rule the world with me. Chapter 53 Maid Cafe. Pure Green Maid Cafe is looking for employees. Requirements: people, beautiful voice, sweet, white skin, gentle character, excellent appearance is preferred. The store promises to never force employees to color services. The salary, monthly base salary of 100,000 halves, an additional commission. Interested parties to chat privately. When you see the content of the post, Xiao Weiyan bit her lips tightly and fell into a deep hesitation. Maid Cafe. Just by looking at the name, you can tell what kind of work is actually involved in heading to apply for a job. Having said that, the post promises absolute green, but in the final analysis, it's still about serving the guests. The thought of being dressed in a maid's outfit and keeping a smile on my guest's face, Xiao Weiyan then felt a deep sense of resistance. But, by comparison, it seems like the former would be a little more acceptable compared to the 9 deaths that come with entering the map. How about, try applying for a job? A base salary of 100,000 half dollars would be enough to cover the monthly rent money, and after counting the commission, there must be a few $100,000 anyhow, and then you won't have to be risking your life to enter the map. After much mental struggle, Xiao Weiyan decided, after all, to go and have a look. It's not unacceptable if everything is green, as the post suggests. District 9527. Li Chuanyuan returned to the hotel early with Xinxian after dinner, due to the exhaustion brought on by entering the map. That night, Li Chuanyuan went straight to bed after washing up early. This sleep straight through to the next morning. Then, it was woken up by a sudden beeping in his ears, detecting the current number of remaining players, which is less than 50%. The safe zones will be merged. Consolidation of areas is randomized. There will be no changes to the player's assets or residence after the merger, and overlapping areas will be automatically avoided during the merger process. The familiar beeps of it sounded exactly the same as when I had just crossed over. Li Chuanyuan opened his eyes in a daze and said with a waking nanny, "You merge and merge." Had to get the whole hint. Get up and go to the bathroom. Back. Noticing that Xinxian had opened her eyes and sat up straight there reading the messages in the chat channel. Fargo, look at the chat channel. It's blowing up in there. All of them are talking about merging safe zones. Getting back into bed. Li Chuanyuan opened the chat channel. I'll see how it goes. Looking at the curtain of light before him, the information inside. It's like someone frantically sliding a mouse wheel across. Flying by. It's a sight to behold. What the hell is a merged safe zone when you go to sleep and wake up straight up confused? Similar to the game's merging of zones. It doesn't feel like it's going to work anymore. And the original safe zone I was in, there's hardly anyone left. Indeed, it was apparent to me earlier that there were far fewer people in the safe zone, that the plaza was all cold and quiet, only to get up today and realize that it had become crowded again. Nima, it's only been a few days since we traveled, and already half of them are dead? If you count 6 billion people on the planet, so 3 billion people have died? Asterisk, that's so damn scary. The mustache guy dreams of this kind of efficiency. This kind of joke is not funny. These are living human lives. Survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. This may be the law of the jungle. It's hard to imagine that billions of people just died without a word. Actually, if you think about it, it's normal. After all, every time we enter the map, we have to die in several teams. With so many people entering the map at the same time, the death toll is certainly high. So I have to ask, are there any foreigners in your safe zone? No. After the merging of the zones, my next door neighbor is actually black. Dude, you're from Uizhou, right? How do you know? Because I'm from Saichi and my next door neighbor is now a cosmopolitan girl. Watching a message flash by at a rapid pace. Honestly, Li Changyuan also felt a bit confused. I didn't realize that my earlier suspicions had actually become true. That's the end of the district? If that's the way it looks, I'm afraid that in the future, as the number of survivors gets smaller and smaller, there will be constant merging of districts. For that matter, Li Changyuan was a bit curious. If after a year or two, what happens when the number of survivors is low? Is it hard to believe that there will be new people added? It is also because Li Changyun can now be sure that he, along with others, is not from a time and place. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that you're the only one who has played the game Operation Delta. In addition to that, Li Changyuan had a question. For example, if he was in a certain position, the property was purchased. However, in the process of combining the districts, someone else in the same location had a property. How will it be merged when the time comes? Just as Li Changyuan was thinking about it, Xin Xian's voice came in the ear. Brother Yuan, look, I feel like the safe zone is a lot bigger. Follow the voice. Xin Xian was found standing at the window, pointing her finger out of the window at the Secret Service Plaza. Come to the window. Li Changyuan looked outward. It felt obvious that the entire safe zone was, well, much larger than it had been. So it seems that my earlier concerns don't exist at all. Moreover, in its current form, after the ongoing merger between the various security zones, in the end, I'm afraid all those who survive will be living in a much wider safe zone. That said, but Li Changyuan also knew that this was all just his own speculation. Not to mention, whatever the future holds, none of it makes much of an impact on yourself. Compared to Li Changyuan's bashfulness, at this moment, Xiao Yelin, who had seen the completion of the merged area, instead, there was a look of excitement in his eyes. Mouse literally threw up. The mind is broken. I was full of joy after seeing the data at noon, only to be tragically shut down in the afternoon. Was the car fast? It feels like it's been tightened up a lot more than it was at the furnace. Mind-blowing. Chapter 54, Why are all the diamonds someone else's? Inside a luxurious Western restaurant, Xiao Yelin sat in his position with his suit straightened, looking at the news that just showed the merging of the districts after there was an irrepressible excitement glittering in his eyes. Opposite, Sun Jiayi had a graceful figure and wore a long, light dress, long white legs, with red high heels, and exquisite makeup. It was as if the poppies were bewitching and fascinating. Her enchanting appearance makes it impossible to imagine that Sun Jiayi was once attached to the special forces of the Chariot Kingdom. Instead, it's more like a scourge of a demon girl, gently setting down the glass in his hand. Noticing the excitement in Xiao Yelin's eyes, Sun Jiayi hooked up a corner of her mouth. Why do I feel that? You're on the matter of combining districts. So excited? Let me guess. Is it easier for you to keep an eye on Li Changyuan's movements? Can you jam time into the map with him? Xiao Yelin smiled and said, not bad. Originally, it was a bit difficult to do anything about checking out the area that Li Changyuan belongs to. I didn't realize that the safe zones would be merged based on the reduction in the number of survivors. Wouldn't that mean that there's a possibility that I'll merge with Li Changyuan in the same district? It's a bit difficult. Sun Jiayi hooked her lips. I don't know how many safe zones, though, merged together, but you want to merge with Li Changyuan. The probability, I'm afraid it would be touching. The corner of Xiao Yelin's mouth lifted up, revealing a smug smile. If it were anyone else, the probability is naturally low. But don't you forget who I am. Sun Jiayi then reacted. I actually took your luck and such a crucial factor to forget. And oh, with your luck, it might be possible that we are now in the same district as Li Changyuan. That's right. Xiao Yelin nodded. For so many years, all the things that I wanted to do, it's always going to be heartfelt. This one will be no different. Xiao Yelin continued. If there are no surprises, perhaps we are now. It's already in the same district as him. Speaking of which, Xiao Yelin's expression gradually became hideous, clenching his 5 fingers in a sardonic smile. I'm kind of looking forward to the moment I meet him in Tuli now. All the humiliation I suffered before, I must return it to him 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Propping up her chin with one hand, Sun Jiayi smiled. So confident. You're not afraid that I'll turn over the boat in the gutter? So I made complete preparations and found another person. Xiao Yelin laughed sardonically. Oh, who is it? A mercenary attached to the Foreign Legion of the Gallic States. A sniper. Sniper? Thinking of the terrain and the map, Sun Jiayi marveled. It seems like you're aiming to win. Xiao Yelan's smile turned more and more hideous as I said, "It will show him what happens when he offends me." "Okay." Sun Jie shrugged, "So when do we leave?" Xiao Yelan shook his head. "There's no rush." He said he took a few escort orders. "It's going to be a couple days before it's my turn. It's just as well to poke around for a few days to see if he's in the same district as us." Sun Jie nodded. "That's fine. I don't care anyway." The words fell. Sun Jie eat. Yesterday's list. It's been refreshed. Expel breath. Xiao Yelan smiled disdainfully. "I don't need to see it to know that I'm definitely ranked first on the list. And it's a long ride and a long way ahead." Sun Jie pointed at the list and laughed. "I think you should still take a look at that. Although you're still in first place, there's already someone catching up behind you." "Oh, what did you say?" "This. How is this possible? This person named Park Ji-yun. I can't believe I got a second diamond too? No way." After seeing the asset figures shown on the list, a great sense of crisis appeared in Xiao Yelan's heart. 1. Xiao Yilin, Kyushu, 3655W. 2. Park Ji-yun, Cosmopolitan, 3017W. 3. Haynes, Pretty Country, 2114W. 4. Li Changyuan, Kyushu, 1278W. 5. Ivan, Woolly Bear Country, 966W. 6. Zhang Yibai, Kyushu State, 925W. 7. Yumegawa Ichiko, Kodekuni, 849W. 8. Johnson, Pretty Country, 842W. 9. Misato Ichinos, Kodekuni, 801W. 10. Zoran Graham, Kangaroo Nation, 799W. 98. Park Kookchang, Cosmopolitan, 601. 1W. 99. Sunjae, Kyushu, 601W. 100. Niederhanger Mervo Chang, Mare, 599. 9W. Inside the hotel. Look at this just refreshed list. Li Chuanyuan was speechless for a while. Mud. Kind of want to curse. On what grounds? Out of diamonds I can understand. But a man. In such a short time. Out of another diamond. Is this too much? Xiao Yelan could be said to have had luck against all odds. So this cosmopolitan named Park Ji-yun. Can someone please explain what makes her tick? It's hard not to. What kind of gold finger does she have too? Li Chuanyuan felt like he was really going to throw up and was a bit unable to accept it. Are we going into the same map? Or is it? This guy's already gone space secret? And, even if space is classified, it's not that outrageous. The eyes continue to move down the. In addition to realizing that Park Ji-yun has produced another diamond, Li Chuanyuan realized that the merchants, who had previously come out of the diamonds by one, had disappeared from the list. In his place was a pretty countryman named Haynes, looking at other people's cuckoo out of diamonds. To be honest, it is false for Li Chuanyuan to say that he is not jealous. It's not just him. Even the countless other players, apparently, couldn't take it. Holy, someone else is out of diamonds. I can understand the desire to come out of Africa, but why should one person be able to come out of two? I'm really drunk. I can say I cleared the map in the last game. As a result, I searched the whole map, not to mention diamonds, and I couldn't see a single red. And as a result, someone else gained another diamond. I'm just curious. This one called Xiao Yelan and Park Ji-yun. Did you enter Dam 0 on normal difficulty? Why does it always feel like we're entering a different map? I'm ING skeptical too. The top two guys, they're all ING open. I'm really a little unconvinced. That Haynes guy in third place. I think he was in ninth place yesterday. Over $7 million in assets. And then today he moved up to third. And by the looks of him I guess he didn't put out a lot of red. Come on. Which one of the ones that made it to the top 100 hasn't been out of the red? The point is Heart of Africa. Why should some people be able to hold two? Damn dog trust, shall not die. At this point in time, as the list is updated, countless players were vocalizing the top two people on the list. It's like double teaming with a friend. As a result, my friend Kuka came out in the red, while I couldn't even see a big gold after a day's play. The feeling of a mind blowing up could no longer be described as jealousy alone. That's what these players are doing at this point. In the chat channel, there was a wave of invective. Xinxian looked at the continuously scrolling content and said, "These people, it feels like they're all going crazy." Li Chuanyuan laughed bitterly. "Not to mention them, even I'm a bit freaked out." Moving around a bit, Xinxian leaned in Li Chuanyuan's arms, smilingly said, "How? Looking than people out of the diamond. Jealous? Can you not be jealous? One diamond is over $10 million. Relax. Sooner or later there's a chance to get out, isn't there?" Li Chuanyuan shook his head. "The probability is too low. Especially if it's still an ordinary dam. I can't. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." Sitting up straight with a jerk, Li Changyuan's eyes reddened as he said, "Go into the map. The goal today is to clear the map. I don't believe I can't get out of the diamond. It's hard to bear. Still in the shack and not out. Chapter 55. What is the basis for? We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. On the helicopter. After seeing where he was born in this game, Lee Changyuan decisively marked the administration building. West building position 1. Direct fierce attack. Stimulated Lee Changyuan. Now full of one idea. Out of a diamond. Otherwise, day after day, I watch people come out with diamonds. And having worked so hard and risked 9 deaths to clear the map. As a result, the final gain is only a few 100,000. A huge gap so that Lee Changyuan simply cannot accept. It's like playing a card game. Charged myself tens of thousands and the SSR I wanted just didn't come out. It turns out that some of the luckier people, the minute they replenish, just draw cards on the bonus diamonds that, and then a shot in the arm. How does that make the people who spent the money feel? I charge tens of thousands of dollars and I can't beat a zero-charge party? In such a stimulus, Lee Changyuan simply stopped pretending and went straight to the administration building after entering the figure. Whenever you see a silhouette in the center, you go up and start with the tiger crouch cannon. Right behind them were 2 rounds of C4, and thanks to his ability to see through, Lee Changyuan could always do a sneak attack without realizing it. Attack from the unexpected corners of your opponent. Under such a pioneer, Lee Changyuan can do no harm, but kill more people. It also doesn't change the fact that normal dams don't ship. 4 days on end, Lee Changyuan can be said to have carried out a clean map in each case. Administration building, military barracks, cement plant, substation, and even the visitor center, including the backpacks of all those killed. Lee Changyuan has practically turned over the grounds of Dam 0, but let alone the Star of Africa. Can't even see a big red. The only time it came out red. Still on the wallbreaker quest, picked up a gold brick on the ground, but that's about it. It's as if all the luck has dissipated. 4 days on end, Lee Changyuan's earnings have always hovered around $1 million. If it's in the game, being able to evacuate in the normal dam millions has been rewarding. But here's the thing. These days, Lee Changyuan are making clear charts, and each game alone, with the consumption of 5-stage bullets, just up to hundreds of thousands. That makes it a bit unacceptable. Cost, and that's not counting armor loss. This led to the current ranking of Lee Changyuan on the wealth list. Instead of rising, it dropped several names. Today, fortune list. It was still Xiao Yelin who rode above the rest, boasting $100 million in assets. As for second place, again, familiar names. Park Ji-yeon from the Cosmopolitan Kingdom is in second place with $50 million in assets. As for the third, straight away it was pulled out of the breaks. From third to 10th place, assets hovered around $10 to $20 million. Even to the last place on the list, the assets have come to more than $8 million. Looking at the new edition of the list, Lee Changyuan only felt that there were countless grass mud horses galloping in his heart, especially seeing that his name, all but dropped out of the top 10. The imbalance in his heart had reached a breaking point. I'm so damn convinced. This Zhao's assets, they're another $4 million higher than yesterday. This Nima is out of the red in Food Dam every day. Who can stand this? The second place one, the one with the surname Park, is also, although not as exaggerated as Xiao Yelin, but it certainly hasn't been less red. I just don't believe that she can finish clearing the map in every round just like me. Beside, looking at the indignant Lee Changyuan, Xinxian softly said, "Don't be angry, brother Yuan. This kind of thing, out of red, after all, also depends on probability. Of all the billions of people in the world, only a handful of them have ever made it out of the red. A huge portion of the population has never seen what red looks like until now. They can't get out because they're vegetables, hiding out in the wilderness day after day as rats. Or to be a rat in Fu Dam. It's only a problem if you can get out of the red," said Lee Changyuan without a trace of anger. Xinxian continued to persuade, "Aren't we only 2 levels away now? You'll soon be able to play the classified difficulty Dam 0, and the probability of getting out of the red will definitely go up by then. So don't get annoyed by all this, brother Yuan." Lee Changyuan looked at his rank. It has come to level 10, and the experience bar, which was almost full, basically, into 2 or 3 charts, it would be up to level 12, and then it would be possible to enter the classified dam as well. But, thinking about what happened 2 days ago, Lee Changyuan said helplessly, even if the rank reaches the threshold, you have to be able to line up the talent. Don't be like Longbow Creek Valley now, where you can't wait 2 hours for a line of people. just the other day. Upon achieving access to the Longbow Creek Valley, Li Changyuan then changed the map to Longbow Creek Valley. The result is, after waiting 2 hours in a helicopter, Frozen couldn't line up a matchup. Billions of people worldwide, Li Changyuan's rank is definitely ahead of the others. And for the others, there is definitely a lot of resistance to traveling to unfamiliar maps. And because of that, in the latter days, Li Changyuan chooses Longbow Creek Valley first for his daily lineup. As a result, it was only the day before that I waited another 40 minutes or so before I managed to get in. But this map, Li Changyuan had suffered enough after going in once, for no other reason. The map is too big. It takes almost an hour to run from the hotel to the radar station, and the evacuation time is 3 hours. Just like at Dam Zero. This leads to Li Changyuan being here and not being able to do a clean map at all. You can only search a few of the closer resource points and then you have to evacuate. The point is, Longbow Creek Valley on normal difficulty doesn't claim to be much higher than Poo Dam in terms of burst rate. The combined reasons come down to, Li Changyuan said that he would never go to Longbow Creek Valley again unless he was doing a quest. With regard to the mandate, now with the leveling up of there are more and more tasks that can be taken up in the various departments. These days, every time Li Changyuan entered the map, he would also do all the quests that he could, while clearing the map. The reason for this, one is to be able to level up as quickly as possible. The second is to upgrade the secret service, not to mention increasing the weight capacity and stamina cap. For the level 6 armor alone, Li Changyuan was now incomparably hot under the collar. There's a fancy coffee bean in the warehouse. How can I do that without upgrading the secret service in a hurry? And as you level up, in the R&D department, you have the same opportunity to brush up on level 6 armor. These are all things that Li Changyuan is extremely in need of at the moment. Chapter 56, Acquaintance at the Maid Cafe. Afternoon. Li Changyuan walks through the square in the safe zone, planning to go out for a walk. After all, the mood was a bit depressing after reading the list. After the merging of the zones, the extent of the safe zone today is much larger than it was before. But the number of players living here, it was a little dense outside at first. These days it's almost meaty and much less so. At this rate, Li Changyuan felt that it wouldn't be long before the districts had to be combined again. Walking down the street in the recreation area, both sides of the road, there is a wide range of entertainment venues, such as KTV, bars, concert halls, entertainment centers, and so on. But right now, Li Changyuan really wasn't in much of a mood to go in and experience it. Suddenly, gaze. Li Changyuan stopped in front of a cafe. That's not to say I want to go in for coffee. It's on the sign. Painting of a maid's outfit. What's this? Maid cafe? Li Changyuan, who had only heard about it and never seen it in the past, was immediately interested. Lift your foot and step into it. People just went in. A woman in a maid's outfit. The girl with the soft and sweet voice then greeted her. Welcome Master to Cat Cafe. May I ask if Master would like something to drink? Li Changyuan took a curious look around. Then curiously said, first time here. What kind of services do you have on your side? The girl smiled. We're a plain green maid themed dress up cafe here. The Master can choose one of your favorite misses to accompany you to chat, dress up, and do games. Oh, interesting. Li Changyuan, who came to be interested, opened his mouth and asked, what about the price? Is it expensive? The young lady smiled sweetly. It's definitely worth every penny. Then I'll have to experience it. This way, Master. Led by the hospitality girl, Li Changyuan came to the front of a photo wall in the store. Wall. 2 rows of photographs were discharged. Each and every one of them, a girl in a maid's outfit, with a sweet smile and delicate appearance. At the bottom of each photo, in addition to writing the name and basic information about the other person, it's also covered in lots of heart-shaped stickers. The receptionist girl pointed to the photo wall and said, does Master have a favorite young lady? Li Changyuan did not make an immediate choice. Instead, he pointed to the heart-shaped decals below and asked, what do these mean? The receptionist girl replied, these are all comments made by the customers to the young lady after they are satisfied. The more little red hearts the lady has, the better the service. Speaking of which, not forgetting to make a winking gesture, although not explicitly stated. But Li Changyuan felt as if the other party was hinting at something. The eyes kept glancing back and forth over it, and were about to look for a girl who caught their eye when Li Changyuan's gaze suddenly stopped in front of a photo. This person, why does he look so familiar? Kagome? Isn't that ING Xavian? Li Changyuan, who froze for a moment, quickly recognized that who is this person in front of me who is wearing a maid's outfit in the photo? I said these days, how come I can't see you in the figure? Feelings are coming to be a maid. Then again, you can't judge this with a heart underneath the picture. That's her. When you meet an acquaintance in a place like this, is there any point in choosing anything else? Upon hearing Li Changyuan's choice, a look of surprise flickered across the receptionist girl's face. Perhaps she didn't expect Li Changyuan to be able to choose from so many choices on the photo wall that. Pick a person who doesn't have any love points. Just a moment, master. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask Kagome to come over. Seeing people leave, Li Changyuan also began to survey the environment of the coffee shop. Overall, the atmosphere was pretty good. Everywhere you look, there are girls in maid outfits with black silk heels, and all of them are pretty good looking. By the looks of it, all these girls should be reluctant to enter the figure, so they come here to work, but it feels like this place. It's not all that decent. It's also not as green as the hospitality sister said. With his gaze falling not far away, Li Changyuan muttered, "Not a moment too soon." A dida sound of high heels on the floor gradually became clearer from far away. Soon, a silhouette dressed in a maid outfit appeared in front of her. "Hello, master. I'm Ku." Halfway through the sentence, the silhouette in front of him, dressed in a maid's outfit, suddenly froze in place. His eyes looked at Li Changyuan incredulously, his mouth slightly half open, and he was a bit stuck for a while. But after a brief moment of stupefaction, the silhouette blushed in embarrassment as she continued. "Hello, master. I'm Kagome. Glad to be of service." Li Changyuan looked at the other party with a smile. "I remember you are called Xiao Weiyan, right? Why did you change your name after a few days?" Above Xiao Weiyan's pretty face, a blushing color surfaced, but she still kept her smile. "You're mistaken, master. My name is Kagome. May I ask what the master would like to drink?" So I recognized the wrong person. But why do I hear the word master so familiar? Look at the eyes. Li Changyuan's teasing gaze. Xiao Weiyan only felt a pretty face, like a red ripe apple. How could she not have thought that, with so many people in the security zone, he himself would be here, in such a way, to meet Li Changyuan, originally, for not wanting to risk going into the map. After seeing the job posting, Xiao Weiyan then came to this coffee shop for an interview. In terms of onboarding, everything went very well indeed. But, when you actually get on the job and start working, Xiao Weiyan then realized that this so-called green maid cafe was not that green, especially in the area of serving guests. Guests move their hands all the time. Vivian couldn't tolerate it at all. "We've already received over a dozen complaints from customers in just a few days, and the complaints are surprisingly consistent. The service is not good. For that matter, Xavian felt like crying. Where's the bad attitude? It is clear that they are not allowing customers to take advantage of the situation, and the customers are annoyed and complaining maliciously there. This, you can see that just by looking at the photo wall alone, but all those maids, who indulged their guests in taking advantage of them, had high love points. Even more so, there are also some maids that are privy to improper education, which leads to, a few days down the road, Xiao Weiyan ate a dozen complaints, not to mention, love points is not one, which meant she hadn't earned a dime of commission until now. Today, even more so in a place like this, in the style of wearing a maid's outfit. Meet is Li Changyuan, shy and furious. Even Xiao Weiyan's ears were red. It's still in the Chow Hall and hasn't been released though. But it's time for an update. Mouse is suffering inside. Mouse wants to cry. Chapter 57, neither this nor that. Leaning his body back against the back of the chair, crossing his legs. Seeing that the other party was dead set against admitting it, Li Changyuan smiled teasingly and said, "Then let's pretend that I've recognized the wrong person. Come on, give me a cappuccino." "Just a moment, master. I'll go get it for you." Xiao Weiyan then left quickly as if she was running away. After leaving Li Changyuan's sight, Xavian kept taking deep breaths to calm herself, all the while constantly reassuring myself, "It's okay, it's okay. Just think of it as a regular guest." The level of embarrassment of being bumped into by an acquaintance in such a venue, or in a maid's outfit, no less than being a female technician at a foot wash and ending up running into an old classmate. Half a day later, Xiao Weiyan, who had regained her composure, held a cup of coffee and, Huan came to Li Changyuan. "Master, your coffee is ready." Li Changyuan pointed to his mouth. "Here, feed me." Gritting her teeth, Xiao Weiyan did her best to keep a smile on her face as she brought the coffee to Li Changyuan's mouth. Who would have thought? But Li Changyuan pushed him straight away. "I meant for you to feed me with your mouth." Xavian responded awkwardly. "I'm very sorry, master. We don't have such a service here?" "So what's that?" Li Changyuan looked up and pointed to the other side of the cafe. "Look at that. It's not just feeding my mouth. It's sitting on the guest's lap, mouth to mouth. So why should he get this kind of service and not have it with me? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me, fat tiger?" Holding back the anger in his heart, Xiao Weiyan responded. "Master, this store is a purely green cafe. There's no provision in the store for such a service. Those are the spontaneous behaviors of the other maids." "All right." Li Changyuan nodded helplessly. then pointed to his thighs. Then sit on my lap. That request can be met, right? I'm very sorry. This service is not available to us either. No, we haven't done anything between us, and now you can't even fulfill that request. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Seeing that Li Changyuan was getting the better of him, Xiao Weiyan, who couldn't bear it anymore, gritted her teeth and said, Li Changyuan, that's enough of you. Are you finished? Li Changyuan didn't get angry. Instead he was a bit speechless. I'm just wondering. You don't do this and you don't do that. So what are you doing here in the maid cafe? It's none of your business what I want to do. Li Changyuan shrugged his shoulders. And I didn't say I was going to control you? However, I think Xiao Yelin should be very interested in this matter. Why don't I inform him? You. Xiao Weiyan's eyes rolled round, her chest heaving up and down continuously in anger. Ripples. Never mind. Not kidding you. Waving his hand, Li Changyuan picked up his coffee and drank it in one go. Then he stood up. Originally I was planning to come in to take a look around, but I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. But how much do you make a month in a place like this, where you can't do anything? Look at the wall of pictures. It's pathetic. It's getting late. I still have to get into the charts today. Bye. Xiao Weiyan bit her lips tightly and clenched her fists, and under the fierce struggle of thought, the whole warp was trembling slightly. Seeing that Li Changyuan turned around and was about to leave, she hurriedly exclaimed, Wait. P.S. Gentlemen readers, Mouse took the day off today to code these 1,000 words. Mostly, I'm just so blocked and depressed. What could have been a good debut with good numbers and draft money? Results. The next day they were put in a small darkroom. Now that it's been released, the numbers can plummet. Today's draft is less than a quarter of what it was on debut day. It's really not acceptable. Mouse isn't selling out. She's just really in a bit of a low mood. Taking a day off today. Normal update tomorrow. Chapter 58, Mandalay Bricks. Wait. Hearing voices. Li Changyuan stopped and looked back at her curiously. What? Xiao Weiyan's shell teeth were biting her red lips, and her face was changing in a cloudy manner. She wanted to open her mouth and say something, but when I waited to open my mouth, I didn't know what to say. Xavian is hesitating. Originally, she thought that getting a job in the safe zone, just don't worry about the progress. But, I didn't realize it until I actually did it. Things are far from simple. If you simply work a normal job, then income-wise, you can only just make sure that you don't starve. That's all. It's like earning 3,000 a month. Can't talk about making more or less, merely starving. On the contrary, if you are in a special trade, that earns a lot of half money indeed. In the past few days after she had learned that some of her colleagues, by selling their sexuality, made hundreds of thousands of half dollars in just a few days, it doesn't compare to the benefits of entering the map, though, but better safe than sorry, without risking their lives, and earning halves is extremely lucrative, allowing you to live your life in relative style. But the question is, Xavian really doesn't want to go with the flow, but don't do that. It's hard to even make ends meet on a mere base salary. Today was also the day after she met Li Changyuan, which made her revitalize her mind to enter the map comparison. As opposed to getting complaints from guests here, I'm not gonna get a couple of halves. Might as well go into the map then. Big deal. It's a box. Come to think of it. Xiao Weiyan clenched her teeth as if she had made up her mind, and her eyes flashed with determination. Can you take me into the map? Li Changyuan raised his eyebrows and was surprised. What? You're not doing well at this job? And you should know the price of following me into the figure. As if broken, Xiao Weiyan replied without hesitation. It doesn't matter. Which we should have done anyway. Which we shouldn't have done. I'll blare all you want. Li Changyuan? There were questions in his eyes and written all over his face. Li Changyuan was puzzled. No, what do you mean by that? How is it that you have to be a bicycle even when you should be doing what you shouldn't be doing? What are you pretending? Xiao Weiyan said without any good humor. Could it be that you've already forgotten what you did in the diagram twice before? Li Changyuan stared, speechless. No, where were you thinking? Tully, I did what I did. And that was the payment for not killing you. And on the price I said, any gold and red items you search for after entering the map, give them to me. What the hell is in your head? Xavian froze on the spot. She was tempted to say, don't you pretend to be anything serious. But seeing Li Changyuan's serious expression, it didn't look like he was pretending at all. Is it? Did you really get it wrong? Just that? Of the supplies searched, just give you the gold and red items. I can take all the purple ones, right? The disbelieving Xiao Weiyan asked tentatively. Li Changyuan spread his two hands. Then what else? That's what Shen Xian and I agreed on. So you guys, would you believe me if I said she initiated it? I don't believe it. Don't believe me? Then get into the picture yourself. I believe it all right. Perfunctory. What I said was true. There is no sincerity. And what would you say makes it sincere? Come up to my house and watch my cat jump. Subject 3. Afternoon. After Li Changyuan sent a message to Xin Xian, the three men who had finished forming their teams met up on the tarmac at the top of the special branch. Upon seeing the figure of Xavian, Xin Xian was still a bit surprised. You guys are. Xiao Weiyan had another sigh and said helplessly, life has forced me to. After working for a few days and realizing it's not as good as going into the charts. It's not like you're forced to sign an unequal treaty. Li Changyuan was not happy. Hey, let's be clear. Did I force you to sign it? Xavian pointed to the stockings on her legs that had been torn. Righteously, he said, the contract wasn't forced, but you forced me to go to subject 3. Ahem. Li Changyuan, who was a bit vain, coughed dryly before hastily changing the topic. It's getting late. Hurry up and get into the picture. In the meantime, on the helipad belonging to Xiao Yilin's squad, the three had long been fully loaded and ready to go. Sun Jiayi looked at Xiao Yelin, who was late getting on the plane, and asked curiously, I just want to know, even though we saw Li Changyuan and the others enter the special branch, how can you be sure what time they entered the map? Xiao Yelin said in a serious manner, I feel, a figure sitting beside Sun Jiayi, covering his forehead. He said helplessly, is it by your nebulous chi luck? Sun Jiayi shook her head, it's not really nothing, this guy's luck that. I can say it was surprisingly good. I've been in the charts with him not once or twice, and every time he's come out red. Just look at the assets on the wealth list. Let's go. It's time to go. Sun Jiayi's voice had just fallen. Xiao Yelin then boarded the helicopter and spoke faintly. Sun Jiayi was curious. Are you sure you'll be able to meet it? It can. Xiao Yelin revealed a confident smile. In the aspect of luck, I've never missed a beat. The words fell. The smile on Xiao Yelin's face gradually became hideous, this time into the map. No matter where it lands, we all need to finish clearing the map. At least make Li Changyuan and that Xiao Weiyan pay. The further back we go, the 5 features on Xiao Yelin's face then gradually became hideous. Just now, he saw it with his own eyes. Li Changyuan put his arm around Xiao Weiyan, and the two of them walked into the special branch building intimately as if they were a couple. In that moment, Xiao Yelin's killing intent towards the two men reached a direct peak. The figure sitting across from Xiao Yelin said indifferently, it doesn't matter to me. I'll just pay anyway. $1 million and not a penny less. Hearing the prices, Sun Jiayi was a bit surprised. You're so willing to give up. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Humph. Xiao Yelin snorted disdainfully. A mere $1 million. As long as it can ease my heart's hatred. Even if it's $10 million. Sun Jiayi said helplessly, it's nothing to you. Of course, but what I care about is my profit. I'm paid in percentages. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. With the helicopters coming within the area of Dam 0, G.T.I. Commander's voice. It also rang with it. However, this time when the helicopters entered the area, on the map, however, there were a few extra special icons. Find the Mandel brick and the decryption device and bring it back at all costs. Chapter 59, Who put the cement in the airbox? Find the Mandel brick and the decryption device and bring it back at all costs. See the map. A few more special icons than ever before. Then another cue was heard from the commander of the. Xiao Yelin was curious. What are Mandel bricks? Sun Jiayi shook her head. I'm not really sure. Yesterday in the chat channel, rather, I saw someone discussing this stuff, but he wasn't sure exactly what it did. I don't know exactly what it's for, but since we're prompted to bring it back, I think it should be a good thing. We can go over and get it later. Xiao Yelin said indifferently. Okay, don't look at Xiao Yelin's side. He's confused. Actually, Li Changyuan and the others who were born on the other side were also filled with question marks at this time. Mandel bricks. Of course, Li Changyuan knew what they were. After getting the Mandel brick in the map, it will first be on the map of all the dryads that mark the location, but at the same time, the person who gets the Mandel brick will display a danger level, with a maximum hazard rating of 3 stars. The more stars, the closer the enemy cadre is to you. After successfully deciphering, then you have the option to sell it for triangular rolls or to open your own skin. But here's the thing, these are the settings in the game. Today, in this side of the world, is it hard to believe that Mandel bricks are also used to open the skin? That's a bit of a ripoff. On the ground, Xin Qian and Xiao Weiyan both showed a strong curiosity about the appearance of Mandel's brick. On the contrary, Li Changyuan didn't care too much. Let's not talk about whether it works or not. The mere point of being able to be known about the location after acquiring it was not something Li Changyuan liked very much, not to mention the process of deciphering and being careful of being attacked. Although it is also necessary to take it, Li Changyuan is not in a hurry. At that moment his eyes were fixed on the map, contemplating the search route for this round. Look at the spots I've marked. We'll go from here first to the small substation, then the main substation, then it's straight into the administration building. All listen to you. The two women did not object and followed Li Changyuan towards the small substation. This game, the trio landed on the side of the visitors center. But since the visitors center was so poor, there wasn't much to search, per se. Plus this innings exemptions were painted on the cement factory and the administration building, respectively. In this case, the visitors center is definitely dogsick. The three of them trotted along. It was soon time to arrive at the small military camp on the south side of the substation. Although the game has just begun, but it has been refreshed with two-man machines. Bang! Bang! 2 shots and you're down. Li Changyuan didn't stay too long at the small military camp and went straight to the small substation. There are actually a few searchable containers in a couple of the tents over here, too. Things like bullet boxes, medical kits, etc. But ordinary dams, Li Changyuan really did not want to waste too much time above such places. Maybe a slight stop if it goes unclassified. Not a moment too soon. The trio had arrived at the outskirts of the small substation that, looking at Li Changyuan's complete lack of slowing down or taking a quiet step, just that big-footed frame running inward, Xiao Weian, who was following behind, warned, "Watch out for someone," Li Changyuan said without looking back. "No one. Don't worry about searching." Having said that, Li Changyuan then ran straight to the second floor and began to search the small safe. Unfortunately, there are only 2 blue items in there, and all old acquaintances. Dancing ladies' pendants and old pirate telescopes, including these 2 items. There are also things like weird pirate silver coins, horn wall decorations, ceremonial daggers, and so on. These items, definitely something that makes your head spin when you see it. Bouncing down from the second floor, Li Changyuan turned around and went to the other side of the room and started searching the airbox here. Just open it. Upon seeing an item of 6 erected inside the, Li Changyuan's eyes instantly widened. Asterisk asterisk. It's shipping. An exclamation of surprise. Immediately, the attention of the 2 women, Xin Qian and Xiao Weian, was diverted. Out of what? There's a 6 of something that feels like it's going to come out. Chow Nima. Who the hell puts cement in an airplane box? Looking at the cement that occupies 6 squares in front of him, Li Changyuan spat out a mouthful of old blood. I thought that I was going to get a bust, but then I turned my head and got a blast from the cement. Sure enough, one shouldn't have any expectations when inside a puda. It's nifty and not as good as a big sand dollar. With a face full of black lines, Li Changyuan led the duo to the main substation. After glancing around for a moment to make sure no one else was there, Li Changyuan ran directly towards the inside with big feet. Road took care of that. Incidentally, with the rocket soldier standing on the balcony. For this type of soldier, Li Changyuan can be described as deeply pained. There have been many times that it's all about walking, or confronting someone, and turning your head and having an RPG blasted at you. The point is that this thing does a lot of damage, not to mention take a hit. I can't tell you how many places I've broken bones in my body. It's instantly incapacitating. Access to the interior of the substation. After taking care of the shield soldiers and normal skirmishers in there, the 3 then began to search. Since the warranty waiver isn't swiped here, so there aren't a lot of places in the substation where you can search. On the first floor there were just cabinets, boxes, and ammo crates, in addition to a dress. As for the second floor, even less can be searched. There is only 1 server and 1 cabinet. Searching around, it can be described as unproductive. Honestly, Li Changyuan are familiar with such exposure. After all, for the average dam, even in the state of the upclearing map, hundreds of thousands of evacuations are also the norm. Actually, at first, Changyuan Li plays Operation Delta. There is nothing repulsive about normal dams, even more so, because there's a lot of new people in this picture. At that time, Li Changyuan played on the fun. Every day is just hitting the puba. Until later, after Li Changyun saw the affluence of the classified, it'll never be the same again. Every day is just about typing classified. Grouping up with friends is all kinds of pounding, and soloing by yourself is being a rat. Normal dams are unplayable for one game. This is not. Even if Li Changyuan held the key to the technical room in his hand, he was now torn between opening the door or not. After a moment's hesitation, Li Changyuan still chose to turn it on. As for the reason, it's pretty simple. The new room cards have a 20-use limit. After the normal dam is consumed once first, it can be opened 10 more times at the classified dam. That's kind of a trick. 2. It's equivalent to saying that a free chance to open a normal map is given. P.S. For all you soon-to-be out of Africa heart readers out there, after the yards, this rat is going to the Delta to go. It's a joy to be a mouse. Chapter 60, when you guys are almost done fighting, I'll go and talk it out. After swiping the key card, with 2 drops, the door to the tech room opened on cue. Inside the door, the first thing that caught my eye was 2 pieces of clothing that, after searching, I only saw 2 useless designs. It then proceeded to search the 2 servers behind it. Solid state drive, value, 34,203. Memory sticks, value, 26,550. USB flash drive, value, 8,910. Memory card, value, 7,557. After loading the 2 purple items into his backpack, Li Chuanyuan shouted within the team voice that, remind both women to remember to come and get the rest of the blue items. It's inside a normal dam. After all, it's impossible to say that the team, all 3 of them, filled their backpacks with purple items. If you want to make a little more half money, you should definitely bring a lot of blue items with you. It's just that Li Chuanyuan can't see it. After searching the server, the next big thing on this room card, it's also the deepest safe in the room. Unfortunately, though, there was no brushing things on the table next to it. You can actually stand on the balcony, where the rocket soldiers are, and through the cracks in the windows. See if there's a brush on the table, or maybe standing on the hillside outside the substation. You can see through the window, but this time it's open. Li Chuanyuan simply wants the remaining number of times. Brush a single digit out of the, sort of a normal mode giveaway for once. The number of times remaining behind. Surely it should all be left confidential. Based on experience to date, Li Chuanyuan feels that after today or tomorrow at the latest, one's rank would be able to go into classified mode. When the combination to the safe has been entered, an item with 2 shades, and 2 1-gallon shades, is shown. When the first item has been searched, after seeing the dancing girl charm on it, Li Chuanyuan no longer expects anything from insurance. As it happens, the search didn't last too long. A close second was a pirate silver coin. Li Chuanyuan was a bit helpless. A rune card worth more than $2 million. Even if it's a pyuta, won't you even give me a little gold? The words. Li Chuanyuan suddenly let out a light eep. He found that the third grid was searched for an extraordinarily long time. Dancing Lady Charm, value, 11,489. Wacky Pirate Silver Coin, value, 8,440. Precious Mechanical Watch, value, 212,661. A red light flashed. The corner of Li Chuanyuan's mouth immediately lifted up. Good fellow, Xiao Jin is not willing to give. And then backhand me a little red, huh? Metso walks out of the tech room. Seeing the expression on Li Chuanyuan's face, Xinqian asked directly, what's out? Rolex. Having said that, Li Chuanyuan even held it in his hand and raised it. That's out of red? So it looks like this should be a fat game. So you guys search quickly, and when you're done, head straight for the administration building. Good. Inside the substation, there aren't many places to search per se. It didn't take long. The 3 of them ransacked the substation of all its supplies as if they were locusts. Then he ran towards the administration building. Making their way along the perimeter fence of the substation, the trio made their way north, after passing through the red container. Then they came to the parking lot on the outskirts of the east building. Li Chuanyuan glanced at the interior of the building, not far away, and realized that the air crates and weapons cases inside it's all been opened. So Li didn't go in, either. Directly towards the east wing of the administration building, the 3 had just approached the vicinity of the building when, in the ear, already, the sound of gunfire could be faintly heard, coming from inside the building. Li Chuanyuan's eyes looked inside warily, but he didn't find any figure. But still, he gruffly said, all be careful, there's someone inside. Xinqian nodded. Aha, got it, Xavian answered, walking behind with quiet steps. Crawl in through the side window. The 3 of them took quiet steps and slowly made their way to the second floor through the stairs. At this point, the gunfire has stopped. Li Chuanyuan could not see anyone in his field of vision again. And as for the east building, there are already obvious signs of having been searched. The little safe in the manager's room has been turned on. The same goes for the computers in the office. Instead, on the first floor, it doesn't seem to have been searched. Li Chuanyuan whispered, you guys search the east building briefly. I'll go over to the west building to check out the situation. Yell at me promptly if you find anyone. Okay? You be careful. I know. After the exhortation, Li Chuanyuan then carefully felt his way towards the west building. In the aisle between the east and west buildings, Li Chunyuan also saw a body that was still cold. Glancing, after no items of value were found, Li Chunyuan continued to move forward. Just as he entered the confines of the West Wing, the sound of gunfire resumed. At the construction site, Li Chunyuan, who judged the approximate location from the sound, directly released his footsteps and, running wildly in the direction of the construction site. Soon, within the context of perspective, two teams appeared in view. A team of 2 people were very woefully sprawled in the corner of the construction site, constantly pumping blood pills. On the other side, instead, it was a small team of 3, slowly feeling their way in a zigzag pattern towards the front. Obviously, these 2 teams, it should appear in the number 1 spot on the east and west sides of the administration building, respectively. Then during the search of the administration building, one of the members, who was ambushed by another team in the aisle, was taken down first. The 2 remaining men, in an unfavorable situation of 2 against 3, were forced to exit the building. As a result, the other team was in hot pursuit. Now both parties are facing each other at the site's location. Li Chunyuan now recounted the situation over here, in the team voice, briefly to the 2 women. Then it was time to go to the window of the west building elevator and start being a munchkin. Snipe. You 2 teams take your time, and when you're almost done, I'll try to talk you out of it. Chapter 61 3 Great Sanddaggers. The administration building was searched. The gang searched is a real feeling. Simply a group of bandits. Really did not leave a little soup. Rats have to cry out when they come. It can't be helped, being born in such a bad position. It's like being exiled. It's not like there's much to search in the visitor center. After being in the charts so many times, I've kind of realized that landing in a bad spot if it's too bad. It's really too hot to eat. Your analogy. It's just vivid. Where do we go next? Where do you think he'll go? Add a guess. Odds are the administration building. Then let's go. A squad of poor bastards, after having no luck at the substation, then turned around and started heading north. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Chunyuan is sitting on a box. It was like watching a movie, looking through a lens at the great drama ahead. Have to say, it's a 2 against 3 situation though. That 2-man squad, however, fought extraordinarily tenaciously. Both sides are going back and forth. Things like C4, grenades, Tiger cannons, howitzers, smoke grenades, flashbangs, all kinds of skills, flying all over the sky. As for the gunshots, that's even less heard of. Only, it's all thunder and no rain on both sides. The confrontation was mutual, with no one willing to charge first. It's like in modern warfare, watching videos on the internet. There are always netizens laughing at the soldiers that, crouching inside the trench, holding the gun with both hands above his head, he shoots at the other side through random shots. That's why those soldiers did it. The reasoning is simple. This thing is not a game. Show your head and be second is a life lost. In this case, who else would be stupid enough to show their head in fight? Currently, the 2 teams in view were just that. Don't look for all kinds of skills, thrown all over the place, and a steady stream of gunfire. But no one wants to rush first. If you're hit by a bullet, retracting behind cover is a straight-up bloodbath. If the armor is broken, repair the armor. In conclusion, the 2 sides are completely deadlocked there. Seeing that no one can open the door, Li Chunyuan is tempted to go and talk some sense into it. No, are you 2 teams any good? How long has this been going on? Don't bullets cost anything? With the passage of time, are about to look a little sleepy. Li Chunyuan yawned and, with that, he returned directly to the east building. Well, what's going on over there? Seeing Li Chunyuan return, Shen Xian opened her mouth and asked. The 2 gangs were pulling each other apart, fighting for half a day over there at the construction site, and no one wanted to charge first. I couldn't see them splitting up for a while and thought I'd come back and get the manager's room first. Having said that, Li Chunyuan had arrived at the door of the manager's office. Drip. After swiping your room card, the door to the room then opened. Weapon cases, suitcase, drawer, suitcase. Now the secondary containers. After all the searches have been made, Li Chunyuan began typing Morse code into the computer. Information, design drawings, value, 67, 814, 1 small gold. Not bad, not bad. 1 more small gold and you're back in business. The beauty took the little gold in, and, turning to the safe, he began to enter the combination. Ka-ching. The cabinet door opens. 3 small compartments come into view. Asala specialty wineglasses, value, 63, 296. Wacky pirate silver coin, value, 8,440. 5 shiny pirate gold coins, value, 57,985. After opening the first safe, sweeping away the haze of the previous few days, the arc raised by the corner of Li Chunyuan's mouth gradually became bigger and bigger. That was a pretty fat round. So many small ones. Next up is the second one. This game. Already reaping the rewards. Lee Chang-yuan. Don't care so much anymore about the second safe and what exactly comes out of it. After all, it's possible to get a little red. And so many little golds. Inside a normal dam. I can say that the rewards are very great. Just, when the second safe was opened, after seeing 3 shades of 6 inside, Lee Chang-yuan's eyes widened steeply, and even his breathing began to catch. Asterisk asterisk. 3 6-frame items? It feels like it's going to come out of the infantry. But just don't give me 3 big shabby daggers. Soon, the first item search is complete. Big Sabi comes into view. Dagger. Value, 94, 149. Lee Chang-yuan said he was not panicking at all. There are still 2 more to go. Search in. Ding. Dagger. Value, 94, 149. Lee Chang-yuan started to have a little panic attack. Asterisk asterisk. Don't mess with me. The search continues. Ding. Another purple light flashed. Dagger. Value, 94, 149. Dash. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of Lee Chang-yuan, who was so angry that he couldn't. Even more so, he hammered his fist directly into the body of the safe. Are you kidding me? 3 hexagrams and you give me 3 big sand daggers? In parallel time and space, Xiao Yelin opens the safe and reaps 3 big reds and 3 small reds. The corners of Lee Chang-yuan's mouth twitched furiously. One hand was over his heart, and it felt a little hard to breathe. I'm dying. What kind of sand dollar safe is this? Give me out daggers even. Can you get 3 in a row out of 1 insurance policy? Lee Chang-yuan's mind was really exploding right now. You say you either don't give red hope, and end up giving 3 6-frame items then it's all big sand daggers. Who can stand this stuff? It's good to come up with a red. A big gold offer is acceptable. Walking out of the manager's room with a black face, seeing this expression, Xinshan was very sensible and chose to shut up. Instead, it was Xiao Weiyan who ran up and wondered, what came out? Lee Chang-yuan forced out a smile. Go in and see for yourself. I'm in the safe. Saved you a good one. Returning to the west wing, passing over the center gallery bridge, Lee Chang-yuan realized that the corpse from earlier had been turned into a box. Meanwhile, when he came to the westernmost end of the battle at the site was found to be over. But what surprised him was that it wasn't the 3-member squad that won in the end. Instead, 2-man squads win. Those 2, at the moment, were there happily licking their bags. Lee Chang-yuan strongly condemns this kind of murderous, over-the-top behavior. At the same time, in the interest of preserving peace, it was decided to step in and put a stop to such egregious behavior. And so it was. Lee Chang-yuan jumped down the stairs along the window next to him. Around the corner of the wall, the gun was aimed at Lucky, who was still licking his bag, and then the trigger was pulled. Bang! 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 A blow to the head knocks out the king's right. 1 down, 1 to go. Chang-yuan Li powered straight ahead and closed the distance forward, then across the site fence. Throw C4 towards another person. A sudden change of heart. The only remaining person on the other side looked a little flustered. In particular, seeing the C4 land at your feet, obviously frozen for a moment, before getting up and trying to escape. However, it is too late. Only a loud boom was heard. Although he wasn't blown up outright, his bloodstain went straight to the bottom. There were even multiple fractures all over his body, leaving him unable to walk at all. Lee Chang-yuan also didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath, poking his head out and shooting him in the head. A blow to the head kills Wang Yongwook. Exterminating team. Seeing the words extermination, and the 5 boxes neatly arranged in front of me, the unpleasant mood from earlier because of the 3 big sand daggers in a row had dissipated a bit. M4 again. Won't you guys use another gun? Okay, so you've got an August, and the price is actually $400,000? Asterisk asterisk. This one is even more ruthless. Over $800,000 of M7. I'll laugh at this one. Holy, Wu Tao. Too bad the durability is all shattered. Even if it's fixed, I guess I can't sell it. Weapons and equipment are not bad. It's just that your packs are so poor. 5 of them put together. Just one little Kim? Lee Chang-yuan cursed as he harvested the fruits. When the 5 bags, all searched, have been searched, the value of the council's haul, has come to more than $2 million. Chapter 62 Decision. Save or run. When Lee Chang-yuan has finished searching all of them, Xin Qian and Xiao Weiyan, that's when they started searching. The urns of the 6 men before and after. After all the searches have been made, all 3 can be said to have made a fortune. Only, the vast majority of the value of it's all from the weapons. Compare that to the game, where there's often a lousy kid who runs a knife or uses a roll. At least everyone here pulls full weapon performance. But again, because there's only one life, as more and more lives are lost and more weapons are circulating on the market. This also leads to weapons that simply don't sell on the trading floors. All can only be sold at low prices to traders. So the value of the harvest here is filled with quite a bit of water. All done? Aha. After getting a response, Li Changyuan glanced at the time. There were still close to 2 hours before the evacuation. It's early, but the substation and the administration building, they've been searched. Li Changyuan opened the map and glanced at it before opening his mouth and asking, "It's still early. Do you guys want to check out the barracks, the cement factory, or should we just pull the plug and evacuate?" Xinxian responded, "I'm alright, just watch." Not far away, Xiao Weian looked at her backpack. Although there were no items of particularly high value, but add 6 people to the urn, which was already full. How about evacuation? Then pull the gate and withdraw. Li Changyuan did not bother to continue running the map, mostly at this point in time. The remaining resource points, it's probably been searched long ago. And, even if you didn't search, the gain will not be too great. Returning to the second floor of the west wing, when Li Changyuan pulled the gate over, the commander's beep followed by the sound of it was accompanied by the sound of a piercing alarm. Attention! Someone has activated the dam's industrial elevator, but can now be evacuated from the elevator entrance inside the dam. Unlike in the game, there is only a short 3-minute wait. There's a 15-minute wait here. Li Changyuan wasn't in a hurry to go over there, but planned to stop by and search the container. After all, inside the airbox, high-value items often come out as well. Li Changyuan ran towards the container as he cleared the chicken brothers wandering on the road. Cordless portable drill, value, 29,479. Electric blasting hammer, value, 4,256. Medical drone, value, 33,900. After searching the air and medical boxes on the west side of the container, as always, Li Changyuan ran to the east airbox. However, on the run, in the field of vision in front of him, a figure suddenly appeared. The other guy was hiding in the back of the parking lot, his whole figure hidden in the grass. If it wasn't for perspective, it wouldn't have been detectable with the naked eye alone. And looking at the direction of the opponent's gun, it was clearly racking the direction of the elevator entrance. "How dare you block the elevator entrance in front of me?" The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly, and Li Changyuan also began to take quiet steps, slowly moving forward to close the distance. Only, since the other party's hidden position is in the middle of the container where Li Changyuan is, there's a very open area. That was why Li Changyuan didn't go too far forward even after reminding the 2 women behind him. In his opinion, anyway, as long as they can get within range of the Tiger cannon. Seeing that the distance is about right, just about to cut the gun and fire it straight away. Suddenly, Li Changyuan froze for a moment. Because of the vision, there was one more silhouette. The other party was lying on the second floor of the car parking warehouse and was looking out through the window. But it's also this days that, in a flash, there was an unusually dangerous feeling that spread from the heart and instantly spread all over the body. Li Changyuan only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. Next, a gunshot rang out in the distance. Bang! Li Changyuan, who was crouching behind the container, had his bloodstain instantly emptied and directly fell to the ground. Grass! Someone? Knocked out by a shot. Li Changyuan instantly panicked, his eyes constantly glancing around. But, no one else could be seen except for the 2 in view. The point is, the team, Xinxian and Xiao Weian, didn't have much fighting power at all. The reason why Li Changyuan took them, it's just a precautionary measure to prevent you from getting spiked when you're alone in the map. But he didn't realize that, on this day, it will come so fast. The point is, it wasn't even a fall at Saeed's hands, it was a snipe. Wait a minute, snipe? Li Changyuan, who thought of something, turned his head violently to look in the direction of the top of the dam. Seeing the figure that vaguely appeared in the range of vision, Li Changyuan then reacted and, one is knocked down from nowhere anymore, but it's obviously too late to react now. The fallen state of Li Changyuan revealed a bitter smile, which had been unbeatable for some time now. It made him more and more inflated and at the same time, he lost his vigilance even more. But this isn't a game. You say carelessness, accidental death by surprise, big deal, loss of war chest money, then restart the next game. Dying here, meaning it will have to be reopened in another life. Unfortunately, I actually forgot about the top of the dam, and in front of a sniper rifle, 100 meters of perspective is still obviously too short, despite having tried so hard to climb back up. But the snip at the top of the dam, obviously it won't be to Li Changyuan's liking. 2 seconds later, another shot rang out. Li Changyuan, whose helmet had been shattered, fell to the ground in response and became a corpse. It's not cool enough, though, but Xinxian and Xiao Weian, who were not far behind her, had long been scared pale and colorless. What's going on? Xin Xian shouted in the team voice with an anxious tone. Li Changyuan said in a helpless tone, beaten by the snipers at the top of the dam. You guys watch out for that area in the upper right corner of the map. There's someone up there with a sniper. Also, there was a man in the grass outside the east building in the parking lot, and one on the second floor of the plant. Although Li Changyuan could pinpoint the location of his opponent, but the two women were still nervous. Xavian even crouched behind, his gaze constantly peering backward. The thought of escape had obviously crossed his mind. Xin Xian slowly moved forward while keeping an eye on the head of the eyes constantly surveying the parking lot in front of him. What do I do now? That spot of yours, can I beg? Before the word save could be uttered, in view, 3 grenades had landed on Li Changyuan's side. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud bangs resonates over the containerized area. Seeing this scene, Xin Xian also began to hesitate a little, falling to the ground to save. How? What to do? Li Changyuan's voice hissed. You seal a cigarette first, then see if you can carry me back. Okay. Nodding through clenched teeth. With that, a smoke bomb was thrown at his feet. Xin Xian hurriedly ran over, picked up Li Changyuan on his back, and began to slowly move backwards. Just when the smoke had just risen, a guided missile has been flown from the top of the dam. Seeing this scene, Li Changyuan hurriedly shouted in the team voice, watch out! Dazzling patrol missiles fell towards where the 3 were. Boom! Another deafening explosion This was followed by 4 additional bomblets that were shot out after the patrol bombs exploded. Bombardment after bombardment after bombardment directly blew Xin Xian to silk blood, the armor on his body. The durability was even going straight to 0. At this time, Xin Xian didn't dare to continue memorizing it, hurriedly ran to the back and began to add blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Weiyan had even retreated to the very back, just as if he had the impulse to wipe the oil off his feet and directly leave. Where are you going? Are you going to run? Xin Xian, who saw this scene, hurriedly shouted out. Xiao Weiyan clenched her teeth and said, if we don't run, are we going to stay here and wait for death? The other side has Uluru and Red Wolf. There's no way they're going to let us rescue them in peace. Besides, there's sniping above our heads. Do we really want to stay and be buried with them? Hearing something like this, Xin Xian was tempted to yell out a rebuke, but as the words reached her mouth, for a moment she began to hesitate as well. He's bloodied himself. Multiple fractures on the body. Moreover, Li Changyuan had already gone to the bottom. In such a situation, did he really want to stay here? The moment such a thought appeared in the mind, the fear of death instantly haunted Xin Xian's body and lingered. Save a life and most likely die. Run away now. And while getting into the map might be a problem later, at least the life is still there. But doesn't such behavior show that one is a backstabber? In the beginning, and for saving lives on this one, it was only then that Li Changyuan agreed to take himself into the figure. But now, for a moment, Xin Xian was in a dilemma. Still doped up, her shell teeth clenched her lips as she gazed at Li Changyuan's corpse. A hesitant look flickered in his eyes, although Li Changyuan was no longer able to move. But the conversation between the two women just now, yet all of them clearly reached the ears. Although understandable, the idea of abandoning his teammates to run away alone in a time of crisis. Li Changyuan also believed that the vast majority of the world, I'm afraid, wouldn't risk their lives for their teammates to save them. But when this thing it's a different idea when it actually comes to your head. Forget it. Leave or save. It's up to you. Xiao Weiyan, you and I don't have anything too deep between us in the first place. The few times we've met, the process hasn't been very pleasant either. So I won't say anything if you want to leave. As for Xin Xian, I've asked myself that I haven't treated you poorly, but I respect your choice of, if you feel in danger, you too should leave now. There's no need to follow me and stay here, though not willing to die like that. But it's come to this, being stuck dead center in this part of the container. Li Changyuan also knew that relying on the two of them alone wouldn't be very hopeful. And, through sound, he had heard that someone on the other side was starting to circle back. Make up your minds quickly. Someone's already starting to go around the back, the other side of the container. Although it had little to do with him anymore, Li Changyuan still spoke out to remind him. Hear the reminder. Xavian hurriedly poked his head out to take a look. Although the process was brief, the other party also shot at the first opportunity in the direction where Xiao Weiyan had shown his head. However, Xiao Weiyan still recognized that the red wolf on the other side was actually Xiao Yelin. Seeing familiar faces, Xiao Weiyan shouted out in unusual surprise, "It's actually him? Who?" Xin Xian questioned. With a complicated glance at Li Changyuan's corpse, Xiao Weiyan responded, "Xiao Yelin." Hearing the name, where can Li Changyuan not understand? This was definitely Xiao Yelin, deliberately ambushed here, just to squat himself. Although he didn't understand why Xiao Yelin would be so coincidentally in the same picture as himself, he was also sure that he would go here, and purposely had someone go up to the top of the dam to set up a snipe. But with his unbelievable luck, all seems not impossible. However, compared to the helplessness in Li Changyuan's heart, the Xiao Weiyan's originally tense face instead showed a touch of joy. At this point in time, all the tension in her mind dissipated into nothing. The mind began to grow active as well. If it's Xiao Yelin, doesn't that mean that you can avoid dying? And, as long as you're willing to bow down and admit you're wrong, perhaps Xiao Yelin will forgive himself. Not to mention, the reason why he stayed with Li Changyuan, wasn't it also Xiao Yelin who abandoned him first? Xiao Weiyan, who thought of this, had a look of surprise on her face, and immediately wanted to rush up and open her mouth to shout. And with all the changes in her expression, all of it also fell into Xinxian's eyes. We're all women. What's on your mind? Where Xinxian could not see it. Seeing that Xiao Weiyan wanted to go back to the water, Xinxian immediately angrily rebuked. Surname Xia, are you out of your mind? Come at a time like this and you want to go up to your old flame? Don't you forget who it was that abandoned you so mercilessly, in a time of danger. Do you think someone as heartless as that would take you in now? And although Li Changyuan has not been so kind to you, don't forget that he has, on 2 separate occasions. Is this how you repay me for sparing you in Tuli? Xavian was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. Clenching his teeth, he didn't know what to say. Xinxian at this time, the heart obviously also made a choice. She looked at her skill CD, and immediately shouted, I'll throw smoke now, and then directly save the people. With the smoke, they may not dare to directly rush over. At this time you help me rack the back and never let the other guy get around. Having said that, Xinxian immediately released her big move, a long string of smoke, completely blocking half the front view. Xinxian didn't care if the other party would continue to throw grenades, and directly began to crouch down to save people. Seeing this scene, Xavian stomped his foot in indignation. She glanced at the direction where Xiao Yelin was, and then at where Li Changyuan was exactly. A clench of teeth, a stomp. Forget it. The big deal is to die with you guys. Anyway, there's no way I'm going back to that asshole anyway. Having said that, Xiao Weiyan threw smoke towards the opponent's approximate location. Then in the smoke, pull the trigger like crazy. Hopefully, the sound of the gunshot will cover the sound of the man as he pulls. This chapter makes up the word count. 4,000 words, 2 in 1 chapter. Today's content will be updated by 12 p.m. As for the funeral, seriously, in the beginning, when I heard about my grandma's death, my emotions were merely a little bit mixed, but at the funeral home, the moment I saw my grandma's body, it was instantly cried directly into tears. Today even went to the crematorium with my family and watched my grandma being burned to ashes. Afterwards, he went back out to sea and scattered his ashes at sea, which is kind of what the author has been doing so far. The first time you experience the pain of a loved one's death, I guess. I've had loved ones pass away before, but they weren't that close, so I didn't feel much, but the author was sort of raised by her grandmother. The mood is still heavy, but the book goes on and on and on. It started updating normally in the back. Chapter 63, Run or Save? The choice, made up for last chapter's word count, a 2-in-1 4,000 word chapter. Readers can go back and read it first. A man who is completely down, trying to save it. It takes more than 10 seconds. 10 seconds or so, on a normal day, could be the blink of an eye. The time it takes you to pick up your glass and take a sip of water may have passed in 10 seconds or so. But now, listening to the dripping sound in his ears as he saved the day, in watching the progress bar that appeared during the rescue, Xinxian felt, for the first time, 10 seconds or so is such a torturous and long time. Not to mention, at this point in time, she also had to keep an eye out for howitzers thrown by her opponent. But now, Ularu's move is clearly on CD. Xiao Yelin, who was the Red Wolf, tried to go around the back just now and was also blocked by the smoke. As for the third person on the other side, although I don't know who the chosen cadre is, but obviously there are no offensive skills, or they would definitely blow people up with them. Drip, drip, drop. Listening to the ringing sound coming from her ears, Xinxian's hand, which was sticking the needle, couldn't stop trembling. Meanwhile, the heart is even more constantly praying that, let's hope the other side doesn't throw any more grenades. Finally, 10 seconds or so passed. Li Changyuan gets back up, all over his body, for broken bones plus bleeding from the abdomen. In this state, even walking is very difficult. But the first time Li Changyuan got up, he didn't hit the blood pills or run backwards. And, instead, he backhanded Xinxian in his arms. Time is short. Before and after the hug, it was but a second. Even Li Changyuan didn't say anything. But in the moment when they hugged each other, Shin Xian seemed to be able to feel that the other person's heart, even with the armor in between. Thanks. After letting go, Li Changyuan said with a complicated voice. Shin Xian smiled helplessly. Can you hit the blood first? The other party is still racking outside. Li Changyuan looked back and shook his head. It's alright. The other side didn't rush over. In a minute I'll pull smoke and back off after I hit the blood potion. They're probably waiting for Ularu's big move. Compared to the onslaught of the game, a little. It actually works in favor of the person who is down. That is, in reality, no one will be in a hurry to pounce. It's only people like Li Changyuan, who drive straight through and can confirm all the locations of the. It's only then that they might clunk and pound with big steps. For others, it's best if you can sneak up on someone. When you're down, you hold your gun. You don't let the other side save you. So it's a 3-on-2 situation. Then open up with skills and slowly expand your advantage. Even if it's a big dominant inning with 3-to-1, it's also all three attacking together. Instead of Hulkbuster saving Grandpa, one by one. But it was precisely because, just now, Shin Xian had not rushed to save her life. It was only then that he didn't perish inside Ularu's move. Otherwise, two people in the end, the opposite side will say anything and come straight up. Now, when Li Changyuan got up, it was also quickly bloodied up. What was in the bag, after all, were the highest grade blood pills and surgical kits. Only, for the sake of overconfidence, Li Changyuan did not carry repair kits for his helmet and armor. This resulted in a helmet that was now in a state of complete lack of durability for him. At this distance, a headshot with an M700. This guy's a little tough. And the level 5 heads I brought were straight up seconded. So the other side's bullet level probably isn't too bad. Normally, M700 with an ebony egg on a level 5 head usually ends up with a few drops of blood left. But now on the situation himself fell straight to the ground. Not to mention that he was still carrying a GN heavy helmet with 50 points of durability. So, either the other guy, straight to the head, or the other guy used a 6-stage round. Grade 6 rounds are not available for purchase, though, but has two ways of obtaining it. One is made in the Secret Service from Advanced Bullet Parts, a 6-gauge Dakin. The other is to collect in the chart. Li Changyuan feels that, with Xiao Yelin's luck, it didn't seem impossible to search the bullet box for some grade 6 rounds. After a helpless, bitter laugh, Li Changyuan turned his head to look at Xiao Yelin, who was not far away, as well as having walked out and, a figure hiding behind cover. What do we do now? Shin Xian asked. Li Changyuan spoke up. There's a snipe at the top of the dam. It's too much of a disadvantage for us to fight here. In a moment, we'll just seal a smoke and we'll retreat inside the elevator. If they come in after us we fight. If they choose not to, we withdraw. While Li Changyuan is confident that, by virtue of perspective, you can kill the two people in front of you with a snipe over your head. But it's a bit risky to do so. The present condition of him having fallen once more, and if he should fall again, would be beyond the reach of rescue. It goes straight to the box, to Li Changyuan's proposal. Shin Xian nodded. Good. At this point, Xavian also walked over. So I'm sealing the smoke now? I still have my big move. Okay. Li Changyuan nodded, then pointed to the elevator entrance behind him. Just seal the smoke towards that. Then we'll just run. Exhale. Xiao Weian, who had chosen the bee doctor, did not hesitate and directly used the drone to release the smoke. Another long line of smoke covered the entire elevator opening. The three of them took big steps and rushed directly towards the inside. Li Changyuan, who chose to pat his back, looked out through the smoke and spotted Xiao Yelin and a Mac thief that had stepped out of cover. His eyes diluted straight to his side. Don't blame me for seeking your own death. Li Changyuan has never been a saint with an unrequited grudge. And he's not even willing to wait for the next night. Since there's an opportunity now, let's pay back some interest first. Through the smoke, Li Changyuan shoots straight. Bang bang. Switching to the 5 magnification. All the M7s in his hand hit Xiao Yelin's head. Straight up knockout. Li Changyuan had absolutely no intention of stopping there. Turning his head, he began shooting at the McThief. Unfortunately, at the first moment of shooting Xiao Yelin, McThief then has returned to cover. All of Li Changyuan's bullets were fired at the bunker. Seeing as there's no chance, Li Changyuan turned around and returned to the interior of the elevator. 3. By now all had taken cover behind the crates at the elevator exit point. Looking at Xavian beside him, Li Changyuan laughed. To be honest, I was rather surprised that you didn't run in the end. Blankly glancing at Li Changyuan, Xiao Weian didn't have the good sense to say, could it be that I am in your eyes? Is that the kind of person who backstabs people? Isn't it? Li Changyuan's tone of voice, with a hint of conspiratorial flirtation. I don't know who it was then, shouting for NI to grease Lu. Xiao Weiyan stared at her eyes and said unconvincingly, "Didn't I not run in the end? Didn't I? When Xin Xian saved you, I was all on the sidelines shooting to muffle the sound, so I'm surprised by your behavior." Ha! Having said that, Li Changyuan directly put his arm around Xiao Weiyan, who was lying beside him. This was followed by a barf on the other's face. Bah! Gross! With a disgusted face, Xiao Weiyan wiped her face, and incidentally moved her body towards the side, trying to stay away from Li Changyuan. Li Changyuan didn't care. Instead, he continued to stare in the direction of the elevator entrance and, here, for being out of range, Xiao Yelan's figure could not be seen in the field of vision either. Seriously, it does surprise me a bit that Xiao Yelan could appear here, but this incident did give me a wake-up call. Xavian asked. What wake? Putting away his playful appearance just now, Li Changyuan said gruffly. Snipe. Snipe? Xin Xian was obviously a bit unresponsive. Li Changyuan explained. Don't forget that there is a branch of the military called snipers. That kind of person can be too much of a threat to put inside the map of the Delta. After all, this wasn't a game. They had received similar training on a regular basis, not to mention people with real-world combat experience. These people can often hide in unseen corners in the charts and then give you a fatal shot. Not to mention, although at this stage, I don't think anyone has it yet, but Li Changyuan knew that there was one bullet in the Delta, and also the only Class 7 bullet. With an AWM, it's a one-shot kill, no matter what armor you're wearing. If you let the stronger snipers, who have this kind of gun, that would be too much of a threat to myself. Today, it's a lesson. Chapter 64, The Threat Posed by Snipers. Realize that sniper kills, it's all hundreds, if not thousands, of meters away. In the game, there probably wouldn't even be anyone with a see-through hang-on to put the distance to this position. Even more so, some of the smaller dots on the map, probably the distance from the east end to the west end is no more than a kilometer in total. Of course, unlike Dam Zero in the game, the map here has obviously been expanded. Otherwise, a sniper standing on top of a dam and being able to snipe the entire map directly would be buggy. But even so, half a map away, definitely on the covered ones, and it's definitely not hard for them to snipe moving targets. Come to think of it, Li Changyuan only felt an overwhelming headache before him, simply thinking that just because you have perspective turned on, you can do whatever you want in the chart. Only now do I realize that there are mountains beyond people. What AF *** King Egghead. In the beginning it was okay. The number of people who survived was high, and out of the world's population, people who have been in the military are definitely in the minority, let alone snipers. But as the number of survivors dwindles and these snipers take up a proportion of the population, that it will also gradually amplify. After all, the probability of them trying to survive is definitely much higher than that of ordinary people. This also means that over time the probability of encountering such a person at the back of the line will also increase. That's not a good thing. For the first time, Li Changyuan had the urgency to upgrade his system quickly. After all, to a sniper, a distance of 100 meters was almost no different from being in your face, even if it was 200 meters, 300 meters. Right now Li Changyuan couldn't feel the slightest sense of security. Who knows where a sniper is hiding and will give you a shot in the cold? It's like being inside the Longbow Creek Valley. The map's big, not to mention, it's even more grassy and mountainous, and the game is full of people sniping in it, especially if you're searching for something in the wild. Standing straight, one shot. Li Changyuan, who thought of all this, suddenly laughed bitterly. So it seems that it's a dead giveaway to never go to Longbow Creek Valley in the future. The terrain there is too good for snipers. Just as Li Changyuan was thinking about system upgrades, ear after ear, the sound of an object crashing to the ground. Turn your head. Li Changyuan looked at Xiao Weiyan beside him in surprise. Another look at what she dropped on the ground. What are you doing? Xiao Weiyan replied. Isn't this Xiao Jin? What? You still want me to throw my bag for you to check? Forget it. Li Changyuan shook his head. In the future, when you come out of the red and gold, you can take it yourselves. At least it was a lifesaver to not just run and turn back to save me in a situation like this today. What's that look in your eye? Xavian blushed oddly and said, it's not like you, falling down once and then switching? If this were the old you, you'd want to strip me all naked and see if there was anything of value. Gave a blank stare. Li Changyuan spoke. Can these two be the same? You were my captive in the past, but now you are a teammate. Well, prisoners can be abused all they want, can't they? I'll sue you for not honoring the Geneva Conventions. Why don't you say that people in factories are not treated as well as in prisons? Just as a few people were chatting. At this very moment, outside the elevator, Xiao Yelan, who had already stood up, looked at the elevator entrance with an indignant gaze. The clenching of his teeth almost broke his back teeth. Grr, that was close. That was close. He's pissed off. In the team voice, he cursed angrily. Why? Just now, we've clearly knocked down Lee Changyuan. Why didn't anyone rush? The sniper, still crouching at the top of the dam, said faintly, I'm up here. How do you want me to rush? And I've already blown people up with roving missiles. You're the ones who didn't get up there in time. Sun Jiayi spoke immediately after. My duty is to protect your safety. Not that I'm going to risk going forward. It's not a game. You guys, Xiao Yelin felt like his lungs were about to explode. I didn't pay you guys to watch the show from behind. Although the parties are friends. But Sun Jiayi obviously wouldn't spoil Xiao Yelin either. Facing the other party's angry scolding, lightly, he responded. So why did you hesitate when I said to charge together then? Xiao Yelin responded with a straight face. Didn't I say back there that I went around the back? But you're back. That's the opposite side sealing off the smoke. There are only 3 people on a team. 1 down on the opposite side. 1 big cripple. And you're still backing down in this situation? And I was already moving forward. And you ended up backing up on your own. Holy. Raising her hand and pointing at Sun Qiyi. Xiao Yelin's 5 senses were almost twisted together. I was looking forward to a great revenge. But now I'm watching my enemy being rescued. Then strutted into the elevator entrance. This caused the anger in Xiao Yelin's heart to erupt like a volcano. Completely unstoppable. But facing Sun Qiyi, Xiao Yelin's reasoning was also telling him not to go too far. After all, you have to rely on each other to get into the map together. Okay. After holding his tongue for half a day, finally Xiao Yelin said indignantly, I'm changing my demands now that your first priority is not to protect me, but to kill Li Changyuan. Make him an urn. I'll give $10 million to whoever can kill it. Hearing the words $10 million, Sun Jiayi immediately revealed an excited smile. This is what you said. Yes, I said that. Xiao Yelin said decisively. Inside the elevator. With every second that passes, the countdown is over. All 3 also took the elevator to the top of the dam, followed by a boat right away. Successful evacuation. Dam 0, General, Council Harvest, 217-8864. Kills, 2, Chapter 65 Upgrade System, Perspective Upgrade. Looking at a $2 million gain, Li Changyuan was speechless for a while, although the number looks quite big. There is really a lot of water in it. If you end up selling it, it'll be at least 70% off. Xinxian followed and spat. 70% off is too little. I've seen people say that in the chat channel. It's especially outrageous to count hundreds of thousands of dollars in gains for an ancestral level 5 head that has 1 point of durability left. Normal. Li Changyuan, who was used to seeing this kind of thing, opened his mouth and responded. 5 levels of head, which is not bad. If it's a level 6 head, a little durability counts for over $1 million as usual. 6th grade? Xavian questioned. I see that inside the Secret Service. Level 6 heads and level 6 armor. There are only 3 kinds in total, but there's only 1 for sale inside the trading house, and they all cost $2 or $3 million. Or else, that's Lu Tao. After what happened today, it's kind of a wake-up call for me. Back to the highs and lows, you have to bring the whole set of 6 with you. Otherwise it's too dangerous. Xinxian nodded. Indeed, today is really a matter of life and death. Almost had us all accounted for in there. Then again, if you had been a level 6 head just now, wouldn't you have died? Not necessarily. It also depends on what kind of gun and what kind of ammo the other guy is using. If it's an AWM, regardless of how many levels of head, if you hit the head and chest, you will die straight away. Li Changyuan shook his head, opened his mouth. So exaggerated? Xinxian was a bit surprised. Li Changyuan shrugged. What did you expect? AWM bullets that. But the only grade 7 bullet here is worth hundreds of thousands of halves for a single bullet. Any armor is null and void in front of an AWM, which is why I say snipers give us too much of a threat. These guys can hide around any corner and shoot you in the cold. From now on, when we're in the charts, we'll be sure to be on our guard. Xinxian rolled her eyes. I must have been very careful, alright. On the contrary, you. Going into the figure is a big clunking run. You can hear your footsteps 2 buildings away. In the course of a few chats, the 3 were already inside the Secret Service, taking care of all the supplies that the council had brought out. In terms of half coins, Li Changyuan harvested more than $1,600,000. With the cost of removing the total gain would be just over 100. This is what Li Changyuan has been criticizing. The numbers that were originally harvested carry some moisture. And then there's also the removal of attrition inside the chart. Like this one, removing the bullet money notwithstanding. The 5th grade head is still shattered, although it's still working with some repairs. However, the total value and protection durability are greatly reduced. Looking at the helmet, which had only about 20 durability left after repairs. Li Chuanyuan thought about it but gave up his intention to continue using it. If it's inside the game. This heirloom helmet. You say it's okay to make do with what you've got. You can even get stuck in top secret spaceflight as a rat. But this is where you play for your life. Li Chuanyuan didn't want to joke with his life. Looking at the level 6 heads and level 6 armor inside the Secret Service. After hesitating for a moment, Li Chuanyuan. There was no option to purchase. For one thing, it's just too expensive. Secondly, in your own warehouse, there are high-grade coffee beans. When the Secret Service levels up later, you'll be able to make your own level 6 sets. Not to mention, in Li Chuanyuan's opinion, it is imperative to upgrade the system's functionality first. So on top of the use of half-coin, Li Chuanyuan has also been extraordinarily frugal lately. Looking at his remaining Hafu coins, he had come to over 8 million. Rubbing his chin, Li Chuanyuan faceted for a moment, decided to sell off the contents of the warehouse. Sell all the weapons you have no use for, and a mess of other items. Today one's assets have come to $16 million. In a squeeze, there's nothing wrong with upgrading the perspective feature. Originally, in this regard, Li Chuanyuan was not so anxious. Has not been much to sell important items. Instead, I'm slowly saving up my half money. But after what happened today, Li Chuanyuan was not willing to wait any longer. Upgrade to respect first. After gathering enough 10 million Hafu coins, Li Chuanyuan opened the system's function list. Perspective, 100W, LV2. Item display, 100 million, LV1. Accelerated running, 1 billion, LV1. Unlimited stamina, 2 billion, max. No recoil, 5 billion, max. Through the wall, 10 billion, LV1. Self-aiming, 10 billion, max. Locked blood, 10 billion, max. $10 million. Currently only one feature can be upgraded, and that is the perspective level. Li Chuanyuan didn't hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. Are you sure about the upgrade? Look at the options that pop up and select OK. Ding! Perspective LV1 LV2, perspective range, 200 meters. Seeing the words upgrade successful, Li Chuanyuan smiled helplessly. After spending $10 million, this only increases the range by 100 meters. It's enough to shoot normal guns, but it's still a bit overpowered against sniper rifles. And my assets. Looking at his assets, which had instantly shrunk by $10 million, the entire warehouse, except for the high-grade coffee beans, it's even more empty. It really is a return to the past. And now this warehouse, the rats have to weep when they come. Although the assets are currently over $6 million, but these values, all from the weapons, helmets, armor, backpacks, chest hangings, that Li Chuanyuan had on him, as well as the keycard inside the card case. One could almost say that Li Chuanyuan's entire fortune is on his back. Turning to look at Xinxian and Xiao Weian on the other side. Li Chuanyuan didn't feel any embarrassment at all and spoke directly. From now on, I'm going to be a little white boy, so you two can manage my food and drink. Xinxian, Xiao Weian, what's the situation? They're both questionable. On the second day, the answer came when the wealth list was refreshed. 1. Xiao Yelan, Kyushu, 5879W. 2. Park Ji-yun, Cosmopolitan, 3402W. 3. Haynes, Pretty Country, 244W. 4. Ivan, Woolly Bear Country, 1227W. 5. Zhang Yibai, Kyushu, 1209W. 6. Misato Ichinos, Kodekuni, 1178W. 7. Yumegawa Ichiko, Kodekuni, 1089W. 8. David, Sunset Kingdom, 1088. 9W. 9. Zoran Graham, Kangaroo Nation, 1054W. 10. Niederhanger Mervo Chang, Mare, 100W. 98. Kai Kuan, Kyushu State, 798W. 99. Nitil Rodriguez, Bulldog Nation, 794W. 100. Neaton, Pampas, 788W. Chapter 66 Longbow Creek Valley. The list goes on. Unsurprisingly, it became the focus of many players' conversations in the chat channel. This has become a regular part of the daily lunchtime routine. Among them, top 10 ranking changes. Undoubtedly the center of everyone's attention. Bar none. My god, this guy's surnamed Shao. His assets are almost $60 million already. It's way ahead on the list. It's nearly double the lead over second place, which is a bit of a stretch. This guy is totally riding high. It feels like he's buying a house on top of number 1. Unless there's an accident, there's no way it's going to fall. Actually, the second place lead is quite a bit, and it's also a breakaway lead compared to third. First and second place, both unique slots, and then third actually counts as a slot. Third through 10th in the back is another slot. Good lord, the top 10 have all broken $10 million in assets already. I'm still struggling to put food on the table, and every time I enter a map, I only dare to search for supplies in the wilderness, and even then, I had to be careful the whole time, looking around several times at every step for fear of being seen. Spoken like no one else is. Say, haven't you guys noticed that Lee Changyuan, who has been sitting firmly in the top 5 before, it seems to have disappeared from the list as well? Holy, you don't say. It's true. Holy, I simply thought he had fallen out of the top 10 just now. I didn't realize it was a direct disappearance. It's not a death in the charts. I'm afraid that's the only possibility. That guy had over $10 million in assets before. What can you buy that can cost so much at once? Lee Changyuan's name, which disappeared from the list, quickly caused a bunch of people to talk about it. However, Shen Qian, who saw this scene, at this moment, it was full of questions. What the hell? People are dead? And who is this guy next to me? Couldn't it still be a ghost? With an odd expression on his face, he looked at Lee Changyuan, who was beside him. That look filled Lee Changyuan with questions. No, what kind of look is that? Shen Qian asked directly. Why don't you take a look at the chat channel right now? They're all saying you're dead? I'm dead? What the hell? A question mark was written all over Lee Changyuan's face. I died myself. How did I not know? Shen Qian continued to ask. I'm curious to know where all the money has gone. Why can't I see you on the list anymore? Spent it, Lee Changyuan responded in a light tone, as if to make a very trivial remark. But those 3 light words, hearing Shen Qian's ears, it almost made her jaw drop in shock. Spent? What did you buy that cost you so much DAF coins in one performance? You were over $10 million before, now you've tuned right out of the top 100. You spent millions at once? It's not much. I bought something. Lee Changyuan responded vaguely, but the more he does, Shen Qian became more and more curious. What is it? Why do you keep asking that? I'm curious. I just want to know what could cost so much. Did you buy a diamond? I'm nuts. What am I buying that for now? Well, who knows what you think. Spending so much on performance at one time. Did you harbor 10 actresses? Or have you adopted a girl group from a cosmic country? I've heard you say that before. Do you like the young timers? The crowns? Or whatever? Do you give packages down? Looking at Shen Qian's brain-filled question, the corner of Lee Changyuan's mouth twitched furiously. No. To not be so outrageous. How were you able to think of that aspect? Shen Qian was speechless. Come on. You're the one who's outrageous. Okay? Other people may not even be able to put food on the table after all their hard work. But you spent so much at once. So why did you have to ask to the end? Lee Changyuan spread his hands helplessly. Seriously. He was truly helpless. After all, he can't possibly say, I upgraded the system features. But the more Lee Changyuan is so perfunctory, the more Shen Qian feels that she has guessed the answer. Was I right? Definitely. After all, trying to bag a cosmopolitan girl group. In reality, you may not be able to realize it in your lifetime, but here everything is not a problem as long as you have half coins. Honestly, who did you bag? Which girl group? Or which actress? Lee Changyuan, whose head was about to explode from being asked, scratched his head and said, Are you 100,000 reasons? Come on. I'll tell you who I'm harboring right now today. Watching Lee Changyuan roll over and mount his horse, Shen Qian resisted while questioning. You answer with your mouth. How come you still have hands? An hour later, the trio appeared inside a bath center. Don't get me wrong. This is definitely a proper greenwash. Lee Changyuan came over simply to take a bath. Only, in terms of scrubbing, Lee Changyuan chose to have a beautiful young female scrub master to rub. No way. Men scrub too hard for their skin. Lee Changyuan said that he had absolutely no other intention. When the wash is over, with Shen Qian as well as Xiao Weian, the two of them, they met upstairs in the rest hall. Why the sudden visit to the bath? Don't forget, we have to enter the map today. After meeting up Xiao Weian inquired curiously. Shen Qian skimmed her head and nudged toward Lee Changyuan. He's the one who had to come here. It's nothing to do with me. Lee Changyuan said lightly. It's not that I just broke out in a sweat, so I thought to come over and take a shower. Is it a good idea to relax your mind and body? As for getting into the map, there's no rush today, and our main task after getting into the map today, not to search for things, but to do quests. Having said that, Lee Changyuan opened his task list. Over the course of the preceding days, quite a few quests have been done at Dam Zero, although after each one, all followed closely by the appearance of new quests. But now, obviously, the Longbow Creek Valley has more of any of the stuff piled up inside. Lee Changyuan planned to clear the tasks inside Longbow Creek Valley. Today, first, this will almost level up to 12 by the time you get out of the map, so that tomorrow, it'll be in the classifieds. For secrets, Lee Changyuan could be said to have longed for them. No way. It's too poor inside the regular maps. There is also a probability of red, but since probability is the issue involved, it's not accurate. There are times when there may not be a single red in the entire map. In comparison, the probability of the secret coming out red is, naturally, much higher. After voicing their plans, neither of the two women objected, and in the afternoon, after a good rest, the group of three then traveled to Longbow Creek Valley. Chapter 67. Steady as if it had lost something. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. The roar of helicopter propellers hovered over the Longbow Creek Valley. Li Chuanyuan looked at where he had landed. On the lower left side of the Longbow Creek Valley. Very close to the crash site. Unfortunately, this game, the opening doesn't have a crash animation, so the wreckage of the airplane crash is not visible in the field of view. Looking at his current mission, Li Chuanyuan spoke. This time, our main objective. It's just a matter of doing the investigative missions first, as far as searching along the way. Good. The two women nodded and followed Li Chuanyuan as he ran towards the mission site. In the time that Chuanyuan Li has been playing Operation Delta, the investigative mission is sort of inside that, the easiest and least difficult task there is. Beyond that, it's all about collecting a few items and then successfully evacuating, or perhaps place the quest item in a certain location. As for the gun-altering mission, it's nothing more than spending a little money. In comparison, the hardest task of all, pointless. It's where you're asked to use a certain gun and then kill an enemy cadre on whichever map you're on. As for the 3x3 safety box mission, it's naturally very difficult, but there's no safe deposit box in existence here, and the season quests are nowhere to be found. Along the way, Li Chuanyuan is very careful and cautious. After yesterday's events, Li Chuanyuan also put away his pride. Every time he walked a distance, his eyes had to look around vigilantly to make sure no one ambushed him. 200 meters. If you are in the game you can say it is very safe, but in reality, this distance is a mere sprinkle for the best of the army. It's perfectly possible to point and shoot. What Li Chuanyuan was most afraid of now was this. So every step you take is extra careful, cautious and careful, like he had lost something. Shenqian looked at Li Chuanyuan, who was like a different person, was very surprised. This is not like you he said. Didn't you used to take big steps the whole time and just charge forward? Why are you so careful now? It's been 10 minutes since the cat, Xiao Weian, who was lying on the other side of the room, followed suit and flirted. After what happened yesterday, can you not be careful? But I'm still curious. What are you staring at the rock here? Is it hard to believe that you can really see through? At this point in time, Li Chuanyuan was lying on his back behind a pile of rocks. The head was facing the stone before him, and now and then he looked to the right and to the left, as if, through the stone, can see the front just as well. With moves like that, it's especially noticeable when placed in a game, especially with a perspective hang-on and display bones turned on. Two open people can look at each other across a mountain, where they look deep into each other's eyes. If playing Tarkov, the two still managed to bob their heads from side to side there, signaling that both sides were well off. That's what Li Chuanyuan was doing now, staring across the stone. Others may not see it. Xinqian and Xiao Weian, who were lying right next to them, took everything in. Back in the day, because Li Changwan has been pounding away with big kicks, Xinqian didn't pay much attention. Now, cautiously, Li Chuanyuan, looking so wide across the stone, even the cutie could see that something was wrong. You talk. What are you looking at here? Staring at the stone for half a day. The increasingly curious Xiao Weian, constantly poking Li Chuanyuan to make him hurry up and answer. Shoo! Li Chuanyuan stretched out a finger in a gesture of silence. Don't talk. Someone's coming. Where? Xinqian was immediately alert. Xavian also chose to shut up. Li Chuanyuan pointed ahead. It's just up ahead. In front? The two women looked at the front of Li Chuanyuan with a puzzled face. Except for the rocks or rocks. Seeing that she wasn't even pretending anymore, Xiao Weian stared and said, No, can you really see through? Still open for business here? Fuss. Li Chuanyuan said indifferently. If Xiao Yelin can open up, why can't I? No. You're. Xinqian had been so surprised that she didn't even know what to say. Li Chuanyuan, who had no intention of continuing to conceal the truth, directly said, Haven't you guys ever heard of a saying? Small penetration doesn't count as a hang. I can just see through it too. And there's a limit to the distance. At this point in time, the two girls, Xiao Weian and Xinqian, looked at Li Changyuan with eyes that could no longer be described in words. One even felt his brain buzzing and a bit down. It was just a flirtation earlier. I didn't think so. Are you for real? Shen Qian, who felt her brain buzzing a bit and obviously couldn't turn a corner. The voice was dumbfounded. You're hanging this. Is that from the game? Compared to Shen Qian, it was obvious that Xiaoyan knew a bit more in this regard. I said I'd met you in the charts a couple times before. Every time you've managed to surprise us by hitting us first with the tiger crouch cannon. The feeling is that you can see where we are. So what's the hang up? Square perspective? Through walls? Self-aiming? Bloodlock? Li Changwon, who had been asked a lot of questions, helplessly said, you guys are asking a bit too many questions now. Always asking me what I'm hanging for. Am I going to treat you all badly? All be quiet. The man's in there searching for something, and when he comes out in a few minutes, I'll start with the tiger crouch cannon, then shoot together. Li Changyuan, who is now obviously much more cautious. It's no longer like the old days when you just charge forward after seeing someone. Instead, we're looking for a perfect opportunity to strive to make the enemy, without any room to fight back, and just press them all to death. Otherwise, this was before. Li Changyuan had already touched over and prepared for a sneak attack. Where would he look for an opportunity here? P.S. Now look at it this way. The previous incident of being locked up in a small room is still too much for this book. The numbers have been plummeting since the first day of his debut. The number of readers from the bookshelf, in particular, has dropped and dropped. So angry, but there's nothing to be done about it. A new book has been started, but it's on the old books account, so let's hope it comes out right. Chapter 68 Classified Dams. In the case of a sneak attack, no doubt about it, there was hardly any damage. Not even the armor of the bulletproof vests had lost the slightest bit of its strength. Then he managed to take down the other side. Just a pity. Revenue. It's not very profitable overall. After all of the bullets Li Changyuan had shot were grade 5 rounds. This is if you were in the game, playing in normal Longbow Creek Valley. Taking this thing is a total killjoy. But even put in this time frame, there aren't many of them, either. Can afford to shoot a 5-stage round. Even for the vast majority of people, it's still basically a fitted 3-stage round. Of course, these people will not choose to take the initiative either, basically avoiding war if they can. Basically, they don't go to resource-heavy areas, they just wander into the wilderness, search around and then just pull out. Obviously, Li Changyuan just solved it. It is this kind of people. 3 people, can't put together 2 sets of 4 armor. The equipment on their bodies, in Li Changyuan's eyes, was completely lousy, but it might as well have been them. The best gear that can be put together. Primarily, Operation Delta, although it is said that the search hits the withdrawal, but in a small map, where 18 or even 20 or more people can be arranged, this is totally going to make players kill each other. It's like a battle royale, especially at Bakshi and Space Base. The situation is even worse, as there is not much searchable material at all, but rather far fewer evacuation points, and one by one, you have to ask for it. You either have to throw a run or pull a gate or do a task. There are no regular evacuation points in the press. Li Changyuan doesn't even dare to think about it now. Wait for the back. After most of the survivors have leveled up, how many people would be willing to go to Bakshi or the space base? No doubt about it. These 2 maps, compared to Dam Zero and Longbow Creek Valley, are really much fatter. But accordingly, it also means more danger. Battles between players will be more frequent. How many people could be willing to go in under these circumstances? Li Changyuan was skeptical that the so-called top-secret spaceflight could make the line. This, currently from above the Longbow Creek Valley. Already you can see some of the ends. Dam Zero, basically, has no weight and goes right in. On the contrary, Longbow Creek Valley, however, had to wait a while. Realize that's with a base of billions of people. Predictably, the last 2 maps will be a situation of sorts. But these, nor is it something to think about now. Along the way, Li Changyuan, in order of assignment, from the SW side of Longbow Creek Valley, all the way through the train station as well as the hotel. Finally come to the deserted village to the east and then evacuate on this side. Except for the beginning, when Li Changyuan had encountered a group of people. He had never met them again, just in the middle of the vision. Figures have been seen, at the most extreme distances of the perspective range, a few times. Other times, it's all about running maps or searching for stuff. This picture, overall it is very suitable for those who are afraid to enter the resource points and choose to play the field. The map is big enough. After all, Li Changyuan almost broke his legs on this trip just doing the mission. Game. The stamina slots are gone. The big deal is to run slower. But, now that the stamina slots are gone, that's really tiring too. With over $600, 000 worth of items. After successful evacuation, Li Chuanyuan was in the special branch, so he submitted all the tasks. Having just submitted one round, followed by many more new tasks. Looking at Li Chuanyuan was two big heads. If we keep up this pace, upgrade department. Do the quests have to be done until the monkey is out of the bag? Upgrading stores, stamina, weights and whatnot. Li Chuanyuan wasn't really in a hurry. He wants nothing more than to hurry up and make the 6 armor now, so as to provide yourself with some degree of life preservation. But now, there is good news for Li Chuanyuan. That is, having been level 12, he can now enter confidential mode. Even more so, it's not just him. From the current chat channel, there are already a very large number of players that have made it to level 12 today. Guys, dude is level 12, so I'll go inside the classifieds tomorrow and scout it out for you. Good lord, how did you level up so fast? I'm not even level 10 yet. Doing quests. How much experience do you get from simply entering a map? The main thing is that you have to do quests. That gives more experience. Is it too dangerous to feel classified when the operational difficulty is realistically difficult? Dangerous as it is, the supplies inside will certainly be fatter. 2. As the saying goes, riches and risks. What the hell? Risking your life? I've been eating every day, dying for $13.50. In that case might as well put up a fight, just in case it comes out of the heart of Africa. It feels like the classified mode, which has absolutely nothing to do with us ordinary people. It's all those places where soldiers and mercenaries go. You say that as if it's true. It's too dangerous for ordinary people to go in. Back in the day, inside the chat channel, it's not as if there aren't people discussing the classified model, but that time, no one has ever been inside, so they can only speculate there. But now, with the emergence of the first people into the 12th grade, the topic level of discussion about the classified model is also apparently growing. It's not just the chat channels, even the forums have seen many threads about the classified mode. After a brief look around Li Chuanyuan found that most ordinary people, for the most part, have a kind of respect for the classified model. He actually understood the situation, not to mention the reality, even in a game. In the beginning, Li Chuanyuan himself was reluctant to go classified, just because he couldn't beat anyone, until later, as the game gets longer, for the whole map, after having a preliminary understanding of just started playing classified mode, even more so, after experiencing the affluence of the confidential mode, one can never play normal again. This state of affairs, it even carries over inside top secret spaceflight, only because of the harsh evacuation conditions and the intensity of the fights inside. After many deaths it made Li Chuanyuan recognize himself. One is not suited for top secret spaceflight. No way. That's 450,000 war chest in one game. The question is, card war chests go in there, and they're totally lousy in front of the big boys with 5 or 6 sets. There's probably not enough gear on the body to pay for a bullet in the big guy's pike. Let Li Chuanyuan start 5 or 6 sets in and can't afford to give up. So get in the back. It's basically going on a mission. It's not often that Li Chuanyuan chooses to pummel in space. As for the moment, Li Chuanyuan was already kind of looking forward to entering the classified dam tomorrow. I guess this guy, Xiao Yelin, has also risen to level 12 by now. With his luck, if you can cuckoo out of the red in Fu Dam, you can't fly when you're inside the classifieds? There's not much chance of assets outstripping this guy. Now that it looks like, there's only one way to send him away. Chapter 69. After organizing the warehouse, Li Chuanyuan was in no hurry to go back. Instead, he was in the Secret Service and upgraded his departments. In the special branch, there are 5 sectors. The divisions are medical, tactical, logistics, combat, and research and development. Among them, through the special branch, the functions of each department can be upgraded. Like, for example, in the combat sector, upgrading training centers can increase movement speed, stamina cap, and stamina recovery speed after falling to the ground. Upgrade the range to increase the weight limit. Upgrading the technology center, which provides access to design drawings for individual weapons and firearms accessories. Subsequently, you can exchange the materials directly in the R&D department, so that in terms of price, it will be much cheaper than buying directly in the trading house. As for the command center, upgrading it increases action experience, as well as the number of pending orders in the trading house. The pharmacy table, the workbench, and the defense table, as the name implies, were upgraded after all types of injections, nail repair kits, bullets, body armor, helmets can be manufactured in the Secret Service. Finally, it's also the ultimate warehouse to be attached to the logistics sector. Upgraded. Slots for additional warehouse space and warehouse expansion bins are available. The so-called slot It can be interpreted as an extra box, like weapon boxes, material boxes, item boxes, medical boxes, etc. Sort of a warehouse for extra storage of supplies, materials required for upgrading. None of the front end is going to cost a lot. In the figure, it's basically a search, with the exception of some of the more specialized ones, which can also be purchased on the trading floor with half coins. It will be a bit more expensive, but it beats convenience. But at a later stage, let's say the warehouse wants to be upgraded to level 8. It needs a rocket fuel that, and this item will only refresh in this map of the space base. Pharmaceutical table, LV. 1. Workbench, unlocked, level 13 required to unlock. Defense table, LV. 1. Warehouse, LV. 2. Training center, unlocked, level 13 required to unlock. Shooting range, not unlocked, level 13 required to unlock. Technology center, unlocked, level 13 required to unlock. Command center, LV. 1. This time, Li Changyuan also upgraded all the departments that could be upgraded. At this stage, the half coins didn't cost much, either. A lot of material. It was all prepared by Li Changyuan a long time ago, and there are some departments that simply can't be upgraded right now because there aren't enough levels. Mouse has a broken heart today. 3 times. The game was playing and it said I had network fluctuation. Data anomaly. Then it was blocked for an hour. And all 3 times, they were blocked immediately after the killing. It just feels like it's being reported. After that, I went to customer service and said I modified the game client data. I really, officially a cutie, am. The second time it was blocked. I just opened up a room in the manager's office on the east floor, and the insurance hadn't even been touched yet. It's just been blocked. It's become the team's locksmith. Really mind-blowing. The value of your own gear, with the addition of licking someone else's, is going straight to 2 million. Take over and make this play. Looking for customer service hasn't helped and now I'm feeling pissed off and can't breathe. If it's really open, I'll be banned for 10 years. What do you want to make me sick here? Is it possible that when I meet someone in the future, I'll just surrender and forget about it, and then beg people not to kill me? I'm sure I'm not the only player who's had this happen to them. There are definitely some people who think the author is turned on, too, and I wouldn't be here talking about it if I were. The mind is really fried right now, and as I write this, the game is still blocked and I can't get the words in. I'll go ahead and update 1,000 words today. What's left over will be made up tomorrow. Chapter 70 Confidential Dams. Afternoon. Inside the hotel, Li Changyuan slapped the asses of the 2 men beside him. Don't sleep. Wake up. It's time to enter the map. Xin Xian peeled off Li Changyuan's hand and rolled over on her back. Incidentally, he buried his face in the pillow. Let me sleep some more. I was just so tired yesterday. Li Changyuan had a dark face. It's damn near 5:30. When else do you 2 want to sleep? Hear the time. Xiao Weiyan laughed out loud. It's not only 5:30. The sky is not bright. What are you in a hurry? He said. Keep sleeping. Keep sleeping. 5:30 p.m. Another 20 minutes or so and we won't be able to get into the map today. The corners of Li Changyuan's mouth twitched furiously as he shouted in a near growl. Now. The 2 women instantly lost their sleepiness. Xin Xian sat up straight for a moment, and after looking at the clock, screaming out on the spot. 5:30? It's getting dark. Li Changyuan didn't have the good sense to say, you know that too. Quickly pack up and get ready to enter the map. Quick slick up. The covers were lifted right off the 2 women couldn't keep up with what was at first glance or not, and hurriedly began to pack up. Finally, a party of 3, stuck at 5:59. You can sort of board the helicopter. Actually, that said, Li Changyuan remembers when he used to play Tarkov on the nighttime maps. It can be dark inside. If you don't have night vision, you can't see anything. But inside the Delta, there are only maps up to dusk at the latest. And maybe that's why. The reason the time to enter the map is limited to 6 o'clock at the latest. The 3 of them got on a helicopter. Li Changyuan set the map, in the classified difficulty of Dam 0, then click OK to enter. Almost at the moment of clicking OK, the 3 managed to get in line, while the word classified difficulty on the reality of the difficult. Success prevents most people from exploring, but the relatively high pop rate is obviously not lost on those who want to venture in. We're about to land. Reconfirm targeting. Keeping in mind the organization of the ensuing actions, completing the mission and obtaining the target rewards. Search for high-value materials and finally evacuate safely as soon as possible. Noting that the locations where some high-value materials appear change with each operation. Remember to check the map for where they are located. Keep the following in mind. Engage, search, and retreat when done. With the voice of the commander of the G.T.I., Li Changyuan began to check his equipment. It's worth over $800. 000. Fully converted M7 with 5-stage ammo. The body also wore all level 5 head and level 5 armor. Chest mounts and backpacks were likewise all level 5. It was also packed with a lot of painkillers, blood return medication, and surgical kits. Suffice it to say, from head to toe, equipped to the teeth. However, after seeing where he landed, Li Changyuan couldn't help but frown. In the whole of Dam Zero, there are only 2 exemptions. One of the fixed brushes is in the administration building and the other this game is in the visitor center. Beyond that, there is also a computer that brushes against the substation. Instead, Li Changyuan's birth location was on the left side of the cement factory, at the junction of the south side of the barracks. Suffice it to say, this is a very awkward position to be born into. Despite the proximity to the barracks and the cement factory, neither location is number 1. On the contrary, here, also very susceptible to sacks, especially on the south side of the cement plant, when people also landed, plus the inside of the pipe on the left side of the barracks, again the birth point of the team. Now, Li Changyuan faced this situation. There's no team born in a cement truck. I don't know, but, just a door away from them, inside the passageway to the left of the barracks, there was a procession. On the ground, Xin Qian and Xiao Weian were still a bit bewildered, and one by one, they looked at Li Changyuan, waiting for him to make a decision. As for Li Changyuan, not a single movement, eyes dead set on the wall to the left, and seeing the procession born in it. As he ran directly towards the barracks, he kicked open the door directly in front of him. On the right-hand side of the entranceway, there's a team. Go over there and shoot straight back. Wasn't going to update it. The first is the book's numbers, which have been declining except for the first day of the debut, especially after being shut down in a small room, on the second day of his debut. After all, this is completely devastating for a new book. It's actually Mouse who, up to now, has had a cough that hasn't cleared up. This thing, it actually goes back to the end of April last year. It had just been unsealed, and the rats went back home, but ended up contracting a new crown within a few days, and were hospitalized for a few days after that. The new crown was fine, but the back kept coughing. For 3 or 4 whole months, I coughed during the day and at night, and nothing I took was good. Late last month, it was also after a cold and started coughing all the time. Can't sleep at all at night. Back appointment to the hospital for a checkup. My mom led me there the other day. Lungs were taken and the doctor said the lungs are fine. It should be a throat thing. It has recovered a lot in the last few days. At least get a good night's sleep. But every time I woke up from sleep, I had phlegm stuck in my throat and it was green and smelled like rust. As for the book, I happened to swipe through the videos yesterday and came across the AI animation. Surprised, went up to the platform and looked at the data. Good man. Over 10,000 more searches. Splash of riches for Mouse to make 200 or 300. Ha. It's a bit of a surprise, to say the least. After all, the book didn't do very well. Then in the comments section, Mouse even posted a screenshot, and quite a few people asked Mouse to update it. What else can be said about this? Since someone wants to read it, keep writing. Chapter 71, melts in 3 seconds of landing. 10 minutes ago. Helicopter. The 3 of them sat in a circle, watching the building outside the window grow smaller and smaller. One of them laughed cheaply and said, "Old Li, look at the way you walk, legs are soft. Yesterday that girl is how moist." Li Sanyuan laughed obscenely. "Don't mention it. I can only say that it's more moist than you can imagine. I, Old Li, have been crisscrossing the bathing center for so many years, but this is the first time I've experienced the feeling of an out-of-body soul. The S***T's been sucked out of my soul." A third person sitting across the table, with an envious look on his face, said, 300,000 halfers. It's a real shame to spend it. Say, isn't there a damn bombing animation in this game? I'd like to pick up gold bars in there, too. The words fell. The 3 of them looked toward the window at the same time and, the dam can be a peaceful place. However, after seeing the map, with the mission symbol of Operation Wallbreaker, Li Sanyuan laughed. Isn't there a wallbreaker here? You can blow up the dam just as well by doing this quest. We'll be able to go in and see if there's any gold bullion then. And I've heard that doing this quest, it also opens the insurance inside the vault. Obviously, the remaining 2 teammates hasn't done a wallbreaker mission. When they heard the description, they were all excited. So cool, I can actually drive the insurance. One of them misplaced his hand. Hey, today I've specially asked a master to tell my fortune. Those who say I can come out red today, keep your eyes open today. In the middle of a sentence, the markers where the 3 landed appeared on the map. Not bad. After we search the barracks, we can go and pick up the wallbreaker quest straight away. One of them spoke after marking the mission icon. Li Sanyuan picked up. Be careful. On the other side of the barracks, there might be brushes. The other man waved his hand. Don't worry. Across from the barracks is seat number 1 in the West building. Unsurprisingly, they'll definitely go straight to the administration building. The third man, who was obviously a bit cautious in his character, frowned tightly in concern. But the problem is that not everyone dares to enter the building. In case they don't dare, the man who had just waved his hand snorted. You don't think about it. Do such people dare to enter the classified? Put it this way. It took the remaining 2 to react. Today's entry is in classified mode. Ordinary people may not really have the guts to come in, especially those rats who only dare to play the field. Soon, the trio followed the zipline and dropped to the ground. Anyway, we don't know how the helicopter ride landed in the passageway on the left side of the barracks, but the 3 were indeed born here. None of the 3, turning back to rack their guns, landed on the ground, all cutting into knives. Run straight in the direction of the barracks. That chesty expression on his face had the word confidence written all over it. However, right about this time, in the pipe behind the 3 men, there came a dull ringing sound, but no one bothered to pay any attention to it. Their ears, all of it was a banging sound that came from big feet on a metal floor. Next moment, the sound of a bullet being discharged was heard. A bullet, like the fangs of death, landed on top of the trio's body armor. Almost instantly, those who fall at the end of the line then simply fall to the ground. The question is, 3 guys shooting at the same time, and all with fully modified M7s with 5-stage ammo. Even a set of 6 would have melted in a heartbeat, not to mention Lee San-yuan and the others, who were wearing nothing more than the 4th armor. Someone the teammate who was walking in the middle of the room, saw his rapidly falling blood bar and tore his voice out in a yell. But the voice didn't wait to fall. He followed his own teammate and was knocked to the ground. Only Lee San-yuan, who ran at the front, leaning on the 2 teammates behind him who were acting as blockers. That's what kept it from melting in the first place. Naya. No. Why is there someone coming from behind? Lee San-yuan could not comprehend why someone had already appeared behind him when he had only just landed. By definition, shouldn't each birth point be separated from each other by a great distance? For a game where you need to fight for your life every time you enter the map, almost all of us will, at the very first moment, have our birthplace etched in our hearts. Lee San-yuan and the others, likewise, were no exception. But here's the thing, under normal circumstances, there are a lot more birth points than there are teams entering the map, and both teams will be a long way from each other, between their birthplaces. If it's 2 similar spots, if a team lands at one spot, there's absolutely no one at the other. Take, for example, seat number 1 in the East Wing. There are actually 2 points. One is located to the upper left of the main substation and the other is located to the upper right of the main substation. These 2 locations are the fastest way to enter the East building. But, as long as there is a spot where a team lands, then the other spot is definitely not occupied. And that's why Lee San-yuan was now puzzled at the point. He actually knows that, just a short distance behind himself, located on the west side of the cement factory, is a birth point. But here's the thing, this spot is so close to where you landed. Why would you schedule 2 teams? Though the mind is filled with a million. But there was no more chance for him to think. After knocking down the first one, Lee Chang-yuan had a jet and rushed toward where Lee San-yuan was hiding in cover. He threw a round of C4, listening to the dripping sound coming from C4. Like a death wish, Lee San-yuan's brain, moreover, almost went down as if it had completely stopped thinking. At this point in time, he knows, along with the ticking sound of C4, his life was counting down. 2 teammates, who had already ended up in the bottom, kept wailing that, I hope Lee Chang-yuan will let them live. But a C4 that has been thrown is not retrievable. Lee Chang-yuan also did not want to, so simply let them go. Boom! For 3 brief seconds, transient, with a loud rumbling sound, the empty passageway resounded with constant echoes. Lee San-yuan also became a box in the explosion. Looking at the word exterminate team prompts Lee Chang-yuan signaled, you may lick the bag. It was certainly a good opener for Lee Chang-yuan to wipe out a team straight out of the gate. In the end, or these 3, too careless. In fact, in the beginning, Lee Chang-yuan had suffered a loss on this when he was playing the game. It's like being in the pipeline. It's on its way to the barracks, only to have a team suddenly appear behind them to melt themselves right down, or land outside. Lee Chang-yuan ran straight over and kicked in the door. It turned out that there were 3 blackened muzzles inside, just racked in the direction of the doorway. It's all about the lessons that come with death. 3 bags. Lee Chang-yuan lost interest after glancing at all of them. His eyes looked around vigilantly, and after determining that there was no one in a 200-meter radius, run straight towards the barracks. The scene. The 2 women were a little surprised. Shin Xian curiously said, don't you even lick this bag? Without looking back, Li Changyuan said, "You two split it, if it's in the game." Having killed a team of fully loaded bigots, Li Changyuan was naturally beaming with joy. But here's the thing, in the world in which it currently resides, weapons, accessories, really not worth much. You could say it's dropping every day. The reason is simple. The weapons in the game, when you die, you have to buy them again and change the gun before entering the map. But now in this world, weapons are disposable. You die and everything is gone. What do you need all those guns for? Which leads to, all the survivors were manned with a fully loaded gun. In the beginning, these weapons and accessories were worth some money. But nowadays, after they are saturated, prices have naturally dropped dramatically. On the contrary, for defense gear like heads and armor, prices are climbing. Didn't bother with the 3 bags that. Li Changyuan walked out of the passageway and went directly to the second floor of the building where the barracks custodian room was located in front of him. There will be a fixed refresh of a computer here, though for the most part, what came out was either a flash drive or military information. But there is a probability that the Mandel supercomputing unit is not. But this thing, it's still luck that counts. After counting the Morse code and glancing at the contents of the computer, Li Changyuan snapped the computer right back on with a look of disgust. Turn around and start searching elsewhere. The whole barracks. There aren't a lot of searchable resources that. However, well, at least it's classified. A search did produce 2 small goals as well. Subsequently, Li Changyuan turned his gaze, once again, to the administration building. Chapter 72, Wallbreaker Plus, breaking the iron door of the supplies room. Administration building. For Li Changyuan, it should be considered a must-visit location. No way. This map of Dam 0. The other locations are just too poor compared to the administration building. Just like the barracks, there really aren't many supply points to search. As for the administration building, the vast majority of the resources of the entire map were almost all concentrated here. And in addition to the regular east and west buildings, there's a container in the back, too. This game even has 2 missions. Operation Wallbreaker as well as destroy the steel door of the supplies room. Even if it's just a simple search for supplies, that would be enough to feed a small team of 3. First we'll pick up the broken wall, then we'll go straight into the building. After walking out of the barracks, Li Changyuan then ran directly towards the location where he took the mission. Period. Eyes always looking around. Prevent a sneak attack, especially in the bushes near where you pick up the Wallbreaker quest. It can be the perfect place to crouch someone in an ambush game. Often teams would crouch here, and some would even crouch on the trunks of the trees next to the, waiting for someone to come over and take the assignment. The best of the best. At that time, Li Changyuan remembered that a team had even ambushed the hill opposite the place where the mission was taken. Take a sniper and set it up over here, and as soon as someone picks up a task, just take a shot to the head, followed by Ularu's cruise bomb. Under the furious bombardment of various skills, one couldn't save anyone even if they wanted to. At that time, it disgusted Li Changyuan. Up to this point, just come here and take the assignment. All of them will be repeatedly and constantly scouting for points, fearing that someone will ambush the surrounding area. Only, it all becomes invisible in the presence of perspective. After scanning back and forth several times and confirming that no one was there, Li Changyuan nudged towards Xiao Weian, gesturing for her to go up and take the task. Xiao Weian, who was hiding in the back, stared in exasperation, but Li Changyuan was not moved in the least. Finally, after Xiao Weian muttered "Dogman," she was still forced to climb up to the high platform. Take the task. Should the missiles be launched now? Li Changyuan responded. Send it, so you don't have to come back later. After entering the Morse code, after confirming the launch, 2 missiles accompanied by a roar blew right through the mouth of the dam. The deafening roar was so loud that all the cadres, who were in the map, could hear it clearly. It pretty much tells everyone that someone here has taken on the Wallbreaker quest. But then again, whether other people knew it or not, Li Changyuan didn't care at all. If we were in the field, we might have to watch out for snipers, but inside the vault, with a narrow enemy area like that, one didn't need to worry about being sneak attacked at all with the advantage of perspective. Get in the building, without the slightest thought of hiding his form. After confirming that no one was there, Li Changyuan swaggered in through the door of the west building. Actually, if I didn't have perspective, having just taken the Wallbreaker quest and then going through here is a complete death wish, because from the balcony of the administration building, you can see the place in full view, including a window in the hallway on the other side that also frames the path into the interior of the dam. But then again, Li Changyuan just does whatever he wants with his perspective. Since there's no one, then just pass, push open the door, enter the interior of the building in the west wing. Li Changyuan was just wondering why he couldn't see anyone in the administration building. Now he sort of knew why. Because of the soundtrack to the Cell Race. already ringing in my ears. Readers, let's discuss something. The book is back up to date, but the bookshelf doesn't have much to recommend it. 99% of the current in-reads came in by searching. And it's about to be the end of the month, and Mouse is currently focused on the big new book. So the book will tentatively be updated just one chapter a day for the latter days of the month. Waiting for next month to start before resuming the 4,000 word per day updates. Please, Mouse is on his knees to all you readers. Chapter 73 on how to fix Saeed. While it's not the first time I've heard the soundtrack to a jailbait match, but that feeling of oppression, falling into the ears, was still a suffocating feeling. Even Lee Chang-yuan felt pressurized. After all, this thing can throw smoke bombs, incendiary bombs, a straight headlock at long range, and elbows at close range. Even if it was a 3-person squad, I'm afraid there were not a few people who planted themselves on it. What do we do? Do we still go in? Xin Xian's face turned a little white, and her voice was even more filled with tension. Li Chang-yuan nodded his head without hesitation and said, "Enter. Must enter. Since there's no one in the administration building, there's no reason not to go in. What's more, isn't set a mobile room card. Down the stairs of the West Wing, straight to the hallway." Feeling the breathtaking background music in his ears, Li Chang-yuan directly cut into the knife and ran all the way to the pull-out room. Behind them, Xin Xian and Xia Weian were not slow. One by one, they came flying in, fear of falling behind and getting headlocked by Saeed. As for the pull-out room, this is sort of where Chang-yuan Li chose to go gun-to-gun with Saeed. Saeed in confidential mode, unlike in normal mode, wears level 5 armor. The bullets in the gun are also grade 5 rounds. Therefore, can't help it if it's frankness or damage. It's all going to be significantly higher. But based on past experience with Li Changwan playing a single classified, there are 2 positions that it's the best place to single out said. Of course, the best position here, which does not include Carmen, is up close and personal with a knife stroke. Among them, the West Wing is the sluice room. As for the East Wing, it is the manager's office, because inside both rooms, there is another small room. Typically, said is not going to rush right in. Then Chang-yuan Li would hide inside and pull himself out to shoot in between set shots. Basically, as long as you don't get greedy with your guns, you can manage to solo Saeed without injury. But there's a catch. That is, Saeed won't rush in. After all, this thing is not absolute. And there have been many times when Li Chang-yuan has fallen for this. I don't know if any of you readers noticed, but yesterday when Mouse was playing single classified finding set often stuck in the room aisle on the first floor of the East building, meeting it several times, each time after the rats had searched the entire administration building, then go to the first floor and tackle Saeed. The above methods, from Li Chang-yuan's previous gaming experience. As for now, it's hard to say whether it applies or not. After all, the number of times he's met Saeed here, there are also only a handful of them, and one is a game, one is reality. The 2 are not at all the same concept. Fortunately, there are now 3 people in the room, and by activating them at the same time, basically, you can do an instantaneous Saeed, while the oppressive soundtrack keeps playing. Saeed's voice. It also appeared next to the 3 men's ears. Guess where I am? I'm all around you. Don't try to find my trail. You have to be careful. Listening to the sound that was getting closer and closer, Xin Xian's palms had already been so tense that they were covered in sweat. Instead, Li Chang-yuan, just standing there in the doorway with his gun pointed down the corridor, trying to get a head start on an early shot. Out with the diamonds. Ha ha, hit the Delta last night and finally got out of the heart of Africa in the insurance-free East Building manager's office. 2 numbers, together, close to 200 hours, can be considered to be one time for the rats to come out of the woodwork. On top of that, there were 7 or 8 house cards in a row last night. The most expensive ones are the President's Conference Room and the East End Suspension Bridge, while the others are blue and purple cards, which are not that valuable. All in all it's still one word, awesome. Chapter 74 Key Card, Manager's Office. East Building. The footsteps were getting closer. However, compared to listening to Saeed's footsteps, Li Chang-yuan was more accustomed to seeing directly with his eyes. This is not. When the figure of Saeed, had come to the corner of the corridor when Li Chang-yuan threw 2 rounds of C4 straight up, followed by the moment Saeed poked his head in, pulled the trigger instantly. The sound of gunfire filled the empty corridors of the administration building, but Li Chang-yuan didn't get greedy with his gun, and after aiming at the burst line and firing no more than a few shots, he retracted. At this time, the 2 rounds of C4 thrown just now, accompanied by the deafening thud of it exploded at Saeed's feet. Boom! Though only 1 door away. But the violent explosion didn't hurt the people in the room in the slightest. As for Set's bloodstain, it couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but after such a blast, I guess there's not much left. After the explosion, Lee Chuan watched Said hovering outside the door of the. Instead of calling for a chance to poke out and shoot, a quick dodge pulled Said's attention for a moment. Fittingly, the moment Lee Chuan probed his body, Said's viewpoint, then, was once again reversed, but when Said shot the, Lee Chuan had retreated back into the room. Ta-da! Said fired wildly through the wall. After his gunfire stopped, Lee Chuan decisively dodged out and, at Said's head, it's just a pike. Said, who had very little blood left in his bar, was taken straight away after this round of shooting, before dying, and hissed defiantly, I'm not prey. The words fell. Said has become a box. That settles it? A whole set of flowing operation. Directly to Shinshin, two girls look silly, since they entered this game world, unbeknownst to them on the forums. How many threads have I read spouting off about said locks? In here, I don't know how many people, buried at the point of Said's gun. And that's just Said in normal mode. Now, however, in the face of a classified model with even more horrific franking and damage, how can you just give it a second so lightly? In fact, this is unable to resurrect, or Lee Chuan high and low to the knife, performs a wave of close-ups to slash Said with a knife, ignoring the two women's shocked gazes. After resolving Said's, Lee Chuan went straight up to lick the bag. Upon opening the box, the first thing that comes to mind, it's grade 5 armor from Alasa, but the durability has long since gone to zero. As for the first item that came up in the search, it was undoubtedly a grade 5 round in PKM. Beyond that, within the chest hanging, there is also half a group of 5 grade 5, 56 bullets, pocketed 2 sets of bullets. The search for Said's backpack then began. Inside the empty level 4 backpack, there were only a few items at the bottom. Originally, Lee Chuan didn't care too much about it, but after he pocketed the bullet, it was found that the bottom of Said's backpack, with a compartment of items, took an extraordinarily long time to search. Lee Chuan gave a soft eep. Is it going to be out of the room card? After all, it still only occupies one compartment in Said's backpack. And with the search taking so long, Lee Chuan really couldn't think of any other results. Just in case of doubt, only a crisp ding was heard. A bright red light flashed before his eyes, and in Said's backpack, a grid of dark red cards appeared. Holy, real room cards, East Building Manager's office. Taking the room card in his hand, Lee Chuan flicked the top of the. A crisp sound of ding came to his ears, which was particularly pleasant. It's not just him. Even Xin Xian and Xiao Weian, the two women were excited and gathered around. My god, that's shipping? How many half dollars is this card? I think I remember it being over $2 million. No, it seems like the price has gone up alright. Yesterday I think it was over $3 million. Can I see it? I'd like to hear that ding too. Froggy fun. I don't know why, but listening to a sound feels like a treat for the soul. That's not enjoyable. It's been millions, but it seems that not all room cards, which can be popped. I had a card out earlier for a ranch something room that was just blue and it just didn't pop. Normal. It's not all red. It's not even reviewable yet. The two women chirped around the side of the. His eyes were looking straight at the room card, looking more excited than even Lee Chuan. After collecting the room cards, Lee Chuan looked around to make sure there was no one in the building, and immediately shouted, "You two have had enough. It's just a room card. What's all the fuss about? You guys search the administration building while it's empty." Out came a room card. Lee Chuan simply wasn't in a hurry to search. Generously, he gave up the administration building to the two women. If you put it in a game, you're properly a fearless warrior after stuffing the room card into the safe. But then again, there's no safe deposit box here. So while the two women were searching the west wing of the administration building, Lee Chuan didn't lose his guard. Always keep a watchful eye on the perimeter. But I don't know if it's the cadre of this bureau, all cautious. Or maybe they knew the building was swiped with Said and no one ever came over. Such a situation. Lee Chuan used to be able to meet it often when he was playing single classified dams. After all, when you're in a single row of secrets, there are no teammates who can save you once you're down. So some people, in the presence of said, both will choose not to enter the building. Under such circumstances, the more daring Lee Chuan, you'll be able to enjoy the entire administration building on your own. But such innings are actually in the minority. For the most part, the administration building is a war zone. Who cares if you have a said? It's all about getting into the building first. After about 10 minutes, the entire west wing had been raided by the two women, because after what happened earlier when he was saved, Lee Chuan wasn't asking them to hand over the items they had searched for now. Come to the corridor bridge that connects the east and west buildings. Lee Chuan looked at the east building. After confirming that no one was there and that there were no signs of having been searched, the three of them went straight to the East Building. And Lee Changyuan's first target was obviously the exempt bail in the manager's office. Step inside the refreshingly insurance-free cubicle of the. Lee Changyuan first glanced at the sofas on either side of the inside of the. Up here, there are times when items such as gold bars are refreshed, so there are times when it's not necessary to always have insurance in your eyes. Although the insurance has a high probability of producing something good, because only collectible items will come out of it. So compared to the probability of going red, it's not much higher overall than anywhere else. Like in insurance, for example, across the 6 compartments, there are only 3 options: daggers, local jewelry, and infantry fighting vehicles. As for the 6 vertical frames, there are only busts. If it's 9 frames, then there's no doubt that there are only tank models. There's really only a couple of back and forths, but refreshing items from other locations that. The variety is all-encompassing and may refresh a variety of items. So looking at it as a whole, insurance isn't as important as it seems. Lee Changyuan also, after checking the floor and the sofa, without refreshing the valuables. That's what brought us to the insurance. Enter your password. What then came into view was 1 frame, 2 vertical frames, and 1 frame of shadows, respectively. P.S. I'm so sorry, readers, for the promised update. It turned out to be a broken promise. But, for the month of February, except for 1 day of vacation permitted by full attendance, Mouse will not miss a day. Updated on time at midnight every day, even if it's New Year's Eve, the first day of the year. Mouse will sit in front of the computer and code. Chapter 75: The Heart of Africa. For items in the exemption. After Lee Changyuan saw that it was all 1 and 2 compartment items, pressed for anything good to come out of it. It's either little gold or little violet. Fittingly, when the first item was searched, a golden gold coin was revealed. Shiny pirate gold coin. Value, 58,234. Immediately following, start searching for the second item. It didn't take long. A yellow wine pot appeared in view along with a purple light manifestation. Asura specialty jug. Value, 25,044. Just when Lee Changyuan thought that the third item that, when it's not gold coins, wine glasses, or consort earrings. And yet, to my amazement, I found that the third item searched for took an extraordinarily long time. It doesn't say, as slow as a house card, but compared to a regular small gold, it has become apparent that the search is taking too long. Just in the midst of the doubts in his mind, a red flash came into view. Upon seeing the insurance, a crystal bright diamond appeared. Lee Changyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and even his breathing felt a little short. ***. Diamond dash. Tearing his voice, Lee Changyuan's roar resounded over the administration building. Even more so, Xin Xian and 2 other women, hearing Lee Changyuan's voice, not from the team voice, earwax resting on several walls of, hear it directly with your ears. *****, groove, Heart of Africa. Looking at the diamond in his hand, Lee Changyuan's hand, so excited that he couldn't stop trembling. It's not just him. Xin Xian and Xiaoyan, who heard the sound, also let out incredible screams. Is it really the Heart of Africa? My God, what kind of luck have you had today? First the key card to the manager's office in the East Wing, and now diamonds. Is this the popping rate of the classified dam? Can you show me? It's the first time I've seen a diamond in person in so many days. Well, is this the Heart of Africa? It's beautiful. If only someone had proposed to me with the Star of Africa, I would have said yes on the spot. Lee Changyuan, what did you say? Xin Xian awkwardly returned the diamonds. Cough cough. I'm just saying, I'm all yours. How can you be fooled by a diamond? Lee Changyuan did not have the good sense to say, and diamond proposal. I take a bullhorn to propose to you, okay? This time it was Xin Xian's turn to be unhappy. No. In your heart, I'm worth a bullhorn? A bullhorn is nice. Well worth over $10,000. Holding the diamond in your hand, after admiring it several more times, it was put back in the backpack. With that, Lee Changyuan looked behind him to the manager's office key room. First the key cards, then the diamonds. This obvious big red game. It's just not possible to say that without a rune card. Ding! Lee Changyuan opened the door of the room directly with the key. First look. Checking the ground first. After making sure there were no valuables, this led to the safe. Only, maybe it's because the diamonds just came out and used up all the luck. 2 insurance policies plus a computer in a row. Not even a shadow of red came out. Shiny pirate gold coin. Value, 58,234. Asura style water bottle. Value, 32,537. Asala specialty wine glasses. Value, 63,296. Pirate scimitar. Value, 21,772. Nothing good came out of it, though, but Li Changyuan, who had already reaped a full harvest today, didn't lose the slightest bit of ground, still walking out of the manager's office beautifully. At this time, the entire east building has been searched by the two women. Li Changyuan walked straight to the round and looked around with his perspective, and the equipment receiving room was found, as well as the adjacent room filled with bookcases, which did not appear to have been searched. Mainly the first floor of the east wing of the administration building, a variety of rooms that, the terrain is quite complex for newcomers, resulting in places being missed in every search. Come to the equipment claim room. First hand searched for clothes, though clothes as containers seem unremarkable inside the delta. Inside, however, room cards often come out, which also makes, as soon as Li Changyuan sees the clothes, will definitely go up and touch it. Only, as soon as you see an item 2 compartments across, it goes straight away. If it's vertical, you're still willing to wait a bit because of the possibility of gold bars. But unfortunately, this time within the clothes, the 2 one-compartment items were useless junk. Then glancing at the glass room behind him, after making sure you didn't brush anything, Li Changyuan came to the next door, the room filled with bookcases. On the bookcase, Li Changyuan has never seen, though, anything good brushed here, but in the innermost room, in addition to possessing a computer case, next to the table, there is a probability to swipe the room card. This is not, when Li Changyuan walked in, almost at a glance, just see on the table, lying quietly, a room card. I was swept to death by machine gunners in this very room. I don't know if it's a hang or a bug, but the second time I encountered it, I hurriedly changed rooms. P.S. I don't know if you readers, Hare did not find a problem this past weekend, probably since Saturday afternoon. For some reason, the single-row classified queue turned out to be extraordinarily slow. It was almost always seconds to get in, but since Saturday afternoon, the lines have been long. The longest time, the line was on and off for over half an hour without getting in. Sunday was a little better, but the hanging sensation turned out to be extraordinarily high. The most outrageous time, 2 games in a row, was killed by the same hanging dog. In the first inning, Mouse was born in position 1, west wing of the administration building. After going in and searching things over by the restrooms, I could hear gunshots at the site from a distance. The other guy didn't have the slightest idea of hiding his feet, just boxed and ran in, and Mouse was crouching in the corner of the restroom corridor, thinking about shading the other guy, when the guy killed one of the corridor's jigaboos, dodging out from around the corner straight into a headshot, the kind that isn't even acted out. After dying, Mouse clicked report, and the next game after that, the back of the inning, the rats got to the container, also from a long way away. I heard him shooting from the other side of the container. Mouse then walked forward slowly with quiet steps, but the guy dodged out again and shot him in the head. I really threw up. And that's just 2 of them. I've encountered many more, one after another. There has been an email today saying that it was blocked and the gear that was in the game at the time was returned.